Today we do Rome. And so before we've done Persia, the Jews, and the Greeks. And these are the three main civilizations after the Bronze Age collapse. And now we will emerge Rome to eclipse all three and build a world empire, okay? And what I will argue to you today is that Rome is the great anti-civilization, or you can call it just the evil empire, okay? All right. So what do we know about Rome? Well, like most great empires, they emerge initially at the borderlands of another cultural empire, okay? So these are the Etruscans. And the Etruscans are very similar to the Mycenaean Greeks. And as you can see, they're expanding throughout the Italian peninsula. Now, the thing about empires is that eventually the people become lazy, arrogant, and stupid. And so what they do is they get people to fight for them. So the Romans are here. And as you can see, this is the borderlands, and the entire area is surrounded by great warriors. This is a poor region, and so they're always fighting for resources. So the Romans get recruited as mercenaries. And over time, what will happen is that they will start to emerge as the great power in the Italian peninsula. And at this point in history, this is really important, they're surrounded by lots of different people that are like them, and they're warlike. So they triumph because they become the most warlike of everyone, okay? Their entire society is based on war. This is Etruscan civilization, and as you can see, it is very advanced. The Etruscan civilization is heavily in contact with the Egyptians and the Greeks, and as well as people around them, because they are seafaring people. And this is a civilization that will most heavily influence the Romans. As you can see, the Etruscans are always at war as well. And then as they become wealthier, they will recruit the Romans to fight for them. This is not a great map, but what this map shows you is the gradual expansion of Rome. So at first, as you can see, it is actually at the most disadvantaged location because it's surrounded by enemies. It is on flat land, and so it's not easily defensible, and it's not really by the coast, and therefore it's hard for it to trade. But because it is in such a disadvantaged position, it is forced to be the most martial, the most violent, the most militaristic, the most aggressive, and their culture evolves around that. And slowly over time, they're able to conquer the entire Italian peninsula and then expand to the Mediterranean. Okay, so this is another map that shows you Rome and how it's going to slowly expand over time. The way that it expands is through military conquest and then by building roads. And this is very impressive because if you've ever been to Italy, it is very hilly. So there's a tremendous effort to build roads. But once they build the roads, they're able to consolidate and navigate their empire. This is a map that shows you the geography of Italy. As you can see, it's very mountainous, and there are not many rivers, which tells us it's very poor. And because it's very poor, the people tend to be very unified, very aggressive, and they have a deep egalitarianism, because only by working together can you ultimately triumph over the other people, okay? So this is a main characteristic about Rome in the early days that you must remember. It is poor, it is small, okay, and it is unified, so everyone knows each other. And so because of its geographic characteristics, we emerge its concept of liberty. All right? And its concept of liberty is obedience to the fathers, to history, to culture, because only by doing so can you survive as a people. Now, what's interesting about this is it's a different concept from the Greeks. And the Greeks believe that what liberty is the right to speak your mind in front of others. And as such, the major difference between the Greeks and the Romans is in Greece, citizenship is passed on from family to family. But in Rome, citizenship can be earned, okay? It's an open citizenship system. Why? Because if you just obey the fathers, the laws, the customs, then you can be a Roman citizen. And as such, what's going to happen is that as Rome expands, it's going to incorporate different people into its culture. And as a result, Rome has an advantage that Athens and Sparta doesn't have. Rome can always replenish its soldiers. And as such, it can afford to lose war after war after war, but as it does so, it gets stronger and stronger because it's learning with each defeat. Okay, and that is the secret to Rome's ultimate victory. The heart and center of Roman society is the Senate. This is where the leading families come together to discuss the fate of Rome. And at this time in history, when Rome is poor, this is not a problem because everyone knows each other and there's no real inequality, therefore there can be no corruption. And so these fathers, the senators, are representing the best interests of all Romans. But over time, as Rome becomes wealthier and wealthier, this becomes a huge problem because as Rome develops more wealth, guess who gets all the wealth? These guys, okay? So we'll see this later. As Rome gets wealthier, Rome also becomes much more corrupt. All right, so the Greeks, the fighting system is the hoplites. The Romans use something called the legions. Now, there are some major differences between these two fighting techniques, even though for their time they are the most advanced. As you can see, the Greek hoplites are heavily armored, okay? And as such, each hoplite needs to buy his own armor, which means that hoplites tend to be small landowners, okay? They have a bit of wealth. The legionnaires can be poor because it doesn't actually require that much armor to be a legionnaire. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is that it actually takes a lot of training to be a hoplite. You basically have to spend years and years honing your skills because you fight in formation. The legionnaire, you don't need that much training, okay? You can actually go straight into battle. And the third major difference is that, as you can see, the hoplites, they are using heavy armor, shields, and helmets. The legionnaires are much lighter. And the reason why is the legionnaires were developed to fight in a mountainous region. So they need to be able to climb, to hike up mountains in formation, whereas the Greeks are fighting more on flat land. Okay? So over time, what will happen is the legionnaires will overwhelm the hoplites. This is a typical Roman peasant. He's spending most of his time farming, and when it's required of him, he goes to war. Okay, he's not a full-time soldier. The Greeks and the Romans will fight a series of wars. So as the Romans are expanding, they go closer and closer to the coast. And here are a lot of Greek colonies. And the Greeks are losing to the Romans, so they call for help from the compatriots across the sea. And a king named Pyrrhus of Epirus, he decides to take advantage of this opportunity to go conquer Italy, okay? So he and his hoplites sail over to Greece, and they are destroying the Romans. Battle after battle, Pyrrhus is defeating the Romans. And then he finally says, you know what? If I win one more battle, I'm going to have no more soldiers, okay? And that shows you the difference between Greek fighting versus Roman fighting. Greek fighting uses specialized forces that can wither over time, whereas the Romans can just keep on replenishing their forces, okay? So the Romans don't actually win that many battles, but they win most of their wars. Okay, now, as the Romans are expanding, they eventually reach the Mediterranean. And so now they start developing a navy in order to trade with other nations like Egypt and Greece. This comes in conflict with the Carthaginians. And at this time, the main power in the Mediterranean are the Carthaginians. Now, and they will fight a war that lasts decades, 100 years. And ultimately, Rome will triumph. And the main reason why that Rome triumphs, and this is really important for you guys to understand, is the main difference between Carthage and Rome is Carthage is rich, Rome is poor, okay? Why? What does this matter? Because if you're rich, what you can do is hire mercenaries to fight the war for you, and that's what Carthage does. But Rome is poor, therefore they must use their own citizens to fight the war, Okay, and so over time, the citizens become much tougher, much more unified. Whereas the Carthaginians, they become more corrupt, they become much more decadent. And because the Romans are more invested in the war, they will fight to the end, whereas the Carthaginians are business people. They're traders, okay? They're very known for their sharp business skills. And so they do a cost-benefit analysis and be like, you know what? This war is going to cost us more than if we just surrender, okay? So the Carthaginians surrender the First Punic War, they surrender the Second Punic War, and the Third Punic War, guess what happens? They're going to be wiped out by the Romans, okay? So that's what the Roman mentality is. If we fight you, we'll fight you to the death. And if we beat you, we will kill every one of you. Okay? That's just the Roman war mentality, and that's why they ultimately triumph in the end. Okay, so this is another map that shows you the conflict between the Carthaginians and the Romans. This is the Second Punic War, okay? So Carthage over here, it's expanded to Spain, and there are lots of silver mines in Spain. Rome right now, it's still pretty small, okay? But again, because the Romans are dedicated towards war, that's the only thing they know, that's the only thing they're good at, okay? They will eventually triumph over the Carthaginians. We actually don't know that much about the history of Rome, okay? But the most famous episode during the Second Punic War is when a Carthaginian general named Hannibal Barca, okay, he's in Spain and he decides he's going to go destroy Rome. The way he does it is by crossing the Alps. Okay, so these are Alp mountains, and for the longest time, the Romans thought that this was a natural barrier. And what Hannibal Barca will do is he will cross the Alps with his war elephants and his army, land in Italy, and start attacking Rome. And in 3 decisive battles, Hannibal will destroy the entire Roman army. Okay, he will wipe out the entire Roman army. And at this point in history, Rome needs to surrender. Okay, so Hannibal sends an envoy to the Senate and tells them, I've destroyed every single one of your soldiers, you have no more army. Therefore, I am willing to talk peace terms. And the Senate is like, screw you, come get us. Okay? And this marks a turning point in Roman history. So let's look over some of the major events. This is Hannibal crossing the Alps, okay? One of the most famous military feats in human history. This is the Battle of Trebia, one of the first major battles, where even though Hannibal is undermanned and he's in enemy territory, what he will do is he will use a series of brilliant military maneuvers to ambush his enemies. Okay, so these are the Romans. As you can see, what's going to happen is the Carthaginians, their horsemen, lies in the marsh, and then they will sneak up and destroy the Romans from the rear, okay? That's the first major battle. This is the Battle of Lake Trasimene, and the same thing basically happens where the Romans are crossing, then Hannibal ambushes them from the hills, okay? The second major battle. And this is the most famous battle. This is a battle called the Battle of Cannae. Okay, and this is what we call a double involvement strategy, where what will happen is that the two armies meet, and then Hannibal will send his cavalry on the wings. And then they will envelop the Roman army, and then they will slaughter everyone, okay? So Romans lose between 50,000 to 100,000 men. Their entire army is wiped out because of this battle, okay? So this is the first phase. Second phase is when the cavalry starts to flank the Romans. And in the third phase, the soldiers come in from behind and trap the Romans and kill everyone, okay? So this is the most famous battle in military history. Now there's a problem with this battle, which is this has never happened before in human history. Remember before we discussed the idea that in China, one of the most common military strategies is behind the river strategy, okay? So you force your men to go to a river, and now the enemy is approaching them, and they have no choice but to fight to the end, because otherwise they'll drown, okay? If you can see this situation, it's very similar. The Romans are in a very similar situation where they're being surrounded by enemies on all sides, right? So at this time, what should happen theoretically is they become energized, and the entire Roman army goes and fights the Carthaginians and defeats the Carthaginians. Okay, we have examples of that. We don't have an example of, in fact, an entire army in ancient times being surrounded and being slaughtered by the enemy. This is a very strange battle. In fact, if you ask ChatGPT which battles have used double envelopment strategy, basically you have Battle of Canaan, okay, we have that, but the next one is 1940 in World War II. Now, the difference, of course, is that by the time you hit the 1940s, you have machine guns, you have tanks. So if you start an enemy, you can destroy your enemy, but not in ancient times, okay? In fact, the closest parallel that we have is the Battle of Marathon. But some historians suggest, okay, so even historians disagree whether or not the Battle of Marathon was actually a double envelopment strategy. This makes no sense. This battle strategy makes no sense from a military perspective. Also, we can't find the damn place. You would think this is this huge battle, 50,000, 100,000 Romans are dead, there'd be a lot of bodies. We can't find the damn place, okay? Look, there's no archaeological evidence to prove the battle took place. We don't have any evidence. That's kind of strange, okay? Yeah, but maybe it's because of the weather or, we don't know, okay? All right, guys, so what's going on here? Okay, so on YouTube, someone asked me, how can we know what history is true or not? Okay, now, you would think the answer is, you just ask historians whether it's true or not, and you know the answer. The problem is that every historian that you talk to tells you the Battle of Canaan must be historical fact. It must be, even though we don't have any evidence for it. So given that, how can we understand or figure out if it's true or not? Well, in this class, what I teach you is a new historical framework to understand history, okay? So this is predictive history, and we ask ourselves, does the Battle of Canaan fit into a larger historical pattern, okay? Second question we ask is, does it make sense according to game theory? And the third question is, does religion explain the battle, okay? And when we do this, when we use this framework to understand the Battle of Canaan, our conclusion must be, it didn't happen. It was completely made up. Okay? The Battle of Canaan did not happen. So why? Well, first of all, when we have these great military generals like Hannibal Barca, they tend to become a king. Okay? So think of Napoleon, or think of Julius Caesar. Hannibal Barca is the first general that we have that conquered all of Rome and decided, I'm gonna sit back and retire for the next 50 years, okay? Never happened before. Why didn't he go back to Carthage and claim the kingship, right? Okay, that's the first problem. Second problem is game theory, okay? So if you read Roman history, what they will tell you is that Hannibal, after the Battle of Canaan, he was stuck in Italy without resources. Then the question is, why did he go to Carthage, conquer the place, and demand the resources he needs to win against Rome? Why is he just sitting back? Okay? Also remember, this is a guy who crossed the Alps on his own initiative. The Carthaginians told him, don't start a war with Rome, Hannibal. And then Hannibal was like, nah, I'm gonna go across the Alps. Thank you very much, okay? So this makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And then from a religious perspective, how can we explain why Hannibal did what he did? And the Roman historians will tell you, oh, it's because his father lost against Rome. He wanted revenge on behalf of his father. That makes no sense, guys, okay? Usually when a Napoleon emerges, it's because he thinks he's a son of God. Think of Napoleon, think of Alexander the Great, think of Julius Caesar, okay? They all have a messianic calling, a divine mission, all right? So from this, only conclusion can be, first of all, the Battle of Canaan did not happen. There's no way it could have happened. And second thing is, you can also say that Hannibal Barca did not exist as a person, all right? But then this leads us to a really huge problem, which is, why would the Romans just make this stuff up? Why? Why would they say, we fought this battle and 100,000 of our men got killed by this Carthaginian general Hannibal, who's smarter than us, okay? Well, the reason why is this, Carthage. Okay? That Carthage is at this time in history, about 200 BCE, the most beautiful, the most prosperous, the most cultured city in the world. And what did Romans do? They burned it to the ground and killed everyone. Okay? That's just the Roman way. Now, This is a siege of Carthage that lasted many, many years in the Third Punic War. The Romans, if they don't like you, they will come and kill every one of you, okay? And that's what they did in Carthage. Now, during this war, a Greek named Polybius, okay? Polybius was a hostage of Rome, and he became the official historian of the Roman Empire. So this is a guy who invented the Battle of Cannae. Why? To justify the burning of Carthage, right? Because the Romans are like, why did we kill the Carthaginians? Because that's what we do, man, okay? But Polybius is Greek, and he understands that, if Rome, you're gonna be an empire, you need people on your side. You can't go around just killing people. You need to explain your actions. So in other words, Polybius, in order to justify the Roman Empire, create this entire history of the Second Punic War that didn't really happen, okay? Because now it's like, okay, well, the Romans felt threatened by Hannibal, right? Hannibal was going to destroy them. And so they all saw Carthage as a threat, and therefore they had to destroy Carthage. Now it's much more reasonable, okay? So Polybius basically made the entire history of Rome. The thing to remember about history is that if you're a military power, you don't write history. Why? Because you're not capable of reflection. You're not capable of deep cultural production. Okay? So the Romans won all these battles and got the Greeks to write the history for them, to just justify why they did what they did. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? All right? So again, I hate to say this, but basically, all Roman history is complete nonsense. All right? If you read Roman history, just don't believe anything you read, okay? All right, so let's look at the Roman war machine, because after the war against Carthage, after Rome destroys Carthage, Rome is the undisputed leader of the Mediterranean. It's an empire now, but it still keeps on fighting these wars overseas for no particular reason. Why? Because it has no choice in the matter. This is the entire Roman war machine, okay? So, because Rome's a poor place, the only way that it can generate wealth is by conquering other people. Okay, so the nobility wants to go fight these wars overseas so that they can capture slaves. Why? Because they can get these slaves then to work their estates. Okay, so at this time in history, slaves are the main resource that people are fighting over. Okay, now to fight these wars, peasants are conscripted into the military. But once they leave the land, they need to feed their families, right? So what do? They borrow money with their land as collateral, okay? But over time, what happens is they can't pay back the interest, right? They default on the loan, and then landowners, nobility, seize the land. Then what they do is they get the slaves that they conquer to come work this land, right? Now, the peasants have no choice but to go to Rome to look for work because they've lost their land. And the Roman state gives them food. It's called a grain dole, okay? And so now the nobility wants to go fight more wars. What they do is they bribe the peasants to vote for more wars, and then the peasants can go and maybe win some booty, okay? Because they have no land. And so what's happening is that what the Roman war machine is doing is creating slavery, debt, corruption, and inequality, okay? And over time, what happens is that wealth becomes more consolidated in fewer hands, which creates conflict between the upper nobility and the lower nobility. The optimates are called the upper nobility, and the populares are called the lower nobility, okay? So what's the difference? Optimates just means the best of the best, okay? Why do I have so much money? Because I'm better than you are. In fact, my entire family is better than you are. Populares is where we get the word populist from. So this is lower nobility, people like Julius Caesar, who take advantage of the discontent in order to launch their political careers. And what they do is they promise the peasants, the people, more opportunities, okay? To take the wealth of the rich and give it more to the poor. Okay, so this is a conflict that will arise in Rome after the end of Carthage. And this will last for centuries until the very end of the Roman Empire. Okay? In other words, the Roman war machine doesn't know how to stop. Even when it becomes an empire, all this aggressive military energy then translate into civil war. Okay? So the Romans aren't killing other people, they're killing each other. All right, this is a question from a YouTube viewer, and Alera Ford asks, why are wars good at maintaining equilibrium? Okay? Why is it that wars help reduce the problem of elite overproduction? Okay, and the reason why is, and I know it's hard for you guys to understand this, but wars are beneficial. All right, so let's go over the benefits of war. Well, first of all, you create social cohesion, right? You're fighting against another person, you have to stand together. So it creates a dialectic, a hatred of the other, which gives meaning and purpose to life. Okay? It creates social mobility. If you're poor, you go fight a war, you get lucky, you can become pretty wealthy. Wealth destruction and generation. Okay? So you're destroying wealth, which allows for more opportunities. Survival of the fittest, so population control. So basically, the strong survive in war, the weak die off. High fertility rate, because so many people are dying, mothers are forced to have more and more children, okay? They don't have a choice in the matter. Release of social tension, so if people don't like each other, they go fight a war together and now they're best friends. Innovation, creativity, entertainment for nobility, okay? Competition. War is often just, the nobility just enjoys wars because it's like playing a chess game, okay? They're not the ones dying. Worst case scenario, they become hostages, right? All right, so again, what happens is that after Carthage is destroyed, the Romans turn against each other. Okay, the first one that happens is something called the social wars. Basically, it's the Roman allies who were told to fight a war and return, they were granted citizenship. They were not granted citizenship, so they rebelled against the Roman state, and this led to civil war, okay? But the problem is you're not fighting the Roman army, so you're not gonna win. So eventually, the Roman state had to give in and give citizenship to these people, okay? This is one of the most radical turning points in Roman history. So right now there's massive inequality in Rome. The nobility have all the land and they have slaves to work the land. The peasants are having problems feeding themselves in the cities, okay? So now what do you do? So this man is named Tiberius Gracchus and he's a reformer and he says basically, hey guys, here's what we're gonna do. The rich have all this land. We're not going to touch that because we have to respect private property. But there's all this public land that's not being used. It belongs to the Roman state. We have all these poor people that want to work the land, but they have no land. So what we'll do is this. We'll take public land that no one's touching, okay? No one's using this stuff. Give it to the people to work to generate more wealth for our society. We have more tax revenue. The people are happier. And yeah, and no one gets hurt. Okay? Perfect solution, right? Because he proposed a solution, the nobility, the optimates, beat him to death, okay? Not only did they beat him to death, they beat his brother to death as well. Okay? Why do they do this? Because nobility is, how dare you steal our public land from us? Okay? So nobility was like, this public land belongs to us, man. Because we are the state. Screw the people. Okay. All right, so of course, this leads to the rise of dictators. So there have been different dictators who've come to power and they've tried to solve this social conflict within Rome. The first is Marius, who promised reform but really didn't deliver. Then you have Sulla, okay? And Sulla's solution was really simple. Let's just kill all the reformers. Pretty simple, guys, okay? Our problem isn't the inequality. The problem is you got too many people who proposed reform. So he just killed all reformers, okay? And then after he killed all reformers, he retired. One of these reformers who got away was Julius Caesar, okay? So Julius Caesar, because his family was very wealthy, was able to escape Sulla. But he's a very ambitious man. So now he's gonna build his political career based on the discontent of the people. And what he's gonna do is that he's going to bribe his way into office so that he can get a generalship to go invade Gaul. Okay? So he goes to Gaul, which is in modern-day France. He spends many years there. What's he doing there? Okay. Well, if you look at official Roman history, what he's doing there is he's trying to pacify the people of Gaul. Okay? So he has these series of military campaigns in Gaul, and it culminates in so he's leading his soldiers into war in Gaul. And it culminates in something called the Battle of Alesia, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Basically what's happened is that This is the very last battle of Caesar's Gallic campaign. What he's done is he's surrounded a village where his enemies are, okay? But his enemies send word to all the Gallic tribes to come and converge against the Romans. So what the Romans do is they build fortifications to block out the invaders, okay? So they're fighting wars on both fronts. They're fighting in the inside against the enemies trapped here. They're also fighting against the enemies coming from outside as well. And Alesia is one of the greatest battles in human history. And again, we have reason to think that this didn't happen, okay? So what was Caesar doing in Gaul, and why was he starting all these wars? The answer is really simple, okay? There are three reasons. The first is, remember, slaves are the most valuable commodity at this time. So what he's doing is he's basically capturing slaves. He's going and he's starting these wars in order to capture slaves. Caesar said famously, I killed a third of people in Gaul, I enslaved a third of them, and I left a third alone. Okay, so he basically committed genocide against the people of Gaul. And what's important to understand is he probably exaggerated. He probably didn't kill a third. Why? Because if he captures slaves, a lot of this money has to go to the Roman state. But if he pretends to kill the Gauls, but actually enslaves them, then all the money goes to him, okay? So by enslaving people, he became filthy rich. In fact, he became the wealthiest man in Rome. And he used his money to bribe his friends into office, okay? So he became also the most politically powerful individual in Rome. That's the reason number one why he went to Gaul. Second is that Caesar was trying to build a loyal army, a private army that was loyal to him. And so just because he was able to give money to these soldiers not only were loyal to him, but they also developed a lot of fun experience while in Gaul, right? So now Caesar has the world's most powerful army. The third reason why he went to Gaul, and this is the most important, is to create a myth of himself as a great conqueror. All these great politicians understand people don't really understand the difference between reality and fantasy. In fact, they don't care about the difference, okay? People will believe what they want to believe. So what Caesar was doing was he was going to Gaul, and then he was getting people to go back to Rome and announce all his victories, okay? We have reason to believe that a lot of these victories were made up. But it gave the impression among the Romans that Caesar was this great conqueror, okay? So think of this guy, right? What's he doing? He's trying to create an image of himself as energetic, dynamic, virile, right? Right? Does that make sense? Oh, and a better example, of course, is this guy, okay? All right, Donald Trump. He spent a lot of years in the World Wrestling Federation trying to portray himself as macho, as energetic, as strong, right? And then for over 10 years, he had the most popular television show on TV called The Apprentice, where he pretended to be this savvy genius of a business person, right? The Apprentice. And this is what really launched his political career, all right? So this is all these great politicians understand. If you really want to have a great political career, you have to create a myth of yourself as an entrepreneurial military genius. Okay, so after Gaul, the Roman Senate basically gets really annoyed at Caesar because they understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to become king of Rome. So they basically try to impeach him, okay? They want to put him on trial. So Caesar basically rebels against them, and this starts a civil war. And what's going to happen is that Caesar is going to go conquer the entire Roman Empire. Now, it's one man and his army against the entire empire. So he should have lost. The problem is that the Optimates are really stupid, arrogant, and lazy, okay? Pompey, General Pompey, is fighting for the Optimates, and he's going against Caesar. And Pompey's strategy, it's really simple, okay? Caesar has control over Italy. There's a problem though. Italy is poor. It does not produce enough food. So all we have to do is lay siege to Italy, and the people will starve, war is over. That's all we have to do, right? We don't have to fight Caesar. Just lay siege to Italy. The people starve, the people rebel against Caesar, and then Caesar loses the war. The problem, though, is the optimists were afraid that if Pompey won the war, then they would make Pompey king, right? So what the optimists wanted to do was force Pompey and Julius Caesar into a battle and kill both, okay? They wanted to destroy both. And this led to something called the Battle of Pharsalus. Remember, at this time, Caesar needs to go fight Pompey, but Pompey doesn't have to actually fight Caesar, but the optimists force him to fight in a battle called Pharsalus, okay? And in this battle, because Caesar has a loyal army, they defeat Pompey, even though Pompey has more soldiers. Okay? And then what Caesar will do is then go conquer the entire Roman Empire, and he makes himself dictator of Rome. And this, of course, leads to his assassination. Why is he assassinated? Because the Romans are afraid that he'll make himself king, and he will abolish the debt of the people, and he will reappropriate the land and give it to the people, okay? He will basically make himself king by making Rome a much more equal and egalitarian place. And so they killed him. And this led to more civil war in which Augustus Caesar will be triumphant because he will inherit Julius Caesar's army. And at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE, he will destroy Mark Antony and Cleopatra, making himself the supreme ruler of the Roman Empire. Okay? And he's really considered the first Roman emperor. But what's really important for us to understand is, at this point in history, the problems of Rome don't really go away. He is emperor, and during his time, things are stable. But after he dies, the Roman Empire goes back into civil war. And it does not stop fighting civil war until its very collapse, okay? What makes him emperor is the fact that he will take Egypt and turn it into his private property. And he will use the wealth from Egypt to fund the army. So all the soldiers are now loyal to him individually as opposed to the Roman state. Okay? Now, Augustus Caesar, he was not a military genius, but he appreciated that if the Roman people were to survive, they needed a culture as distinct and as powerful as Greek culture. At this time in history, the Greeks were culturally dominant. And he was afraid that over time, all Romans would just become Greeks. So he needed to create a culture that was distinct from the Greeks, but also considered much more powerful than the Greeks, okay? So that was his major contribution to the Roman Empire. So what he does is, he takes the work of Polybius. Remember, Polybius is the main architect of the history of Roman Empire, and he tells Livy to basically rewrite the history, but from a Roman lens, as opposed to a Greek lens, okay? So this is a really famous book written by Livy, sponsored by Octavius Caesar, okay? So we're going to read a bit of it to understand the Roman mentality, okay? All right. All right, so what's happening is this. The book starts with the founding of Rome. And in the Roman tradition, what's going to happen is the Romans are descendants of Troy. Remember, Troy in the Iliad was destroyed by the Greeks. How did the Greeks destroy Troy? Through trickery, through deception, right? The Trojan horse. And then what will happen is the Greeks flood into the city and kill everyone. But there's a Trojan general named Aeneas and his wife Cretia. What they will do is they will escape, okay? In order to found Rome. Now, Cretia is the wife, and what she will do is, as they're leaving Troy, she will kill herself in order to allow Aeneas to escape fully. Okay? So in the Roman tradition, all that matters is the father. Okay? So you can see the father can't walk, so Aeneas has to shoulder him to the ship. And women don't matter at all. Okay? That's the Roman tradition. All right. So what happens next is Rome is founded by twins, Romulus and Remus, and they will fight for the kingship of Rome. Okay. So can you read the story of Romulus and Remus?
Remus is said to have been the first to receive an omen. 6 vultures appeared to him. The augury had just been announced to Romulus when double the number appeared to him. Each was saluted as king by his own party. The one side based their claim on the priority of the appearance, the other on the number of the birds. Then followed an angry altercation. Heated passions led to bloodshed. In their tumult, Remus was killed. The more common report is that Remus contemptuously jumped over the newly raised walls and was forthwith killed by the enraged Romulus, who exclaimed, "So shall it be henceforth with everyone who leaps over my walls." Romulus thus became sole ruler, and the city was called after him, its founder.
So Romulus and Remus are twins, okay? They love each other. And Rome was founded on violence, okay? That's the very nature of Rome, a city based on violence. This story, if you remember, so now Romulus founds a city called Rome, and he invites anyone to join him. And over time, they become much more powerful, and they threaten their neighboring states. And these states cannot defeat Rome in war. So what they decide is, you know what? We can't beat the Romans in battle, but if our daughters don't marry into them, they'll be dead after one generation. They won't have any children, okay? So there's this compact among the nations of Italy not to marry into Rome. So the Romans discover this, and they hatch this plan. What they're going to do is they're going to have this major festival, and they're going to invite all the families to come to this festival, and then they will kidnap the woman and rape them, okay? That's the plan, okay?
They were invited to accept hospitality at the different houses, and after examining the situation of the city, its walls and the large number of dwelling houses it included, they were astonished at the rapidity with which the Roman state had grown. When the hour for the games had come and their eyes and minds were alike riveted on the spectacle before them, the preconcerted signal was given, and the Roman youth dashed in all directions to carry off the maidens who were present. The larger part were carried off indiscriminately, but some particular beautiful girls who had been marked out of the leading patricians were carried to their houses by plebeians told off for the task. Alarm and consternation broke up the games, and the parents of the maidens fled, distracted with grief, uttering bitter reproaches on the violators of the laws of hospitality, and appealing to the god to whose solemn games they had come, only to be the victims of impious perfidy.
Okay, so this is actually a very serious crime, because when you invite people into your house, there are these laws that you must show hospitality to your guests. Otherwise, you will offend the gods themselves. Because it's possible the person you invite into your house is a god himself, okay? So what the Romans did was outrageous. Okay,
The abducted maidens were quite as despondent and indignant. Romulus, however, went round in person and pointed out to them that it was all owing to the pride of their parents in denying rights of intermarriage to their neighbors. They would live in honorable wedlock and share all their property and civil rights, and dearest of all to human nature would be the mothers of freemen. He begged them to lay aside their feelings of resentment and give their affections to those whom fortune had made masters of their persons. An injury had often led to reconciliation and love. They would find their husbands all the more affectionate because each would do his utmost, so far as in him lay, to make up for the loss of parents and country. These arguments were reinforced by endearments of the other husbands, who excused their conduct by pleading the irresistible force of their passion, a plea effective beyond all other in appealing to a woman's nature.
Okay, so the Romans are pretty disgusting, okay? They rape a woman and said, it's your fault, or it's your parents' fault. And I really couldn't control myself, so sorry, man. But I'll be nice to you, okay? Yep. All right, so this is a pretty memorable event in Roman history. It's called the rape of the Sabine woman, okay? And these are different artworks depicting the event. Okay, so the fathers are obviously pissed about this, okay? So a huge army is created to rescue the woman back. And now these Roman soldiers are now facing this huge army. And when this happens, as about the clash, these women who are raped, they come screaming forward in the middle and say, stop, stop, stop. You're my husband. You're my father. We don't want you to fight, okay? Can you read, please?
Then it was that the Sabian women, whose wrongs had led to the war, throwing off all womanish fears in their distress, went boldly into the midst of the flying missiles with disheveled hair and rent garment. Running across the space between the two armies, they tried to stop any further fighting and calm the excited passions by appealing to their fathers in the one army and their husbands in the other not to bring upon themselves a curse by staining their hands with the blood of a father-in-law or son-in-law, nor upon their posterity the taint of parricide. If they cried, you are weary of these ties of kindred, these marriage bonds, then turn your anger upon us. It is we who are the cause of the war. It was we who had wounded and slain our husbands and fathers. Better for us to perish rather than live without one or the other of you, as widows or as orphans. The armies and their leaders were alike moved by this appeal. There was a sudden hush and silence. Then the generals advanced to arrange the terms of a treaty. It was not only peace that was made, the two nations were united into one state. The royal powers was shared between them, and the seat of government for both nations was Rome.
Okay, so this can possibly happen, right? So these women are abducted, the fathers try to rescue them, and then the women say, hey, it was our fault. Like, let's just all be one big family, okay? So this is one of the founding myths of Rome. And I keep on saying this, but like, just take all of Roman history and just like throw it in the garbage, okay? Because it's basically all made up. All right, so Rome becomes more and more powerful, and now they have a king, okay? But over time, their king becomes very corrupt. Their king is Tarquinius Superbus. Superbus just means arrogant. And his son falls in love with a noble woman named Lucretia. But Lucretia is already married to a man named Colantinius. And so the prince decides to go, rape her, okay? And yeah, okay.
They found Lucretia sitting in her room, prostrate with grief. As they entered, she burst into tears, and to her husband's inquiry whether all was well, replied, no, what can be well with a woman when her honor is lost? The marks of a stranger, Calatinus, are in your bed, but it is only the body that have been violated. The soul is pure. That shall bear witness to that. But pledge me your solemn word that the adulterer shall not go unpunished. It is Sextus Tarquin who, coming as an enemy instead of a guest, forced from me last night by brutal violence a pleasure fatal to me, and if you are a man, fatal to him. They all successively pledged their word and tried to console the distracted women by turning the guilt from the victim of the outrage to the perpetrator and urging that it is the mind that sins, not the body. And where there has been no consent, there is no guilt. It is for you, she said, to see that he gets in deserts. Although I acquit myself to the sin, I do not free myself from the penalty. No unchaste woman shall henceforth live and plead Lucretia's example. She had a knife concealed in her dress, which she plunged into her heart and fell dying on the floor. Her father and husband raised the death cry. Okay, so she is raped by the prince, and her husband and best friend, the best friend is named Lucius Brutus, okay? They try to console her, and they know she's distraught, okay? But Lucretia is like, no, I don't be consoled. I want revenge. We're Romans, man. We fight to the bitter end. If you hit me, I go kill you. If you kill me, I go kill your entire family, okay? And that's just the Roman way. So what happens is, like Brutus, Lucius Brutus,
he leads a revolt against the king, and the king is forced out of Rome. And now Rome is a republic. It's now run by the nobility. And a lot of people aren't happy with this system because before, if you're good friends with the king, you could do whatever you want. But now you have to follow the laws of Rome. And so people conspire against the new republic. And a couple of the conspirators include two of Lucius Brutus' sons, okay, his two sons. And the conspiracy is found out, and all the conspirators are arrested, and they're condemned to death. Lucius Brutus decides he's going to put his own sons to death. So he orders and organizes the execution of his two sons. Okay?
Their punishment created a great sensation owing to the fact that the consular office imposed upon a father the duty of inflicting punishment on his own children. He who ought not to have witnessed it was destined to be the one to see it duly carried out. Youths belonging to the noblest families were standing tied to the post, but all eyes were turned to the consul's children. The others were unnoticed. Men did not grieve more for their punishment than for their crime, which had incurred it, that they should have conceived the idea in that year above all, of betraying to one who had been a ruthless tyrant and was now an exile and an enemy, a newly liberated country, their father who had liberated it, the consulship which had originated in the Junian house, the Senate, the plebs, all the Rome possessed of human or divine. The consuls took their seats, the lictors were told off to inflict the penalty. They scourged their bare backs with rods and then beheaded them. During the whole time, the father's countenance betrayed his feelings, but the father's stern resolution was still more apparent as he superintended the public execution.
So you're a father, right? And these are your two sons. You love your two sons more than anything else in the world. You are forced by the law to execute your two sons, okay? Now, most fathers would be like, you know what, I'm gonna call in sick. I'm gonna go home and sleep until my sons are dead. Lucius Brutus is like, no, I'm gonna actually watch my two sons get killed. Not only that, but I'm gonna organize their execution, okay? And we can imagine, okay, this is Lucius Brutus, and he has to watch as his sons are being beheaded right before him. And he's the one ordering their execution. As you can see, people are disgusted. They have to look away. And people are looking at his expression. And you can see the emotional turmoil in his face, right? There's hatred, there's disgust, there's contempt, there's guilt. He hates himself, right? He hates his son, but he hates himself even more. There's all this crazy energy, hateful energy that's being unleashed. The Roman way is to take all this energy and turn it against your enemy, okay? That's a secret of the Roman military. To create a society so hateful, so angry, so vicious, that people have all this demonic energy in them that they can now use against your enemy, okay? So let's see what happens. What's gonna happen now is the king decides to attack Rome because his conspiracy has failed, right? What Lucius Brutus is gonna do is ride out and meet the army head on, okay? Can you read, please?
So 2 armies from these cities followed Tarquin to recover his crown and chastise the Romans. When they had entered the Roman territory, the consuls advanced against them. Valerius, with the infantry and phalanx formation, Brutus reconnoitering in advance with the cavalry. Similarly, the enemy's cavalry was in front of his main body, Aranus, Tarquin, the king's son, in command. The king himself followed with the legionaries. Whilst still at a distance, Aranus distinguished the consul by his escort of lictors. As they drew nearer, he clearly recognized Brutus by his features, and in a transport of rage exclaimed, "That is the man who drove us from our country. See him proudly advancing, adorned with our insignia. Ye God, avengers of kings, aid me." With these words, he dug spurs into his horse and rode straight at the consul. Brutus saw that he was making for him. It was a point of honor in those days for the leaders to engage in single combat, so he eagerly accepted the challenge, and they charged with such fury, neither of them thinking of protecting himself. If only he could wound his foe, that each drove his spear at the same moment through the other's shield, and they fell dying from their horses with their spears sticking in them.
Okay, so you see what happened, okay? So Brutus is traumatized by the execution of his two sons. There is now a void in his heart. There is now a tear in his heart, right? But this tear is unleashing all this energy that he can now use against his enemy. Okay, that is a secret. Trauma is a drug. The Roman way is to use trauma as a drug to empower you against your enemies. Okay? All right, so the problem, though, is that the Roman army is much smaller than the king's army. So the Romans are forced back into their city. They have to hide behind their walls, and they're under siege. And there's a Roman nobleman named Mucius. And Mucius decides to offer a proposal to the Senate. He says to the Senate, listen, we're never going to beat this king's army. What I can do is I can sneak into his camp and assassinate the king. And so the Senate is like, sure. So Mucius swims across the Tiber, and he sneaks into the enemy camp. And he sees it's payday. Okay, so there's two men, the king and the secretary, giving out cash, giving out money to the soldiers. And they look the same, they dress the same. And Mucius doesn't know which is which. And at this point, he should be like, you know what, I'll come back another day and figure out who's the king. But now he's like, you know what, it's 50-50, it's a coin flip. So he takes his dagger and he stabs the guy, and it turns out to be the secretary. And he's arrested, okay? And he appears before the king, and the king says to him, you tell me the truth, or I will burn you in this fire. And then Mucius says, okay, the truth is this. I am one of hundreds of young Roman men who have sworn to come and kill you. One of us will succeed. I failed today, but tomorrow someone else will come. And if he fails, someone else will come as well. And then the king says, are you telling the truth? If you are not telling the truth, I will burn you alive. And then Mucius is, you know what? He takes his hand, okay? He takes his hand and he puts it in the fire. And his hand is being burned, okay? He's just like, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha. The king is freaked out. He's like, you Romans are the craziest bastards. You guys are demonic. I'm out of here, okay? Then the war is over. All right? All right, can you read, please?
Here alone, and helpless in the utmost peril, he was still able to inspire more fear than he felt. I am a citizen of Rome, he said. Men call me
Mucius.
As an enemy, I wish to kill an enemy, and I have as much courage to meet death as I had to inflict it. It is the Roman nature to act bravely and to suffer bravely. I am not alone in having made this resolve against you. Behind me there is a long list of those who aspire to the same distinction. If then it is your pleasure, make up your mind for a struggle in which you will every hour have to fight for your life and find an armed foe on the threshold of your royal tent. This is the war which we, the youth of Rome, declared against you. You have no serried ranks, no pitched battle to fear. The matter will be settled between you alone and each one of us singly. The king, furious with anger and at the same time terrified at the unknown danger, threatened that if he did not promptly explain the nature of the plot, which he was darkly hinting at, he should be roasted alive. Look, Mucius cried, and learn how lightly those regards their bodies who have some great glory in view. Then he plunged his right hand into a fire burning on the altar. Whilst he kept it roasting there as if he were devoid of all sensation, the king, astounded at his preternatural conduct, sprang from his seat and ordered the youth to be removed from the altar. "Go," he said. "You have been a worse enemy to yourself than to me. I would invoke blessings on your courage if it were displayed on behalf of my country. As it is, I send you away exempt from all rights of war, unhurt and safe." Then Mucius, reciprocating as it were this generous treatment, said, "Since you honor courage, know that what you could not gain by threats, you have obtained by kindness. 300 of us, the foremost amongst the Roman youth, have sworn to attack you in this way. The lot fell to me first. The rest, in the order of their lot, will come each in his turn, till fortune shall give us a favorable chance against you."
Okay, so the Romans are crazy, okay? They are demonic. All right, so none of this is true, okay? It can't possibly be true. You can't put your hand in a fire and like not feel anything, okay? But where this is coming from is from the Proto-Indo-European myth. Remember when we discussed the steppe people, they had a mythology, okay? So what the Romans are doing is they're taking this mythology and they are adapting it to their own history, okay? So everything that we've read is not true, but the Romans thought it was true. Okay, and remember, people cannot differentiate between fantasy and reality. So as long as you believe it is true, then it's true. Okay, and this is how Romans behave. So so the story of Lucius Brutus kicking out the Tarquins is the story of the third man stealing the cattle. Okay, so basically stealing a throne from Tarquin. And the story of the man sacrificing his twin is the story of Romulus and Remus, okay? All right. All right, so now we get to the most famous of all Roman epics called the Iliad. And so at this time again, Augustus Caesar has a problem in that everyone acknowledges the Greek culture to be superior. Why? Because of Homer, okay? Because of the Iliad. Remember, we read the Iliad, and we remember how the Iliad ends with an act of love and forgiveness and compassion, right? Achilles feels guilt for what he's done, for killing Patroclus. He takes out this rage on Hector, right? Which is a Roman way. And then Priam comes and forgives Achilles by kissing his hand, and this allows Achilles to escape his guilt, and they forgive each other. And in the face of Priam, Achilles sees his father. In the face of Achilles, Priam sees Hector. And so they hug and they weep together, okay? And this idea of love as a unifying force in the universe becomes the basis of Greek culture and of Greek civilization. The Romans don't like this. For them, if you're a culture based on hate, love is the greatest enemy, okay? So what is going to happen is Augustus Caesar is going to ask a poet named Virgil to rewrite this story in a way that puts hate at the center of the universe and not love, okay? All right. All right, so this is the Iliad by Virgil, considered one of the greatest books in human history. It is a complete piece of crap, okay? It's propaganda. All right, when you read it, you'll see how terrible it is. And basically, Virgil, who was the most famous poet in the Roman Empire at this time, he's being ordered by Augustus Caesar to write the Iliad. And they write it together, basically. Basically, with each draft, Virgil has to read it to Augustus Caesar, and then Augustus Caesar tells him how to rework it so it captures the Roman spirit. When Virgil was about to die, he asked for the book to be burned, okay? Because he, as a poet, understands that if you are using the gift of God, poetry is the gift of God, to promote hatred, then you're gonna burn in hell, man, okay? So he asked for this book to be burned, but Augustus Caesar, no, I like it the way it is, okay? So this is a rewriting of the Iliad. Now what's gonna happen is this. The Greeks have broken into Troy, and they're killing everyone, okay? And the son of Achilles, named Pyrrhus, is killing the sons of Priam. And Priam faces Pyrrhus, and he tells Pyrrhus, you are the son of Achilles. Achilles was a noble person. Have you no mercy? And then Pyrrhus is like, no. And then he kills Priam, okay? All right, so can you read, please?
Suddenly, look, a son of Priam, Polites just escaped from slaughters as Pyrrhus' hands, comes racing in through spears, through enemy fighters, fleeing down the long arcades and deserted hallways, badly wounded. Pyrrhus hot on his heels, a weapon poised for the kill, about to seize him, about to run him through and pressing home as Polites reaches his parents and collapses, vomiting out his lifeblood before their eyes.
Okay, so this is very similar to the death of Hector, right? So remember, Achilles kills Hector and Priam witnesses it, right? And something is happening here where Polites is being killed in front of Priam. So again, it's a rewriting of the Iliad. Keep on going.
At that, Priam, trapped in the grip of death, not holding back, not checking his words, his rage, you, he cries, and you and your vicious crimes. If any power on high recoils at such an outrage, let the gods repay you for all your reckless work. Grant you the thanks, the rich reward you've earned. You've made me see my son's death with my own eyes. Defiled a father's sight with a son's lifeblood. You say you're Achilles' son, you lie. Achilles never treated his enemy, Priam, so. No, he honored as suppliant's right. He blushed to betray my trust. He restored my Hector's bloodless corpse for burial, sent me safely home to the land I rule.
Okay, so this is the end of the Iliad, okay? So he's reminding everyone the Iliad is a story about love, forgiveness, compassion. Okay? Come on, reading.
With that and with all his might, the old man fling his spear, but too impotent how to pierce. It merely grazed Fire's brazen shield that blocks its way and clings there, dangling limp from the boss, all for nothing. Pyrrhus shouts back, well then, down you go, a messenger to my father. Peleus' son. Tell him about my vicious work, how
Neoptolemus
degrades his father's name, don't you forget. Now die. That said, he dragged the old man straight to the altar, quaking, slithering on through slicks of his son's blood, and twisting Priam's hair in his left hand, his right hand sweeping forth his sword, a flash of steel. He buries it heel deep in the king's flank. Such was the fate of Priam, his death, his lot on earth, with Troy blazing before his eyes, her ramparts down, the monarch who once had ruled in all his glory the many land of Asia, Asia's many tribes. A powerful trunk is lying on the shore, the head wrenched from the shoulders, a corpse without a name.
Okay, so all Roman school children have to memorize this poetry. And obviously, if you are a Roman school child, and you know that Priam is one of your ancestors, you have a deep hatred of the Greeks, okay? So the entire purpose of the Iliad is to create hatred of the Greeks in order to create a Roman identity. All right, so again, the Greeks were the greatest civilization we ever had. Why? Because they were a civilization based on reflection, on debate, on openness. This is a modern reenactment of the play, The Trojan Woman, okay? This is a play by Euripides that discusses what happens to the Trojan woman after Troy falls. They become enslaved, the children are killed. And so the Greeks, when they watch this play, they have to watch their own darkness. They have to see for themselves their own heart of darkness. It causes tremendous empathy for their enemies, okay? This is the very idea of civilization. And what do the Romans do? They do this, okay? Gladiators. They watch lions eat people. They watch men kill each other, okay? That's the Roman way. The Greeks want to understand and feel empathy for other people. The Romans just want to kill other people, all right? And in America today, we have a very similar Roman culture as well. This is American football, of course, and it is pretty violent, okay? It is pretty barbaric. All right, the Greeks, for fun, what they really do is they organize dinner parties called symposium. And in the symposium, what happens is that people come together and they have conversations about love, about poetry, about life. They will drink wine, but the wine is watered down, okay? So they can keep on drinking for a long, long time. And the entire argument is just to have a conversation, all right? All right, and so this is the idea of the symposium. Okay, this is a famous painting of Alcibiades coming in and having a discussion with everyone. So in Athenian culture, what's important is to be a great speaker, to be intelligent, to engage people in debate and conversation and philosophy. Okay? And what do the Romans do instead? They get drunk and they throw up and they have orgies. Okay, so what Romans do for fun is they have these huge feasts, these huge banquets. And what they will do is they will gobble on the food in the first course. They'll go outside and throw up. Okay? They will throw up the food so they can enjoy the second course. They will wolf down the food and then go and throw up again. Okay? And guys, this is while people on the streets starving to death. Okay? Okay? This is the Roman way, okay? So this is the feast. This is almost a reenactment of the rape of Sabine woman, right? So they take these myths. So the death of Lucretia, Mucius burning his hand, the rape of the Sabine woman, and they use it as entertainment for their societies, okay? So this is really the beginning of secret societies, right? So what secret societies do is they will take these myths and reenact them out in order to build solidarity and trust and cohesion among the secret members. This is a picture of Nero just getting drunk, having a lot of sex. Okay, so it's pretty pointless existence. And of course, in America, you have this. I don't understand why is it that people think it's fun to do drugs, get drunk, and then go party all night, okay? But apparently it's supposed to be a lot of fun. Okay, all right, so that is Roman culture. So Rome becomes the dominant empire at this time. And it is an empire based on hatred. And it seems life is hopeless. And so what will happen is the universe will send a messenger to remind people there's still hope because there's God in you. And this person's name is Jesus, right? So we'll discuss Jesus next class, okay? So Jesus' response to the Roman Empire. So I'll take some quick questions from YouTube and then we'll end the class, okay? All right. So what does it mean to be a great man, okay? So I say that love is the unifying force of the universe, but then you have these great men who come and conquer people. So which is which? Okay, in my understanding of things, prophets are the greatest men, okay? People like Zarathustra, Homer, Jesus. These are the Yahwehs in the Bible. These are the great individuals of human history because they represent the truth, okay? They are messengers of the monad. And then you have people like Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, Napoleon, who do a lot of conquering, okay? And they have been identified as great men of history. But I think it's really Homer and Dante and Plato who are the greatest people because they create civilizations based on their ideas. They actually change the course of human history based on their ideas. Whereas people like Napoleon, Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, they're more like a culmination of the trajectory of human history, okay? If that makes any sense. All right, let's move on. All right, yeah, so Alexander the Great, he loved the Iliad. So what did the Iliad mean to Alexander the Great? Okay. So to understand this idea, think of a play, okay? We all want to put on a play. We all know the script, but we need an actor to play a certain character. And then we're like, you know what, Alexander the Great plays Achilles, okay? So it's expected that Alexander the Great will behave the way of Achilles in the Iliad. How did Achilles behave? Achilles saw himself as a young romantic hero. He was going to die on the beaches of Troy in order to achieve eternal glory, okay? That's why Alexander the Great could not stop fighting the war. In every battle, he was leading the charge because he wanted to die in battle. He wanted to be Achilles. Only by dying in battle could he achieve the fame of Achilles, okay? So he was acting out the play. What's important is that he himself saw himself as the reincarnation of Achilles, and everyone else saw him as also the personification of Achilles as well, okay? So that's how this works. All right. This person asks, why is it that Denmark, Norway, these Scandinavian countries are so different from other countries? Okay, well, first of all, they're small, okay? They're really small countries, millions of people. Everyone knows each other. If you go to Denmark, everyone knows the Prime Minister of Denmark. Maybe she was their neighbor or their friend. If they don't know the Prime Minister, then they know a friend who knows the Prime Minister. So it's a really small place, okay? That builds cohesion. That's number one. Number two is, guys, Denmark, Norway are really cold places. That means that people spend a lot of time indoors together talking and becoming friends, okay? And also because it's so cold, they have to work together. Now, the third factor is, these countries are surrounded by lots of dangerous enemies. Germany, Russia, Sweden, okay? And as such, they learn that it's really important to stick together and to work together. Now, what's interesting is that if you go to a place like Holland, you go and you think it's very egalitarian. But what's really interesting is that it's actually one of the most unequal places on earth because the aristocrats have a lot of money. But the problem is, the difference is, like, the aristocrats understand that if the people are happy, they're more safe, okay? So the aristocrats will actually promote and support the welfare state because of social cohesion, okay? All right, a couple of questions. So we are moving to the age of digital technology, artificial intelligence. Does it mean that empires will change over time? Okay, this is something that I will discuss towards the end of the semester, to the end of this course. And it's a really interesting idea where, okay, you're an empire, you're lazy, arrogant, and stupid, but maybe with artificial intelligence, you have more control over people. And in theory, that's true, okay? Once you have the AI system, you'll be able to control people better. But you have to first build the AI system. And that takes a lot of effort and energy. And if you're in a dying empire like America, you don't have the energy to build this AI system, okay? What you do have is a lot of desire and motivation to create an AI scam, okay? So ChatGPT is a scam, guys. It's not really doing anything. But you can actually take this technology and create like a matrix to enslave people psychologically, mentally, okay? And we'll discuss this towards the end of the semester. We call this transhumanism, all right? All right. Okay, so the Athenians and Spartans didn't want to destroy each other, but that led to the rise of Macedonia. How did that happen? And the answer is because they didn't care, okay? Do you understand? They're the empire, so they think they're invincible. If an empire believed that a challenger could arise, they would never ever fall, guys. If an empire recognized that it could fall one day, it would never ever fall. It's because of hubris, because it's so arrogant, lazy, and stupid that it falls, okay? So it's impossible for either Athens or Sparta to imagine that Macedonia would one day overtake them. All right, last question is about secret societies. How does secret societies work? All right, so this is something that we'll discuss towards the end of the course, okay? But why is it that secret societies are so powerful? All right, to understand this, let's just do a thought experiment, all right? So imagine this. There's 4 groups of 100 people each, okay? And then there's this huge mountain, the Himalayas. And the task is to get everyone to the top as soon as possible, okay? As quickly as possible. And there are 4 teams, okay? Team 1 is like, you guys can do whatever you want, okay? We don't care. Team 2 is like, if everyone gets to the top, you get $1 million each, right? Team 3 is one of the team members has a child who's gonna die unless you get to the top, because at the top is this magic doctor who can save your son, okay? That's team 3. Team 4 is there are these demons that are chasing you, and you won't be able to sleep. You won't be able to live in peace if you don't stop running from these demons, okay? So guess what? Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, Team 4, who wins? Team 4, obviously, right? That's secret societies. Secret societies create so much trauma. They create so much guilt and hatred and contempt that they're forced to keep on moving and running, okay? That's the Roman way, guys. Okay, remember Lucius Brutus. He killed his own 2 sons. What do you do after that? Well, you have to go kill someone else, okay? And then after you kill him, what do? You go kill someone else. And you keep on going because the guilt of killing your own 2 sons, it's too much to bear. If you just stop and you rest, your sons will appear before you as ghosts. And they'll be like, Dad, why did you kill us? What did we do? Why did you kill us? You cannot bear that guilt. So you have to keep on moving forward. You rush forward, okay? Even if it kills you, all right? So at this time, we have so much guilt. You either conquer the world or you kill yourself. Your choice. And that's why secret societies are so powerful, guys, okay? Not because they have secrets. Okay, I actually don't know if they have secrets or not, all right? But I imagine they don't have secrets. But I imagine like they do so much evil in the world that they can only do more evil in order to escape the evil that they've already done, okay? It's as though demons are chasing them. Does that make sense, guys?
Yes.
All right, so questions?
So I think I did not fully understand the part which the Romans rape of those women and women blame the sins on themselves. I think that part, I think it's a bit confusing, I think.
Okay, so first of all, you need to understand all this Roman history is nonsense, okay? None of it is true. Okay? These are all just mythologies to create the Roman character. Okay, so the rape of the Sabine woman didn't really happen. But what the custom is, if I go kill you, I kill you and I steal your wife. Okay, so it's just a metaphor for war. Does that make sense? Okay? Okay. And but what this is saying is like if you go and kill your enemy and you steal his wife, the wife will thank you. All right. So it's creating this mythology. All right.
But why would the wife thank you? Like
The wife won't thank you. The wife will hate you. But
Yeah.
do you care? Not. You don't care. Okay. The winners write the history. You understand? When you become a slave, you are not allowed to speak. You're not allowed to think for yourself. You have to do whatever the man tells you to do. Okay? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So even though you feel hate for the man who's killed your family, you're now a slave. So you lost your soul. And if you lost your soul, it means I can do whatever I want to your mind as well as your body. Okay? So this is the Roman way. And guys, it's no different from any empire that emerged after the Romans, okay? The British Empire is the same way. The American Empire is the same way as well. In that if we conquer you, we can now implant anything into your soul because your soul is now ours, okay? So if you go to Germany and you see you talk to Germans, so Germans will tell you, oh, we are the worst people in the world. We're the most evil people in the world. We did the Holocaust. We started World War I. We started World War II. If you give us any opportunity, we'll start wars for no reason, okay? You go to Japan, same thing. Okay, so the winners write the history and the losers have to accept this history. Okay, does that make sense? Any more questions, guys?
I remember when you were talking about Julius Caesar, you said the only reason why he survived was because, survived the Holocaust. Not the Holocaust, but people in Rome were being killed, I think. And he was able to survive because his father had a lot of money, had a lot of wealth. But you also mentioned that he was a part of the populace. So how does that add up?
Okay, yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so to remind you, okay, the conflict arises between upper nobility and lower nobility. So upper nobility are just the authorities, people like, I have all the power. Lower nobility are the children who are like, I want the status. Okay, so yes, Julius Caesar did come from a very wealthy family, but he didn't have status.
Okay.
Okay? So money and status are not the same thing. And that's why there's these civil wars, because the people who are part of the elite aren't able to access power. So they scheme on how to access power. So look at Donald Trump, okay? Donald Trump has money, but he doesn't have power. And that's why he ran for presidency, okay? Okay, does it make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so remember, all these conflicts that happen in the world are always between upper nobility and lower nobility, between the have a lot and the have some but want some more, okay? It's never between rich and poor. The poor don't do anything. Okay, the poor just, like, I'm poor, I'm useless, I'll just sit and die, okay? That's what poor people are like. Middle class people, rich people are like, I want more, okay? They're aspirational. Okay, is that clear?
But I think if the middle class, like, if they want more, the more higher class, they will not allow the middle class to, they won't allow them to have more. Like, they will suppress them.
Yeah, and that's what creates the French Revolution. Okay?
Oh.
All right. All right. Any more questions, guys? Okay, great. So remember, this is the Roman Empire. We've done the Roman Empire, and it's an empire based on hate. And people's lives under the Roman Empire, it's just terrible. There's massive slavery, there's massive debt, there's massive corruption. And so now will emerge another poet prophet named Jesus to try to redeem people, okay? So we'll discuss Jesus next class. Today we discuss the most famous person who has ever lived. There are about 2 billion people in the world today who believe that Jesus is God. And so the question then is, there have been many famous individuals in history. Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Socrates, Zarathustra, Homer, but it is Jesus that most people worship. And the question we will look at today is, why? Okay? So what I want to do first is discuss the religion of Christianity. And as you know, I grew up in Canada and I studied in the United States. And so my entire life, Jesus was part of the culture. It was part of society. And growing up in Canada, not being Christian, I really didn't understand Christianity. I really didn't understand the ideas. So let's go over some of the major ideas of Christianity. First of all, it's important to remember that there are many denominations in Christianity, so there's a lot of disagreements, okay? But these are the major ideas that most Christians agree on. First thing is that Jesus is the Son of God and God himself, okay? And he's king. Okay, this already is very confusing. Second thing is they believe that Jesus died for our sins. So remember that we got kicked out of the Garden of Eden because we disobeyed God and we ate from the tree of knowledge. Okay, so Jesus died for our sins, and so Jesus redeemed us. Okay? The third thing that they believe is that eventually Jesus will return. Something called the second coming. He died, then he was resurrected, then he went to heaven, but eventually he will return. And this will result in the last judgment, in which all individuals are judged whether they will reign in heaven or burn in hell. Okay? He will bring heaven to earth. And this is where Christianity is most controversial. What this says is that if you believe in Jesus, if you're a Christian, you will go to heaven. But if you do not believe in Jesus, you will burn in hell. And this goes against all other religious traditions. Every religious tradition is basically like, be a good person, and that's all you have to do. But Christianity demands that you must believe in Jesus or you will burn in hell. Okay? So, in other words, Christianity is a missionary religion in which if you're a Christian, not only do you must believe in Jesus, but you must go out and try to convert other people. Because if they don't convert to Christianity, during the last judgment, they will burn in hell. And that is why Christianity is one of the most aggressive religions that we have today. So this is all very strange. And there are a lot of questions in Christianity. And that's why Christianity also proposes the idea of miracles, okay? How did Jesus die for our sins? Why is there a second coming? It's all a miracle, okay? Meaning don't question it, just believe in it, right? So Christianity is a very problematic religion. It raises a lot of questions. Okay, so then the question then is, given all the confusion around Christianity, why do so many people believe in Jesus? All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to explain to you what we know for sure about Jesus. This is not religious people, it's scholars who spent decades researching the evidence, looking at the Bible, looking at the archaeological evidence, looking at all the writings of that period. And this is what we know for sure about Jesus, okay? All right, so the life of Jesus. Okay, so the first thing that we know is he was born maybe about 4 BCE, okay, in a place called Galilee. I know in the Bible it says he was born the year 0, but he's actually born 4 years before that. All right, that's the first thing that we know for sure, most people agree on. I'm talking about like mainstream academics. Second thing that we agree on is that his teacher was John the Baptist. And John the Baptist is what we call an apocalyptic preacher. Okay? An apocalyptic preacher basically says, I will reveal the future to you. And the future is that God is coming and God will destroy the evil people in the world. So right now is your opportunity to redeem yourself from your sins, to start a new life, because God is coming and we must prepare for the return of God. Okay, that is the message of John the Baptist. And Jesus was one of his students, one of his disciples. But at some point, Jesus started to create his own following. So Jesus was preaching a message that is different from John the Baptist, okay? So that's the second thing we know. The third thing that we know is the crucifixion. The crucifixion, okay? So we know that the Romans crucified Jesus. We don't know why, but we know that the Romans killed Jesus. And crucifixion is when the Romans nail you onto a wooden cross. Okay? And it's an awful way to die because how you're dying is actually not through the bleeding, okay? You got nails hammered to the cross. You're dying because you have no energy, so your head hangs low, which means you're suffocating slowly. And it takes about 3 days for you to suffocate to death. And so this is like one of the worst punishments that the Romans could ever inflict on you. And really, there's only 2 types of people that the Romans will use crucifixion as punishment, okay? The first type are thieves and bandits. All right, these are considered the lowest type of people. The second type of people are rebels. People who are trying to overthrow the Roman state. Okay? So Jesus, in other words, was probably a rebel, or the Romans considered him a rebel. Okay, so that's the third thing that we know for sure. Now, the last thing that we know for sure is that he had a brother called James the Just. And James the Just would inherit Jesus' movement after the death of Jesus. And this movement was called the poor, or another word for this is Ebionites, okay? Don't worry about the name, just remember the idea, okay? So these are only the 4 things that we know for sure about Jesus. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain to you what the Bible says about Jesus, what the official story of Jesus is in the Bible. And you can see how different it is from what we know for sure. Okay? So this is what the Bible says. Something to keep in mind is that there are at least 4 different biographies of Jesus in the Bible. Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. And they say different things. But we'll talk about the main story of Jesus, okay? So the main story of Jesus is that Jesus is the Son of God. And at this point in history, we have disobeyed God. And God is angry at us. And Jesus, being the Son of God, wants to redeem us in the eyes of God. Remember, we try to become God. We try to kill God by eating from the fruit from the tree of knowledge, okay? And so now God's angry at us and we can't forgive ourselves. So Jesus decides he must come to the planet Earth and take a human form and then sacrifice himself as a scapegoat in order to redeem us in the eyes of God, okay? That's the plan. So what he does is he comes and then he starts a ministry. All right? And what the ministry is it basically is healing people. Okay? So he goes around healing people. If you touch him, you're cured of cancer. You're cured of all your diseases, okay? He also dispels demons. So there are some demons inside of us, and what Jesus will do is get rid of these demons and cleanse us, okay? And then he preaches the gospel, the good news. So he teaches how to be good people, basically. The problem, though, is that a lot of his teachings go against Judaic authority. Okay, so at this time, remember, he is in Judea, the Roman province of Judea, and Jewish priests are in charge. And Jewish priests teach people to follow the law, to follow the Sabbath, okay? Do not work on Saturdays. Obey the law of Moses. Obey the customs and traditions of the Jewish tradition. And what Jesus says is, no, what's important is to follow the Spirit of God. So there's a conflict here, okay, where Jesus is rebelling against the authority of the Jewish priests. Okay? And so what happens is that Jewish priests start to plot against Jesus. And eventually Jesus is betrayed by one of his disciples, Judas Iscariot. And Jesus is detained by the Jewish priests, who then give him over to the Roman authorities. Okay? At this point, Pontius Pilate is the governor of Judea. And so he asked Jesus, what did you do wrong? Why do the Jewish priests want you to be executed? And Jesus refuses to answer. Pontius Pilate doesn't really want to kill him, but there's anger from the Jewish people who demand his head. So Pontius Pilate orders Jesus to be crucified, and then he dies. Okay, Jesus dies, and then he's resurrected after 3 days. And then he returns and appears before his disciples and tells them, I will come back. I need to go to heaven, but I will come back when I am most needed. Before I come back, tell them the gospel. Tell them the good news that I will one day return and that I've redeemed people from their sins. And therefore, it doesn't matter if you're Jewish or not Jewish, you can all celebrate God, okay? I brought God to you because I've redeemed you from your sins. So tell everyone the good news, all right? And so this begins the very idea of Christianity. All right, okay? So this is the official story that you see in the Bible. And this is what most Christians believe. But again, the problem, of course, is there are lots of issues with this story. Okay, so let's go over some of the major issues. The first major issue is, what does God have a son? How does God produce a son? Aren't we all God's children? why is Jesus different from everyone else? Okay? So in Greek mythology, the gods come down and impregnate a woman, but that's not what happened here. It's just, the Bible says that God had a son, and we don't know where he came from. Okay, so this is very confusing. But not only that, but the Bible also says that Jesus is God. And so this is like really confusing. Is he a son of God or is he God? Okay, so this is the first major problem. Second major problem is, why is he choosing to sacrifice himself? How does that resolve the issue, right? We disobey God, and now Jesus will redeem us by sacrificing himself. But how does that work? Okay, the logic is kind of confusing. The third problem, and this is actually very problematic, is the Bible is explicit. It says that the Jewish priests plotted against Jesus, and the Jewish priests were responsible for the death of Jesus. And it's problematic because for 2,000 years, Christians have used this as a reason to persecute Jews, because you killed our Lord, our Savior. Okay, you Jews are evil. Okay, but if you look at Jewish history, I will argue that this could not have happened. Okay, it could have happened for like 3 reasons. The first reason is, okay, let's just say that Jesus was rebelling against the Jewish priests. Jesus was in disagreement with the Jewish priests. That's not enough reason for the priest to want to kill Jesus. The reason why is, within the Jewish tradition, it is okay to argue, okay? So at this time in history, there are at least 3 different Jewish groups, okay? They are called the Sadducees. Who are the Sadducees? The Sadducees are the royalty of the religion. These are priests that go back generations. Okay, so this is like the Jewish nobility. They're called the Sadducees. Then you have the Pharisees. The Pharisees believe themselves to be reformers. The Sadducees, they maintain ritual. Okay, so if you are to sacrifice an animal in a temple, you have to go through them. The Pharisees says sacrifice is not what's important. What's important is obeying the law. Okay, so there's a major disagreement between the Pharisees and the Sadducees, okay? But then you also have the Essenes. Who are the Essenes? The Essenes are people who become monks, and they believe, like John the Baptist, we believe that John the Baptist was an Essene, that God is coming, and there'll be a final war, and we must prepare for that. So we must abandon all materialistic belongings, okay? Guess what, guys? There are also other groups within these different groups, and all 3 groups hate each other, okay? So just because you disagree with the Jewish authorities doesn't mean they kill you. It's in the Jewish tradition to argue all the time. In fact, if you go to Israel today, even though that they're at war, they're still arguing with each other, okay? That's the first thing. Disagreement, rebellion, debate is just part of the Jewish tradition. That's the first thing. Second thing is like there are certain customs and laws of the Jewish people, okay? The Jewish people see themselves as distinct and separate from everyone else because they are the chosen people. And as we discussed before, the Jewish people, they must rest on Saturdays. And they do not marry foreign men or women. They don't marry outside their tribe, okay? So these are 2 major customs. But they also, as we discussed before, they also don't charge interest when they give loans to each other. Okay? Another thing that is not written down, but which is commonly accepted, is you do not betray other Jews to the Roman authorities. Okay, does that make sense? Okay? We can argue amongst ourselves, but we will not betray each other to non-Jews. Okay, we will not fight among the Romans. Okay? That's just an unwritten law at this time. So I don't think ever in history have we had a case where the Jewish people betrayed a Jew to the authorities that are non-Jewish, okay? The Jewish people, again, see themselves as separate and distinct from other people. So they will not do this. And the third thing, the third piece of evidence that this doesn't happen is, remember, James the Just is the brother of Jesus. And after Jesus died, James the Just stayed in Jerusalem protected by the Jewish authorities. That makes no sense, right? If his teachings went against Jewish law, and that's why the Jewish priests had him killed, then why was James the Just, who was teaching the same thing as Jesus, allowed to stay in Jerusalem? And not only allowed to stay in Jerusalem, but protected by the Jews. Okay? So I'm not convinced that the Jews betrayed him. Also remember, we discussed this last class, but the Romans are just brutal people. They kill people for no particular reason. So they killed Jesus. They didn't care, okay? All right, so I think it's much more likely that the Romans killed Jesus for their own reasons as opposed to the Jews killed Jesus. Yes?
So the real group that killed Jesus is the Jews or the Roman?
So yeah, I'm saying that it's the Romans who killed Jesus. Oh. And we all agree it was the Romans who killed Jesus. What the Bible says is that it was the Jews who conspired against Jesus, and the Jews encouraged the Romans to kill Jesus, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right. So that's another question. Why did the Jews conspire against Jesus? And again, I think the story is not true. Then you have the idea of like, Jesus dies. So the question then is, if you're a son of God and you're divine, how do you die? And does death have any meaning? Okay? And then, of course, you have the resurrection. Like, why would you resurrect yourself? And then second coming, okay? Why would you want to come back? Why do you need to come back? You've already redeemed humanity. Why do you have to come back? And then, why do you have to let people know who you are? You've already redeemed humanity. Why do people have to worship you? Why do people have to celebrate you, okay? So this raises a lot of questions. And again, no other religion has this many questions. And so what the explanation is miracle, mystery, magic, okay? This is the standard explanation if you talk to Christians. Why is this all happening? Don't question it, just believe it. Just embrace it, okay? But in our class, we don't really do that. We ask questions, we speculate. So I know there are 2 billion Christians in the world, and I'm sure they love Jesus, but in our class, we're really trying to figure out who he is, okay? So what we want to figure out today is, first of all, what did Jesus believe, okay? What did he teach? Because it's not really clear, okay? I'm sure Jesus did not preach, did not teach. Believe in me and you'll be saved, okay? He probably did not do that. Christians tell you that, but Jesus himself probably did not teach that, okay? That's the first thing. Second question is, why did he become so popular? What was it about his belief that made him popular? Okay? And the third thing is, why did the Romans kill him? Right, so these are the 3 big questions we're looking at today. First of all, what did Jesus really believe? Second is, why was he so popular? And the third question is, why did the Romans have to kill him? And so the argument I want to make you today is what Jesus taught is what every poet prophet we studied this semester taught as well. Okay, so you look at Homer, you look at the Yahwehs, you look at Zarathustra, Plato. What do they all teach? They all teach that there is a source, okay? The source is the divine, the good, God, the universe, the monad, whatever name you have for it, okay? And the source emanates and it creates the entire universe. And we come from the source. Now, our bodies are material, okay? So our bodies come from a process of evolution. But our consciousness, our soul, is the divine spark. And it comes from the source. So after our experience here on earth, after we die, our spark goes back to the source, okay? And there's a constant cycle until we, at at the end merge to the source. Okay, this is what Buddhism teaches. This is what Hinduism teaches. This is what Zoroastrianism. This is what all major religions teach. Okay, so Jesus was just teaching it for his times. So the question then is, if he is teaching what every person, every poet, prophet taught, why is he special? He's special because the Roman Empire was particularly evil. Okay? So remember, before the Roman Empire, remember the problem of the Iliad. Okay? Remember the Iliad, where Achilles cannot forgive himself, and his prime who forgave him, right? And we discussed how during the Iliad, during that time, we all did good and we all did evil. And so what's important is to forgive ourselves, right? As long as we find the power to forgive ourselves, we will save the world. But by the time of the Romans, okay, the Romans are just pure evil. They're demonic. And so you don't forgive yourself, right? And so the question then is, how do you explain the fact that the Romans are able to conquer the world through pure evil, and you, a person, did all good, but you're a slave? How do you explain that? How do you find comfort? How do you find solace in the fact that you've done good in your life, but at the same time, evil triumphs? Okay? And the message that Jesus came is to help people understand why the Romans triumph. Okay? And what Jesus will say is this: the Romans triumph because the world that we live in is a false world. It is a corpse. It's a dead world. This is not the true world. So those who most embrace death and evil and hatred will win in this world. But this is the false world. What matters is up there, okay? So what you need to understand is this: the Romans have won by being evil. So in the grand scheme of things, they've lost. Okay? So think about Achilles. How did Achilles get what he wanted? He betrayed Patroclus, right? He sacrificed Patroclus. But because he knows he did evil, he can't sleep. He can't eat. He cannot rest. All he can do is mutilate Hector's body. And that's just the Roman way. What Jesus is telling us this: I know the world is evil. I know that the rich, the powerful, oppress us and we hate them. But use our imagination, use our heart, use our empathy, and look into their minds. And you can see how tormented they are. How every day they live with demons that haunt them. How they can't sleep. How they hate themselves and how they hate the world around them. And then when you see that for yourself, what you will see is they're more pitiful than you are. You may be poor, but at least you're not haunted by demons. Okay? And so if you really want to do good in the world, you have to forgive your enemy. You have to love your enemy. Because only by loving your enemy can you release your enemy from his demons. And that will save the world. Okay? So what Jesus is telling us is this: the enemies, the people who oppress us, the rich, the powerful, they are Achilles. Okay? They are Achilles after they've killed Hector. And they have absolutely no purpose in life. They're haunted by demons. And we have to be priam. We have to kiss Achilles' hand. Submit before him so that he can be released from his demons. And this will make the world a better place. Okay? That is the message of Jesus, and that is our mission in this world. In a time of evil, in a place of evil, to look into our hearts, to look in the hearts of other people, to forgive our enemies, to let go of our hatred, and to forgive our enemies. And then that will save the world. Okay? That is the central message of Jesus. All right. Any questions before we look at the evidence? Okay? So I present to you the argument. Okay? The argument is this: Jesus taught a message of love and forgiveness, and that's what made him popular, because it reminds people of who they are, right? You may be a slave, you may think you're worthless, But Jesus is telling you, there's still a spark inside of you that connects you to the monad. And as long as you use love, forgiveness, compassion, this spark will activate and it will release you from your slavery. Okay? This is a false world. Once that spark is activated, you will see the world as false, and that will free you, okay? And why did the Romans kill him? The Romans killed him because Jesus was a rebel. He was trying to subvert the natural order, right? The natural order is the Romans at the top, the slaves at the very bottom. And Jesus is like, no, it's the opposite. Slaves at the top, Romans at the bottom, okay? Because the Romans are trapped and cursed by the evil in their hearts, whereas the slaves are free. And they can liberate everyone through their compassion, through their love, through their forgiveness. Okay? And that's why the Romans saw him as a threat. Does that make sense, guys? Okay, and that's why they had to kill him. All right, and then they made up the Bible in order to justify what they did. Okay? Because as we discussed in the last class, that's what Romans do, okay? They do evil, and then they get the Greeks or the Jews to write the history to explain why it was good, okay? So in other words, and this is something that I will discuss next class, is, all right, and I know this is hard to understand, but I'll explain it next class, is this story, guys, it was the Romans who wrote this story, okay? Because as you can see, this story conveniently excused the Romans from all blame, even though it's the Romans who killed Jesus, and it puts all the blame on Jews. Okay? That's the intention of the Bible. Right? So Christianity is not an invention of Jesus. Christianity is an invention of the Romans. Okay? And it's something that I will show you next class. Okay? All right, but are we clear? Before I go into the evidence, okay? All right. All right, so the divine spark of Jesus. Okay, so the idea here is this. If you read Homer, the Iliad, the Odyssey, if you read Dante, the Divine Comedy, if you read any of the great books, you will see the divine spark reflected in you, okay? These great books are a portal into the divine. The problem, though, is most people cannot read the Iliad or the Divine Comedy, okay? So the question then is, what do the common people do? And the answer is, Jesus is a portal into the divine, right? So if you just remember the life of Jesus, if you just recite his sayings, that will give you access to the divine. That will remind you of who you are. So yes, Homer and Dante are great. I love Homer and Dante, but you have to be very educated in order to read Homer and Dante well. Whereas Jesus, anyone can know the story of Jesus. Anyone can say what he says, and then that will give you access to the divine, okay? So Jesus is really about the democratization of the divine, okay? Jesus allows anyone to access the divine, whereas before, you had to access the divine through poetry, okay? All right, so the life of Jesus, okay, so again, Jesus is Jewish. So the center of Jewish life is Jerusalem, okay? Right here, Jerusalem. And in the center of Jerusalem is a temple, which was rebuilt under the Persians, right? And Herod will rebuild this, will renovate this, okay? So we know that Jesus was born in this area, Galilee. As you can see, Galilee is by the coast, which makes this region extremely cosmopolitan. So from an early age, Jesus is experiencing different religions, different cultures. Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, Judaism, okay? All right, so this is an AI depiction of the crucifixion of Jesus. Jesus is in the middle. And as you can see, it is a brutal event. Okay, so we don't know much about Jesus. We only know Jesus from the Bible. Then in 1945, in a place called Nag Hammadi, okay, this is in Egypt, we discovered lots of books with sayings of Jesus that we didn't know existed before. So what's important to understand is that after Jesus died, there were many different sects of Christianity that believed different things. And they argued with each other, and ultimately, it was the Catholic Church who won. Why? Because the Catholic Church is run by the Roman Empire, okay? So one major book that was discovered in 1945 in Nag Hammadi that was lost to us is called the Gospel of Thomas. And what I believe is the Gospel of Thomas records the true teachings of Jesus. Okay? So let's first look at the true teachings of Jesus, and then I'll explain to you why I think this is actually his true teachings. All right, so can you read the highlighted part, okay?
And he said, whoever finds an interpretation of these sayings will not experience death.
Okay, all right, so okay, listen, this already makes sense, right? Because in the universe, death doesn't exist. Because after you die, your soul goes up to the astral plane, to the divine, okay? So your soul can never die. But you have to recognize that you are the divine spark, okay? You first need to recognize that. Once you recognize that, you'll be immortal. But if you don't recognize that, then you fear death, okay?
Jesus said, let him who seeks continue seeking until he finds. When he finds, he will become troubled. When he becomes troubled, he will be astonished, and he will rule over the all.
Okay, so this goes back to the Plato's allegory of the cave, right? Remember, Plato's allegory of the cave is this prisoner who escapes his chains. He goes up into the real world where there's sunlight. And he sees the truth, right? And now he's able to see, whereas everyone else is still chained as prisoners in the cave. And now he rules over all because he knows the truth. Whereas everyone else is still imprisoned in darkness. But remember that this is a painful process. When you go out in the light, you're blinded by it. You feel absolute pain. You feel confusion. But over time, if you persist, you will see the truth. Okay? So this is the allegory of the cave. Okay? Keep on going.
Jesus said, if those who lead you say to you, see, the kingdom is in the sky, then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say to you, it is in the sea, then the fish will precede you. Rather, the kingdom is inside of you, and it is outside of you. When you come to know yourself, then you will become known, and you will realize that it is you who are the sons of living Father. But if you will not know yourselves, you dwell in poverty, and it is you who are that poverty.
Okay, so this is a really important idea, okay? Go back to the allegory of the cave. When you escape the cave and you see the real world and you come back, it doesn't matter if you tell them what the real world is, okay? It doesn't matter if they believe you. They themselves have to go out and see the real world for themselves, okay? They have to break the chains themselves and then venture out into the light and experience pain and torment for themselves before they recognize the truth, okay? That's what Jesus is saying. People who tell you this stuff, don't listen to them, okay? They can only guide you, but you can't trust them, you can't believe in them. You have to believe in yourself. You have to look into yourself because the truth, the divine spark, is inside of you, okay? So what Jesus is saying is this: organized religion does not work, guys. So there's no way Jesus would say, follow me and you're good. Believe in me and you're good. He would never ever say that because he knows you can't follow someone else. You have to believe in yourself. The divine spark is in you. Okay? Does that make sense? So they are lying to you. When they say the kingdom is in heaven, don't believe them. Okay? Another thing that you will notice is we're all sons of the living Father. You understand? Jesus is not like, I'm the Son of God and you're not. I'm superior to you. They're saying we're all sons of the living Father. Okay? Also, and this is really important, he actually doesn't, throughout the Gospel of Thomas, he actually doesn't refer to the Bible. Okay? He doesn't talk about Adam and Eve. He doesn't talk about Yahweh. He doesn't talk about David. He doesn't talk about Moses. Because for him, it's all fake, okay? The Bible is fake. What's true is the divine spark in you, okay? All right? So again, all this is contradicting modern-day Christianity because Jesus was not a Christian, okay? Keep on going. Oh, sorry. Let's keep on going. And again, guys, what you're seeing is this. The similarities between the Gospel of Thomas and Plato's Allegory of the Cave and the Iliad and Zarathustra, his teachings, as well as Nietzsche, okay? You see how all these prophets, they all think alike. They're expressing things differently. They're talking to a different age, to a different audience, but basically saying the same thing, okay? That's really important. All right, continue reading, please.
Jesus saw infants being suckled. He said to his disciples, "These infants being suckled are like those who enter the kingdom." They said to him, "Shall we then, as children, enter the kingdom?" Jesus said to them, "When you make the two one, and when you make the inside like the outside, and the outside like the inside, and the above like the below, and when you make the male and the female one and the same, so that the male not be male nor the female. And when you fashion eyes in the place of an eye, and a hand in place of a hand, and a foot in place of a foot, and a likeness in place of a likeness, then will you enter the kingdom."
Okay, so again, this is similar to what we learned before, right? What he's saying is this. We are born into this world, and as we go older, we believe in the falseness that we see around us. Okay? But once we develop our imagination, and once you recognize that this world that we live in is our hallucination, it is just a projection of our imagination, then we can take control over this world. And then that will allow us to access the divine. Okay? It is through the imagination which allows us to access the divine. And it will allow us to create this world in a new place. We're able to see, fashion eyes in the place of an eye, a hand in the place of a hand. We're able to be our true selves. Okay? And what we will understand is that we're all connected by the divine. The separation of like male, female, okay? Chinese, American, black, white, it's all made up. It's not true. Once we're able to see reality as it is, we'll all be one and the same. When you make the two one, we make the inside like the outside, and the outside like the inside, and the above like the below. We're all interconnected together, okay? We're all part of the same source. But we have to train ourselves to see the truth from this falsehood. Okay, so again, the idea of Asha and Jush, right? This is Asha, moving towards the interconnectedness of all things, the harmony of all things. The Jush is the division of all things, okay? All right.
His disciples said to him, "Show us a place where you are, since it is necessary for us to seek it." He said to them, "Whoever has ears, let him hear. There is light within the man of light, and he lights up the whole world. If he does not shine, he is darkness."
Okay, so the disciple says to Jesus, "Tell us how to be like you." And Jesus says, "Be yourself. There's a light inside of you, okay? Look for the light and like shine the world." Okay? All right, keep on going.
Jesus said, "I took my place in the midst of the world, and I appeared to them in flesh. I found all of them intoxicated. I found none of them thirsty. And my soul become afflicted for the sons of men, because they are blind in their hearts and do not have sight. For empty they came into the world, and empty too they seek to leave the world. But for the moment they are intoxicated. When they shake off their wine, then they will repent." Jesus said, "If the flesh came into being because of spirit, it is a wonder. But if spirit came into being because of the body, it is a wonder of wonders. Indeed, I am amazed at how this great wealth has made its home in its poverty."
Okay, so he's talking about the materialistic world, okay? We came into this world with nothing. And guess what? When we die, we're gonna go back with nothing, okay? So this pursuit of materialism, this pursuit of wealth, this pursuit of power makes no sense. Why are you here pursuing all this stuff, this gold, this wealth, this money that you can't take with you? It seems as though you're drunk, okay? So this line, if the flesh came into being because of spirit, is a wonder. Okay, so the idea is that it is the consciousness, the mind that creates the material world, the body, right? That makes sense. And what Jesus is saying is this: if you think that the body creates a spirit, you're crazy. It's impossible. It's a wonder of wonders. That's impossible, guys. Why? Because the spirit is full of wealth and the body is impoverished. How is it possible that an impoverished body is able to create so much wealth? Okay? And this makes sense, right? Our mind, our consciousness is so vast, so abundant, but our bodies are so limited. So how is it possible that our smaller brain is able to create a universe of ideas and experiences? Okay? All right? So the idea of intoxicated. We're here and we're just drunk. But we are not thirsty for the truth. We're happy for the way it is. Okay? All right? And this idea is mirrored in a poem that we read before by Rumi, right? So you may remember Rumi, the Persian poet. He also says this: the world that we live in is a prison for drunks. Okay? So I'm pretty sure Rumi did not read Jesus' Gospel of Thomas. Okay? But they're able to think the same thoughts because they're all being inspired by the same source. Does that make sense? All right, continue, please.
Jesus said, "The Pharisees and the scribes have taken the keys of knowledge." This is
Gnosis. Gnosis just means
Gnosis.
knowledge, okay?
"And hidden them. They themselves have not entered, nor have they allowed to enter those who wish to. You, however, be as wise as serpents and as innocent as doves."
Okay, so Jesus hates organized religion, okay? The Pharisees, remember, are Jewish priests, Jewish leaders. And they create a hierarchy of religion where they say to people, only I know the truth. Only I have knowledge, so listen to me. And what Jesus is saying is, they themselves are ignorant because you cannot access knowledge through hierarchy, okay? Through oppressing other people. You can only access knowledge by looking into yourself. So you have to become like the serpent and pretend you don't know anything in order to access knowledge yourself, because otherwise, if you are capable of accessing knowledge, then the priest will see it as a threat and they will kill you. All right? And the serpent, remember, it was a serpent who told Eve to eat from the fruit. And so what Jesus is saying is, it is good and natural to seek knowledge, even if it means disobeying God. Okay? That's what we're meant to do here, to seek knowledge, to seek the truth, to seek love. If the priests stop you from doing so, it's because they're evil. All right? Because remember, the true God, the monad, is pure love, pure compassion, pure forgiveness. He can do no wrong. He's perfection. And if you have the desire to seek knowledge and you believe that knowledge makes you a happier, more fulfilled person, then you should seek knowledge, even if God tells you don't do so. Because if that God tells you don't do so, it means he's a false God. Okay? Keep on going.
Jesus said, "Whoever has come to understand the world has found only a corpse, and whoever has found a corpse is superior to the world."
Okay, so this is what's going to get Jesus in trouble, right? He's saying the Roman Empire, this great empire that you've built that ranges across the Mediterranean, it's a corpse. It's dying. It's dead. It's nothing. All right? And once you recognize this, once you refuse to comply, once you refuse to obey, they have no power over you, right? And so that's a threat to power. That's a threat to the Roman Empire. Keep on going.
Jesus said, "The kingdom is like a shepherd who had a 100 sheep. One of them, the largest, went astray. He left the 99 sheep and looked for that one until he found it. When he had gone to such trouble, he said to the sheep, 'I care for you more than the 99.
Okay, so God, the true God, does not want obedience. He wants us to be creative. He wants us to seek knowledge. He wants us to discover. He wants us to explore. He wants us to try new things. And if we do this, he cares for us than those who obey him. Because those who obey him, those who do nothing, contribute nothing to the universe. Okay? When we love, when we imagine we are making the universe a brighter place, we are shining our light. When we just sit back and just do what we're told, we're doing nothing, okay? We're like NPCs. Do you guys know NPCs? Non-playable characters in a video game, okay? We don't exist. All right, keep on going.
Jesus said, a man had received visitors, and when he had prepared the dinner, he sent his servant to invite the guests. He went to the first one and said to him, "My master invites you," he said. "I have claim against some merchants. They are coming to me this evening. I must go and give them my orders. I ask to be excused from the dinner." He went to another and said to him, "My master has invited you," he said to him. "I have just bought a house and am required for the day. I shall not have any spare time." He went to another and said to him, "My master invites you," he said to him. "My friend is going to get married, and I am to prepare the banquet. I shall not be able to come. I ask to be excused from the dinner." He went to another and said to him, "My master invites you," he said to him. "I have just bought a farm, and I am on my way to collect the rent. I shall not be able to come. I ask to be excused." The servant returned and said to his master, "Those whom you invited to the dinner have asked to be excused." The master said to his servant, "Go outside to the streets and bring back those whom you happen to meet, so that they may dine. Businessmen and merchants will not enter the places of my Father."
Okay, so again, this goes against the empire. What Jesus is saying is the worst people in this world are the rich people. Okay, think about today how we're supposed to worship Elon Musk, right? Because he's rich. What Jesus is saying is, no, Elon Musk is the worst person in the world. Why? Because the divine, the monad, has prepared a great feast for us. When we die, when we go to the monad, we will experience the greatest happiness, the greatest joy. Okay, the monad's inviting us. But the business people are saying, no, I'm too busy. I'm too busy making money. I'm too busy doing evil in this world, so I don't want to go to the stupid feast. So they're the ones who will lose out in the end, even though today we think they've won out. Okay? So that's what Jesus is saying. Jesus is saying, don't worry about the rich and the powerful. They may look happy, but they're not. At the end of days, when we all go back to the monad, we all go back to the divine, they're the ones who will not be invited to the grand feast. Yeah?
I have a question that God led us to be creative and like do our thing that we want to do, like seek for the spark. But since we are born, how can we really know the things that what we want to do? I think that requires socialization between other people. But if you socialize, they will brainwash you and affect to let you to seek for materialism.
Yeah, okay. That's a great question. And it's a problem, right? Because as you say, your parents, the school, society brainwashes you to believe that only money matters, only grades matter. Okay? And the answer is you have to be brave. You have to be true to yourself. Because you yourself know what is true, right? If we didn't know, then Jesus would not matter. What if 2 billion people believe in Jesus? Because they know that Jesus spoke the truth. Okay? So listen to your heart. I know it's hard, and most of us cannot do it. Okay? And that's why in many traditions, like Buddhism and Hinduism, reincarnation is important. Because maybe in this lifetime we don't figure it out, maybe in the next lifetime. But maybe then, 50 lifetimes away. But eventually you'll figure it out. Eventually you'll figure out that what other people say does not matter because this world we live in is a false world. Eventually you'll figure that out. And then you're like, you know what I should do? I should do what I believe to be true. And then what you recognize is, oh, when I actually do what I like, what I enjoy, it makes me a more fulfilled person. And guess what? It connects me to the divine. Okay? I am a much more spiritual person now. And you can know because look at people's faces, right? When you meet a rich person, his face is kind of, evil. When you meet a person who's generous, who volunteers his time, who is a good teacher, his face is different, okay? So remember Achilles. When you do evil, evil comes into you and it corrupts your soul. When you do good, good comes to you and it brightens your soul and you brighten the world with it, okay?
But without like education and socialization, like if we are an infant, how do we know what is right or wrong and what should we seek for?
Because of the spark in you, right? Because of the spark in you. You know when it glows. When you love someone and that person loves you back, your spark glows. When you become a teacher and you teach students, and your students learn well, your spark glows.
So
Okay?
like you try different things until you find the things that make your spark glow.
Yeah, and say the important idea is that our lives are infinite, okay? So we will die. And die is like a game reset, okay? It's just like you suck at this game, you die, you come back, and you try again, okay? But it's your choice. A really important idea here is free will. It's your choice to do whatever you want with your life. No one's gonna force you, okay? So the idea of when you die is you go back to the astral plane, and then you're able to reflect on your own life, and then you come back and you start over. Eventually you'll figure it out. It may take 1,000,000 years, it may take 1,000 years, who knows, but eventually you'll figure it out, okay? Because the world is infinite. Does that make sense, okay? What's really important to understand is you have to figure it out by yourself. No one can teach you. I can give you the idea, Jesus can tell you what he thinks, but you have to figure it out by yourself, okay? And that's why this is so hard for people to accept. Because people don't want to accept individual responsibility. Okay? All right. Okay, so this gives us, so the problem is this. The problem is that Jesus says that there's a spark inside of you, and it's your responsibility. You don't have to, but it's your responsibility to let it grow. If you let it grow, you'll bring happiness to the world, you'll bring happiness to yourself, and then you'll be able to feast with a monad, with a vine in heaven. Okay? And as I said, as we discussed, it's hard, man! It's really hard. You have to take individual responsibility, you have to ignore people around you, you have to learn for yourself. So, this idea, maybe a few people, thousands, tens of thousands will love this idea. But what about the millions of other people who just want to live normal lives? What can we do about them? Okay? So this is the book, The Brothers Karamazov by Theodore Dostoevsky. He's talking about the problem left by Jesus. Jesus comes to the world, he tells us the truth. He tells us freedom is what will enable us to seek the divine. But this creates this anxiety in people because oh my God, now I have to think for myself. Now I have to go out into the light and feel all this pain. But I don't want to. I just want to live a happy life. I just want to watch TV every day, man. And then so then the church is okay, we need to create an organized religion and we need to fool people, okay? How do we fool people? By teaching them that Jesus did actually say these things. And we will not worship Jesus, we will worship Satan instead. Why? Because Satan encourages us to enforce our will on people. Okay? We need to be evil in order to do good in the world. Okay? Think about this. These children are naughty, right? Now, we can say to them like Jesus, hey man, you'll grow up one day and then you won't be naughty. So, okay? But in this process, you're going to hurt each other. You're going to do stupid things. So we have to be the strict father. We have to create this church in order to enforce the law on people to make sure the children don't hurt themselves, so that children can just be children. Okay? And quite honestly, most of you guys, 99% of you guys will never ever grow up. So we have to be Satan, okay? So the church, the Catholic Church, will pretend to worship Jesus, but actually, we're going to worship Satan. And so we're going to enforce the law on people. We will now be the evil empire. The Roman Empire is dead, okay? But now the Catholic Church will be the evil empire. And we're going to go around and we're going to persecute people who disobey the law so that everyone can live in peace. People want to be sheep. And you know what? People have the right to be sheep. And so we're going to be the shepherd. We will be Satan. And we will enforce goodness on people whether they like it or not. And this is good for people because now they don't have to accept individual responsibility, right? If my life sucks, it's not because of me, it's because of the devil. It's because of the Catholic Church. It's because of Satan. And that's what's good. Okay? So, Dostoevsky is saying this is how the Catholic Church came into being. And we'll discuss this in the next class in more detail, okay? Because Jesus left a huge problem, a void in the hearts of people. People want to obey. People want to be told what to do. People don't want to think for themselves. If you make people think for themselves, they'll feel nothing but fear and anxiety. Okay? So we need to impose order. So in this story, what happens is the Catholic Church is being the evil empire. It is oppressing people. And so one day, Jesus comes from heaven and he walks among the people. And people will know, oh my God, he's Jesus, he's come back. And he's curing people and they're all happy. But because the Catholic Church worships Satan, they need to arrest this guy. Okay? And the Grand Inquisitor, the leader, appears before Jesus. They have a conversation that Jesus is called a prisoner in the story. And he says to the prisoner, we know who you are. You are Jesus. And we're supposed to worship you, but we're going to have to kill you because you are a threat to the people. You're a threat to the happiness of the people. Okay? And what the Grand Inquisitor will say to Jesus is, we create good in this world by being evil. And your presence will destroy this, and therefore we must destroy you, okay? So this is from the brothers Karamazov, okay? Thou this, okay?
Thou didst not love them at all, thou who didst come to give thy life for them. Instead of taking possession of man's freedom, thou didst increase it, and burden the spiritual kingdom of mankind with its suffering forever. Okay, so what he's saying is you came to this world to free people, to tell them that the Most High exists, that there's a spark inside them, that they don't have to be slaves, they can go where they want. But that just confuses people, that traps people in their own fear and anxiety. Life now becomes complicated. Okay, keep on going. Thou didst desire man's free love, that he should follow thee freely, enticed and taken captive by thee. In place of the rigid ancient law, man must hereafter with free heart decide for himself what is good and what is evil, having only thy image before him as his guide.
Okay, this is like really annoying, okay, for people, because before your teacher would tell you what is good and what is evil. Now the teacher's saying, you guys decide. Now it's complete chaos. Okay, and again, it creates anxiety in people. People just want to be told what to do. Okay, people were like, at 5 o'clock, we're going to have dinner at Pizza Hut, okay? People don't want to be like, what should I have for dinner? Okay, people don't want to think, man. Okay, keep on going.
But didst thou not know that he would at last reject even thy image and thy truth, if he is weighed down with a fearful burden of free choice? They will cry aloud at last that the truth is not in thee, for they could not have been left in greater confusion and suffering than thou hast caused, laying upon them so many cares and unanswerable problems.
Okay, right? You're creating all this anxiety in people for no particular reason. People were happy just being slaves. And now you free them and they're completely confused as to what to do next. All right, keep on reading.
Only some thousands.
Okay, so what he's saying again is your freedom is only good for the minority of people who can think for themselves, who aspire to the divine. What about everyone else?
And what of the rest? And how are the other weak ones to blame, because they cannot endure what the strong have endured? How is a weak soul to blame that it is unable to receive such terrible gifts? Canst thou have simply come to the elect and for the elect? But if so, it is a mystery and we cannot understand it. And if it is a mystery, we too have a right to preach a mystery, and to teach them that it's not the free judgment of their hearts, not love that mattered, but a mystery which they must follow blindly, even against their conscience, so we have done.
Okay, all right. So what he's saying is this, okay? I understand Christianity is complete chaos, okay? But this complete chaos means people will never understand what your true teachings are. And if people don't understand what your true teachings are, they don't have to follow it. They don't have to think for themselves. Okay? So we created complete chaos so that people will not be forced to obey us. Okay? That's why we corrupted your teachings. Keep on going.
We have corrected thy work and have founded it upon miracle, mystery, and authority. And men rejoiced that they were again led like sheep, and that the terrible gift that had brought them such suffering was at last lifted from their hearts. Were we right teaching them this? Speak! Did we not love mankind so meekly acknowledging their feebleness, lovingly lightening their burden, and permitting their weak nature even sin with or sanction? Why hast thou come now to hinder us?
Okay, do you understand this idea? The understand is, why is there evil in the world? Because people don't want to think for themselves. So you need evil people to command people, to enslave people, to force them against their will. Now people are like, well, I don't have a choice in the matter. I can't think for myself. Sorry, man. Okay? If you actually give people complete freedom, it'd be complete chaos in the world. That's why there's Satan. That's why there's Satan in this world. This is why Satan must rule this world. Okay?
I meant to end it like this. When the inquisitor ceased speaking, he waited some time for his prisoner to answer him. His silence weighed down upon him. He saw that the prisoner had listened intently all the time, looking gently in his face and evidently not wishing to reply. The old man longed for him to say something, however bitter and terrible. But he suddenly approached an old man in silence and softly kissed him on his bloodless aged lips. That was all his answer. The old man shuddered. His lips moved. He went to the door, opened it, and said to him, "Go and come no more. Come not at all. Never, never." And he led him out into the dark alleys of the town. The prisoner went away. And the old man, the keys closed in his heart, but the old man adheres to his idea.
Okay, so the person, of course, is Jesus, right? And so the inquisitor has these great arguments. And the inquisitor is right. And what he's saying is, okay, Jesus, what's your response to this? And Jesus' response is basically, I forgive you. I love you and I forgive you. Same thing as what Priam did to Achilles, right? And as you can see, by kissing the inquisitor rather than fighting him, the inquisitor loses. He knows he's lost. He knows he's been humbled. So he lets Jesus go, says, just get out of here. Please don't bother us again, okay? This is not your world. This is Satan's world. And the kiss glows in his heart, but the old man adheres to his ideas, okay? So Jesus did not change the old man's mind, okay? But there's a spark in him that now glows, okay? The spark that he killed, that he tried all this time to kill with reason, with evil, is still able to glow, okay? And that's the power of forgiveness. Even though the person seems to be the most evil person in the world, and this guy really is the most evil person in the world, as long as you're able to show him the possibility of love, the spark will glow, okay? Now, so the inquisitor poses this problem like, okay, people don't want to think for themselves. People lack free will. People don't want free will. What's the solution? The solution is the soul is eternal, okay? And you have to give people time. We're talking about like millions of years. Maybe not in 50 years, people will figure it out, but in about 1,000,000 years, people will figure it out for themselves, okay? And Jesus, God, is patient. He's loving. He's forgiving. He's generous. He's compassionate. So take your time, okay? What's important is that people learn for themselves. Eventually, you'll figure out being a slave sucks. You know what? It may seem as though watching Netflix, playing video games, being online all the time is fun, but if you go outside and play, that's a lot more fun, guys. Eventually, you'll figure it out, all right? And you have to figure it out by yourself. So God is forever patient. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so next class, we'll talk about the Catholic Church and how it came into being and why it really is a church of Satan. All right, why it's going to go against the teachings of Jesus. But Dostoevsky pointed this out, how the Catholic Church and Jesus are competing forces, okay? All right, now let's go on to Divine Comedy. by Dante. And again, Dante is trying to answer the question, why did Jesus have to kill himself? What's the logic of that? That makes no sense, okay? And traditionally, what the Catholic Church teaches people is, it's because when we do evil, we become slaves of Satan. So Jesus made a deal with Satan. Basically, Jesus says, I will die, and then you can take my body, okay? And then you will have to free my people. And Satan's like, that's a really good deal, man. God in exchange for these slaves? Sure, I'll make that deal. But the thing is that Jesus, when he died and he freed us, he cannot ever truly die. Okay? Does that make sense? So this is called a ransom theory. And this is how, during Dante's time, most people understood why Jesus had to die. Jesus died so that we would stop being slaves of Satan, and now we are slaves to Jesus. And that's why we must worship Jesus. And Dante's like, no, that can't possibly be right, okay? God will not come to free us so that we become slaves to God. God came to free us so that we could be free, okay? All right, so this is Dante. And what's going to happen here is, in heaven, there's going to be a conversation between Dante and Beatrice, who he loves, okay? And they're going to discuss the nature of the universe. And this is Beatrice talking to Dante.
The greatest gift, the magnanimity of God, as he created, gave the gift most suited to his goodness. Gift that he most prizes was the freedom of the will.
Okay, so the underlying principle of the universe is freedom of will. If God is love, okay, and he loves people, then he must trust people. Therefore, freedom of will is the most important principle, okay? Same thing if you're a parent. If you truly love your child, you will let your child go and make his own mistakes. You will not protect your child, okay? Even if it means that your child goes to the park and might get kidnapped or whatever, okay? You have to let him go. You have to let him or her go, because true love means trusting other people, okay? Keep on going.
You say, what I have heard is clear to me, but this is hidden from me. Why God willed precisely this pathway for redemption?
Okay, so again, the Catholic Church teaches you that Jesus redeemed us from our sins, okay? But then the question is, why did Jesus have to kill himself again? That makes no sense. Keep on going.
Brother, this ordinance is buried from the eyes of everyone whose intellect has not matured within the flame of love.
So Beatrice is saying to Dante, yes, I know this makes no sense because you're thinking with your mind. But the mind is not where the spark is, okay? The divine spark is in the heart. So stop thinking with your mind and feel with your heart. And let the spark, the divine spark, glow in you, and then you will see the truth for yourself. Sorry. Okay, keep going.
The godly godness that has banished every envy from its own self, burn in itself, and sparkling so, it shows internal beauties. All that derives directly from this godness is everlasting, since the seal of godness impressed an imprint that never alters.
Okay, so God is perfect. He's forever good. He's forever love. He's forever compassion, forever forgiveness, okay? And there's a spark of God in us, right? The divine spark, which is our hearts. So there's always this perfection in us, okay? Keep on going.
Only man's sin annuls man's liberty, makes him unlike the highest good, so that in him the brightness of its light is dim.
Okay, this is important, okay? Even though the spark is forever in us, we can cover it up with mud. We can cover it up with dirt. We can forget about it, okay? How? By doing evil, by disobeying. All right? If we do more and more evil, we forget the spark more and more, and it dims in us. So the spark can glow or it can dim, depending on our actions. But the spark will always be there.
So if, like you said, that parents, the true love is to trust, right? So if parents trust their kid, they will let their kids to make mistakes. But what if kids are, for example, being kidnapped and they're being killed? Is that still count as the love of trust?
Okay, obviously, if your child is in danger, you go save your child, okay? But you cannot let your fear and anxiety of your child being kidnapped destroy the child's freedom. Does that make sense? You cannot impose your fear on your child.
Like you need to let your child to feel the anxieties.
No. You have to let your child do what your child wants to do. If your child wants to go play in the playground, you let the child go play in the playground, okay? And if you feel like there's a danger, then you go and make sure that your child is safe. You understand?
But still letting him to do what they want.
Yeah, okay. Look, when you're actually a parent, you know what is safe and what is not safe, okay? Sending your child to the playground where there are other children, there are adults around, is safe. Do you understand? Sending your child outside at midnight to wander the streets is not safe. Do you understand? Okay? You know. You don't have to think about this. All right? All right. Okay, keep on reading.
And man cannot regain his dignity unless, within left emptiness, man fills a void with just immense for evil pleasure.
Okay, so the problem is this. We do all this evil, and now we can't forgive ourselves, so we're stuck where we are. Okay? We cannot compensate for the evil that we do, so what we do is do more evil to ignore the fact that we cannot forgive ourselves. Does that make sense? So evil creates more evil. Evil compounds on evil. So now we're just stuck, okay? So by disobeying God, by eating that fruit, by trying to be like God, we created evil. And this evil forces us to be more evil. Now we're just stuck, okay?
For when your nature sinks so totally within its seed, then from these dignities, just as from paradise, that nature parted.
Okay, so we left the Garden of Eden not because we broke the law. We left the Garden of Eden because we cannot forgive ourselves from the evil that we've committed. And so we keep on doing more and more evil, okay? So the Garden of Eden is metaphorical. Keep on going.
And they can never be regained if you consider carefully by any way that did not pass across one of these fours. Either through nothing other than his mercy, God has to pardon man, or of himself man has to prefer payment for his folly.
Okay, so now that we've broken the law, now that we've disobeyed God, now that there's evil in our hearts, what can we do? Okay, and what Beatrice says is there's two possibilities. The first possibility is that we compensate for the first evil, for the first act of disobedience. And what Beatrice says is you can't do that because you try to be God. You try to kill God. So you cannot ever compensate God for the evil that you've done, okay? And then she says, well, the other possibility is that God forgives you. The problem, though, is that if God just forgives you, you won't learn anything, okay? Keep on going.
Man in his limits could not recompense, for no obedience, no humility he offered later could have been so deep that it could match the heights he made to reach. Through disobedience, man lacked the power to offer satisfaction by himself.
Very good. Okay, so do you understand this idea? Okay, you try to be God, so you can't ever ask for forgiveness for that. Keep on going.
For God showed greater generosity in giving his own self that man might be able to rise, than if he simply pardoned. For every other means fell short of justice, except the way whereby the Son of God humbled himself, where he became incarnate.
Okay, incarnate just means human, okay? So this is why Jesus had to kill himself. All right, so the problem is that God has to forgive us. But he has to forgive us in a way that allows us to learn from our mistakes and be better people, okay? And so let's use an analogy. The analogy is this. I'm a father, and I have a daughter named Eve, and I have a dog. And I say to Eve, I love you, Eve, so much. And then Eve says to me, do you love me or do you love the dog more? And I said, I love you both equally. Love is infinite. Of course I love you, but I also love the dog. And Eve goes away and says to herself, yeah, but how do I know he truly loves me? So what Eve does is she kills the dog, okay? And then Eve says to me, hey, do you love me or do you love the dog more? And now I'm kind of stuck, the father, right? Because if I punish her, that shows her I love the dog more, right? But if I don't punish her, she's gonna do this again, okay? She's gonna kill another animal. So I'm stuck. So what do? So what God decides to do is this. The only way out of this conundrum, the only way out of this paradox is if I punish myself, okay? Because I should have said to her, I love you as much as the dog, all right? So what I do is I take a whip and I hit myself. And Eve watches this. And now Eve knows, first of all, I do love her because I'm punishing myself for her sake. And second of all, she won't do it again because she doesn't want to see me punished. And that's why Jesus had to kill himself. Do you understand? That's the logic here. Now it makes sense, right? God had to punish himself so that we would be humbled by a sacrifice. We would feel so much remorse and regret for making God die that we would never ever disobey him again. We would never ever try to become God ourselves. And that's why this had to happen. Okay? And because of this, Jesus freed us from the evil in us and led us to the path of good. Because now, all we have to do is remember Jesus, remember what he said, remember what he taught, and we'll forever be on the path towards the light. Yes?
Do we, like, for example, if I had done extreme mistakes previously, can I completely make it up or just forgive myself? Because I think I can't.
Okay, that's a great point, okay? So yeah, so the problem is this. The problem is that there are people who do real evil in this world, okay? It's possible, like a man kills your daughter, and then he's put in prison for the longest time. And he does all this evil, and so can he be forgiven? And the answer is yes. Because the only way for this world to work is if people are allowed to be forgiven. If people are not allowed to be forgiven, this entire world, this entire universe breaks down. That's why God is a God of forgiveness. Okay? Because if you think about it, if you think, okay, if we don't have forgiveness, what world do we live in? We live in a world of vengeance, right? If you kill my daughter, then I have to go kill your daughter. And then you're going to have to go kill my family, and then I have to go kill your family, okay? So the only way for this world to work, the only way for justice to prevail is if we're allowed to forgive each other. And previously, we don't have a tool to forgive each other because we ourselves don't have the wisdom. And now with the arrival of Jesus, we remember that if Jesus forgives us, Jesus will forgive me always. And so if I turn towards Jesus, then I will be forgiven.
But like currently, I think I still could not forgive myself for making that mistake. Like I think whatever things that I do to make up the mistake, I think I could not forgive me at that time making that mistake.
Right, but at the same time, you went to prison, right? You've been punished already. So justice has been served, so you can now forgive yourself. Okay? Just because you believe in Jesus doesn't mean you won't go to prison for killing someone. You're still going to go to prison, but now you can forgive yourself because you've done your time, and also because you remember that Jesus forgives you, okay? But the only way for you to move on in your life, the only way for society to move on is if you're able to forgive yourself. Okay, does that make sense? If in a world there's no forgiveness, this world would break down really quickly because everyone would just kill each other. Okay? So, and again, what's happening is this, and this is what Dante teaches us. You're thinking with your head, okay? Because you're still young. When you grow older and your heart matures and you have more life experience, then you'll be able to feel with your heart. Once you feel with your heart, all this will make sense to you, okay? But I completely understand where you're coming from, because at your age, if someone told me this, I'd be like, you're crazy. This makes no sense. Because if you do evil, then your entire life should be one of evil. If you do evil, evil should come to you. Okay? But what Jesus is saying is like, no, in that world, no one can be happy, okay? Because the people whose evil has been done to them are so focused on vengeance, on hatred, on anger, that you can never ever be a happy person. Okay? You leave the monad, you leave the divine, okay? So when you hate someone, you're actually hating yourself as opposed to that person. Okay? All right. So now that we understand the this idea, now what Don's going to explain is, why are we here? Okay? What's the purpose of the universe? Okay? Can you read, Alan?
You say, I see that water, see the fire and air and earth, and all that they compose come to the corruption and endure so briefly. And yet these two were things created. If what has been said above is true, then these things never should be subject to corruption.
Okay, so the idea is like God is perfect, everything he creates is perfect. So if that's the case, then why do we die? And so what Preacher says is this. God is perfect, he creates perfection, but he creates the laws of the universe. He creates the game, okay? That's perfect. The things within the game enter a cycle of destruction and life and death, okay? Because that's the only way for the game, for the universe to work properly. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, keep on reading.
Brother, the angels and the pure country where you are now, these may be said to be created, and they are in all their being. Whereas the elements you have mentioned, as well as those things that are made from them, receive their form from a created power. The matter they contain has been created, just as within the stars that well about them. The power to give form had been created. The rays and motion of the holy light draw forth the soul of every animal and plant from matter able to take form.
Okay, so do you understand? The world, the laws of the universe are created, okay?
But your life is breathed forth immediately by the chief God, good, who so enamors it of his own self that it desires him always. So reasoning, you also can deduce your resurrection. You need but remember the way in which your human flesh was fashioned, when both of the first parents were created.
Okay, so the world that we live in is a world in which we can make mistakes, in which we can learn, we can grow, okay? And we don't have to worry about making mistakes, because when we die, all that will happen is we'll just return to the good, and we will be reincarnate, okay? We'll come back. Jesus was resurrected, but we will be resurrected as well. And we have infinite opportunity to grow as souls. And that's the purpose of life, to learn, to make mistakes, to be creative, to imagine new possibilities. That's why we were created, okay? And to ensure that we can continue to grow, there's death, okay? Death allows for a reset. Death allows us to rejuvenate ourselves and learn from mistakes. So don't think about this lifetime, think about all possible lifetimes and live your life accordingly to that, okay? Make the most of your life here by making as many mistakes as possible, because only by making mistakes can you actually grow as a soul, okay? All right, so this is Leonardo da Vinci's famous painting, The Last Supper. Now, this depicts Jesus before his betrayal, before he is crucified by the Romans. Okay, what's really interesting about this painting is you can see there's a number here, right? 3, 3, 1, 3, 3. When you go to the Bible and you look for the passage 33, 1, 3, 3 in Lamentations, you have this quotation.
For no one is cast off by the Lord forever. Through he brings grief, he will show compassion. So great is his unfailing love, for it does not willingly bring affliction or grief to anyone.
Okay, that's who Jesus is, okay? Jesus came to remind us that we will all be forgiven in the end. So forgive other people, okay? Love your enemy. All right? Okay, so let's look at what actually the Bible says. Okay, so this is what Jesus taught. And again, I believe this is what Jesus taught because, one, the Gospel of Thomas is a unique voice. Remember, the thing about poetry is that it is unique. It is the divine spark itself. So it cannot be replicated, okay? So when we read the Gospel of Thomas, you can see this is poetic. And this is beautiful. When it touches you, it's a divine spark. So that's number one. Number two is what it teaches aligns with every other prophet that we've studied so far, right? Number 3 is these other prophets like Dante and Dostoevsky, they go back and they're able to see exactly what Jesus was teaching us, okay? So that's why I'm convinced that the Gospel of Thomas is the true teachings of Jesus. There are also other teachings of Jesus that we find in the Bible that also conforms to our theory, okay? So this is from the Gospel of Matthew. And this is called the Sermon on the Mount, where Jesus stands on a hill and he's preaching the secrets of the universe to people. Okay? So can you read, please, Alan?
Yeah. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness. Of theirs is the kingdom of heaven.
So this is a message to people, right? What matters is the spark inside of you. It doesn't matter how wealthy you are. It doesn't matter how powerful you are. In fact, it is probably those who are slaves that will benefit, who are more virtuous. And as such, they will inherit the kingdom. Okay, keep on reading.
You are the salt of earth, but if the salt loses its saintliness, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything, except to be thrown out and trampled underfoot. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify you, Father in heaven.
Okay, so be the light, okay? Every one of you has a light in you. Every one of you has the power to change the universe. Every one of you has a power to do good in this world. Okay, keep on going.
You have heard that it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemy and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be children of your Father in heaven. He causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good, and sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. If you love those who love you, what reward will you get? Are not even the tax collectors doing that? And if you grate only your own people, what are you doing more than others? Do not even pagans do that. Be perfect, therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect.
Okay, we are in this world to do as much good as possible. Thank evil people because it gives you opportunity to do good, okay? If there's no evil in the world, how could you possibly do good? Right? Keep on going.
Do not store up for yourself treasures on earth, where moth and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourself treasures in heaven, where moth and vermin do not destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also.
Okay, so focus on your own spiritual enlightenment. Focus on making your heart pure, good, and virtuous. Don't worry about other people. Don't worry about money and these things, because when you die, you can't take these things with you, but your heart will always follow you wherever you are. Okay, keep on going.
The eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light. But if your eyes are unhealthy, your whole body will be full of darkness. If then the light within you is darkness, how great is that darkness?
Okay, so this is a really important idea, okay? But we imagine reality. So what matters is how you imagine this reality. What matters is how you see the world. Okay, and how you see the world is a reflection of the spark inside of you. If you see goodness, if you do goodness, then goodness will come. Okay, this is also called the law of attraction. Okay, keep on going.
No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money.
Okay, this is a really important idea. What is Satan? Satan is money. It's power. Okay? So this world belongs to Satan. This world is ruled by Satan. There's nothing you can do about it. When you leave, that world is the world of God. Okay, so it's your choice. Okay, your choice is to triumph in this world or to triumph in the spiritual world. It's your choice, but you cannot have both, guys. Okay, you can be Elon Musk. You can have all this wealth in this world, but we'll see what happens to Elon Musk, after he dies. So he won't die. Okay, so his plan is I won't die, then I'm good. Okay, all right. Keep on going.
Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. Many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and in your name drive out demons, and in your name perform many miracles? Then I will tell them plainly, I never knew you. Away from me, you evildoers.
Okay, so this is a really important idea. The Christian religion tells us that you must believe in Jesus to be saved by Jesus. All that matters is believe in Jesus. Doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter what you say. What matters is your belief in Jesus. And what Jesus himself is telling us, no, no, no. Don't use my name. Okay? Don't follow me. Follow your heart. In fact, if you use my name, it's because you mean to do evil in this world. So the question then is, how do we get from this to the Catholic Church? Which is, nope, you must obey us, otherwise you'll be condemned to hell. Okay? And that's the topic we'll discuss next class. How the Catholic Church was created. And the argument I will make to you is that it was created by the Roman Empire. Okay? And not Jesus himself. Okay, so any questions, guys? Yeah?
You said that people have infinite lives, and death is a reset of your life, and you can learn many times. But I think death will just clear a person's memory, and they won't remember the mistakes and the things that they learned.
Yeah, that's a great point. Okay, yes, exactly. So the idea is the divine spark, right? So the divine spark either glows brightly or it dims. So when you die, what goes is not the brain. You won't remember anything, the memories, but what goes is the spark. You understand? And the spark, if it glows really brightly, it goes up to a higher plane. You're closer to the monad, you're closer to God, and therefore you feel more pleasure. Right? But if your spark has been dimmed, it goes to a lower place. And so what you want to do is obviously glow that spark as much as possible. All right? And so, again, I know this is hard to understand, but most people will not figure this out, okay? You understand? It may take like 50 lifetimes before you figure out, you know what, I should really try to glow my spark. It may take 1,000 lifetimes, 1,000,000 lifetimes, who knows? But it's your choice, do you understand? Some of us will figure out more quicker than others. Okay? So this is the thing that you must remember. Every religion teaches us that when you die, you won't remember how much money you have. You won't remember anything, okay? But what you will remember, what you will leave behind is the amount of goodness you did or the amount of evil you did. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? Any more questions, guys? Okay, great. So next class, we do the rise of the Catholic Church. Okay? So let's review last class. We discussed the mission of Jesus. Who is Jesus? Jesus was a messenger from the monad who reminded us that there's a divine spark in us. And how you activate the divine spark is by focusing on Jesus and repeating his words. Jesus was like Zarathustra, like Plato, like Homer, like the Yahwehs, a poet prophet. And so if you just repeated his sayings, if you repeated his poetry, then you could activate that spark within you and you could glow. Okay? And this explains why he became so popular. It also explains to us why the Romans had to kill him. Because at this time, the Roman Empire, the main currency, the main economy is based on slavery. Most people were slaves. If they were not slaves, they were poor. And here's Jesus, who's come to remind you that you don't have to be a slave. You are free to do whatever you want. There's a higher power than the Roman Empire, and it is the divine. It is the universe. And so people started to defy their masters. And they were no longer afraid of death. And this is why the Romans had to kill Jesus, because Jesus was stealing from them, right? Slaves are property. If you let slaves run away, if you free slaves, that destroys the wealth of the Romans. Remember that Jesus, when he was killed along with two thieves. He was crucified. And so Jesus was killed because he was a thief. He was stealing from the Romans. Now the question then is, okay, how do we get from Jesus to the Catholic Church? Jesus teaches us that we are free to believe whatever we want, that if we just listen to our hearts, we will be in touch with the monad again, and we have nothing to fear. The Catholic Church, the church teaches us that you believe in Jesus, and that's all you have to do in order to achieve redemption and salvation. Jesus came to die for our sins, so therefore we are now slaves to Jesus. These are two opposite ideas. Okay? The reason why is the idea of the divine spark is the greatest threat to the Roman Empire. So the Romans had to somehow imprison the spark and make it an economic commodity. Okay? And so that's why they created the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is a prison in order to control that divine spark, to hide it from you. And the main architect of the Catholic Church his name is Paul. Okay? And most people agree that Paul and not Jesus is the real founder of Christianity. So let's discuss Paul. So Paul has a very interesting background. He is a Jew, but he grew up in Greek culture. He was very well educated. He was very wealthy. And so we say he's a Hellenized Jew. And he was probably working for the Roman Empire as a spy or an agent. Now, in that time, your education was mainly in rhetoric. Okay? Or the word we use for this is sophistry. So let me explain to you who the sophists were, because they're very important. So back in classical Athens, there's a major debate between Socrates, a philosopher, as well as a sophist. Okay? Philosophy. So what's interesting is that they both come from the same word, which is Sophia, which is Greek for knowledge. The philosophers are people who love knowledge. What they believe is that there is an eternal truth, and that we must try to achieve this eternal truth, right? Remember Plato's allegory of the cave, how you escape from the cave and into the light. Okay? That's what philosophy is trying to do, trying to help you liberate yourself into the light. Sophists believe something else. Sophists believe that eternal truth does not exist. Why? Because words are reality. Philosophers believe that words are an illusion, but sophists believe that words are a reality unto themselves. And so what's important is to learn how to master language in order to construct reality. Okay? So, sophist gives us the word sophistry, which is basically trickery. Okay? So, in order to defeat the threat of the divine spark, what Paul does is he pulls a trick, and it's the greatest trick ever. The trick is this. Jesus says, listen to my words, and you will find the divine spark in you. What Paul says is, believe in Jesus, and you will be saved. Okay? So he changes the focus from the words of Jesus to the person of Jesus himself. All right? And so what Paul's going to do is he's going to construct a new religion called Christianity by synthesizing the three major cultures of that time. The Roman culture, the Greek culture, and the Jewish culture. Okay? So remember, the Jewish culture is the Bible. And what Paul tells us is that Jesus is the promised Messiah. At this time in history, the Bible is heavily influenced by the Persians, right? Remember, the Persians were monotheists. They believed in good and evil, the Asher and the Druze, okay? And so the Bible began to reflect the Persian belief, especially in the idea of eschatology, the end of the world. And what Jews believed is they're not afraid of the Romans, because eventually the Messiah will return, or sorry, not return, the Messiah will come to lead them to war against the Romans, and because the Messiah is anointed by God, they will triumph, okay? So the Jews are waiting for the Messiah of war in order for them to reclaim the Davidic kingdom, okay? The kingdom of David. What Paul does that's very clever is that he uses this eschatology, but he says that Jesus is not the Messiah of war, he's the Messiah of peace, okay? And therefore, we Jews should not resist the Romans, okay? So that's the first major culture that Paul uses. The second major culture that Paul uses is the Greek culture. So the Greeks have something called the mystery schools. And these are just cults. And it's important you know these mystery schools because they will become the basis of secret societies today. Okay? And in these mystery schools, there's lots of different ones, but Paul chooses a mystery school that worships Dionysus. Okay, Dionysus is the Greek god of creativity, wine. And the story of Dionysus is he is born of a virgin mother. His father is Zeus. And then Dionysus is killed by the enemies of Zeus, and Zeus finds him and resurrects him. Okay? This is important because this becomes the story of Jesus. And how the people worship Dionysus is they have a ritual meal where they actually believe they're eating the body of Dionysus and they are absorbing his energy. And they're becoming one with Dionysus. They're coming communion with Dionysus. And the Christians have the same ritual, okay? And this is what's called the Eucharist, Thanksgiving, or communion. Okay? And all Christians practice this today. Okay? So that's the second major culture. The third major culture, that is the most important, of course, is the Roman culture. So the Roman social structure is called the pater familias. Okay? And how the system works is at the very top, there's one patriarch. This is where we get the word patriarchy, right? And then he has lots of children, right? Sons. And also he has slaves as well. So it's a very top-down system, right? The patriarch's at the very top. In this system, the patriarch is always right. He is God. Here you have slaves. Now what the patriarch will do is he will identify very promising slaves with talent, and will turn them into clients. So clients are just business people. So he frees the slaves and they become his clients. So now they're able to conduct business on his behalf. And in this way, he will create a business empire, okay? So this is the idea of the Roman Empire. So rather than just one system, the Roman Empire is actually a system, a platform where dozens of families control the empire together. And what happens is these families control a particular province, okay? So it's more like a franchise model rather than a strict hierarchy. This is important because Paul will take the system, and from the system, he will copy it to create the church. All right? So the church is exactly the same as a paterfamilias, where at the very top, you have a person, a bishop, and then he might have some cardinals, but then everyone else is just followers, okay? Or disciples. So it mirrors the system. This is important because now what you can do is you can easily switch from the current system to the new system devised by Paul. Now, why would the Romans want to do this? Because if you think about it, this is the perfect solution to the problem of Jesus. As a patriarch, your main concern is getting your slaves to work hard, right? You want to suck the energy out of them. But now with Jesus, slaves are like, why should I work for you? Paul solves this problem by saying, oh, follow Jesus and you'll be saved. Okay? So in this way, what happens is Paul's formulation of Jesus causes slaves to work even harder, right? Because the idea is before you had to work in order to stay alive. Now they work in order to go to heaven for all of eternity, right? So the deal now is work as a slave for a few decades, but then you can enjoy an eternity of joy in paradise. Pretty good deal, right? And so this causes the slaves to be more obedient and to work harder. Okay? Also, what's more important is now the patriarch switches from a king to a god, right? His private wealth now becomes spiritual authority. Not only that, but because he has spiritual authority, he can expand more rapidly outwards, okay? So before, to get slaves, you have to buy slaves. Now, you just have to convert people into your religion. So it's a much faster way to create wealth. And this is important because what you learn next class is this is a system that the Romans will use to take over the barbarians, okay? So next class you'll learn about the barbarian invasions, basically the Goths, and how because of the system, they were now able to assimilate these barbarians into the culture and maintain a social hierarchy. Okay? And so, in other words, Jesus was talking to slaves, but Paul was talking to patriarchs. And so, these patriarchs would convert, and when they convert, they took the entire system with them. That explains the rapid growth of Christianity. Okay? Also, what's important is the religion that the patriarchs practice is not the one that the slaves practice. The slaves practice Christianity, but the patriarchs practice the mystery cults, okay? Why? Because this is the way that the patriarchs work together, and this becomes a basis for secret societies. So, while the ordinary person worships a new religion called Christianity, the patriarchs themselves, in secret, still practice their Greek mystery cults. And this is a system that we still have even today. All right? Okay. So, this system now is able to spread really quickly because, as you can see from the system, those who convert are more advantaged than those who do not convert. At this time in history, most do not convert, but those who convert are able to see more rapid wealth generation, they're able to see more power generation, and they're able to expand much faster. And so this is a secret of Christianity. Okay? And that's my main argument to you today. Any questions before I go into the specifics? Is this clear to you guys? All right, let's do the PowerPoint, okay? Okay, today we do the rise of the Catholic Church. Okay, so again, what Paul's going to do is he's going to negate the power of Jesus. He's going to imprison the divine spark in the church. All right. So this is Paul, and there's a lot of mythology around Paul, how he's a martyr who went around the world in order to spread Christianity. Okay, we don't know if it's true or not. If you're Catholic, you believe it's true. The other thing about Paul that's really important is that if you read the New Testament, a third is either written by Paul or about Paul. Okay, there's more about Paul in the New Testament than there's about Jesus. And that's why we say that Paul is a true founder of Christianity. Christianity is a religion about Jesus, but not by Jesus. It's by Paul. And what's really important for you to appreciate is what Jesus taught and what Paul taught are very different. In fact, they're opposite. Jesus taught that the divine spark is within you. So if you want to save yourself, if you want to go to the kingdom, you must do so yourself. But Paul says, no, Jesus came to us in order to redeem us from our sins, the original sin of disobedience to God, way back in the Garden of Eden. And if you believe in Jesus, you'll be saved. It doesn't matter what you do, but you can do as much good as you want, but if you do not believe in Jesus, you will burn in hell. Okay? That's why you must believe in Jesus. And that's also why we must get everyone to believe in Jesus. Because by getting everyone to believe in Jesus, we are literally saving them from eternal damnation. As you can see, this is a really good business model because now you can expand really quickly. Okay? Second thing that Jesus taught is he cannot save you. You can only save yourself. He can guide you. He can give you some poetry that you can decipher, but you must seek truth yourself. And what Paul taught is, don't think for yourself, just do what everyone else does. He believed the most important thing is for the church to be cohesive. Okay, for everyone to obey the word of Jesus, which is really the word of Paul. And the third thing is, and this is really important, Jesus teaches us the rich cannot enter heaven. Why? Because to enter heaven, you must focus on your own spiritual rejuvenation. But the rich only care about the here and now. They only care about the material acquisition. And as such, they become blind to their spiritual needs. And so they cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. Remember, Jesus tells a story of how the God has prepared a great feast for us, but the rich won't go because they're too busy making money. Paul teaches us, no, guys. It's the rich which will lead us to the kingdom. Why? Because the rich can finance the spreading of Christianity. What matters is metrics that help us spread Christianity. How many souls are we saving by measuring how many people we're converting? Okay? How cohesive is our church? That's all Paul cares about. Paul is a business person. Okay? Jesus is a prophet, but Paul is a business person. And so it is Paul really that is the spiritual God of Christianity, okay? Not Jesus. Another thing that you need to appreciate is, at this time in history, maybe the year 40, 50, there are lots of different Christianities because Jesus taught us that the kingdom of heaven is within you, right? So it's all very diverse. It's all very democratic. And what's really important is a lot of the early leaders are women, okay? People like Mary Magdalene. They tend to be wealthy and they tend to be very charismatic as well. But by the time you hit Paul Christianity, it's anti-woman, it's a strict hierarchy, and it's orthodoxy, okay? So, in other words, you may have heard that early Christians were persecuted. Guess what, guys? They were being persecuted by Paul, okay? They were being persecuted by the Romans. They were being persecuted by Paul. And at this time in history, the Catholic Church, okay, following Christianity, it's only a very small minority. Because for most people, the Christianity of Jesus is much more appealing than the Christianity of Paul. Jesus taught freedom, empowerment, liberation. Paul taught obedience, discipline, sacrifice, okay? So Jesus is far more appealing, but because Paul is being supported by the Roman Empire, he wins, okay? What Paul will do is not only persecute other Christianities, but he will quickly spread his Christianity with the help of the Roman Empire. All right, so as you can see, what's going to happen is in the year 30, when Jesus dies, it's a very small group of people, but it spreads really quickly, okay? And Paul will build the foundations for this great empire that in about the year 300 reaches its peak, okay? In about the year 300, what will happen is Christianity becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire. And this is the beginning of the Catholic Church. But it's Paul that built the foundation for this growth. Okay, so as you can see, Jesus, he's spreading his poetry, and because his poetry is easy to memorize, his poetry is spreading really quickly throughout the empire, okay? But what will happen is that once Paul builds the structure of Christianity, the church system, based on the paterfamilias system of the Romans, it will spread even quicker. And eventually, these two Christianities will come into conflict, and eventually Paul's system will win out until it conquers the entire Roman Empire, okay? All right, so scholars agree that Paul is the founder of Christianity. But there are three mysteries to Paul that scholars can't really answer, okay? The first question is, why would someone like Paul, who is a literate and wealthy Hellenized Jew, why would he join a movement of illiterate Jewish peasants? Okay, the scholars don't really have an answer for this. Second question is, we know that Paul was a fanatical Pharisee, okay? He was hunting Christians. But then he converts to become a fanatical follower of Jesus. Why would he do that? Okay? And the third mystery is, and that's the most important, is he spends his entire life promoting Christianity around the Roman Empire. Where did he get the money to do this? Because not only did he go, but he also had secretaries who went with him to take notes. Where does the money come from? Okay, so if you just do some basic game theory analysis, he's clearly a spy, okay? Clearly a spy. He's an agent of a power. The question for us, though, is who is he working for? The easy answer seems to be the Roman Empire, but in fact, you could also make the argument that he's working for the Jewish leaders, okay, the Jewish priests as well, okay? So we'll go over this. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to read the Bible now, okay? Now, one thing about the Bible that is very confusing is the Bible says that the Jews killed Jesus. And as we discussed last class, the Jews would not kill Jesus for a variety of reasons, okay? But the main reason is Jews don't kill each other. I'm sorry, Jews do not turn each other over to the Roman authorities. If you commit blasphemy, if you insult their God, they kill you by stoning you, okay? They don't have a habit of turning people over to the Roman authorities. So we know the Romans killed him, and it's most likely the Romans killed him because Jesus was a threat to their social structure. But the Bible says that, nope, it was the Jews who killed Jesus. So, Emma, could you read, please? Okay, so this is from John, the Gospel of John.
Then Pilate took Jesus.
Pontius Pilate is the Roman governor who orders Jesus' execution, okay?
Pilate?
Yeah, Pontius Pilate.
Then Pilate took Jesus and had him flogged. And the soldiers wove a crown of thorns and put it on his head, and they dressed him in a purple robe. They kept coming up to him saying, "Hail, King of the Jews," and striking him on the face. Pilate went out again and said to them, "Look, I am bringing him out to you to let you know that I can find no case against him." Okay, so what's happening is Jesus is arrested by the Jewish priests, and they accuse him of blasphemy, of pretending to be God. And they bring him to Pontius Pilate, governor, and says, "You must execute this man because he has insulted our religion."
And so Pontius Pilate interrogates Jesus, and he doesn't really think he did anything wrong, okay? But to appease the priest, he whips Jesus. And now he's like, you know what, I whipped this guy, I punished him, now can you please go away? Okay, keep on going.
Pilate went out again and said to them, "Look, I am bringing him out to you to let you know that I can find no case against him." So Jesus came out wearing the crown of thorns and the purple robe. Pilate said to them, "Here is the man." When the chief priests and the police saw him, they shouted, "Crucify him, crucify him." Pilate said to them, "Take him yourselves and crucify him. I find no case against him." The Jews answered him, "We have a law, and according to the law, he ought to die because he had claimed to be the Son of God." Okay,
so do you understand what's going on? Okay, the Bible claims the Jews killed Jesus. All right, so this shows us that the Bible is not that reliable. All right. Okay, so let's go into the story of Paul. Alan, can you please? Okay, so let me give you the context, okay? This is from the Acts of the Apostles, and it's mainly about Paul, and how he became a follower of Jesus. And at this time, Paul is persecuting Christians. We don't know why he's persecuting Christians. We don't know why the Jews hate the Christians, but Paul is going around persecuting the Christians as a Pharisee. And then on the way to persecuting more Christians on the road to Damascus, a light seizes him. And it's Jesus telling him, "Paul, why are you persecuting me and my followers?" And then that converts Paul. It makes no sense as a story, okay? But this is what Christians believe. Okay, can you read, Alan?
Meanwhile, Saul, still breathing threats and murder against the disciples of the Lord, went to the high priest and asked him for letters to the synagogues.
Okay, the synagogue is a place of worship for diaspora Jews, because Jews worship the temple, right? But the temple's in Jerusalem. So if you're outside Jerusalem, then you go to a synagogue, okay? Which is basically a Jewish church.
Synagogues and Damascus, so that if he found any who belonged to the way, men or women, he might bring them bound to Jerusalem. Now as he was going along and approaching Damascus, suddenly a light from heaven flashed around him. He fell to the ground and heard a voice saying to him, Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me? He asked. Who are you, Lord? The reply came, I'm Jesus, whom you are persecuting. But get up and enter the city, and you will be told what you are to do. The men who were traveling with him stood speechless because they heard the voice but saw no one. Saul got up from the ground, and though his eyes were open, he could see nothing. So they led him by the hand and brought him into Damascus. For 3 days he was without sight and neither ate nor drank.
Okay, so this is a miracle, right? This guy hated Christians, and now, because he was blinded, he loves Christians. What you will notice is this is very similar to Plato's allegory of the cave. Because remember, Paul is trained in Greek culture, so he knows about Plato. And this is model of the allegory of the cave, where you're in darkness and suddenly you go out and you're blinded by the light. And then you see the truth, okay? Another thing that's important is that clearly Jesus favors Paul. What's interesting is that if you read Paul's letters, and we will read his letters, if you read Paul's story, he doesn't really talk about Jesus that much. He doesn't even quote Jesus, okay? So that's kind of weird. If you're a follower of Jesus, but you really don't quote Jesus, and Jesus has a lot of quotations, you really don't talk about Jesus that much. And he doesn't really refer to the story that much in his letters. The other thing that I will note is that if you read Jesus, okay, Jesus doesn't really talk about good and evil, doesn't really talk about the Bible, doesn't really talk about himself as the Son of God, but Paul will talk about this a lot, okay? All right, so again, Paul's amazing because he'll go on 3 different voyages, missionary journeys around the Roman Empire in order to spread the gospel of Jesus. This is very, very hard work. It's also expensive work, okay? Because you can see how he's going from different cities, he's going to synagogues, and he's preaching the gospel. Okay. What's important for us to understand is that as Paul is doing this, he's winning a lot of converts because he's coming in conflict with James the Just. Remember, James the Just is the brother of Jesus who inherits the movement. James the Just is in Jerusalem, and Paul is going around and spreading the gospel of Jesus. And so James the Just hears about this, and people are saying to him, Paul's saying Jesus is God. Is Jesus God? And James the Just is like, of course he's not God. He's my brother, man. And so there's all this conflict, and eventually what will happen is it forces Paul to confront James the Just in Jerusalem. According to the Bible, the main conflict is one of ideology. Okay? So the Bible says that James the Just and Paul both agreed that Jesus is God, the Son of God, who's come to our planet to redeem us. But James the Just believes what's important is to maintain the faith within the Jewish tradition. Whereas Paul wants to expand this tradition outside the Jewish tradition to encompass the Greeks as well and the Romans as well, okay? The Gentiles. And that's where the conflict arises. And so the main point of conflict is one of circumcision. Because remember, Jews circumcise themselves, but the Greeks and Romans do not circumcise themselves. This is important because in this time, most of these cities are Greek cities. Greek cities have a place called gymnasium where men go to play sports. But you play sports naked. So if you're a Jewish man, they know automatically you're Jewish. So circumcision is a huge point of division between the Gentiles and the Jews. And Paul's point is that if you want to convert, you don't have to circumcise. And so the Jews are complaining to James and says, hey, Paul is subverting our tradition. He's saying that Jewish man, he's saying that Greek man can come and follow religion without being circumcised. Okay, and so there's a lot of conflict between James the Just and Paul. And so Paul actually goes to Jerusalem and he confronts James the Just, and they come to an agreement with each other. Okay? So, but when Paul goes to Jerusalem, people recognize him, and so a mob wants to kill him. Okay? Can you read, Amber?
Up to this point, they listened to him. But then they shouted, "Away with such a fellow from the earth, for he shall not be allowed to live." And while they were shouting, throwing off their cloaks, and tossing dust into the air, the tribune directed that he was to be brought into the barracks, and ordered him to be examined by flogging, to find out the reason for this outcry against him. But when they had tied him up with songs, Paul said to the centurion who was standing by, Is it legal for you to flog a Roman citizen who is uncondemned?" When the centurion heard that, he went to the tribune and said to him, "What are you about to do? This man is a Roman citizen." The tribune came to ask Paul, "Tell me, are you a Roman citizen?" And he said, "Yes." The tribune answered, "It cost me a large sum of money to get my citizenship." Paul said, "But I was born a citizen." Immediately, those who were about to examine him drew back from him, and the tribune also was afraid, for he realized that Paul was a Roman citizen and that he had bound him.
Okay, so certain things to notice about this writing. First of all, you can see it's very anti-Jewish. The Jews just want to kill Paul for no particular reason. Okay, Paul's speaking the truth, and the Jews want to kill him. Okay, it's a Jewish mob. That's the first thing. Second thing is that it's very pro-Roman, right? It's the Roman soldiers come and save Paul from the mob. And this story is very similar, in fact, to the story of Jesus. So Jesus was arrested and the mob wants to kill him, right? And the Romans want to save Jesus, but they cannot stop the mob. But Paul, it's the same situation with Paul, but what saves Paul is this: he is a Roman citizen, okay? So that's what saves him. Rome saves Paul. God can't save Jesus, but Rome saves Paul. Okay, so this is propaganda. And this propaganda written, of course, for Hellenized Jews like Paul, who are wavering between loyalty to Rome or loyalty to the Jewish tradition. And what Paul says is, the solution is to become a Christian, because now you can become both. You can now become, like me, loyal to the Jewish tradition, but also loyal to Rome. Okay? All right, Alan, can you read, please?
When we came into Roman, Paul was allowed
Okay, sorry. I need to set this up, okay? So the Romans say to Paul, why do the Jews want to kill you? And Paul says, because they think I'm insulting their religion. And Paul says, I'm a Roman citizen, so I want an audience with the emperor. Only the emperor can decide my fate. So the Romans send him with a soldier escort back to Rome, okay? And this is how the Acts of the Apostles ends. Okay, can you read, Alan?
When we came into Rome, Paul was allowed to live by himself with the soldiers who was guarding him. 3 days later, he called together the local leaders of the Jews. When they had assembled, he said to them, "Brothers, though I had done nothing against our people or the customs of our ancestors, yet I was arrested in Jerusalem and handed over to the Romans. When they had examined me, the Romans wanted to release me because there were no reasons for the death penalty in my case. But when the Jews objected, I was compelled to appeal to the emperor, even though I had no charge to bring against my nation."
Okay, this is really interesting, okay? This is changing the story. Before, Paul said that he wants to return to Rome in order to face judgment from the emperor. And what Paul's saying now is, you Jews attacked me. And if I wanted to, I could complain to the emperor and bring charges against you Jews, okay? So he's changing the story. He's showing how powerful he is. Okay, keep on going.
"For this reason, therefore, I had asked to see you and speak with you, since it is for the sake of the hope of Israel that I am bound with this chain."
Okay, so he's saying, listen, those guys in Jerusalem harassed me. And so I've come back to Rome, and I want to speak to you Jewish leaders. And let's see if we can work together. Because you pissed me off in Rome, I can unleash the empire on you. Okay? So he's now threatening these Jewish elders. Keep on going.
They replied, "We have received no letter from Judah about you, and none of the brothers coming here has reported or spoken anything evil about you. But we would like to hear from you what you think. For with regard to this sect, we know that everywhere it is spoken against."
Okay, so what they're saying is, it's all misunderstanding, Paul, okay? We don't know what's going on. Why don't you tell us what's going on? Okay, keep on going.
After they had set a day to meet with him, they came to him at his lodgings in great numbers.
Okay, so basically all the Jewish leaders have to come because they understand that Paul represents the empire, okay? Keep on going.
From morning until evening, he explained the matter to them, testifying to the kingdom of God and trying to convince them about Jesus, both from the law of Moses and from the prophets.
So again, what Paul's saying is that Jesus is the fulfillment of the Bible. He's the fulfillment of prophecy. He is the Messiah. Keep on going.
Some were convinced by what he had said, while others refused to believe.
Okay, so now some of these Jewish leaders are being converted by Paul. They are now moving towards the Christian faith. That's how powerful Paul is, okay? Keep on going.
So they disagree with each other, and as they were leaving, Paul made one further statement. "The Holy Spirit was right in saying to your ancestor through the prophet Isaiah, go to this people and say, you will indeed listen, but never understand, and you will indeed look, but never perceive. For this people's heart has grown dull, and their ears are hard of hearing, and they have shut their eyes, and they might not look with their eyes, and listen with their ears, and understand with their heart, and turn, and I would hear them. Let it be known to you then that as salvation of God had been sent to the Gentiles, they will listen."
Okay, so he's convincing some Jewish leaders to convert, right? But not all convert. And so Paul gets pissed off and says, you Jews are so stubborn. You don't get it, man. Okay? But don't worry. If you don't get it, the Gentiles, the Greeks and the Romans will get it. We will win eventually. Okay, keep on going.
He lived there 2 whole years at his own expense and welcomed all who came to him, proclaiming the kingdom of God and teaching about the Lord Jesus Christ with all boldness and without hindrance.
Okay, so something I will point out is this. It looks like Paul is an agent of Rome, okay? It looks like he represents the empire. But why would he write in such a way as to be so blatant? And so you can also argue that Paul could be a double agent, okay? He pretends to be an agent, a spy for Rome, but he's actually working for the Jewish leadership. Why would the Jewish leaders support Paul? Because by spreading Christianity, he's spreading the Bible. And the Bible says that Jews are God's chosen people. So he's elevating the status of Jews in Rome. Okay? So it's not as simple as it looks. From this, if you just read it, it seems like Paul is a spy for Rome. But if you think much more deeply about what he's doing, why would he be so blatant and tell people, I represent the empire? Well, maybe because he's being a double agent, right? The thing that you have to remember about spies is they have no loyalties. They are double agents, they are triple agents. Okay? They're always switching loyalties back and forth. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go into the actual thinking and writing of Paul. This is Romans, which is one of his major letters. And in these letters, what he's going to do is he's going to articulate to you this new philosophy of Christianity. Okay? These letters become the basis for the Catholic Church. Okay, so can you read, Amber, please?
Circumcision indeed is a value if you obey the law. But if you break the law, your circumcision has become uncircumcision. So if those who are uncircumcised keep the requirements of the law, will not their uncircumcision be regarded as circumcision?
Okay, so stop. So this is Paul. And what you can see is he's a master of rhetoric, okay? The Jews are very clear. If you are Jewish, you must be circumcised, because circumcision is the sign of a covenant between our people and God. If you're not circumcised, you're not Jewish. And what Paul says, no, what matters is your heart. What matters is your spirit. If you have faith in God, that's what matters. Okay? Keep on going.
Then those who are physically uncircumcised but keep the law will condemn you that have the written code and circumcision but break the law. For a person is not a Jew who is one outwardly, nor is true circumcision is something external and physical. Rather, a person is a Jew who is one inwardly, and real circumcision is a matter of the heart. It is spiritual and not literal. Such a person receives praise not from others, but from God. Then what advantage has the Jews?
Okay, so do you guys understand? This is rhetoric, right? This is sophistry, where he's changing the definition of the word, where he's changing the idea of the word. Circumcision is a covenant between the Jews and God. And what Paul says, what matters is not the physical act. What matters is the faith in God. Okay, that's a covenant. All right? And as such, you do not have to be circumcised. Okay? Can you read, Alan?
But now, apart from law, the righteousness of God had been disclosed and is attested by the law and the prophets, the righteousness of God through faith in Jesus Christ for all who believe. For there is no distinction, since all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. They are now justified by His grace as a gift, through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus, whom God put forward as a sacrifice of atonement by His blood, effective through faith. He did this to show His righteousness, because in His divine forbearance He had passed over the sins previously committed. It was to prove at the present time that He Himself is righteous, and that He justifies the one who has faith in Jesus.
Okay, so Jews believe what's important is to follow the laws, okay, to be circumcised, to rest on the Sabbath, to only marry within the tribe. And what Paul says is, what's important is your belief in Jesus. Your belief that Jesus came in order to redeem us from our sins, the original sin. Okay, that's what matters now. Before it was these laws, before it was these actions, and now what matters is what you truly believe. Okay? It is only belief in Jesus that can save you. You can do as many good works as you want, you can follow as many laws as you want, does not matter. The key is faith in Jesus. Okay? All right. Okay. Can you read?
Yes. And so, brothers and sisters, I could not speak to you as spiritual people, but rather as people of the flesh, as infants in Christ. I fed you with milk, not solid food, for you were not ready for solid food. Even now you are still not ready, for you are still of the flesh. For as long as there is jealousy and quarreling among you, are you not of the flesh and behaving according to human inclinations? For when one says, I belong to Paul, and another, I belong to Apollos, are you not merely human?
Okay, so what Paul is doing is he's going around and corrupting the teachings of Jesus. And other people are calling him out and says, Paul, this is not what Jesus taught. Okay, and so what Paul's saying is, guys, we shouldn't argue, okay? Because who's right? Jesus is right, okay? It's not what you say, it's not what I say, it's what Jesus says. So this, again, is sophistry, it's rhetoric. He's positioning himself above the debate. Rather than engaging in debate directly and saying, like, what did Jesus actually teach and what are the true teachings, Paul's saying what's important is to obey Jesus, okay? What's important is obedience, not debate. Keep on going.
What then is Apollos? What is Paul? Servants through whom you came to believe, as the Lord assigned to each. I planted, Apollos watered, but God gave the growth. So neither the one who plants nor the one who waters is anything, but only God who gives the growth. The one who plants and the one who waters have a common purpose, and each will receive wage according to the labor of each. For we are God's servants, working together. You are God's field, God's building.
Okay, so Paul is evil, okay? Everyone's saying to Paul, you're corrupting the teachings of Jesus. And Paul is saying, no, what matters is we spread the message of Jesus. And everyone's saying, but what's the message of Jesus? Paul's saying, it doesn't matter. What matters is the growth of Jesus. Okay, this is sophistry. Keep on going.
According to the grace of God given to me, like a skilled master builder, I laid a foundation, and someone else is building on it. Each builder must choose with care how to build on it. For no one can lay any foundation other than the one that has been laid. That foundation is Jesus Christ. Now if anyone builds on the foundation with gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, straw, the work of each builder will become visible. For the day will disclose it, because it will be revealed with fire, and the fire will test what sort of work each has done. If what has been built onto the foundation survives, the builder will receive a reward. If the work is burned up, the builder will suffer loss. The builder would be saved, but only as through fire.
Okay, so what Paul's saying is this. We're all going to work together to spread the message of Jesus. You may believe Jesus says one thing, I believe another thing, but let's not argue, okay? Let's just keep on spreading the word of Jesus, and we'll see which person has the biggest church, and we'll know who's right. Okay, so he's using the metric of business success, of wealth, of material acquisition to justify his faith in Jesus. Okay? And this is the opposite of what Jesus taught. And so people are saying, Paul, this is not what Jesus taught us. Paul's like, no, we're going to see who wins out in the end. Okay? Keep on going.
Do you not know that you are God's temple and that God's Spirit dwells in you? If anyone destroys God's temple, God will destroy that person. For God's temple is holy, and you are the temple. Do not deceive yourself. If you think that you are wise in this age, you should become fools, so that you may become wise. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God, for it is written, He catches the wise in their craftiness. And again, the Lord knows the thoughts of the wise, that they are futile. So let no one boast about human leaders, for all things are yours, whether Paul or Apollos or Cephas or the world of life or death or the present or the future, all belong to you, and you belong to Christ, and Christ belongs to God.
Okay, so he's very clever, right? He's saying, yes, Jesus taught us that God's Spirit dwells in you. What this means isn't that you have free will. What it means is you don't have free will because you must do the work of God, which is to spread the message of God, which is to extend the power of God in this world. Okay? So you see how this is sophistry, right? He's tricking people. He's deceiving people. Jesus taught you the light is within you, and therefore you know God. You just trust yourself, and that's good. And then what Paul says, no, you are a tool of God. Okay, keep on going.
Think of us in this way, as servants of Christ and stewards of God's mysteries. Moreover, it is required of stewards that they be found trustworthy. But with me, it is a very small thing that I should be judged by you or by any human court. I do not even judge myself.
Okay, all right. So let's keep on going. Alan, can you read, please?
When you're a slave when caught, do not be concerned about it. Even if you can gain your freedom, make use of your present condition now more than ever. For whoever was caught in the Lord as a slave is a freed person belonging to the Lord, just as whoever was freed when caught is a slave of Christ. You were bought with a price. Do not become slave of human masters. In whatever condition you were caught, brothers and sisters, there remain with God.
Okay, so Paul's being very clever again, okay? Because this message is appealing to slaves. Jesus taught the slaves, you're free. And the slaves say to Paul, we're free, right? And Paul says, you are free, but you're a slave to God. Do you understand? Okay? Therefore, no human can be a master of you because you're all slaves to God. He's confusing people, okay? Can you keep on reading?
For though I am free with respect to all, I have made myself a slave to all, so that I might win more of them. To the Jews I become as a Jew, in order to win Jews. To those under the law I become as one under the law. Though I myself am not under the law, so that I might win those under the law. To those outside the law I became at one outside the law, though I am not free from God's law, but am under Christ's law, so that I might win those outside the law. To the weak I become weak, so that I might win the weak. I am become all things to all people, that I might by all means save some. I do it all for the sake of the gospel, so that I may share in its blessing. Do you not know that in a race the runners all compete, but only one receives the prize? Run in such a way that you may win it. Athletes exercise self-control in all things. They do it to receive a perishable wealth, but we an imperishable one. So I do not run aimlessly, nor do I box as though beating the air. But I punish my body and enslave it, so that after proclaiming to others, I myself should not be disqualified.
Okay, so it's almost like a pep rally, right? He's a business person. He's telling his workers, go out and sell those damn hamburgers, man. I don't care what you do. I don't care how many lies you tell. Go sell those hamburgers. Pretend they're healthy. Okay? Pretend you love hamburgers. Just pretend. What matters is you go sell those hamburgers. And guess what, man? Whoever sells the most hamburgers gets a car. Okay? But this is better than a car because this is the reward is heaven. Eternal paradise, guys. So go out and sell those hamburgers. All right? All right. Can you read the highlighted part, Amber?
Now in the following instructions, I do not commend you, because when you come together, it is not for the better, but for the worse. For to begin with, when you come together as a church, I hear that there are divisions among you, and to some extent I believe it. Indeed, there have to be faction among you, for only so will it become clear who among you are genuine. When you come together, it is not really to eat the Lord's Supper. For when the time comes to eat, each of you goes ahead with your own supper, and one goes hungry and another becomes drunk. What? Do you not have homes to eat and drink in? Or do you show contempt for the church of God and humiliate those who have nothing? What should I say to you? Should I commend you? In this matter, I do not commend you.
Okay, so what he's saying is this: when you come to a church, it's very important that you obey the ritual. Okay, the ritual is communion, the Eucharist, and we must remember this is a ritual where you must follow the exact protocols. If you do not, then there's no point in coming to church. So the church is not a place to discuss Jesus, not to debate Jesus, but to worship Jesus. Okay, keep on going.
For I received from the Lord what I also handed on to you. And the Lord Jesus, on the night when he was betrayed, took a loaf of bread. And when he had given thanks, he broke it and said, "This is my body, that is for you. Do this in remembrance of me." In the same way, he took the cup also after supper, saying, "This cup is the new covenant in my blood. Do this as often as you drink it in remembrance of me. For as often as you eat this bread and drink this cup, you proclaim the Lord's death until he comes. Whoever therefore eats the bread eat the bread or drink the cup of the Lord in an unworthy manner will be answerable for the body and blood of the Lord. Examine yourselves and only then eat the bread and drink of the cup. For all who eat and drink without discerning the body, eat and drink judgment against themselves. For this reason many of you are weak and ill, and some have died. But if we judged ourselves, we would not be judged. But when we are judged by the Lord, we are disciplined, so that we may not be condemned along with the world. So then, my brothers and sisters, when you come together to eat, wait for one another. If you are hungry, eat at home, so that when you come together, it will not be for your condemnation. About the other things, I will give instruction when I come.
Okay, so this is a really important ritual. It's the most important ritual in Christianity called the Eucharist, Thanksgiving, okay? And in this, it's basically they eat some bread and they drink some wine and they believe it is the flesh and blood of Jesus. So Jesus is entering them, okay? And as you can imagine, what they're doing really is negating the divine spark in you. The divine spark is free, it's individual, it's independent. When you partake in the body of Jesus, you become one with everyone else, okay? That negates your individuality. That negates a spark within you and you become just the church itself, okay? And that's the idea of the Eucharist, to destroy your individuality, all right? And so when Christians do this, they literally believe the bread they're eating is the body of Christ, of Jesus. So Jesus is entering into you and taking you over, okay? It's possession by Jesus. Yes?
Can we see this as a way that they abuse or exploit Jesus because they're just eating their body, although the body of Jesus is hollow?
No. The idea here is that Jesus is your master, okay? And when you partake in Jesus, you become a part of Jesus. And therefore, you must obey exactly what he wants, okay? All right, so this is confusing because it's cannibalism, okay? But as I told you before, this is actually a very common thing among the Greek mystery cults, where they come together and they believe that when they eat food, they're actually eating the body of Dionysus, and Dionysus, his energy is being consumed into you, okay? What's important for us to appreciate is, like, these mystery cults are demonic, okay? So what else they do is they will have ritual sacrifices, where they will tear people apart and consume the flesh. Okay, so this is from a painting from the Euripides play describing one of these mystery cults. Okay, so they will actually tear a person's body apart to replicate the death of Dionysus, and they consume the body part. All right, and guess what, guys? The secret society still do this today. Okay, so but what's important to understand is this actually has a long tradition. So if you go back to 15,000 years to Europe, in the Magdalenian age, cannibalism was actually very common. It was common for religious purposes. So maybe there's someone that you loved and he died. What you would do is you consume his body when he died in order to remember him forever, okay? So that you would have an eternal communion with him. Because his soul would go into the spirit world, but if you had his body, right, he would always communicate with you. And that's the idea of commemorating Jesus, like in such a way. When you consume Jesus, Jesus is always with you. He is now taking possession over your body. You are now just a body for Jesus, okay? Does that make sense? You've lost your individuality, you've lost your freedom. You are now completely possessed by Jesus when you engage in the Eucharist. Okay? Yes?
So during that time, nobody found that like this is disobeying the original belief of Jesus. Like Paul is just using of people to obey.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Okay, most people at this time think Paul is just evil. Okay, it's like this is not what Jesus taught us. Jesus taught us to believe in ourselves. Jesus would never teach us this demonic thing of sacrifice. Okay, Jesus came to teach us like animal sacrifice, human sacrifice, it's all evil. Okay, he got rid of that. But again, so at this time in history, Paul's church Paul's followers are only limited amounts, okay? Very few people. But he doesn't care because he's building the blueprint for an empire. Does that make sense? Okay? So when the Romans force this religion on everyone, now everyone has to obey this. You understand? If you actually, from first principles, try to convince people the Catholic Church is right, you can't really convince that many people. But guess what, guys? Doesn't matter because most people are born into the Catholic Church, so they are born believing this stuff, okay? So they can't really think for themselves. All right. But also remember, cannibalism is very common throughout history. So these are the Aztecs who will engage in cannibalism in order to prepare for war, in order to sacrifice others for their gods. Okay. Again, this is the Magdalene culture, and we found lots of places where they engage in cannibalism during funerals. Okay, and as you can see, it's very common. It's very common throughout the world at this time. And it makes sense if you think about it, right? If this person is someone you love, and he was very special to you, and you want him to still help you in life, to guide you in life, then you consume his body, a part of his body, then he'll stay with you forever, okay? And this is a way to build group cohesion in this time. Remember, this is the Ice Age, so it's very hard to survive. And, but of course, not everyone practices this as well, okay? The red are those who practice cannibalism during funerals. The blue are just those who just bury the body and don't practice cannibalism. So what you're not taught is, among the elite, this sort of stuff goes on a lot. So this is 19th century in Victorian Britain. And this is, the British Empire. And guess what, guys? What they like to do is they like to steal mummies from Egypt and eat these mummies because they believe that these mummies had some magic qualities. Okay? So this goes back to the 19th century. And you think to yourself, oh, you know what? In the 12th century, we are so much more advanced. We don't do this crap anymore, right? Unfortunately, this is Albert Einstein's brain. Albert Einstein, before he died, said, please, whatever you do not dissect my brain, okay? I know you think I'm the greatest genius in the world and you want to know how my brain works, but I'm telling you right now, my brain's no different from your brain. Please, whatever you do not dissect my brain. So of course, a doctor steals his brain and cuts it into different pieces, okay? Now, let me ask you this question. Let's just say this doctor were to take this brain and make some medicine out of it, okay? He takes his brain and cuts up into like 100 different parts. And then he takes this medicine and he sells it to rich people for $1 million. Could he find 100 rich people who would pay $1 million to eat Einstein's brain? Yes, okay? So as I keep on telling you, the rich are insane, all right? My wife tells me that when I die, it's possible they might want to dissect my brain as well. So please don't do so, okay? Because my brain's no different from anyone else's brain. Okay? You won't find the secret of my creativity with my brain, all right? All right, so, yep. Alan, can you read, please?
Indeed, the body does not consist of one member, but of many. If the foot would say, because I am not a band, I do not belong to the body, that would not make it any less a part of the body. And if the ear would say, because I'm not an eye, I do not belong to the body, that would not make it any less a part of the body. If the whole body were an eye, where would the hearing be? If the whole body were hearing, where would the sense of smell be? But as it is, God arranging the member of the body, each one of them, as He choose, if all were single members, where would the body be? As it is, there are many members, yet one body. The eye cannot say to the hand, I have no need of you, nor against the head to the feet, I have no need of you. On the contrary, the members of the body that seems to be weaker are indispensable, and those members of the body that we think less honorable, we clothe with greater honor, and our less respectable members are treated with greater respect, whereas our more respectable members do not need this. But God has so arranged the body, giving the greater honor to the inferior member, that there may be no dissension within the body, but the members may have the same care for one another. If one member suffers, all suffers together with it. If one member is honored, all rejoice together with it.
Okay, so what he's saying is this, okay? When you consume the body of Christ, you've all consumed a part of him, right? And so we need to come together as a people, as a church, to form the whole body of Jesus. And that means that you must do what others tell you to do, okay? This requires complete obedience if we are to resurrect Jesus in our church. Does that make sense, guys? Okay, keep on going.
Now you are the body of Christ and individually member of it. And God has appointed in the church first apostles, second prophets, third teachers, then deeds of power, then gifts of healing, form of assistance, form of leadership, various kind of tongues. Are all
Apostles?
apostles? Are all prophets? Are all teachers? Do all work miracles? Do all possess gifts of healing? Do all speak in tongues? Do all interpret? But strive for the greater gifts, as I will show you a still more excellent way.
Okay, so do you understand what's going on, okay? No matter who you are and what you do, what's important is your sacrifice to Jesus, to obey him completely, okay? So this is all ordained by Jesus. All right, Amber, can you read the yellow, please?
Love is patient, love is kind. Love is not envious or boastful or arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable and resentful. It does not rejoice in wrongdoing, but rejoice in the truth. It bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends, but as for prophecies, they will come to an end. As for tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will come to an end. For we all know only in part, and we prophesy only in part. But when the complete comes, the partial will come to an end. When I was a child, I spoke like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became an adult, I put an end to childish ways. For now we see in a mirror dimly, but then we will see face to face. Now I know only in part. Then I will know fully, even as I have been fully known. And now faith, hope, and love abide, these three. And the greatest of these is love.
Okay, so you understand. Paul does sophistry. So you think the word is love. Great, love. We love Jesus. The word actually means obedience, right? If you join a church, what is required for you is complete obedience to Jesus. To understand that you are now a slave to Jesus. Remember, when we commit the original sin, when we did evil, we became slaves to the devil. When Jesus killed us, it's because when Jesus died, it was to ransom us from the devil. So now we are slaves to Jesus. And therefore we must obey him completely. Okay? No argument, no opinion, no individuality, just complete obedience to Jesus. So you can see the power of this, right? He switches these words. He's saying that slavery is now love. Okay? When a human master enslaves you, that's evil. But when Jesus enslaves you, it's good, because now it's love. It's because Jesus loves you, that's why he enslaves you. But now, because he loves you, you must obey him completely. And that means never ever question the authority of the church. Never ever do that, because that's evil. Okay? All right, can you read it, Alan?
What I'm saying, brothers and sisters, is this: flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, nor does a perishable inherit the imperishable. Listen, I will tell you a mystery. We will not all die, but we will all be changed. In the moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet, for the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised imperishable, and we will be changed. For this perishable body must put on imperishably, and this mortal body must put on immortality. When this perishable body puts on imperishability, imperishability, and this mortal body puts an immortality, then the saying that is written will be fulfilled. Death has been swallowed up in victory. Where, O death, is your victory? Where, O death, is your sting? The sting of death is sin, and the power of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, who gives us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, my beloved, be steadfast, immovable, always excelling in the works of the Lord, because you know that in the Lord your labor is not too vain.
Okay, so this is why you must obey him completely, because now you are guaranteed access to heaven, eternal paradise. Okay? Pretty good deal, right? Be a slave for 40 years, 50 years, be the best hardworking slave for the next 40, 50 years, and then you have eternal paradise, because that is Jesus' promise to you, okay? The defeat of death. Yes?
I think according to the original belief of Jesus, which Jesus led us to pursue our divine spark, right? That's the real way to have it. But doing this, I think, like after people die, they will find out that they cannot really go to heaven because they are slaves.
Yeah, no one cares.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't matter because you're dead, right? Because the entire point of the system is to extract as much energy out of you as possible while you're alive, right? Because Paul's real customers are the patriarchs. It's the patriarchs who are paying for this, and the patriarchs who will force their slaves to convert to this religion. Okay? So maybe the slaves don't buy this, but their children will, because their children will be brainwashed into this, okay? And this explains why the Catholic Church is the most powerful organization today. All right, so now that we've gone into how he actually thinks, let's go over to his psychology, okay? So what motivated Paul to do what he did? Because he worked really hard. And so there are three possible explanations. The first explanation is he was a Roman agent, and his mission was to destroy Messianic Judaism from within. What we'll learn next class is that Judaism is a huge problem for the Romans. And so while the Jews are praying for a Messiah of war, Paul says, no, Jesus was a Messiah of peace, okay? So he's trying to subvert the Jews from within. But you could also argue that Paul was actually a Jewish spy who's trying to subvert the Roman Empire by spreading the Jewish faith, okay? You could also argue that. I would argue it's both. Both are true, right? So I think that what really happened is Paul had a Messianic calling to create his own religious empire, okay? He wanted to become God himself. So there's a famous joke. The joke goes like this. God and Satan are having an argument. God says, my people, the humans, have found religion, therefore you've lost. And Satan says, well, I'll just organize it, okay? I'll create churches out of it. And that's what Paul did. Jesus came to tell us the truth, and Paul says, I'll use this truth and I'll make an empire out of it. Okay? All right, so there's an analogy here. His name is Ray Kroc, and he created the empire McDonald's. Okay? How did he do so? He took an idea, McDonald's, and he went around America and he created McDonald's. Okay? So McDonald's is like the church. If you go to McDonald's anywhere in the world, it's almost the same building, same menu. Okay? So it follows a very similar pattern to Paul's building of the church. Paul was able to succeed because he spread a religion. Ray Kroc succeeded because he also spread a religion as well. All right? So what he did was not convince people to eat hamburgers. He didn't need to do that. What he needed to do was convince small business owners to invest in McDonald's, to buy the franchise of McDonald's, by spreading the idea of the gospel of wealth. If you invest in me, if you open a McDonald's, you'll become wealthy. And that is paradise. Okay? So basically, Ray Kroc and Paul were doing the same thing. All right. So Paul has this business idea. Let's just take Jesus and turn him into an empire. And so he's going to make different sales pitches to different people, okay? So we're going to imagine, okay, and this is a thought experiment. It didn't really happen. We're going to imagine Paul making a pitch to the Roman patriarchs, right? He's saying, why should you invest in me? Because one, we will cause debate and division within the Jewish diaspora, okay? So some will convert, but some will not. But who cares? Because now they're fighting each other and not fighting us. Okay, so that's number one. Number two is we will make their Messiah of war into a Messiah of peace, okay? And that will weaken their resolve. And the third is we can now spiritually enslave the people, okay? And they'll work harder for us. So that's the sales pitch of Paul to the Romans. But there's also a sales pitch he can make to the Jewish leaders as well. Let us spread our faith to the Gentiles and elevate our status as a chosen people, okay? Let us make our Torah in Jerusalem divine in the eyes of the world. And guess what? It worked, right? Even today, everyone thinks that Jerusalem is the holy city in the world. Let us make ourselves the service of the empire and ally with the Roman patriarchy so that we can subvert them from within. All right? And it worked. Now, not all Jews did this, but a lot did follow Paul into Christianity. Christianity is a platform for the Jews and the Romans to work together. All right, but now Paul is going to make a sales pitch to the Greeks and the Jews, okay? And this is what he says. A few decades of obedience for eternity to join paradise, right? That's number one. Number two is, it's you to join. You don't have to get circumcised, okay? And the third is, Jesus will return any day now, so hurry up before it's too late. Guys, 50% off today. All right? Do it now. 50% off. All right? That's literally his message, all right? And that's why he's so successful. 50% off. All right. So this is Augustine, okay? And this is after the Catholic Church becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire. And what Augustine will do is he will write a book called City of God. And he will put the Catholic Church above Rome, okay? Because Rome is just a temporal, earthly city, but Jerusalem is the divine city. And he's saying that the Catholic Church is now Jerusalem. We don't need the Roman Empire anymore because now we have the Catholic Church, okay? The Catholic Church is a community of believers. And as long as you believe in Jesus, you'll be saved. So obviously, it's going to take Paul's ideas and systemize it to create the Catholic Church, okay? So Emma, can you read, please?
It was in secret that the first human beings began to be evil, and the result was that they slipped into open disobedience.
Okay, so this is really important. Jesus said there's a divine spark in us, right? Augustine says, yes, there's a divine spark, but it's from Satan, guys. It's not from God, it's from Satan. That's why we cannot trust the divine spark, because we're evil. Keep on going.
For they would not have arrived at the evil act if an evil would have not preceded it. Now, could anything but pride have been the start of the evil will? For pride is the start of every kind of sin.
So, Jesus says to follow your own heart, right? And Augustine says, no. That leads to pride. And pride is evil. Pride means you want to be better than God. Pride means you want to kill God. Therefore, it is inherently evil. Therefore, the heart inside you comes from Satan. Okay? Keep on going.
And what is pride except a longing for a preserved kind of
Exaltation.
For it is a preserved kind of exaltation to abandon the basis on which the mind should be firmly fixed, and to become, as it were, based on oneself, and so remain. This happens when a man is too pleased with himself, and a man is self-complacent when he deserts that changeless good in which, rather than in himself, he ought to have found his satisfaction. This desertion is voluntary, for if the will had remained unshaken in its love of the higher changeless good, which shed on it light to see and kindled in it fire to love, it would not have been diverted from this love to follow its own pleasure, and the will would not have been so darkened and chilled in consequence as to let the woman believe that the serpent had spoken to the truth, and the man to put his wife's will above God's commandment, and to suppose that his was a venial transgression when he refused to desert his life's companion, even though the refusal entailed companionship is in sin.
Okay, so we exist to obey God. All right? Jesus taught us that we exist in order to be creative, in order to seek truth for ourselves. But Augustine and Paul teaches us that we exist in order to obey God. Why? Because we cannot trust ourselves. Okay? Yeah?
I have a question. So, Does that mean the believers of the Catholic Church should not take pride in their identity as a part of the a part of the church, or does that also mean that they cannot be, well, in a way, they can't find satisfaction in partaking in the great mission of the Catholic Church?
Okay, so the Catholic Church has certain teachings, okay? The first teaching is the idea of original sin, which is we are born evil. It is Christ that redeems us. That's number one. Number two is we cannot think for ourselves because we will be led astray by the devil. We must listen to the priest. We should not read the Bible for ourselves because we'll get confused by it, okay? All right? And that's what leads to the Protestant Reformation.
Okay, so
And
what does that mean?
the priests are the representative of God on earth. The Pope has supreme authority. Okay? Yes?
So if the Pope tells you to take pride in being a part of the church, you can't be, you are allowed.
The Pope is the word of God. Whatever the Pope says is the word of God. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, it's that simple.
So, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Like if we really like try to pursue the original Jesus' belief, that is to pursue our divine spark. But pride is a thing that we cannot avoid, right?
Yes, you will make mistakes. Right?
Yeah.
So Jesus says it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to screw up. You'll be forgiven. Whereas the Catholic Church says it's not okay to screw up.
Oh.
Yeah, do you understand? All right. Okay, can you read Alan?
Thus the evil act, the transgression of eating the forbidden fruit, was committed only when those who did it were already evil. That bad fruit could only have come from a bad tree.
Okay, so we're born evil, okay? It's that simple. Keep on going.
Further, the badness of the tree came about contrary to nature, because without the fault in the will, which is against nature, it certainly could not have happened. But only a nature created out of nothing could have been distorted by a fault. Consequently, although the will drives its existence as a nature from its creation by God, its failing away from its true being is due to its creation out of nothing.
Okay, so why are we evil? Why can't we trust ourselves? Why can we be easily swayed by Satan? The reason why is the Bible tells us that we are created out of dust. We're created out of nothing, okay? In other words, we are a failed science experiment. Okay? That's why we suck. That's why we must believe in the church. All right? So this is the Augustine. All right, can you read?
Yet man did not fall away to the extent of losing all being, but when he had turned towards himself, his being was less real than when he adhered to him who exists in a supreme degree. And so to abandon God and to exist in oneself, that is to please oneself, is not immediately to lose all being, but it is to come near to nothingness. That is why the proud are given another name in Holy Scripture. They are called self-pleasers. Now, it is good to lift up your heart and to exalt your thoughts, yet not in the self-worship of pride, but in the worship of God. This is a sign of obedience, and obedience can belong only to the humble.
So you must obey the church completely, okay? Because the divine spark in you, it's out of nothingness. It can only lead you to evil, okay? So the only solution now is to obey the church completely.
And I think that kind of answered my question, too.
Yep. Yeah.
So, because I believe in the original.
No, it doesn't matter what you believe.
Oh.
I don't care what you believe. Yeah. I only care about what the Catholic Church is teaching you, okay?
Can we also see...
We're not having an argument about who's right, who's wrong.
Yeah.
I don't want that, okay? I want you to understand what the Catholic Church is teaching you.
Can we also see the, people eat the fruit from that tree also as a mistake that we can, just like the original Jesus believed that we can be forgiven?
Jesus thought that what Eve did was correct.
Oh.
All right? Okay? All right, so Alan, can you read, please?
This is why humility is highly prized in the city of God, and especially enjoyed on the city of God during the time of its pilgrimage in this world, and it receives particular emphasis in the character of Christ, the King of that city. We are also taught by the sacred scriptures that the thought of exaltation, the contrary of humility, exercise supreme dominion in Christ's adversary, the devil. This is assuredly the greatest difference that sunders the two cities in which we are speaking. The one is a community of devout men, the other a company of the irreligious, and each has its own angels attached to it. In one city, love of God has been given first place, in the other, love of self.
Okay, so it's that simple, okay? If you obey, you are doing the work of God. If you disobey, you're doing the work of the devil. It's that simple, okay? All right, can you keep on reading? And this will end the, yeah.
In the heavenly city, then, there will be freedom of will. It will be one and the same freedom in all, and indivisible in the separate individuals. It will be freed from all evil and filled with all good, enjoying unfailingly the delight of eternal joys, forgetting all offenses, forgetting all punishments.
So when we have freedom, okay, we're slaves now, but when we have freedom, when we're with God, because only when we're with God can we know what is good, okay? And then we have complete freedom. But what he means by freedom, of course, is complete obedience. Now we will not even think about disobeying God, okay? That's what freedom is. All right. So the Catholic Church grows, the Roman Empire makes it the official religion because it does three things, okay? And we discussed this. The first is that now you're better to exploit your slaves. They're now more hardworking because before, if they were lazy, they might get whipped, right? But they're lazy now, they will burn in hell for all of eternity. That's number one. Number two is, this is really important. You have all this gold, right? The problem with all this gold is people can steal it. People can kill you for it, right? But now you have spiritual authority. Now you represent God. Now you're head of a church, right? And therefore, people can't kill you because if they kill you, God will come and kill them. Okay? It's a pretty good deal, right? Before you were a king, but now you're a God. What a great deal. And the last thing, of course, is now what you can do is you can now expand and expand and expand your empire. Okay? So let me explain why this is relevant today, okay? Because now that the Catholic Church is around, these dynasties of Rome can continue on to today through the Catholic Church, right? Does that make sense to you guys? Because now they can store their power in the Catholic Church. If you put your gold in the Catholic Church, no one's going to come and steal it, right? Because they don't want to incur the wrath of God. That's why the Catholic Church will give rise to people called the black nobility, okay? These are 13 families from Rome that still run the world today. Okay, we'll discuss this later on. All right, we'll discuss how the Catholic Church and the black nobility work together. Something you need to understand is what allowed the Catholic Church to dominate is this alliance between the black nobility and Jews. Guess what, guys? It still happens today, okay? And the third thing is what allows for the system to work are the secret societies, where through rituals, these powerful people are bound together, okay? And so these three ideas, the black nobility, the alliance between black nobility and the Jews, and the third of secret societies, is the power structure we have today, all right? That's the power of the Catholic Church. That is the genius of Paul, to create a system that continues even today because it is so powerful and so strategic. Okay, does that make sense? All right, and we'll discuss this later on as well, but I present the idea to you today. All right, some questions. Okay, my wife sends me more questions, okay? This person wants to know what's the difference between the Catholic Church, the Protestants, and the Eastern Orthodox. So the Eastern Orthodox is the Church of Augustine. It didn't really change. The Protestants are those who rebel against the teachings of Paul and Augustine, and the Catholic Church is sort of in between, okay? But we'll discuss this more as we go along. All right. The Greek mystery schools, are they still around today? And the answer is yes, of course, they're still around today because they allow the elite to work together, okay? They allow the elite to trust each other, okay? And again, they come from the Greek mystery schools. All right. Psychopaths. What do we do with these people, right? You have these psychopaths who run the world. They don't feel regret. They don't forgive each other. So how do we perceive these people? Okay, and there are different solutions. The first solution is to appreciate the idea of karma. So yes, they are powerful to like in this lifetime, but maybe in the next lifetime they become slaves, so they can feel for themselves the evil that they've done onto other people. Okay. Another idea is, in the world of today, psychopaths will always rule. Only evil will rule, because that's just the structure of this universe. In this universe that we live in, the devil is always king. Okay, and there's no way around it. So we're here not to fight these people. We're here to learn wisdom in a world of evil. So don't worry about them, just worry about yourself. Okay? And the third thing to think about is, if you really understood how these people live their lives, you would feel sorry for them. All right, so remember the Iliad, where Achilles triumphs over Hector, but rather than feeling joy and happiness, he feels only sadness, and he can't even cry, okay? He becomes a zombie. And you can make the argument that the wealthy people are like that today. Yeah, they look like as though they're happy, they have billions of dollars, but they're not happy, okay? If you actually live their lives, if you see the world through their eyes, you would see that they're very unhappy people. So don't hate them, feel pity for them, okay? So there are different ways of understanding this. All right. Okay, this is a great question. Okay, I love this question. If the Romans are the ones who killed Jesus, why do the Jews don't speak up? Why don't the Jews say, we didn't do it, man? Okay, so this is really complicated. But the simple answer is, there's an agreement between the Catholic Church and the Jews, okay? And the agreement is this. The Catholic Church needed scapegoats, needed people for other people to hate, okay? And the Jews agreed in order to practice their religion. Does that make sense? All right, I know this sounds terrible, but the only way for the Jews to survive as a people is if they agree to be scapegoats for Christians. All right, and we'll discuss this later on. And that's why, if you look at Europe for these 2,000 years, what the Christians did to the Jews was just horrific, okay? And the Jews could not speak up because if they did, the Catholic Church might get rid of them, okay? This person says, James the Just, Jesus' brother, he was killed by the Jews, right? No. Ask yourself this question. Who is most threatened by James the Just? The answer, of course, is Paul. It was Paul who had him killed, okay? In 70, the Romans destroyed the temple. And that time would have been the perfect time to kill James the Just. James the Just was probably protected by the Jews, okay? But Paul saw him as a threat, because as long as James the Just was alive, he's the ultimate authority on Jesus, right? Paul could not steal the legacy from James the Just, therefore he had to get this guy killed, okay? Does that make sense? All right. How do you know if you see the truth and reject a lie? The answer is really simple, guys. How do you know if you love someone? You just do, guys, okay? I'm sorry. If you don't know you love someone, you probably don't love that person, all right? When you love someone, your heart glows. You feel stronger. You are more energetic, all right? If you are in a relationship, but you become weaker, you feel tired, you lose hope, you probably don't love that person. That person probably doesn't love you, okay? It's that simple, guys. How do you know you're in love? You just do. How do you know you see the truth? You just do, all right? You cannot trust a human. The Bible clearly states the one who brings evil to this world stands above all humankind. Therefore, you will find it true. No. This is what Paul says. This is what Augustine says. You do know. You know in your heart, okay? All right, that's it. Any questions, guys, before we conclude? Okay, great. So we'll continue this next class, okay? Okay, good morning, class. So we have 5 more classes in the semester, and the 4 last classes are the most important. So what I will do this class is set up the background and context for the last 4 classes. So what I want to do first is review what we've learned so far. Okay, so we discussed the Roman Republic. And it was essentially an oligarchy, okay? So oligarchy just means rule by the few. So it's very much like Sparta. It is a war society. And at this point in history, the fact that the Roman Republic was an oligarchy, basically it had about 100 families that commanded it, okay? And these were called the patricians. It was actually to the advantage of Rome, because at this time, Rome was small. It was poor. It was at war, okay? So in other words, even though there was nobility, they were not that much better off than other people. And everyone knew each other. So they were very open, energetic, and cohesive society. And so over time, they became the most dominant society in the Mediterranean. They defeated Carthage, they defeated the Greeks. But now that they're an empire, the fact that Rome is an oligarchy is a huge problem. Because now they are corrupt, unequal, and stagnant. And one way that we know is Roman women just started to refuse to have children. Okay, so they were dying as a society. And at this point in history, what should happen is that they should build an imperial bureaucracy, a centralized, standardized system in order to better manage the empire. But they couldn't really do that because of the oligarchy. The families, which now are about 50, okay? They refused to give up power. So rather than a centralized bureaucracy, the Roman Empire was in many ways a system in which different families had different territories. And what this led to was constant civil war, okay? Civil war. And remember, it started with Sulla, and then it went on to Julius Caesar. And after Julius Caesar, Augustus Caesar became the first among equals. But he still failed to set up the bureaucracy. Okay? And so it kept on leading to war. Eventually, what happened was that Constantine decided, this system doesn't work. So what I need to do is I need to reinvent the Roman people. And you do that by moving the capital from Rome to a new place he calls Constantinople, okay? Which now becomes the Byzantine Empire. Okay? And the Byzantine Empire now, because it's a new culture, it can now become a bureaucracy. In fact, their official language becomes Greek. It's a Greek bureaucracy. Okay? And this is what we call the Second Rome. At the same time, while this is happening, you have a massive migration of the steppes people. Okay? They're coming into Europe from many different locations. Why is this happening? Because in China, the Han Dynasty is waging a war against the steppe nomadic people. Okay? The people called the Xiongnu. So they are forced westwards, which forces the other steppe people to migrate into Europe and into Central Asia. Okay? So these people are called the Goths. And this becomes a huge problem for Rome because their people are not having children, and you have all these massive migration coming in from the steppes. And so what the Romans decided to do is divide and rule. And so what this means is that a lot of them are absorbed into the army as mercenaries and as soldiers. in order to defend the border, in order to fight these civil wars. Now, remember last class we talked about the rise of the Catholic Church, okay? And we discussed how the Catholic Church was, in many ways, being supported by these noble families. Not all of them supported the Catholic Church, but some of them did. And those that did had a huge advantage because now what they can do is absorb these new migrants into the society, where they're at the top and the migrants are at the bottom, okay? Then the question then is, why would the migrants agree to this? The reason why is, in their society, it is very egalitarian. And for war purposes, they would elect a war leader, okay? But with this system, the Catholic Church system, this war leader can now become a nobility, okay? They can now join the 50 families to form a new nobility, okay? Does that make sense, guys? All right. So at this point in history, when Constantine sets up the Byzantine Empire, now the Roman Empire is going to divide into two: a western part and an eastern part. Okay. And these two parts are going to have very different fates. The eastern part is still part of the Middle East, okay? The Levant, Anatolia, Egypt, and so it is the wealthiest part of the empire. And as such, it engages in wars with the Persian Empire, okay? And this will define most of its history. Its capital, Constantinople, was designed to be invincible. You could not lay siege to it, you could not conquer it. And as such, the Byzantine Empire was stable. In fact, it lasted for about 1,000 years, which is very, very impressive. Okay, and as I said, it's very wealthy, and so therefore, it's really able to dominate the world through mainly trade and diplomacy. Okay? So it became an imperial bureaucracy. It fought wars, but it usually used a lot of mercenaries because it had a lot of wealth. Right? So that's the Eastern Empire. And guess what, guys? This is very similar to China, okay? So think about China when you think about the Byzantine Empire. They're not the same, but they're very similar in how they organize their society. The Western Empire is very different because this is the poorest part of Europe. The other thing about this region is that there are lots of natural barriers. And so you have like these competing societies emerging, okay? Different cultures, different societies, and they're protected by mountains, by forests, by rivers. So there's a lot of diversity. There's a lot of diversity within the Western Empire. And so the power that emerges is actually the Catholic Church. And as Western Europe increases in power and Eastern Europe decreases in power, the Catholic Church will increase in power as well, okay? How did the Catholic Church come to dominate Western Europe? Because the Catholic Church believes it is out of history. Okay? So you kings, you compete for who rules the earth. But we, the Catholic Church, we decide who goes to heaven. Okay? So the Catholic Church becomes the dominant power in Western Europe. In fact, you can say that they are the empire now, but they are a spiritual empire, a divine empire that is out of history and which speaks for God. And as such, they become a very powerful empire as well. Okay? And this leads to tremendous conflicts throughout Western Europe. Okay? But there's a problem with the Catholic Church, and we discussed this last class, with the Catholic Church, it's trying to control the divine spark. Remember, Jesus came to tell us that there's a divine spark in us. And as long as we try to glow this divine spark, we can be with God. And the Catholic Church says, no, no, no. This divine spark, it is that of the devil. And we must imprison it. Okay? And this works most of the time, but now and then you have religious leaders who arise and said, no, no, no. The divine spark is within us. And so this leads to a lot of conflict. And ultimately, the solution the Catholic Church proposes is the idea of crusades, where warriors go and kill those who believe in the divine spark. And then they set up a secret police called the Inquisition in order to search for those who oppose the Catholic Church. Okay? The Inquisition, the major idea is, if you believe in the divine spark, you're not an evil person, you're a stupid person, because you don't know better. So the idea of the Inquisition is to educate you in the truth, which is the divine spark is that of Satan, that of the devil. And therefore, you must obey the Catholic Church. But if you insist on defying the Catholic Church, then you are a heretic. And therefore, you must burn at the stake before you can pollute other people. Okay? Now, eventually what will happen is that as a conflict in Western Europe gets worse and worse, certain states will break away from the control of the Catholic Church, and they will embrace a new religion called Protestantism, okay? And this is something we'll discuss next class. Okay, so that's the history of Western Europe. Okay, so now I want to talk about Constantine and the rise of the Byzantium Empire. So Constantine is, what he does that's very important is that he makes Christianity the official religion of Rome. So before Constantine, you had Christian emperors, but they did not make Christianity the official religion. But he made Christianity the official religion. Okay? The problem, though, we discussed this last class, is that Christianity is a franchise model. So different churches teach different things. And so Constantine was like, no, we can't have this debate. If we'll make this the official religion, what we need to do is have one orthodoxy, a unified ideology, okay? All right, so at this time in history, there are two major debates, or two major sources of confusion. The first is what we call Christology. What this is the question of like, what's the nature of Jesus? Okay. Remember, the story is that Jesus is in heaven, then he comes to earth, Mary gives birth to Jesus, then Jesus preaches his message, the gospel, then he is killed and he is resurrected. And then he returns to heaven, okay? That's the official story of Christianity. But there are lots of problems with this story, as you can imagine. If Jesus is divine, how did Mary give birth to Jesus? Right? If you're a human woman and you give birth to a God, that means that you're God yourself, okay? All right, so who is Mary and what is her power? Second question then is Jesus divine or is he human? Okay? Because if he's human and he dies, that's a sacrifice, right? But if you're divine, you can't die, so his death and his resurrection doesn't make any sense. Okay? So this is the problem with Christology. Is Jesus human or is he divine? And there are different interpretations, okay? The first interpretation is Jesus is divine in heaven, but he's human in the world. Okay, does that make sense? So yes, Mary gave birth to Jesus, but she gave birth to the human Jesus and not the divine Jesus. Because you cannot give birth to the divine God, okay? And that's why his death makes sense, because the Jesus who died was the human Jesus, but once he died and he was resurrected, then he went to heaven, okay? That's one explanation, that Jesus is really human. Another explanation is, no, Jesus is divine. So Mary, the death doesn't really matter, okay? He's just divine, okay? So both are possibilities. What the church says officially is Jesus is human and divine at the same time. Okay? This is the official ideology of the church. This makes no sense, guys. All right? But that's what you're taught. And so there are a lot of course people who are like, this is a stupid idea. Okay? And these people are called the Nestorians. And they were persecuted by the Catholic Church. And so they went to Persia. Okay? They went to the Middle East, they went to Persia, they went to Arabia, where they spread the message of Jesus. They taught Jesus as a human as opposed to a God. They taught that Jesus was a messenger. Okay? Which is what I taught you, right? That he's really a messenger of the monad. All right? So, does that make sense? Okay, now the second debate is actually even more confusing than the first debate, okay? And it has to do with the nature of the three powerful forces, right? The three gods. You have God, the ultimate God, then you have Jesus, then you have the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is God expressed in the world. Okay, so when someone speaks to you, you think it's God. It's actually not God, it's the Holy Spirit. All right, so now the question then is, what is the relationship between these three? God, Jesus, and Holy Spirit. And again, there are different explanations. And they kind of make sense, okay? So the first is the idea of modalism. Modalism is the idea that Jesus and God and Holy Spirit are just different modes of the same thing. They just change. So when Jesus is in heaven, he's God. When Jesus comes to earth as a human, he's just Jesus. And then when Jesus wants to communicate with us, he's the Holy Spirit, okay? So remember, Paul talked to Jesus. But Paul didn't really talk to Jesus. Paul talked to the Holy Spirit. Okay, so it's the same force, but expressed differently. Okay, that makes sense, right? Second is the idea of partialism. Partialism is just the idea that God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, are all part of the same divine force. Okay, so think of an ocean, right? The Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean is huge, but there are different parts to it, right? So that's the idea of partialism. That makes sense too, right? Okay. And the third idea is the idea of Arianism. And Arianism is just the idea that God came first, and then afterwards he created Jesus. So, in other words, Jesus is God, but he's second to the real God. Okay? That makes sense as well, right? Now, there are problems with all three, okay? The first problem, modalism, is if you read the Bible, Jesus talks to God, Jesus talks to the Holy Spirit. That's kind of confusing, because why would Jesus talk to himself, okay? So there's a lot of inconsistencies in the Bible, okay? So this doesn't really work. Partialism doesn't work either, because if you think about it, if God, Jesus, and Holy Spirit are part of a divine aspect, then that divine aspect should be God, right? Not these three. Okay, this doesn't really make sense. And Arianism doesn't really make sense because the entire point of Christianity is to say that Jesus is God, right? We worship Jesus, not God. So if you're saying that God's superior, why shouldn't we worship God instead of Jesus? Okay, so this is problematic as well. So what Constantine did was he organized all the bishops of the different churches to come to Nicaea. It's called the Council of Nicaea, okay, in order to come up with a solution to this problem. And this solution is actually even more problematic than these three, okay? And it's called the Holy Trinity. So let's go over the Holy Trinity. What the Holy Trinity says is this: God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, they are separate, okay? But they are equal. They are separate, but they're part of the same thing, okay? They're both separate, and they are equal to each other, okay? Now, if you think about it, it makes actually no sense whatsoever. The only solution to this problem is that this Holy Trinity is both nothing and everything at the same time. It becomes reality onto itself. Okay? And the only way to understand this is to accept this as a reality. All right? So I know this is confusing, but think of the idea of money, right? Okay, so the idea of money is both nothing and everything. Okay, money is nothing, but it can be everything at the same time as well, because it symbolizes wealth. Okay, does that make sense? All right. So none of this actually makes any sense, and the only way that it makes sense is if you force it to make sense, if you just memorize it. So think of math class, okay? Guys, I'm not sure if you appreciate this, but the entire point of math class is to make you stupid. Okay? Why? Because it is impossible for you to reason using mathematics, because mathematics doesn't really apply to the world. So the only thing that you can do is just memorize the formulas and apply the formulas to each other. Okay? And that just requires massive memorization and regurgitation. That's why, if you think about it, the best mathematicians are always in their 20s or 30s, because your brain has to be like really energetic in order to process this information. But the older you get, the less capable you are in mathematics. Okay, does that make sense? This is really important, guys. The more math you learn, the stupider you become. Okay, but this goes against, say, philosophy or teaching, right? The older you get, the wiser you become. Why? Because the information that you're learning, you can apply to reality and then figure out what information makes sense as you test this information against reality, okay? All right. Okay. So then the question then is, why would they do this? And the answer is very simple: to make you stupid. Okay. So let's just use an analogy. Let's do a thought experiment. The sky is blue, right? So we know the sky is blue, and now we're like, okay, why is the sky blue? And is it always blue? And why are certain things blue? Okay, from this very principle, the sky is blue, you can now start to ask more questions. You can, based on this idea, start to reason out more things. Okay, does that make sense? But let's just say I change and I say the sky is red. You're like, no, the sky is blue. I'm saying, no, the sky is red. If you do not say the sky is red, you are a heretic. I will burn you at the stake. And you're like, okay, all right. So what you're saying is this. You're saying that blue is red, red is blue. And I'm like, no. Blue is blue, red is red. The sky is red. And you're like, that makes no sense. I'm just like, okay, well then I don't care. Because if you do not say the sky is red, I will burn you at the stake. Okay, I will fail you in school. Okay, do you understand? So another way of saying this is your brain, the way it processes information is by using logic, right? Okay, so think about building. Think about building. Okay, think about building. Okay, well this makes sense, right? You're just stacking blocks on top of each other to build a building, right? But let's just say I say, no, this is what the building looks like. Okay, this is empty. You're like, well, that makes no sense. Okay? So what I've done by forcing the idea of the Holy Trinity onto you is I've basically taken a part of your logical system, of your brain, and emptied it out. So it's impossible for you to connect things, okay? Because from this, what you can do is say, oh, now I can just keep on building more things, right? But if the principle is there's a layer that is unseen or unknowable, you can't build on top of it. Okay? So your brain ceases to be able to process and be creative. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah?
And I saw like people who learn math well and also like they have strong ability in computer science. They all like work in Silicon Valley and they are wealthy. But I think that also aligns our concept that they are pursuing the materialistic and they are, the world is ruled by Satan. Is that true?
Yeah, okay. We'll talk about this later, okay? But yeah, if you work in Silicon Valley, you are a materialistic person who is incapable of thinking spiritually. Yes, that is correct. Also remember that people who do computer engineering and do mathematics, like they're at the best in their 20s and 30s. By the time they reach over 40, they kind of burn out, okay? Because, for your brain to process all this, it eventually burns out, okay? Does that make sense? So again, I hate to say this, but math makes you stupid, all right? All right, is that clear, guys? Any questions? Okay, but as you can see, what's happening is that because people are forced to learn this, they don't want to learn this. And this starts a series of wars within the Roman Empire because Constantine and the Byzantine Empire is going to enforce this orthodoxy onto every Christian church. And this starts a series of wars, okay? At the same time, the Byzantines, they are fighting the Sassanid Persian. Sassanid Persia, okay? Egypt, the Levant. And this is Arabia. Okay, so guys, this is really important. This is a time in history, this is about 500 to 600, where there's a lot of conflict going on, okay? Remember, the first major conflict is between the Byzantine and Sassanid Persians, okay? The second major conflict is the church orthodoxy against the independent church franchises, okay? So the Byzantine Empire is trying to enforce the orthodoxy on all different churches who refuse the Holy Trinity because it's such a silly idea, okay? What this is going to do is it's going to force Christians over to the Sassanids as well as Arabia, the desert, okay? And these are called the Nestorians. And again, they believe that Jesus is a divine messenger as opposed to God on earth, okay? Also, we have the Jews as well, okay? Because the Jews keep on resisting against the Romans because the Romans forced the Jews to obey Christianity. And so the Jews escape into Arabia, okay? And at the same time, the Jews want to return to Jerusalem. Right? Now, what's interesting is that most people don't know this, but Arabia is, at this point in history, the most energetic, open, and cohesive society in the Middle East, okay? So first of all, it's open because Arabia has always been a point of trade between the Levant, Egypt, and the Indus Valley civilization, okay, India. Okay, so Arabia, they do a lot of trading, but they also are great fighters because they're great mercenaries. Why? Because as the Sassanids and the Romans fight more and more, the Arabians are recruited in as mercenaries for their armies. And as such, they learn the most innovative warfare. And they're poor as well, so they're really good fighters. Okay? And now what's happening is that the Arabians, the Arabs, are being exposed to new religions, the Nestorian Christianity, as well as Judaism, okay? And both preach the coming of the Messiah. Okay? So Arabia is rising in energy, but the Byzantine Empire and the Sassanid Persians are decreasing in energy. Okay? The Byzantines are fighting too many wars, and they're imposing too much orthodoxy, which is turning people into slaves. And because the Sassanids are fighting the Byzantines in war, and as the Byzantines become more orthodox and become more bureaucratic, the Sassanids are forced to become much more bureaucratic as well, much more orthodox as well. And so the Nestorians are also being persecuted by the Sassanids. So the Jews want Jerusalem to return, and the assassin says to the Jews, hey, if you fight for us, we'll return Jerusalem to you, okay? And so the Byzantines, so the Jews win back Jerusalem, and then piss off the Byzantines, so they come and they kill a lot of Jews. Now, the thing about the Jewish tradition is they believe that when they're most persecuted, when all hope is lost, their Messiah will come to save them. Okay? So the Jews are like, oh my God, the Messiah is coming, the Messiah is coming. Okay? The historians also believe the Messiah is coming as well. They believe that Jesus is going to return. And all it will take is for one charismatic leader to emerge in the Arabian desert to say, I'm the Messiah, follow me. What I will promise you is this. I promise you that you will have the right to believe in whatever religion you want, because the divine spark is in you, and you know how to best celebrate God by yourself. I promise religious tolerance for the Jews, for the Christians, for the Arabs, for everyone. Okay? And so what will happen is this leader will emerge, and his name is Muhammad. And Muhammad will unite Arabia, and then he will unite the Nestorians, he will unite the Jews, and they will together fight to get Jerusalem back. They will fight to get against Persia. And guess what happens? They basically win without much resistance, because there's so much anger, so much opposition towards the Sassanid Empire as well as the Byzantine Empire. Plus, both empires are exhausted. And so this gives us the Islamic Revolution, right? Okay? The Arabs are able to sweep through and conquer most of the world very, very quickly. But when they do so, what happens is that Muhammad dies. And now what's going to happen is they have lots of different factions, right? The Nestorians, the Jews, the Arabs as well. And they're going to fight a civil war amongst themselves as well. And then from the civil war will emerge a new religion that we call Islam. Okay? But remember, this is really important. Muhammad himself did not preach Islam. All he preached was, I'm Messiah, I'm the messenger of God, like Jesus, and I will promote religious tolerance. We'll have a community of believers and followers in Jesus. But it doesn't matter if you're a Jew, it doesn't matter if you're Christian, it doesn't matter what kind of Christianity you are, you're free to believe whatever you want, because that's what God wants.
I think it worked on although like Muhammad said that you have the right to believe in your divine spark, but I think they all walk on the same road as Paul, because they all formed a religion, because they follow Muhammad but not follow themselves.
Okay, so this is a really important idea you guys need to understand. The messenger of God, okay, the leader, the Messiah, he's never like, I'm God, follow me. He's always like, I'm a messenger of God, and the message of God is, you are divine children. The divine spark is in you. You should not be slaves. I will free you from slavery. I will free you from tyranny. I will free you from poverty, okay? That's always the messenger. That's always the message. What will happen later on, after some time, is you have a figure like Paul emerge who needs, I can turn this into my own empire. And then religion becomes organized, okay? That's always the process. So think of Zarathustra. When he first came, he was preaching a message. He was a poet prophet. So was Jesus. So was Homer. So was Muhammad. But later on, people will turn his words into an empire. Okay? That's always the process. All right? Okay, clear? All right. Okay. So let's do the PPT. Okay. So we can better understand what happened. Okay. So as we discussed before, at this point in history, the Roman Empire, it's huge, but please remember that it's not a bureaucracy, and therefore each region is controlled by a certain noble family, okay, the patricians. And as a result, what will happen is and these are like the 50 top families in Rome, and there aren't that many, okay? And remember what will happen is there are certain families that will adapt well to the change in the Roman Empire, mainly by embracing Catholic religion, okay, by being early investors in the Catholic Church, And as such, they will continue on to today. We call these people the black nobility, okay? All right, so as I mentioned, there are different migrants coming in from the steppes. The Huns, the Germanics, the Slavs, they're basically all the steppes people, okay? But they will come into different regions and they will absorb into Europe differently, okay? In the north, they're much more independent, and this is where the Vikings are, okay? And these are where the Germans are. They're very independent people. But as they approach the Roman Empire, they are assimilated and absorbed by the Roman nobility using the Catholic religion, okay? And so the people at the very bottom here, they become Christians, okay? But they become different types of Christians, and eventually they'll fight the Byzantines, because the Byzantines want to enforce an Orthodox Christianity onto them. Okay, and this is what Europe looks like when the Western Empire falls. Okay, and as you can see, there are different societies as well. And again, what makes this possible is the fact that Western Europe, it has a lot of mountains, so it's pretty easy to defend your territory. Okay, so this is Constantine, and he is going to make Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire when he becomes emperor. Okay, so again, even after Julius Caesar, the Romans cannot help but keep on fighting civil wars, and Constantine wins one of them, becomes emperor, and he moves the capital from Rome all the way to Constantinople. Okay, this is really important because now he can establish a new culture called the Byzantine Empire. Okay, they call themselves Romans, but they're not really Romans; they're more like Greeks. Another major difference is this. Rome is over in Western Europe, Constantinople is off in Eastern Europe, and so now Rome is now able to defend its wealthy provinces of Anatolia and Egypt much more effectively, okay? The other thing about Constantinople that's really important is it's pretty easy to defend, okay? Because it's by the sea, and if you build high walls, it's almost impossible for people to invade Constantinople. This is the Hagia Sophia, which is the official church of the new religion, okay? Today we call it Eastern Orthodox, but back then it was just the Catholic Church, okay? And this is the Hagia Sophia. This is what Constantinople looks like at its peak. And what's really important to understand is it's very wealthy, but as you can see, it's surrounded by these sea walls, which makes it impossible to defend, and that's why it was able to stand for about 1,000 years. Okay. The Council of Nicaea is where they make the Holy Trinity the official doctrine of the Catholic Church. Even today, guys, if you're a Christian, you still recite it. All right, it's called the Nicene Creed. So can you read it, Alan?
We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and of all things visible and invisible, and in one Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the only begotten of the Father before all ages, light of light, true God of true God, forgotten not made, of one essence with the Father, by whom all things were made, whom for us men and for all salvation, come down from heaven and was incarnate of the Holy Spirit and the Virgin Mary, and became man. And he was crucified for us under Pontius Pilate, and suffered, and was buried. And the third day he rose again, according to the Scriptures, and ascended into heaven, and sits at the right hand of the Father. And he shall come again with glory to judge the living and the dead, whose kingdom shall have no end, and in the Holy Spirit.
Okay, so what this does is establish the idea that Jesus, God, and Holy Spirit are separate, but they are one and the same. They are different, but they are co-equal. All right? If you actually study this Nicene Creed, you'll find a lot of inconsistencies, okay? So Jesus Christ is the Son of God, but he is one with God as well, okay? So if you think about it, it doesn't really make much sense, okay? But again, the Nicene Creed is something that you don't argue over, because if you argue over it, you're a heretic, you'll be burned at the stake. It's something that you must memorize. It's like a math formula, basically, okay? In math class, you're not allowed to question the formula. You're just forced to memorize the formula, okay? Okay, so as you can see, what's happening is that the migrants are being settled throughout Europe, okay? But once they're being settled through Europe, the conflict between these noble families in Rome then become the conflicts amongst these different groups, okay? All right, so after the Council of Nicaea announces the Holy Trinity, there's still a lot of resistance to it. In fact, even by the year 500, which is about 180 years after the Council of Nicaea, most of Europe is actually, they don't really believe in the Holy Trinity, okay? So Arian just means you don't believe in the Holy Trinity. Catholic means you do. And as you can see, this part, which is controlled by the Byzantine Empire, it's able to enforce the Holy Trinity, but most other parts are not able to enforce the Holy Trinity, okay? This is a really important idea to understand. The idea of the Holy Trinity only takes force a few hundred years after it is announced. But in the beginning, there's a lot of resistance to the idea of the Holy Trinity. The Byzantine Empire must fight these wars to enforce it, okay? And it will, because as the Byzantine Empire becomes stronger and stronger, you can see these green arrows, it's going to fight all these wars in order to expand the idea of the Holy Trinity, okay? And Constantinople can do this because it's very wealthy and it doesn't really fear any enemies because of the high walls, okay? Okay, as you can see, it's almost impossible to attack Constantinople by sea. All right, and the Byzantine Empire under Justinian will expand and enforce the Holy Trinity on all churches. Okay, and by 565, it is at the peak of its power. But as we discussed, when the empire reaches its peak, it's probably going to fall really quickly, and that's what happens. All right, so because of resistance to the Holy Trinity, Christians are forced into the Persian Empire and into the Arabian desert. Okay? At first, they're welcomed by the Persians because these tend to be very well-educated Christians who contribute a lot to the empire. But over time, the Zoroastrians see the Christians as a threat, and conflict arises between the Christians and the Zoroastrians. The Christians will also go into the Arabian desert as well to promote Christianity. Okay? But you can see how Christianity spreads. Nestorian Christianity also spreads to China and Japan. Okay? All right. One thing that you need to understand is that even though we don't really discuss Arabia a lot, it's a very important part of the world throughout of history because it's a trade center. Okay. So if you're in India and you want to bring goods into Egypt, the best thing to do is to sail into Muscat and then have Arabian nomads carry the goods all the way to Mecca and then go into Egypt, okay? So the Arabian desert, we don't talk much about it, but it is a crossroads of empire. And it's a crossroads of culture as well. And there are a lot of Jews in the Arabian desert because as the Romans persecute the Jews, the Jews escape into Arabia because the Romans don't like sand. Okay? The Romans, what they're really good at is besieging cities, but they hate fighting sand. That's why the Romans can never conquer Persia. All right, so this is another map that shows the extent of the trade as well. Okay? So as you can see, the Arabian desert, it's connecting the world, right? Because like you look at India, and India is now able to connect the world through the Arabian desert. Okay, it's able to access Europe, the Mediterranean, and Egypt through the Arabian desert. Okay. Okay, so what's going to happen is that once Muhammad comes into place and he unites the Arabian desert into a new community of followers, okay? They'll spread really quickly throughout the world. And as you can see, there are now over 1 billion Muslims in the world. And you can see how many Muslims there are in the world, okay? So there's a lot of conflict between the Roman Empire, the Byzantines, and the Sassanians as well. Okay? There are lots and lots of major battles. These wars are exhausting both empires. And this is going to enable the Arabs to rise in power, because as these two empires fight and their energy decreases, this energy is being transferred to the Arabs, okay? Because a lot of wealth is being transferred to the Arabs, but also a lot of mercenaries are learning how to fight from the Byzantines as well as the Persians, okay? All right, so the major event that sparks the Arab Revolution is the persecution of the Jews, okay? So, Alan, can you read, please?
The Persian army, reinforced by Jewish force led by Nehemiah ben Hashir and Benjamin of Tiberias, would capture Jerusalem without resistance.
Okay, so the Jews want to return to Jerusalem. Remember, the Romans kicked the Jews out of Jerusalem. So they make a deal with the Persians. Okay? They basically say to the Persians, if you support us, we'll support you in the fight against the Romans. And that's what happened. But once that happens, there are lots of Christians within Jerusalem, and they call the Byzantines for help. And so the Byzantines come, and they win back the city because the Christians help them, but then they start massacring a lot of Jews, okay?
The capture of Jerusalem was interpreted by Jewish writers in the Messianic context. Sacrifices may even have been renewed on the Temple Mount. Control of the city was handed to Nehemiah ben Hashil and Benjamin of Tiberias. Nehemiah was then appointed the ruler of Jerusalem. She began making arrangements for the building of the third temple and sorting out genealogies of establishing a new high priesthood.
Okay, so this is almost like the Bible, where the Jews were kicked out of Jerusalem by the Babylonians, and the temple was burned down. And so what the Jews believe is, like, now the new Messiah will return. We have to rebuild the third temple, because in their religion, the Messiah will return all Jews to Jerusalem and build the third temple. Okay? All right, keep on going.
Yeah. After only a few months, a Christian revolt occurred. Nehemiah ben Hashil and his council of 16 righteous were killed along with many other Jews, some throwing themselves off the city walls. Following the outburst of violence in Jerusalem, the surviving Jews fled to Shambara's encampment at Caesarea. Christians were able to briefly retake the city before the walls were breached by Sehabris forces who laid siege to the city. Sources vary on how long the siege lasted. Depending on the source, it lasted 19, 20, or 21 days.
Okay, right. So the Jews take over Jerusalem, and they want to rebuild their temple. And the Christians are angry because they think this is my city. The Christians rebel, and the Byzantines help them, and the Jews are massacred and a lot escape. Where they go to the Arabian desert. Why do they go to the Arabian desert? Because they believe the Messiah is going to come. And so they preach that, hey, the Messiah is coming. Okay? And in the Arabian desert, there's a man who believes he is the Messiah, and his name is Muhammad. Okay? All right, can you keep on reading?
Jews were expelled from Jerusalem and were not allowed to settle within the 3-mile radius. A general massacre of the Jewish population ensued. The massacre devastated the Jewish communities of the Galilee and Jerusalem. Only those Jews who could flee to the mountains of Egypt are said to have been spared.
Okay, so this is from Wikipedia, okay? All right, so the first thing that Muhammad's going to do is announce the Constitution of Medina, which is to say that I'm the prophet, I am the Messiah, but what I promise you is religious openness and tolerance. It doesn't matter if you're Jew, it doesn't matter if you're Christian, it doesn't matter if you're Arab. You can practice whatever religion you want. And it's called the Constitution of Medina, okay? That's a promise that Muhammad makes to all his followers. Okay? And we know this from the Quran. So we're going to read the Quran together, which is the holy book of the Muslims. And what we'll see is that Muhammad is clearly promising tolerance for all religious factions. Doesn't matter what religion you are, you're allowed to practice whatever you want, okay? So, Alan, can you read, please?
O people of the book, why do you argue about Abraham when the Torah and the gospel were not revealed until after him? Will you not reason? Here you are, you argue about things you know. But why do you argue about things you do not know? Allah knows, and you do not know. Abraham was neither a Jew nor a Christian, but he was a monotheist, a Muslim, and he was not of the polytheist. The people most deserving of Abraham are those who follow him, and these prophets and those who believe Allah is the guardian of the believers.
Okay, so the legend is that Muhammad, when he was 40, he went into the desert. And in the desert, he was meditating and had a revelation. An angel, Gabriel, visited him and spoke the truth of the universe. The Quran is just a writing down of all these revelations, okay? And one major revelation is Gabriel tells Muhammad, you're all children of God. You're all descendants of Abraham. Therefore, why are you guys fighting? You guys should be working together. Okay? All these differences don't matter. What's important is for you all to remember that you all believe in the one true God. That's what matters. And these differences don't really matter, okay? Okay. Keep on reading.
Yeah. They disbelieve with those who say Allah is a Messiah, the son of Mary. But the Messiah himself said, O children of Israel, worship Allah, my Lord and your Lord. Whoever has associates others with Allah, Allah has forbidden him paradise, and his dwelling is the fire. The wrongdoers have no saviors.
Okay, so this is really important. What the Quran is saying is this. Jesus is not God. God is God. God is Allah. Jesus is just a messenger. Okay, and the messenger himself, Jesus himself said, worship God, don't worship me. Okay? So this is a Nestorian position, right? Okay? Jesus is human. So in heaven he's divine, but on earth he's human. Okay, keep on going.
They disbelieve those who say Allah is a third of three, but there is no deity except the one God. If they do not refrain from what they say, a painful torment will befall those among them who disbelieve.
Okay, so it's just saying that the Holy Trinity, it's sacrilege, it's blasphemy. It makes no sense, man. God is God. God isn't one of three. Okay? God is his God. Keep on going.
While they not repent to Allah as ask his forgiveness, Allah is forgiving and merciful. The Messiah, son of Mary, was only a messenger, before whom other messengers had passed away, and his mother was a woman of truth. They both used to eat food. Note how we make clear the revelation to them, that note how deluded they are.
Okay, to say that Mary is divine, to say that Jesus is divine, it's all superstitious. They're all just messengers of the one true God, like Moses and like Moses before him, okay, and now like Muhammad today. Okay, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad are all messengers of God. Jesus was the penultimate, and Muhammad is the last, okay, the final messenger of God. All right, keep on.
With him are the keys of the unseen. None knows them except he, and he knows everything on land and in the sea. Not a leaf falls, but he knows it. And there is not a single grain in the darkness of earth, nor is there anything wet or dry, but is in a clear record. It is he who takes you by night, and he knows what you earn by day, that he raises you up in it until a fixed term is fulfilled. Then to him is your return, that he will inform you of what you used to do. He is a conqueror over his servant, and he sent guardians over you. Until, when death overtakes one of you, our envoys take him away, and they never fail. Then they are brought back to Allah, the true master. Unquestionably, he is the judgment, and he is the swiftest of reckoners.
So this is establishing the monad, right, as God. The monad is the universe. The monad is everything. It's divine. Okay? Stop saying Jesus is God. That makes no sense. All right. Okay. So as we discussed, now the Arabian desert, it's energized. People are energetic because people thirst for religious liberation. Okay? The Christians, the Jews, all unite behind Muhammad. And very quickly, once he's able to unite the Arabs, okay, they're now really quickly able to expand outwards. They retake Jerusalem and they conquer the Persian Empire very, very quickly because both of these empires, the Byzantines and the Sassanids, are exhausted. The main advantage of the Byzantines is they still have Constantinople, which is impossible to conquer, okay? So Constantinople is safe, but everybody else falls to the Arabs, okay? And as you can see how fast their conquest is. And this is only about 100 years, okay? They're able to basically conquer most of the Roman Empire. They take Spain, they take Northern Africa, they conquer Persia, okay? So really rapid conquest. Because at this point in history, people are just sick of empires and they're looking for religious liberation. Okay? And over time, as Muhammad dies, the Muslims will fight amongst themselves and they will establish different empires called caliphates, and they will break up as well. Okay? And this will give time for the Byzantines to reestablish themselves, and then Western Europe will become more and more powerful. Now, the Arabs will establish something called the Islamic Golden Age. And this marks a time of tremendous peace and prosperity for the world because the Muslims are able to establish trade networks throughout the world, okay? Why? Well, because when you do trade, the biggest problem is one of trust, right? How can I trust you to take my money to somewhere else? But if you're a Muslim, you must swear to Allah, okay? So religion requires you to be trustworthy, and that allows Muslims to work together and establish trade routes throughout the world. But you can't really trust someone who's not Muslim, but you can trust someone who is Muslim, okay? So these Muslims go all around the world, and including into China. And as such, the Islamic Empire is able to establish trade throughout the world, which brings tremendous prosperity to most of the world, okay? As you can, I'm not sure you guys don't understand Islam, but Islam is a beautiful, simple religion that builds trust and community. This is Mecca, and this is the Hajj, where Muslims come from all around the world and they circle around the Kaaba, the cube, okay? So Islam considers itself as the ultimate religion because it improves on both Judaism and Christianity, okay? Christians believe they are an improvement on Judaism. Muslims believe they're an improvement on Christians and Jews as well. Okay, now let's talk about the Western Empire, okay? Because that's where our focus will be for the next, for the rest of the semester. 476, the Goths destroy Rome. Why? Because the power now is being shifted from the empire to Catholic Church. Okay? So the empire doesn't really have that much power. So what happens is that it recruits mercenaries to fight for them, but it can't really pay the mercenaries. So the mercenaries in response go and sack Rome. Okay? But this time in history, Rome is no longer a power. It doesn't really matter anymore. Augustine, who is the main architect of the Catholic Church, okay, he takes Paul's ideas and systemizes it. He teaches us in the City of God that the Catholic Church is out of history. It is beyond history. It is divine. Okay? So the kings can fight over the land, but it's the church who will decide who goes to heaven and who burns in hell. And that's the power of the church. One thing to remember about Europe is that there are lots of geographic barriers which allows for diversity within Europe. Okay? That's why Europe has so many countries, because historically it's been very hard to unify Europe because of the geography. And this allows for tremendous diversity and it creates a lot of conflict as well, which drives innovation, okay? So this is when the Roman Empire falls in the West, there are lots of different groups fighting for the remains. Now, what's really important to understand about history is when we say the Roman Empire rises and it falls, this is our understanding of them, okay? But from their perspective, the empire never fell because these warlords think that I'm the empire now, okay? And so what's going to happen is that they're going to compete for the legacy of Rome. And eventually, this leads to the rise of a new power, the Franks, okay? So the Franks are expanding throughout Europe, and they see themselves as the heir to the Roman Empire. But how do you prove that you are heir to the Roman Empire? How do you legitimize yourself? Well, you need to get the Catholic Church on your side, right? So in about 800, Charlemagne, who is the king of the Franks, he is crowned Holy Roman Emperor by the Pope, okay? And from now on, it is the Catholic Church, the Pope, who decides who will be the Holy Roman Emperor. There's a negotiation going on, but for the public, the Holy Roman Empire is always anointed by God. Okay? This is Charlemagne, and today he is buried in the Aachen Cathedral. Okay, one of the most beautiful buildings in the world. His body is still there, okay? The Aachen Cathedral. And this is what it looks like inside. Okay, now the Catholic Church, because of this power, it's now able to anoint the Holy Roman Empire. It becomes wealthy, okay? Okay, so can you read this, Alan, from the Bible?
Yeah. Then Jesus said to his disciples, "Assuredly, I said to you that it is hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. And again I say to you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God."
So as I keep on telling you, Jesus himself was very anti-rich, okay? He believed that the rich people, because they were too focused on material acquisitions, could never go into heaven, okay? But the paradox is that the Catholic Church becomes extremely wealthy, okay? If you go to the Vatican, you can still go back and you visit St. Peter's Basilica. It is one of the most beautiful buildings in the world. It is extremely wealthy. Inside, guys, it's all gold, okay? All right, so the Vatican has been historically the wealthiest organization in the world. And it was able to do this because Western Europe started to become very wealthy over time. Okay, so from about 1,000 to about 1,300, the population of Europe doubles because of technological innovation, because the climate is warming, allowing for agriculture, because of the rise of cities, and because Europe is trading with everyone, okay? So at this time, Europe is becoming more and more wealthy, which makes the Catholic Church really, really wealthy, okay? These are different urban centers of Europe at this time, and they engage mainly in trade. Okay, so the church becomes a much more powerful idea than the empire, okay? Why? Well, with an empire, it's the emperor who's in charge, right? But the emperor is still a human being, and therefore, he can change his mind, and he doesn't really know what he's doing. But in the church, the person in charge is God, who is perfect, immutable, and eternal, okay? So this is the ultimate authority, the church. Second is, what is demanded? Well, an empire demands that you work hard, your labor. But the church demands your soul, your obedience. Okay? Therefore, the church is able to extract more wealth from you. Now, the last thing is, okay, let's say you don't obey the empire. What's the worst thing that can happen to you? Well, the empire puts you to death, okay? Not a big deal. But the church, what it can do is send you to hell for all of eternity. Okay? That's why the Catholic Church becomes the most powerful organization ever in human history. And it's still true today. All right, so what makes the Catholic Church so powerful? What becomes a divine bureaucracy, okay? And what it does is establish a very strict hierarchy. So the idea of the church is that God is distant, and God demands your obedience, right? So remember Augustine, City of God, remember Paul, right? So one thing is that when you go to church, the priest doesn't speak in your language, the vernacular. It speaks in Latin, and you don't really understand the language, okay? You're not allowed to read the Bible, because at this time, most people are illiterate. The Holy Trinity makes no sense. But again, you're not asked to debate it, you're not asked to question it, you just have to memorize it. There are lots of rituals to the Catholic Church. Some of these rituals are just really weird. So for example, of the Eucharist, where you believe that you're actually eating the body and blood of Jesus through the idea of transubstantiation, okay? The church is powerful because it can determine who goes to heaven and hell and for how long. And ultimately, if you are a king and you don't obey the church, the Pope can excommunicate you, which is say, I remove you from the Christian community, and therefore any other king can come and kill you, and it'll be good in the eyes of God. Okay, does that make sense? So this is why the church is so powerful, but also helps us explain why the church is so corrupt as well. They have too much power. And ultimately, they will use this power in order to enrich themselves, okay? Remember, the Catholic Church, the people who control the Catholic Church are descendants of the Roman nobility, okay? And they will use Catholic Church to enrich themselves. They sell them something called indulgences. And the idea is, let's say you're a rich person and you did a lot of bad things, and now you're afraid you'll burn in hell, right? Well, Jesus will say, too bad. But the Catholic Church says, give us a lot of money and we'll give you an indulgence, okay? Basically, a ticket to purgatory, all right? And so as you can see, there's a lot of corruption going on. There's something called simony, where you can buy and sell positions in the Catholic Church, very similar to the imperial bureaucracy of China, right? They're selling holy relics. Priests are not really divine. They get married. They sell their positions to nobles. And the kings are the ones who can appoint leaders of the church as well, okay? So there's this negotiation going on between the Catholic Church and the kings as well. The parishioners, no matter how poor they are, they're forced to pay a tax. They pay a tax to the Catholic Church and not to the king, okay? As you can imagine, the king is not really happy about this, because a third of his land, most of his tax revenue, it's being taken over by the Catholic Church. So that's why a lot of kings will eventually start to rebel against the Catholic Church, okay? The church controls 1/3 of all land in Europe tax-free, okay? And this leads to feudalism. All right. So at the same time, though, even though the Catholic Church is so powerful in Europe, it still has a legitimacy problem, okay? Meaning, like, how does it prove that it is truly divine? Well, you have some certain problems. The first problem is the Muslims occupy the Holy Land. Okay? If you truly represent God, why is Jerusalem in the hands of the Muslims? Okay? Also, Spain is part of Europe, but Muslim Spain is actually much more wealthy and innovative than the rest of Europe. 1054, the Eastern Orthodox Church, led by the Byzantines, break with the Catholic Church. Okay? Because both want to be the ultimate center of the world, but the Byzantines says that we're the center, and the Romans say, no, we're the center, okay? And there's corruption going on. Okay, everyone sees the corruption, but there's also lots of religious leaders who are rebelling against Catholic Church because they want to unleash a divine spark, okay? So there's all this legitimacy problems going on. And so there are different solutions, okay? One solution the Catholic Church does is that it persecutes Jews, okay? So the Catholic Church allows Jews to exist just so that the Catholic Church can scapegoat the Jews. And throughout this time, as you can see, Jews are being persecuted mainly by being forced out of their homes, where they lived for hundreds of years. Okay? And a lot of them are forced to go east into the Muslim empire and to go to Spain. Okay? But over time, they're being expelled from these regions. This is another map that shows the persecution of the Jews. As you can see, they're forced to go east. Okay? And often, there are lots of massacres as well. Okay? So the black spots, okay, the skull spots, are areas in which they were massacred. They were blamed for certain crimes. Okay? All right. So this is a map that shows the pilgrimages of Christians into the Holy Land. Okay? And again, it's a source of embarrassment for the Christians that their Holy Land is occupied by Muslims. And they have to pay a tax to Muslims if they go into the Holy Land. Right now, the Holy Land, Jerusalem, is being controlled by the Seljuk Turks, okay? The Ottoman Empire. All right, and that's why Pope Urban II will eventually call for the Crusades to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Okay, so can you read, please?
All who die by the way, whether by land or by sea, or in battle against the pagans, shall have immediate remission of sins. Or what a disgrace if such a despised and base race, which worship demons, should conquer a people which has the face of omnipotent God and is made glorious with the name of Christ.
Okay.
Let those who have been accustomed unjustly to wage private warfare against the faithful now go against the infidels and end with victory this war, which should have been begun long ago. Let those who for a long time have been robbers now become knights. Let those who have been fighting against the brothers and relatives now fight in the proper way against the barbarians. Let those who have been serving as mercenaries for small pay now obtain the eternal reward.
Okay, so this is Pope Urban II saying the Crusades. It's to go and fight the demons. If you fight a demon, it doesn't matter who you are. You could be poor, you could be rich, you could be a sinful person, you could be a nobody. But now is your opportunity to go to heaven, okay? Like when you go to fight the demons, you will all be guaranteed access to heaven, no matter who you are, no matter what you did. And so a lot of people go and join the Crusades for lots of different reasons, especially those who've committed crimes before, okay? So guess what? A lot of people who join the Crusades are criminals because here's your opportunity to get good with the church, okay? That's why we see a lot of abuse during the Crusades, okay? So as you can see, lots of people are now joining the Crusades in order to liberate the Holy Land. And eventually they succeed, okay? Even though a lot are criminals, they're still very good fighters because they have religious devotion, okay? They're very energetic. And unfortunately, they're too energetic, so they have a tendency to massacre people when they succeed because they literally see the Muslims and the Jews as demons. That's what the Pope taught them. One organization that developed during the Crusades is called the Knights Templars. Okay, this is very important. We'll be discussing Knights Templars later on. Okay, but the Knights Templars is really the first multinational bank because these pilgrims are going to the Holy Land and they need to bring money with them to fund the journey. But if they take a lot of money with them, then they'll get robbed, right? So what they'll do is they'll give the money to the Knights Templars. And then when they get to Jerusalem, the Knights Templars will give the money back to them, okay? So they're a bank, basically. And then they can use this money to start investing throughout Europe. And so they become a very wealthy organization. The problem is that because they're in Jerusalem and they're away from the authority of the Catholic Church, they start to embrace new ideas. They start to discover the true nature of Jesus from the Muslims and from other Christians in that area. And so the church thinks that to become more corrupt over time. And that's why their leader, Jacques de Molay, he is burnt at the stake. And in 1307, the organization is banned by the Catholic Church. But a lot of the survivors, they will go over to other places and they will form the basis of a secret society we call the Freemasons, okay? So we'll discuss the Freemasons later on. Okay, there's also something called the Albigensian Crusade. So there are still individuals who believe in the divine spark, okay? And these people are called the Cathars. And the church sees them as a threat. And that's why they launched a crusade against these Cathars, okay? So can you read, Alan?
Simon and many of his soldiers made determined effort to convert the Cathar perfect but failed.
Okay, so again, the Catholic Church is, if you disagree with us, it doesn't mean you're a heretic, it just means you're stupid. So so we first want to educate you in what is right, okay? The Cathars believe that, no, the divine spark is in me. I know the truth for myself. You can never convince me. Okay, keep on going.
Ultimately, only 3 women recanted. The 140 who refused were burned at the stake. Some entered the flames voluntarily, not awaiting their executioners.
So if you believe in the divine spark, okay, you believe you've discovered truth, you're not afraid of death. So the Catholics are saying, like, if you don't recant, we'll burn you at the stake. The Catholics are like, good. Keep on going.
In August, the crusade proceeded to besiege the stronghold of Termus. Despite sallies from period Roger, decabrate, the siege was solid. The occupants of Termus suffered from a shortage of water, and Raymond de Termus agreed to a temporary truce. The Cathars were briefly relieved by an intense rainstorm, and so Raymond refused to surrender. Ultimately, the defenders were not able to break the siege, and on 22 November, the Cathars managed to abandon the city and escape. By the time operations resumed in 1211, the actions of Honored Armory and Simon de Montfort had alienated several important lords, including Raymond de Toulouse, who has been excommunicated again.
Okay, so as you can see, what's really important to understand is the crusade against Cathars is not just a religious crusade, it's also one of geopolitics, where the local lords resent the power of the Catholic Church, and so they support the Cathars, okay? All right, so, and this is going to happen throughout Europe. So the response of the church is to establish a new society led by Francis of Assisi called the Dominicans, okay, the Dominicans, which goes and basically tries to figure out who the Cathars are, okay, by interrogating everyone. All right, and this leads to, of course, the Inquisition, okay? And so the idea is that if you disagree with church orthodoxy, they will figure it out. And if you refuse to recant, if you refuse to obey, they will burn you at the stake, okay? So at this time in history, because of the Inquisition, because of the power of the Catholic Church, Western Europe is one of the least innovative places in the world, okay? All right, and at first this is fine, but eventually bad things start to happen in Europe, okay? So the little ice age begins, then you have the Great Famine, then you have more wars, then you have banditry, okay? And then of course you have the Black Death. So if the Catholic Church represents the will of God, and all this is happening, then is God really happy with the Catholic Church, right? So this is a Black Death, which kills about 1/3 of the European population. And people, because they're religious, they think that this is the will of God. It's because the Catholic Church, it's corrupt, it's evil, it's stagnant. That's why God is punishing us, okay? And this will lead to conflict within Europe, where the Catholic Church is actually broken into different parts as well, okay? So there are some who believe that Rome is the true center of the Catholic Church, but there are other people who believe that Avignon, okay, is the true center of the Catholic Church. And this creates even more legitimacy problems with the Catholic Church. All right, and then you have individuals who will emerge to challenge the orthodoxy of the Catholic Church. Okay, so this is Fray Dosina. We won't read. John Wycliffe is a British person who was he was not punished when he was alive, but afterwards, after he died, they decided he was a heretic. So what they did was they dug up his body and then burned him at the stake to make sure he burned in hell. Okay. Jan Hus will lead a revolution. Okay. And this is called the Husic Wars. And none of them succeed, but then another man will emerge called Martin Luther, who will eventually lead a successful revolution against Catholic Church, and this is called Protestantism, okay? And we'll discuss Martin Luther next class. Next class we'll discuss the rise of capitalism, all right? Any questions, guys? Yes?
Like, there's a case of my mother's friend telling me that her husband has a severe cancer, and they try to pray to the Catholic Church, and like later the cancer just disappears, and they said it is miracle by the Catholic Church, and they all believe in the Catholic Church. Can it explain the miracle? Like, is there really miracle there?
Okay, yeah, okay, that's a good question. Okay, so this is what we call the placebo effect. Okay? The placebo effect is basically you feel really sick. And you're like, doctor, I'm really sick. I'm going to die. Is there any medicine that can save me? And I'm a doctor, and I don't want to say there is no medicine. So I say, okay, well, here's a medicine, okay? It might help you. But this medicine does nothing. You take this medicine, and then you feel better. You get better. And this happens a lot, okay? It's called the placebo effect. So why does this happen? It happens because if you understand that mind leads to matter, then your reality is shaped by your perception, your belief. Okay? So if you believe that this medicine can improve your body, then it will have effects, okay? The question though is, how much do you really believe in this medicine? Okay? So you can argue that cancer, it's really a question of loss of faith. What is cancer? Cancer is a splitting of cells, right? So why is your body literally falling apart? It's because you've stopped believing in yourself. You've stopped believing in the purpose of life. You've stopped believing that you have relevance in the world. Okay? So when you say, I want to cure my cancer, what you're really saying is, I want to find a new faith. I want to believe in myself again. I want to reestablish my relevance in the world. Okay, does that make sense? So you have that desire. When you have that desire, then the cure makes sense. Okay?
So
another way of saying this is, okay, let's just say that you don't feel well, right? Well, if your parents make you go see a psychiatrist, you probably won't feel better. But if you yourself want to get better and you go see a psychiatrist, you'll probably get better. Okay? So why this person, why he or she improved his or her cancer is because of faith. Okay? She wanted to get better. So if you're able to orientate your mind in a certain way, you're capable of tremendous miracles. Another idea is the idea of meditation, right? If you're able to control your thoughts, if you're able to calm yourself down, your body will heal a lot faster. Okay? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Any more questions? Okay, great. So next class, we will discuss capitalism. Today we discuss the idea of capital. Now, you may have learned in economics class that capital means money or wealth. What I want to argue to you today is that capital is really a mechanism to extract energy from you. Okay? And what's important to understand is that in a universe where consciousness is the universe, then what energy is ultimately is attention and focus. Okay? So it's not enough for you to work at something, you also have to concentrate on it in order for capital to extract energy from you. Okay? All right. So with this in mind, let's discuss an example. All right? Okay. So the most basic example is you have a landlord class, and they're trying to extract energy from the peasant class. Okay? Now, before, traditionally, we've understood energy as maybe grain. Okay? Grain. Capital. But the problem with this is you're actually not that extracting that much energy from the peasant because it's not that hard to grow grain. Also, grain can be stored. Okay? So, in other words, as a landlord, your priority is not necessarily just to extract rent from the peasant. Your priority is somehow to get the peasant to focus entirely on the task at hand. And to do that, over the centuries, landlords have figured out certain ways or certain mechanisms in order to extract the most value from the peasant class. Okay? So let's discuss the mechanisms. The first is that we've transitioned from slavery to freedom. Okay? If you really want to extract value, if you really want to extract energy and attention and focus, it's much better to give peasants the illusion of freedom rather than just enslave them. Okay? So give peasants the belief that they have control over their lives. Another way of saying freedom is equity, right? Equity. So think of a company where I might give you some equity and then you work a lot harder because you think you can make more money. Okay, so this is a first trick that we've learned over the centuries. The second trick is to make capital more abstract. Okay? So the abstraction of capital. So let's use an example. Okay, grain was initially capital. The problem with grain is that you only need so much. So as a peasant, you only want to work as much as necessary in order to grow grain to feed your family. And maybe a little bit more to save. But most of the time, you just want to enjoy your life. But then we transition to gold, right? And gold, yeah, people are more greedy. But the problem with gold is there's only a finite amount of it. All right? It's hard to locate. So only a minority would expend all their energy trying to locate gold. Okay? And now what we've done is we've transitioned to the idea of money. Okay? As I will show you, the great innovation of the past 100 years is to convince people that money is God. Money is both nothing and everything, and so you can spend your entire life dedicated to achieving money. Okay? So that's the second great innovation. And the third great technique that's changed economics is to understand that if you really want people to focus their energies, you need to create anxiety in them. Okay? Anxiety. And how do you create anxiety? Well, the best way is to create the idea of debt, right? So I'll lend you $1 million today, and you enjoy it, but then you have to spend the rest of the time paying it back. The problem with this, of course, is that there's interest. And so you can never really pay it back, which causes anxiety. And so the idea of debt, I can extract much more value from you than if you were not in debt. Okay? That's the first tool. Second is the idea of inequality and poverty, where a certain class of people are poor, and they'll always be poor. And that incentivizes, encourages the middle class to work even harder. All right? The third mechanism of anxiety is wealth destruction. What is wealth destruction? Simple. War or depression, right? When the economy collapses, when all your wealth vanishes. The idea here is, listen, if the peasants work really hard and they store up a lot of grain, they have a huge granary, they really don't have to work anymore, right? So as a landlord, what do? Well, you go burn down the granary. All right? So war is not just a mechanism to expand capitalism, but it's also a way to make people more anxious because you destroy their wealth and therefore they have to work a lot harder. Okay? So again, in economics class, you may taught that the point of capitalism is to accumulate more capital. No, guys. The point of capitalism is to focus the energies of the peasants. Okay? Because the attention, the focus, is what makes society much more energetic. And that's the end goal. All right? So if society is wealthy, that's actually a good thing because it makes people lazy and complacent. And so the way to resolve this issue is by constantly engaging in wars and by having the boom-bust cycle that you might learn in economics class, right? So in economics, you might learn that the boom-bust cycle is natural to capitalism. It is not natural to capitalism. It is artificial. The people in charge artificially destroy economies, to destroy wealth, to make the peasants work a lot harder. Okay? So are you guys following along? Okay? So that's the strategy that we've learned these past few centuries. And that's why in today's society, we are the wealthiest society ever in human history, and yet at the same time, we are the most miserable, we are the most anxious, and we are the most in debt, okay? Because the landlord class, the capitalists, the elite, what they figured out are three mechanisms in which to extract as much energy from us as possible. First is to give us the illusion that we have freedom in our lives, we have the freedom of choice, that we have equity in society. We can vote for our leaders. When in reality, it's all just an illusion. Okay? Second is to make money God, the end all and be all, both nothing and everything, the very focus of your life. And because money is so abstract, you can spend your entire life trying to achieve more and more of it, and yet at the same time, achieve nothing and nothing, okay? So think of like someone like Jack Ma, who has like more money than he can possibly spend, and what does he want? He wants more money, okay? And the third is to create anxiety in society so that people's entire existence is one of stress. And as a result, people are much more focused on work and wealth creation. Okay? And you do that by a constant process of wealth destruction. All right? So, but the problem, of course, is that when you push people too hard, when it becomes so obvious you exploit people, then people will eventually revolt against you. So the solution that we figured out is, what we can do is we can actually move, okay? The landlord class can actually move somewhere else. And so when the anxiety becomes overwhelming, what will happen is the peasants will destroy each other, and the landlord moves somewhere else to the capital, and they'll come back when the peasant class have completely exhausted themselves, and they're willing to rebuild society, okay? And this process is what rules the world today. It is what we call transnational capital. In other words, the wealthy people of the world, they have absolutely no loyalty to nation or to people or to place. They only have loyalty to their capital. And they're willing to move to wherever they can, wherever they have to, in order to keep their capital safe and to grow it. And that's why a lot of people today are moving to Dubai or Hong Kong or Singapore. They don't care. They may not be of that place, but they'll go wherever they need to in order to pay less taxes, in order to avoid the social conflict created by their policies, okay, in order to find better investment opportunities. And this system is what rules the world today. But then the question is, okay, in concrete terms, what really is transnational capital? What allows transnational capital to function, to be able to move from place to place? Because remember, when you move from place to place, there are a lot of costs involved. For example, you don't really know anyone there, and so how can you trust the people? Right? And it's the solution that we've developed over the centuries is the idea of secret societies. So what you will learn is that secret societies and transnational capital are essentially the same thing. Okay? And this is the force that rules the world today. All right. So now that I've discussed transnational capital, let's look at secret societies, like where they come from and how they work. Okay, well, secret societies exist because the landlord class and the peasant class are fundamentally different. Therefore, the motivations, the beliefs, the worldview of these two classes must be different. Okay, so the peasants, what do peasants want? They want to live a simple life. They want to make some money. They want to have a family, they want to have some fun, they want to believe in God, okay? And so for the peasant class, we have organized religion, whether it's Islam or Christianity, okay? Christianity. Jesus, right? Jesus tells you to be a good person. Confucius tells you to be a good person, right? But the landlord class, they're different. They have a responsibility. They have an obligation to control the peasant class and extract as much energy as possible in order to maintain their society. Okay? So their religious practices must be very different. So whereas the peasants can pray to God, the landlord class must fundamentally pray to Satan. Okay? So now let's look at why the landlord class must pray to Satan. And this is true for all societies throughout human history. Before, the landlord class was blatant about it, okay? Now they have to be more hypocritical, more secretive about it. All right, so let's look at the landlord class. All right, so to be a landlord class, to be the elite, you have to do terrible things. But it's actually hard to do terrible things. All right, so let me give you an example. Let's just say, I would say to you, all right, I'm going to give you 10 million US dollars. What you need to do is this. What you need to do is take a gun and late at night, go kill a random stranger. You think, wow, that's a really good deal. If I kill a random stranger late at night, no one's going to know I did it, and I walk away with $10 million. And you think that I can do it, but guess what? When I actually make you go do it, you actually can't do it. Because there are lots of restrictions on your behavior. Okay, so think of suicide. If I gave you $100 million and promised you a path to heaven, would you kill yourself? Probably not. Okay, so suicide, killing yourself, in many ways, it's no different from killing someone else. We can't do it. Okay, but there are actually hacks around this. We figured out ways to make you go kill someone in a way that doesn't make you feel that guilty about it, okay? So to understand why, I will introduce you two social science experiments that they conducted in America at the end of the 20th century, okay? The first is something called the Milgram experiment. And this was done at Yale by a psychologist named Stanley Milgram. And the experiment was very simple. What he would do is he would set up an actor, okay, this is an actor, okay, or what we call Confederate. And the person would be hooked up to an electric chair, right? And there'd be a buzzer, which increases the voltage on that electric chair, okay? And there's like a max and there's a min, okay? And Stanley Milgram would be here in his lab coat, and he would invite a participant, okay, who's essentially a student, to come and be an assistant, okay? And the assistant's job was to press the button. And Stanley Milgram wanted to know, first of all, would this volunteer, this assistant, agree to shock another human being, even though he's seen the human being in pain? And second of all, Stanley Milgram wanted to see how much pain the volunteer was willing to inflict. And it turned out that with the idea of authority, okay, people are much more willing to let go of their inhibitions. Because what you're doing is you are removing responsibility from yourself to someone else. I didn't do it, I was ordered to do it. And surprisingly, people are willing to inflict a lot of pain on other people because they are able to remove responsibility for their individual actions, okay? Does that make sense? So the point of secret society is for people to come together and avoid taking responsibility for their actions. How? By praying to another god, right? By saying, we didn't do this, we didn't go start this war, we didn't destroy the economy, it was Satan that told us to do it. We had a meeting with Satan, we did the rituals, we summoned Satan, and Satan says, for the good of the world, you must be evil. You must go and start this war so that we can create paradise on earth. It wasn't us. It was not us. It was Satan who did this. Okay? That's the point of a secret society. To force yourself to believe that you have no agency in this world. And you are controlled by Satan, okay, or another god, Saturn. Okay, so it's very common for these secret societies to believe in a god called Saturn. Who is Saturn? Saturn, the Greek is Cronus. And Cronus is a god of time. Cronus is a god of time and order and structure. And Cronus would do things that were unconscionable, that were inhumane in order to maintain control of the world, including in his own children. Because then his children could not rebel against him, okay? So they pray to Saturn to look for that divine energy in order to maintain order and control in the world for the good of others, okay? Not for the good of me, but for the good of others. Does that make sense? Okay, that's the first idea I need you to understand about these secret societies. They always pray to a higher God. They believe in interdimensional lizard people, or they believe in Satan, or they believe in Saturn. Who cares, okay? But they don't feel as though they're in control. They feel as though they're possessed by demons or by extraterrestrials, okay? And why? In order to do what they must to maintain their power and their wealth. Okay, that's number one. Number two is this. Another experiment that you guys might have heard of, something called the Solomon Asch experiment. Okay. And here, the experiment is 10 people in a room. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, and they all sit together. And they're just asked to tell me if this is a straight line or a circle. Okay? It's that simple. Then what happens is a volunteer is asked to come into the room, okay? And this volunteer goes last. And everyone around the room goes and tells the answer, okay? And from 1 to 10, okay, and these are all Confederates, okay? These are all part of the conspiracy. From 1 to 10, they all say this is a circle. And so by the time you get to the volunteer, who's number 11, he's like, what should I say? And often, a lot of times, he'll say it's a circle because he's trying to conform to the group. But not only that, afterwards, when he's told that, oh, there's actually a line, he's actually convinced he saw a circle. Okay? That's the power of group conformity. Okay. So two ideas, authority and conformity is what underlies the power of secret societies. And as such, you are now because you are part of the society, you have the power to take a gun, go kill someone late at night, and collect your $10 million. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? All right. And again, every society does this because often when you're part of the landlord class, the elite, the transnational capitalists, you have to do things against your own wiring, okay? Your own psychology. And that's why secret societies exist. All right. Now, sometimes secret societies are forced to do really bad things because they're often in competition with each other. And in this competition, it's always a question of like, who's more evil, okay? So what they figured out is this. They figured out how to structure the secret societies, okay? This hierarchy. Sorry, hierarchy. Okay, so these are the people at the top, the landlords. And these are basically the initiates, okay? The people who want to join. But they are ignorant about the true purpose of the secret society. So the question then is, how do you maintain this hierarchy? And what they figure out is something really, really simple, all right? It's really simple human psychology. Throughout human history, what was very common was for groups of young men, okay, they've been discarded by their families because the families don't have enough to eat, so they get together and they form like wolf packs. They go around, and what they really want is a wife. Okay, that's what they really want. More than food, they want a wife. So what they're forced to do is go as a group, as a gang, go to a village and kidnap a woman and kill the family, okay? And this is a very common thing in human history. And let's try to figure out the psychology of what's going on. Okay, so you have like 5 guys. This is just a thought experiment. Okay, 5 guys, young guys, and they're gonna go to a village where there's a family. Okay, a husband, a wife, and 2 kids. What they're gonna do, of course, is they're obviously gonna kill the husband, and they're also gonna kill the 2 children. Okay, and they're gonna kidnap the wife. Now let me ask you this question. Let's understand the psychology of this woman when her entire life is destroyed, okay? Does she, A, want vengeance? B, become depressed? C, fall in love with one of the guys? A, B, or C, guys? A, B, or C? Yeah, what is that? A. Okay, you guys would think she would want vengeance for what has happened, but that's not what happens, okay? It's more likely that she becomes depressed or she falls in love. It's often at times that she falls in love. We call this a Stockholm syndrome. All right, it's a very basic human psychology that is consistent throughout human history, throughout all societies. When a woman sees her entire life collapse like that, she has no longer any stability. Her reality is destroyed. And therefore, she clings to anyone who is willing to support her, even though that person is the same person who destroyed her life in the first place. It's really weird psychology, but it's very, very true. That's also why arranged marriages work, okay? Throughout human society, older man is often paired with a younger wife. She might be like 14 or 13. But, you know, after a few years, they do fall in love with each other because the woman is completely dependent on the man. Okay, and also that physical intimacy. All right, so it sounds really depressing, but this is a very basic principle of human psychology. Because at this point in history, when her reality has collapsed, her soul has left her, okay? And now she's basically a slave. And what a slave does is someone who clings to life. All right, does that make sense? Okay. Now, what happens to these 5 guys, okay? A, do they feel guilty for what they do? B, do they fight over the woman? Or C, are they brothers forever? The obvious answer is C, right? They're brothers forever, okay? So even though they've committed this terrible, terrible act, right, it's made them more unified, okay? And this is a structure of secret societies. The structure of secret societies is for the people at the very top to commit these rituals of torture in order to turn the initiates into slaves. And those who are most willing to participate in these rituals, those who are most willing to become slaves, become the middle people, okay? The people that are most trusted, because now they're slaves. And that's how secret societies work. And that's why there are so many different degrees to secret societies, and that's why at the very top, no one knows what they're really doing. What they're really doing is praying to Satan, okay? Because Satan is giving them strength, or Saturn, who knows, okay? Or whatever. Saturn or Satan is giving them strength in order to torture these initiates, so these initiates become their slaves for life. And then these initiates are given limitless wealth and power because they are now completely loyal, dependent on the master. All right? All right, this sounds confusing, but let's use another example. All right, so Spartans. Sparta. So Sparta, remember, Sparta is a war society, a militaristic society that is intent on maintaining control over its slaves, okay, the Helots. And the Helots outnumber the Spartans 10-1. So these Spartans need to be really cohesive as a society. They need to fight and die for each other. So their education system is like this. At 5 or 6, the Spartan child is taken away from the parents, okay? And this obviously creates fear and anxiety. All right? Also, what happens is the child is in school beaten up by the older kids. And this creates trauma, all right? Another word we use for this is intergenerational trauma, because the Spartans do this to every child, intergenerational trauma. All right, so the kid at this point is unsafe, insecure. His mind is really screwed up. And then when he's most vulnerable, maybe when he's 11 or 12, what happens now is he's paired with an older man who's like 29 or 30. Okay, an older man. And this older man, they become lovers. Basically what happens is the man first, of course, commits, sexual abuse. But again, because the child is traumatized, because the child has no bearings, no reality, doesn't believe anyone in this world loves him, even though the man is being abusive to him, he falls in love with the man. And as a result, the boy will do anything that the man orders to him to do, okay? So what happens is this man becomes his general, and he becomes a soldier or an officer. And that's why the Spartans are so fearless, okay? Because the soldiers are completely loyal to the generals because they were once lovers. The soldier feels as though this general, who I must obey, he saved my life when I most needed it, when my parents abandoned me, when I was being beat up every day, when I felt complete insecurity, when I was traumatized. He came and he gave me a home, and therefore I must die for him. Okay? And guys, look, listen, this sounds weird, but if you go study inner city gangs in America or anywhere in the world, okay, these drug cartels in Mexico, they use the same principles as the Spartans. Okay, these young boys, 13, 14, they have no fathers. They're put in a gang, they're abused, and then the gang leader treats them well. They might have some, sex, and then these boys are completely loyal to the gang leaders. Same thing if you go to these child armies in Africa. Okay, very basic principle that every human understands. If you abuse a child and then be nice to that child is obedient to you forever. This is how secret societies behave, okay? One last example. Okay, so in history, there was a very famous secret society called the Assassins. You may have played the video game Assassin's Creed, okay? Why are they called assassins? Because of the word hashish. Hashish is a drug like marijuana, right? It's a hallucinogen. Okay? So the way these societies would work is, if you're a new member, I would make you have hashes, okay? Hashes. And your mind would become blurry. You feel as though you're in a dream. And then what would happen is I put you in a room, and you're basically like drunk, okay? And then these young women would come and pleasure you. And then you would wake up in your home, and you would think this was a dream, okay? And your master would tell you, this is what paradise is like. All right? This is what heaven is like. If you do what I tell you, I guarantee you, you will go to heaven where 10,000 virgins will pleasure you for all of eternity. Okay? And this turns these assassins into the most dedicated killers. Again, I keep on saying this. It's really hard to convince someone to go kill another person. But these assassins are willing to do whatever it takes in order to enter paradise. Okay? So, guys, this combination, sex plus trauma plus hallucinogens or hallucinogens, psychedelics, okay? These three things, psychedelics, drugs, sex plus trauma, they create the perfect slaves, okay? Slaves. Because now what you can do is you can take these slaves and then have them infiltrate other secret societies. They become the perfect spies because they are forever loyal to you. Okay? They're completely emotionally dependent on you. And they will do what it takes in order to please you. But you have to like train them from an early age. Okay? And this is how these secret societies, they fight each other. They recruit an army of young kids. They traumatize, brutalize these kids to train them to be spies, to be killers, and then they will unleash these kids on other secret societies and their enemies as well, like the assassins did. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, you have a question?
So, like, for the woman, like, her families are being killed, like, won't she remember, like, who has killed all her families, but just have relied on that murder because he's
Yeah, I understand the question. Okay, it's a good question. Okay, the answer is this: in psychology, what you learn is that when you're traumatized, what happens to you? What happens to you? You're not there. The word is disassociation. Okay, you're not there. You don't remember anything because your mind would explode or your system would collapse if you actually remember in detail what happened. So your mind disassociates. You're not there. You don't remember anything. Okay? That's why trauma is so effective. Because not only do you become obedient and dependent on the person traumatizing you, but at the same time, you actually don't remember this association. Okay? So the person who really controls you, you forget. Your handler, okay? Your handler is someone that is at the back of your mind. But even if you don't know that person, what happens if that person comes before you and tells you what to do, you obey. Okay? It's almost as though the handler has programmed you, and only he knows the password. So this is what we call programming. And this is what they did with MK Ultra. Okay? MK Ultra, MK Monarch. Okay? But it's a very common thing. We've been doing this for thousands of years in every single society because it works and it's easy and it's effective. Okay? Right? Does that make sense? All right. All right, so let's talk about the development of transnational capital. All right, so there have been 4 distinct stages. Let's look at them. These 4 distinct stages are Venice, Dutch Republic, England, and what's the last one, guys? Come on. America, right? Okay. So these 4 places are special because they are all merchant oligarchies. Okay? Merchant oligarchies. Meaning that they are controlled by private interests. Private interests. Now, I understand that in school you're taught that America's a democracy and England's a democracy, and all that. No, guys, it's all nonsense. These are oligarchies. They're controlled by private interests. They've always been controlled by private interests. They're still controlled by private interests today. Okay? And the way that these private interests, what they do to maintain control over their people and the world is through three mechanisms, okay? The first is banking. Banking just means that these oligarchs are pooling their resources together in order to extract energy from the world. Now, the thing about banking that's very important is that if you're able to bank in a certain way, you're able to extract energy across time and space, right? You're able to borrow money from the future and spend it today. Does that make sense? Okay? And this will happen with the abstraction of capital, all right? So banking is basically extract time and space. You're extracting energy from across time and space. Okay, I'll explain more as we go along, okay? Second is the idea of a navy, where you're controlling trade. And the third is diplomacy. The idea of diplomacy is you don't want to fight wars because your population is very limited. What you want to do is trick other people into fighting wars for you. Okay? You want to have these trade negotiations. So it's like spying, intelligence. All right? And then all four, what's really important is that if you're a merchant oligarchy, you're actually controlled by a secret society. Okay? Not a king, but by a secret society. Because otherwise, how else can these merchants get along with each other, okay? So secret societies is what allows them to work together to plan and control their populations. Now, what's going to happen is this. Venice is one of the early oligarchies, but with each iteration, it's going to improve in power. Why? Because by the time we get from Venice to England and the Dutch Republic, we have something called the Protestant Reformation. Okay? So what I will do is explain to you what the Protestant Reformation is. But the Protestant Reformation radically changes how we see ourselves and our relationship with God, which makes transnational capital much more powerful. And then what's going to happen is, by the time we hit England, we go from England to America, we have the Enlightenment. Okay? And when we hit the Enlightenment, what's going to happen is, by getting rid of God, we turn money into God. And when this happens, transnational capital becomes all-powerful. All right? So, remember what's happening is we have Venice, then the Dutch Republic becomes more powerful than Venice because it adopts the ideas of the Protestant Reformation. And then America becomes more powerful than England because it adopts the ideas of the Enlightenment. What's happening throughout this process is transnational capital is becoming much more abstract and therefore much more powerful. Okay, and therefore much more capable of extracting energy from the population. All right, so let's go over the Protestant Reformation. All right. The Catholics and the Protestants. So there are three major differences between the Catholics and the Protestants. Okay. So the Catholics have three basic ideas, right? There's orthodoxy, there's hierarchy, and there's justification by works. All right? So the idea is, hey, if you want to go to heaven, just obey the Catholic Church, what the priest tells you. Don't think, just do what the priest tells you to do. Really simple, right? Okay, but there are three problems with all this, okay? The first problem is God becomes distant from you, okay? You're not allowed to communicate with God. And as I keep on saying in this class, we humans are first and foremost religious. We want to be spiritual. We want to have communion with God. But the Catholic Church says, no, you have to just obey us, okay? You have to obey our dogma, even though our dogma doesn't really make much sense, okay? The idea of hierarchy, of course, leads to corruption. where the priests can do whatever they want because they're in power, okay? And they become extremely wealthy and powerful. And the third problem, just justification by works, is it leads to hypocrisy. You can be the worst person in the world, but hey, as long as you give enough money to the Catholic Church, you go to heaven, guys, okay? All right? So that's why the Protestants hated the Catholic Church. And so they proposed a new system. All right? The new system is, first of all, direct access. You don't have to go through the priest anymore. You don't have to listen to the dogma of the church. You can just actually communicate with the God directly through the Bible. Okay? Second idea is egalitarian, where there is no longer any hierarchy. You can communicate with God directly. Okay? And the third idea is justification by faith. Okay. The problem, though, of course, is that these three solutions to the Catholic problem will create more problems. Okay? The first is the idea of direct access. So you can access God directly. The problem is that Christians believe in the Holy Trinity. Okay, the Holy Trinity, right? God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are different but the same. Okay? Separate but co-equal. It makes no sense whatsoever. And as such, if you're trying to access yourself, you can't do it because this precludes you, okay? It is impossible for you to insert yourself into the story of the Holy Trinity. If it was just Jesus, you could talk to Jesus, but how do you talk to Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit at the same time? You can't do it, okay? So this causes confusion, okay? Second problem is the idea of egalitarian. This causes just so much chaos, debate and chaos, right? Because now, hey, if I want to, I can start my own religion. I don't need to get people to agree with me. I need to start my own religion and have followers follow me, okay? So this causes a lot of debate within the Protestant religion. It still happens today where among the Protestants, there are like thousands and thousands of different branches, okay? The last problem is most problematic. Justification by faith. This creates anxiety, right? Because if you don't really know God because of the Holy Trinity, how do you know you really believe in God? Right? The Catholics believe that all you do is give some money, do some good work, don't sin, and you go to heaven. But the Protestants believe that, no, you have to really believe in God in order to go to heaven. Okay? What's even worse is that another reformer named John Calvin, he proposed the idea of double predestination. Because the Catholic Church says, you know what? Only we can decide who goes to heaven. So if you disobey us, you'll burn in hell. And John Calvin, to respond to this, says, no, no, no. The Catholic Church has no power over anyone because God, at the beginning of time, has already decided who will go to heaven and who will go to hell, okay? Double predestination. It's already been decided, guys. And how do you know? Well, the solution is through energy, right? If you work hard, and you make a lot of money, you become very wealthy, then you know that God favors you. But after you become very wealthy, what's really important is for you to understand you can't spend any of this money because you can't sin. Okay? So you can only invest the money. All right, and as you can understand, the merchant oligarchies love this because now they're taking people's money and they're able to invest it in any way they want. It's all going to the bank. Okay? And this is the Dutch Republic. This creates the Dutch Republic, which becomes the wealthy society in Europe at this time, in the 17th century. Okay? All right? Any questions so far? Okay? So what's going to happen, though, is by the time you go from England to America, okay, England's also Protestant. The Protestant Reformation is going to change to the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment is, there may be a God, but God doesn't really interfere in the universe. God lets us do whatever we want. Okay, so it's up to us to create our own world. So now that God has left, what happens is you need something to replace the God, right? This becomes money, okay? Money as God. And this works because if you insert money into the Protestant faith, it solves a lot of problems. It solves a problem of anxiety, because how do you know you go to heaven? If you become very wealthy. Okay? And everyone, how do you know you're favored by God? Whoever becomes the wealthiest. Okay? So money becomes the new religion of America. And this is what ultimately leads to the triumph of transnational capitalism. Okay? All right. Okay, so how do we get from the Dutch Republic to England? Okay, the answer is very simple. The problem is that the Dutch Republic, it is on the continent of Europe. Therefore, it's very easy to invade. Now you have a problem, like how do you keep your money safe from invaders, okay? Because they have a lot of gold. And so what they will do is they will take this money, and in 1688, they will transfer most of this money to England, okay? So how does England convince the Dutch to invest in England? Well, first thing is they make a Dutch aristocrat, Willem of Orange, the king of England, okay? All right? 1688, England invites Willem of Orange to become the king of England. That's number one. Number two is the Bank of England is set up in 1694. What makes the Bank of England special is that it is a private bank that is guaranteed by Parliament. Okay, does that make sense, guys? What this means is this. What this means is that if I make a lot of money, I keep it. But if I lose my money, the people will ensure that I get it back. Okay? Now what's going to happen is the Bank of England will lend money to England to fight wars. Remember, the Bank of England, what it is, it's transnational capital. So it's private interest, but anyone can invest it, including the Dutch Republic, including, guess what? The Catholic Church. Okay? And the third thing is secret societies. So what's going to happen is that secret societies are going to create these linkages among these different transnational capital groups in order to allow them to work together, okay? All right? So does it make sense? And what's really important is this system will transfer over to America, creating a system that we have today. The Bank of England becomes the Federal Reserve. Secret societies transfer over. These are the Freemasons, okay? All right? Does it make sense, guys? And this is why we have the system that we have today. The thing that you need to understand about the Federal Reserve is the Federal Reserve was set up in like 1913 or 14, I can't remember, okay? But the Federal Reserve, what they can do is print money. It's a private bank. It's private interest. They print money, and the government, how's the government spend money? It borrows from the Federal Reserve at interest. Okay, so the people are borrowing from the bankers. And so that's why America is controlled by private interests. Right? Clear? And that's why transnational capital controls America and the world. Any questions? All right, so let's go over the PPT, okay? All right, so Venice. What makes Venice special is after Rome collapses, the Roman Empire collapses, right? These noble families, they're now impoverished. They go to different places. The city that becomes dominant in the Italian peninsula is actually Venice. Why? Because it's surrounded by marshes. So it's hard to invade. And you don't actually want to invade it because it has no resources. Its only advantage is that it's by the coast, which allows it to engage in piracy, as well as trade and diplomacy, okay? All right, so this is Venice today. And as you can see, it would be very hard to invade. Also, remember at this time, it's very poor, so no one wants to invade it. All right, another picture. Pretty beautiful, right? You guys should go before it sinks, okay? If you want to go visit Venice, do it now before it sinks. All right, so again, Venice, it's a merchant oligarchy, just like the Dutch Republic, just like England, just like America, okay? It seems like a democracy. They call themselves a republic, but it's actually controlled by private interests. Okay? All right. So because Venice has no resources, it has to engage in trade. And it's going to help set up a lot of trade networks throughout the Middle Ages. And what it's going to do that's very profitable is that it's going to import spices from East Asia back to Europe, okay? And this is going to make Venice very, very wealthy. So the two big cities are Genoa and Venice, okay? And as you can see, they are extremely energetic. They're going to set up trade networks throughout the world. This is a spice trade, and the center, of course, is in Venice. And this makes Venice the most wealthy city in Europe at some point. Okay, also remember what these small city-states do that's very effective is that they become parasites on the empire. Okay, so Venice can take its wealth and bribe imperial bureaucrats in Constantinople to give it trade preferences. Okay? And Venice will also set up alliances with also the Islamic Empire as well as the Mongols as well. Guess who is from Venice? Marco Polo is from Venice, okay? Why is Marco Polo traveling around the world? To set up new linkages for Venice. Okay? So you got all these Venetians going around the world to be spies and to explore in order to set up new networks for Venice. Because they don't have really a choice in the matter. They are a trading power. They don't have any resources on their own, so the people have to be very energetic. Okay? And while this is happening, they set up these banks where the wealthy merchants can pool their resources to take more risks. Okay? Eventually, what will happen is that Venice will decline and the Dutch Republic will emerge. What makes the Dutch Republic so powerful is that it's ruled by merchants who have now adopted Calvinism. Okay? Remember, Calvinism is the faith that wealth is signals that you will go to heaven. So everyone in the Dutch Republic works really, really hard. It's a very energetic society, and they can now feed off the Spanish Empire, okay, the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, the Habsburgs. Why? Because the Spanish Empire, what they've done is they've gone to South America and captured a lot of gold. And it makes their people very lazy. Okay? So there are three ways in which you can take advantage of that. The first, of course, is piracy, where your ships just steal the gold as this gold is heading back to Spain. Another is just by providing industry for these people. These people don't want to work, so you just sell them clothes, okay? And this builds up the industry of France, Britain, and the Dutch Republic. The last way, of course, is probably luxury goods, especially spices, to the market. So because the Spanish Empire is so wealthy, this wealth transfers to the energy industry of the Dutch Republic. Okay? And as you can see, this is what the trade looks like. The Dutch will set up a private company called the Dutch East Indies Company, which is almost like a nation unto itself. It becomes the world's wealthiest corporation even today. Okay? And the reason why it has a monopoly over the spice trade from the East Indies. It has its own army, it has its own currency, it has its own government, okay? It can enact its own laws in the regions it controls. All right, and as you can see, the Dutch are very energetic. So as a comparison, let's compare it to the Spanish Empire, okay? So at this point in history, the Spanish Empire is the wealthiest, most largest empire in the world. But as you can see, the Dutch are much more energetic, okay? The Dutch are much more industrious. And the British are actually much more industrious as well, okay? The reason why is the Spanish are still Catholic, whereas the Dutch Republic have turned into Protestants. Okay, and this allows for the growth of the middle class, because as long as you're willing to work hard, you can become wealthy. Whereas the Spanish, it's very much a society based on nobility and clerical privilege. Okay? All right. So as we discussed, the two leaders of the Protestant Reformation are Martin Luther, who proposed justification by faith. Okay? Justification by faith. You have to actually believe in God if you want to access heaven. And John Calvin, who proposed the idea of double predestination, which means that God has already decided who's going to hell, who's going to heaven, and therefore you have to prove it to yourself by working really hard, making a lot of money, and not spending it, okay? And then all this money goes to the bank, which allows for the growth of the Dutch Republic. All right. The Protestant Reformation will have many major effects on the world. It will lead to something called the 30 Years' War, when the Protestants will fight the Catholics. And this will lead to the death of millions and millions of people. In fact, this is the deadliest war in Europe right before World War I. Okay? Yeah, the war is deadly. It lasts for a long time, 30 years. It will kill millions of people. Because of the Protestant Reformation, the Catholic Church is under attack. So what they decided to do is they decided to set up a secret society, basically an intelligence agency called the Jesuits. This is Loyola. You may have heard of Loyola University. So they just go around the world and set up a lot of universities and schools. But their main mission is to infiltrate Protestant societies and try to overthrow the government and try to make them more Catholic, okay? In response, so this is the system of the Jesuits. Okay? And in response, the Protestants will set something called the Freemasons. Okay, we'll discuss this later on. Right? But so throughout history, at this time, there's a secret battle going on between the Jesuits and the Freemasons. And they're using all sorts of really nefarious, evil techniques, including, as we discussed, traumatizing young children so they could be spies to infiltrate other groups. Okay? Because remember, at this point in history, people believe in God. So they're going to ask you, do you swear to God? And you have to, okay? And so you have to have secret identities if you are to pass their tests. Okay, so one of the crucial battlegrounds between the Jesuits and the Freemasons, the Protestants, is England. Okay, Henry VIII, what he will do is he will split off from the Pope, because the Henry VIII, like most monarchs in Europe, they want to maintain their independence, their autonomy. When he dies, Queen Elizabeth I will inherit the throne, and at this point in history, there are a lot of Catholics who want to see her overthrown. So she launches this massive campaign to persecute Catholics. This will lead to many, many battles, crises between the Catholics and the Protestants. James II is a Catholic king, and the Protestant nobility don't want that. So what they will do is they'll conspire against him. In 1688, they will invite the Dutch aristocrat, William of Orange, into England to become the king. And this will lead to something called the Glorious Revolution, where now authority passes to Parliament. What Parliament will do is charge something called the Bank of England, which is, again, it's a private bank with the power of state. They can print money, okay? And this solves a huge problem because before, what happened is these private bankers would lend money to monarchs. The problem with that is the monarch could die, the monarch could be overthrown, the monarch could lose a war, the monarch could just decide not to pay you back, okay? But now, if it's Parliament that's borrowing the money, the people always have to pay you back, okay? Unless England is destroyed as a nation, your loan to the nation will always be guaranteed. And this is what will allow England to become an empire. So the great conflict between England and France, of course, is the Napoleonic Wars, where Napoleon is about to conquer Europe, and Britain cannot have that, okay? Britain is a naval power, and if Napoleon is able to establish an empire in Europe, then England won't be able to trade with Europe. So what England will do is finance 7 wars against Napoleon. And they can do that because they have the Bank of England, which is able to borrow unlimited amount of money from the future as well as across space, okay, across time and space. That's how they're able to defeat Napoleon. Napoleon defeated England 6 times. But England didn't really care because, first of all, England wasn't fighting the war, it was just financing the wars. And England could not stop fighting the wars because otherwise it would go bankrupt, okay? Does that make sense? All right, the Napoleonic Wars. And this establishes, of course, the British Empire, and they can do whatever they want now. So they take over India, and they set up something called the East India Company. Okay? And the East India Company is also a nation unto itself. It is at this time, as a company, maybe the third or fourth richest nation in the world. And of course, what they do that's very important is they extract wealth from India. They basically steal a lot of wealth from India. People estimate that they've stolen like $45 trillion of wealth from India. Okay, so you can see how in 1700, before the arrival of the East India Company, India might have like a quarter of the world's GDP, but over the next 200, 300 years, their wealth will plummet, okay? The reason why is, what's gonna happen is that England will turn India into a resource colony. They will destroy the manufacturing base of India, turn it into an agricultural economy, and then force India to buy British manufactured goods, okay? So what they will do is use India to drive their industrial revolution. Okay? And as you can see, they're also forcing the Indians to pay a lot more money than their own people. And so in 1913 to 1950, the average income of Indians don't really change that much. Okay? But what's really important for you to understand is this. The British could not have done this without help from the Indian people themselves, okay? So what's happening is the British, for the Bank of England, they're able to co-opt the Indian elite. Why? Because now you're able to take your wealth and then store it in England, okay? Does that make sense? Before, you couldn't really take your wealth anywhere, so your interests were aligned with the people. But now that you're able to take this wealth and then put it in England to be safe, your interests are now aligned with the British. And guess what, guys? The same strategy happened in China as well, where the Chinese local elites were helping the British establish opium trade networks throughout the country. That's why opium was able to spread so fast, okay? And guys, the system is still around today, okay? So the British Empire may be gone, but the British system of money laundering, of stealing a nation's resources by co-opting your elite, it still exists today, okay? So these are all places where England has these offshore private banks so that the elite of Africa, of Asia, can steal from the nation and store it in these banks, okay? All right, so England has some of the world's worst tax havens. All right, so what did England do with this money? Well, what England did was invest it in America. At this time, America is industrializing. And what's interesting about America is only a few individuals were able to monopolize entire industries. This is Cornelius Vanderbilt, and he monopolized the railway industry. How did he do that? This is Andrew Carnegie, who was born poor, but then he monopolized America's steel industry. How did one person do that? That's really strange, guys. Oh, Rockefeller, he monopolized America's oil industry. In fact, over 6 weeks, he was able to buy out all his competitors. Where did he get all this money to buy out his competitors? How did he become a monopolist? How is this happening, guys? J.P. Morgan, he monopolizes America's financial industry, and he creates something called the Federal Reserve, which is a system they still have today, where America is ruled by private banks. Okay, how is this happening? All right, so these questions. How is it possible for these individuals to monopolize industries? Why are these monopolies national rather than regional? Okay, and why didn't government make public these critical infrastructure and resources like we do in China, right? Oil should belong to the people. Why does it belong to one person? The reason why is it is England that is using its wealth from India and China to finance these individuals and allow these individuals to develop entire industries. Why is it doing that? Because the Americans at this time in their history, they hate the British, right? The Americans are like, in 1776, we fought a revolution here with the British. Why would we allow the British to come back and buy up our land and our oil and our steel and our railways, right? Therefore, they needed people like John Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie to act as their agents. Okay? Does that make sense? All right? So in America, you're taught that these people, Andrew Carnegie, John Rockefeller, they were just rags to riches. It's because of the American dream. It's a land of opportunity. If you work hard, you can become a billionaire. No, guys, that's not true, okay? If you belong to a secret society, if you are financed by the British Empire, you can become a billionaire. And guess what, guys? We have the same system today. Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, really strange. This 19-year-old guy drops out from Harvard and founds Facebook, okay? And now he's a billionaire. How does that happen, guys? Well, it must be the American dream. Oh, ChatGPT, guys. Really strange. If you have a dream and you just follow it, you can become a billionaire in America. Yeah. It's all just a scam, right? Google, it's all just a scam. Okay? What you need to understand about these companies is they were all founded with US military technology that is public. Okay? The internet, it's a US military technology. Google, these search engines, it's all US military technology. And they were given to these guys for free. Why would they do that? Okay? Again, if you think that we're ruled by secret societies, and it's really secret societies that control the world, and they want this technology out there to better surveil people, it makes a lot more sense, right? Because if the Pentagon said, hey, with this free computer that you can use, you'd be like, I'm not going to use this computer because you'll spy on me, right? But if Mark Zuckerberg says, hey, free Facebook, guys, want to use it? You're like, yeah, sure, Facebook, yeah. He's a dork from Harvard. Of course he can be trusted, right? Same strategy, okay, guys? All right, so 1913, these bankers met together to set up the Federal Reserve System. And this led to something called the Bretton Woods system in 1945. America won the war, and America promised the world that the US currency, backed by gold, will become the reserve currency of the world. But the US currency will always be backed by gold, therefore you have nothing to worry about, right? Well, in 1971, Richard Nixon says, screw that, okay? We're not backed by gold anymore. We're not backed by gold anymore. You can use it. You don't have to use it though, okay? But guess what? Oil will now be sold in US dollars. Okay, this is called the petrodollar. So if you want to buy oil, you have to use US dollars, okay? And then he did something else that was very important, and actually more important than linking the US dollar to oil. Can you guys guess what? Oh, this. Okay? Guess what? Millions of Chinese working really hard. It's all for useless US dollars, guys. Okay? All right. Okay, so America was founded by Ben Franklin and George Washington, among others. They were both members of the Freemasons. They were both members of secret societies. Okay? So America is really a Freemason country. And how do we know? Look at Washington, D.C., okay? Guess what, guys? The architecture, the city design, it's all secret society stuff, okay? This is a pentagram, and this is the White House, right? This is the White House. And you can see how it's designed. This is occult symbolism. This is another picture showing you that this is a Freemason symbol backed by the Pentagon. I'm sorry, the pentagram, okay? Okay? If you want to see more of the secret society's occult symbolism, just look at the US money. All right, this is the all-seeing eye, the pyramid. All the symbolism comes from Egypt, Greece, Babylon, okay? It's all part of the Freemason system. This is a seal of the United States, the New World Order, okay? The New World Order. We'll be discussing this next week. Okay, but now you reach a point in history where you've got too much wealth, people become lazy and complacent. So what do you do with these peasants? We know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to destroy the economy like they did in 1929, and then they're going to start World War III. Okay? That's the goal. Because how the system works is, if you're transnational capital, you need people to constantly focus and working. Okay? And you do that by creating anxiety, by destroying wealth, by creating a cycle of constant death and destruction. All right? Any questions? Clear, guys? All right. So, great. So, next class, we will discuss the Samson Francus. Okay? All right. Okay, so today we will look at Jewish history. So, let's review what we learned about Jewish history so far. Now, remember that for most of human history, the Middle East has been the wealthiest part of the world. And as we discussed before, the Levant, especially Jerusalem, is the center of the world because it connects all the major civilizations. Okay, you have Egypt, Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and over here you have the Persians. And over here is the Mediterranean. Okay, as you can see, basically all roads lead to Jerusalem. So whoever controls Jerusalem controls the major trade access point, which is the most profitable part of an empire. And so for these empires, it's always been a problem of how to keep Jerusalem under control because Jerusalem, whoever controls Jerusalem, can always choose to switch sides, right? So if Mesopotamia controls Jerusalem, what the Egyptians will do is bribe Jerusalem to switch sides. And this keeps on going over and over. And they tried many different techniques on how to control Jerusalem. The Babylonians tried to take captives, hostages, and that didn't really work as well. So the Babylonians decided to destroy Jerusalem, okay? And with it, the Israeli identity became splintered and scattered. And this is the Babylonian Empire. But eventually what will happen is that the Babylonians will be conquered by the Persians. And the Persians will adopt a new technique to control Jerusalem, which is divide and rule. They will create the Jewish identity implanted in Jerusalem, and that will create conflict with the locals. And the Jews will not be forever loyal to Persia because they are a foreign entity within the Levant. And only by swearing loyalty to Persia can they maintain control over the Levant. And in return, the Persians will give the Jews financing to build their second temple. So at this point in history, a Jewish identity emerges. And there are three pillars to the identity that continues even today. Okay? So the first pillar is they become a monotheistic religion which believes that Yahweh is the only God and they're the chosen people of Yahweh because Yahweh had a covenant with Abraham. Yahweh promised Abraham that your people will control the promised land. Okay? And the promised land extends from the Nile in Egypt to the Euphrates in Mesopotamia. Okay? That is the promised land. That's the first pillar. The second pillar is the Jews must follow the law of Moses because the law of Moses is the law of God, the Ten Commandments, right? And the law of Moses over time will be divided into the Torah, which is the written law, and the Talmud, which is the oral law. Okay? And the Torah is basically the 5 books of the Bible, the first 5 books of the Bible. And the third pillar is to use the Bible as the collective memory of the people. Okay? So they Jews believe the Bible, what happened in the Bible, is literal. It is actually what happened. And by believing that the Bible is literal and true, then you become a Jew. Okay, and that's why the Jewish identity is very flexible. Okay, so at this point in history, when the Jews swear loyalty to Persia, there are some characteristics that will change over time. The first major characteristic is that the center of worship is in Jerusalem, the second temple. Okay, so if you're a Jewish person, you must make animal sacrifices to Yahweh, and therefore the Sadducees, these are hereditary priests, they are the ones who control the religion. Then there's very strict laws that govern how people behave. So for example, you must rest on Sabbath. You also cannot marry outside your religion. You must be circumcised, okay? So there are all these restrictions on how people behave. Over time, what will happen is that the Jews will expand across the world. A lot of Jews will work as mercenaries in Alexander the Great's army as he conquers Persia. And as the Hellenistic world comes into being, Jews will move around for economic opportunities, right? They will work as officials, they'll work as artisans, they'll work as tradespeople, as merchants. And so they're scattered around the Hellenistic world. And as we discussed, at this point in history, the three major cultures that we've looked at, the Jewish culture, the Greek culture, and the Persian culture will merge together in a process we call synchronization. And that gives birth basically to Western civilization. Unfortunately, what happens is that over time, because the Jerusalem is so important, and because the Jews believe they are a special people who only worship the one true God, that will cause conflict with the Greeks. Okay? The Greeks also are very chauvinistic, very proud people who believe their culture is superior. And quite honestly, a lot of Jews will convert to the Hellenistic lifestyle. Okay? But this causes conflict. And ultimately, this will culminate in something called the Maccabean Revolt, where a certain group of Jews decide to rebel against the Greeks. And even though they're a minority, even though most Jews actually do not support them, because of their religious conviction, because of the will of God, they will triumph and they will establish the Maccabean kingdom. And this victory is celebrated today in something called the Hanukkah festival, okay? Hanukkah. And that's a celebration of the Maccabees' revolt against the Greeks. And the reason why is the Greeks wanted the Jews to celebrate their religion as well. They wanted to turn the Second Temple into a site to worship Greek gods. And so the fanatical Jews rebelled against that. Okay? All right. But this kingdom of the Maccabees will not last very long. Again, the problem is that Jerusalem, it is the nexus of empires. And so what will happen is the Romans will come and take control over this area. And the Romans are actually worse than the Greeks. The Romans are even more chauvinistic, more discriminatory towards the Jews. And this will launch three major wars between the Romans and the Jews. The entire Jewish diaspora will revolt against the Romans, and this will lead to many, many Jews being massacred because the Romans are vicious people. In the year 70, they burned down the Second Temple to destroy the morale of the Jews. And because they destroyed the Second Temple, this causes a shift in the Jewish religion. Because remember, at this point in history, the Second Temple is a site of Jewish worship. This is the house of God. This is where Yahweh lives, okay? So when the Second Temple is destroyed, what happened is that the Jews, many Jews will choose to convert to Christianity, okay? Because remember, we discussed how Paul created Christianity as a mechanism for Jews to still be Jews, but at the same time be Roman as well, okay? That's the idea of the Christian religion. But those who stay become much more fanatical. In fact, they develop a very messianic eschatological attitude, meaning the end of the world is coming, God is coming to destroy the Romans, and we must show our loyalty to God. And so they keep on the fight, even though they've lost the war against the Romans. They will go into the Arabian desert where they will incubate a new religion called Islam, and they will prophesy the coming of the Messiah, who will turn out to be Muhammad, right? So at this point in history, the Jews must leave Jerusalem because the Romans basically kicked them out, and their religion will splinter into many different factions. But the major characteristic is that they've gone from temple worship to worship of their law, okay, the law of Moses. And so the rabbis come into power. Before, it was the Sadducees, the priests who control the temple, who are in charge. Now it's the rabbis. The rabbis are basically the Pharisees, those who teach the oral law of Moses. Okay, so they become the new elite in the Jewish diaspora. And so as we discussed, a lot of Jews at this time convert to Christians. All the early Christians were Jews, okay? And as we discussed, what will happen is those Jews who are most fanatical, they will escape into the Arabian desert and they will incubate Islam. And eventually, Islam will conquer the world. And at this point, they feel as though they've achieved the Messianic age. And they have returned to Jerusalem. Now, the Jews believe that in the Messianic age, the Messiah will come, lead them to victory, bring all the Jews back to Jerusalem, and build the third temple and usher in the Messianic age. Okay, and that's what they believe happened. And so this is the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, and this is meant to be the third temple. Over time, what will happen is they will change it to become a center of Islamic worship. But in the beginning, it was really the third temple. And so at this point, a lot of Jews convert to Islam as well, because they think that Muhammad is their Messiah. Okay, so a lot of Jews are converted to Christianity and Islam, but there are a lot of Jews who do not, and they settle throughout the world. Okay, let's look at Europe at this point. So what's happening in Europe is that Europe is becoming more and more Christian, but the Jews are allowed to stay. And what will happen over time is that they will be persecuted, massacred, and expelled from many different places in Europe. I'm not sure if you can see this map clearly, but the circles, okay, are places where there was at least one Jewish expulsion. So this is a terrible time for the Jews because they settle in on a place, they're trying to practice religion, and then after they've settled in, they're expelled by the people. So what has happened? Okay, well, what's happening is that the Jews come to an arrangement with the European nobility, okay? And there's a deal, there's a contract that's not written down, but it's understood. Basically, what the Jews agree to is they become slaves to nobility, okay? Because in the Christian religion, you're not allowed to charge interest. You're not allowed to make bank loans to peasants and charge interest. But that's the most profitable business you can get into, right? So you, as nobles, can't do it. What do? Well, you get the Jews to do it for you. But not only that, but you get the Jews to also manage your property. Jews are actually very good at industry and trade. There's a Jewish diaspora, right? So the Jews make very good merchants because they're able to access different networks around the world. That's very important if you're the elite. Also, the Jews can make loans to you for wars and stuff. Okay, and Jews are very good at finance. They're very good at medicine. Okay, so the Jews become very independent. They become a very important part of the European economy. Okay, and the last reason, which is the most problematic, is that the Jews are kept around as a scapegoat. Okay, so in our society, we have poor people. Why? To put fear into people, right? If you don't work hard in school, if you don't make a lot of money, you end up like poor and homeless, right? Well, in Catholic Europe, the Catholic Church is in charge at this point. The Catholic Church wanted to keep Jews around to scare the Christians and say, hey, if you don't believe in Jesus, you end up like the Jews, okay? And so what happens is that this arrangement is fine when the economy is good, but what happens when the economy is bad? What happens when people are angry? The Jews get blamed, right? Because the Jews are the ones who are loan sharks. The Jews are the ones who killed Jesus. The Jews are the ones who are causing all the spiritual pollution, right? And so this is the implicit contract made between the Jews and the European nobility. You're allowed to stay and make a lot of money, but when we need a scapegoat, you get blamed and you have to leave, okay, or possibly get massacred as well. So it's a terrible, terrible deal for the Jews, but they keep it because they want to practice their religion, okay? All right, so there's one place in Europe that is very friendly towards the Jews. And this is actually the wealthiest part of Europe. It's Spain, okay? At this point, it's controlled by the Muslims. And remember, the difference between the Muslims and the Catholics is the Catholics persecute the Jews because they think that the Jews killed Jesus. But the Muslims don't believe that. The Muslims believe that the Jews, the Christians, the Muslims are all one big family, okay? They are all descendants of Abraham. So the Jews and the Christians are treated very well in Spain, and Jews rise up very high within the Al-Andalus system, okay? Because they're very literate, they know the Bible very well. The Bible is a holy book. They have connections to the Jewish diaspora around the world, and they are extremely good at finance, okay? So the Jews prosper in this region. The problem is that over time, this region will be reconquered by the Christians. And now the Christians will continue to persecute the Jews and force Jews to convert, okay? So this is when the Jews, Christians, and Islams get along very well in Spain, okay? But in 1492, the Spanish will expel the Jews from Spain. You either convert or you leave, okay? And a lot convert and a lot go off to the Ottoman Empire, okay? And this was a traumatic event in Jewish history because they were extremely well established in Spain. They felt they were Spanish, and now suddenly they lost everything, okay? Now a lot did convert, and this caused a schism, a divide, schism within the Jewish religion. Those who converted and those who refused to convert now became bitter enemies, okay? Okay, so what will happen now is a lot of Jews choose to settle in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is a new nation, and because it's a new nation, they need a lot of people. So what they will do is they will have extremely tolerant policies towards the Jews. You're allowed to practice your own religion. So a lot of Jews from around the world settle in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and again, they thrive. They do extremely well. But the problem is that this area can be easily invaded, and because it becomes more wealthy, more people start to invade it from Sweden, from Russia, and so war breaks out. And a lot of Jews get killed. So it just gets worse and worse for the Jews. When they think they finally found a home, they have to suffer this persecution. So all this history creates a major crisis of faith among Jewish people, okay? And the three big questions is, the first law in the Jewish religion is do not worship false idols. That's the first law of the Ten Commandments. So why is it that Jews can convert to Christianity and Islam and not suffer any consequences? Okay, and why are so many Jews converting? If Yahweh is the true God and Yahweh demands complete obedience to Him, why is it okay to convert? Okay, that's a problem. Second problem is, what did Jews do wrong exactly to be persecuted and massacred like this? Yeah, okay, some Jews convert to Christianity and Islam, but go punish them, man. Why are the Jews who are loyal to Yahweh punished? That makes no sense, okay? And the third big question is, if Yahweh promised the Jews a homeland called the Promised Land, why don't they have it? Why are they kicked out? For hundreds of years, despite all the persecution, despite all the trauma, they've stayed loyal to Yahweh. So why is this happening? This creates a crisis of faith, okay? And so whenever there's a crisis of faith, Jews believe it is the end times. The world is coming to the end, and the Messiah is coming. Okay, so at this point in history, about the year 1600, there's this heavy anticipation of the coming of the Messiah. And so what will happen is that one man named Zebedee Zevi, who was born in the Ottoman Empire, he will declare himself the Messiah. Okay? And Zebedee Zevi is the equivalent of Jesus in the Jewish religion. Now, we don't actually know much about him. And the reason why is that what we know about him, a lot of information was written by his enemies, the rabbis. His followers are pretty secretive, okay? But what I think happened is this. Whenever you have a Messiah come, what the Messiah does is he's essentially a revolutionary. He's trying to overthrow the social order, okay? And his major concern is, why are Jews being persecuted like this? And his answer is, because we're not practicing the true faith. What we have are all these laws created by the rabbis. But who are the rabbis? The rabbis are just a corrupt elite, like every priest class before. They're like the Catholic Church, right? The Catholic Church is a hierarchy, and so over time they become extremely corrupt. The rabbis don't really suffer that much persecution, right? So when Jews are massacred and persecuted, guess what, guys? It's usually not the Jewish elite that's massacred and persecuted, right? And also, the rabbis are the ones who are helping the European elite persecute the Jews, right? Because it is the rabbis that control the Jews, and to maintain control of the Jews, they come into these unfair agreements with the European nobility. So for Zebedee Zevi, the real problem is a hierarchy within the religion. The real problem are these laws that don't make any sense. Don't eat pork. So the Sabbath, right? Rest on Saturday. You're not convert to other religions. Doesn't make any sense. What should matter is your faith in God. If we are a people, if we are a family born of Abraham, and we share one blood, then who cares what you dress like, what you look like? We're all one blood. The faith in your heart is what matters. And also, there should be no hierarchy. People should be free to choose their religion. People should be free to choose their own lifestyle. People should be free to choose their own laws. If God loves us, if there's a divine spark in us, then we should know what is right and what is wrong. Okay? So, there are three things that he does that's really important. The first and most important thing is he proposes an egalitarian society where men and women are all equal, where there's no more hierarchy, where the rabbis are not above you because the law doesn't exist anymore. Okay? What matters is your relationship to God. So in many ways, he's a proto-liberal and a proto-communist. Okay? He believes that the system designed as it is, where you must obey the rabbi, and we must await for the coming of Messiah, who will take us back to Jerusalem. It's meant to defend the status quo. It's meant to make the Jews slaves to the nobility. Okay? So he's very much a proto-liberal and proto-communist. And we'll discuss his influence on modernity next class. Okay? That's the first thing I want you guys to remember. Second thing I want you guys to remember is that he ultimately converts to Islam. Okay? So when he announced himself as Messiah, 1 million Jews follow him because he's preaching a message of liberation, of equality, of freedom. And so 1 million Jews follow him. But then he does something that's really weird, which confuses people, which is he's supposed to, as a Messiah, take them to war against the Ottoman Empire and restore Jerusalem to the Jewish nation. But when he's confronted by the Sultan basically says to him, the turban or your head. The turban means you convert to Islam, or I will cut your head off. Zebedee Zevi converts to Islam. And everyone's like, why did he do that? And the reason why he did that is you need to understand, he's a Messiah who's come to redeem the Jews, right? You've got millions of Jews who, in the centuries, have converted to Christianity, to Islam. According to the rabbis, these people will burn in hell. But if they're all part of one family, if they all have the divine spark, then they must be redeemed as well before we can have heaven on earth. So Zebedee Zevi, what he does is, by converting, he sacrifices himself, just like Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross to redeem us from the original sin. He is now redeeming the Jews, all Jews, from the original sin of conversion. Okay? And so by doing this, he's saying it's okay to convert, guys. In fact, I've absolved you of the original sin with God, so now you can now be close with God. And therefore, you don't have to follow the laws anymore. Okay? The Messianic age has come because you are the Messianic age now. So the last thing he suggests is the idea of justification by sin. Okay? And again, there's been a lot of misinterpretation that this just means that, oh, it's okay to break the laws now. Okay? In fact, Zabtai Zevi, he converts to Islam, he eats pork, and he has a lot of wild sex. Okay? And so he breaks a lot of these laws. But what Zabtai Zevi is really saying is that in the Messianic age, the laws don't apply because we all have the wisdom in ourselves to follow our own laws. And by breaking the laws, what you're showing is your true faith in the Messiah, your true faith in God, your true faith in yourself. Okay? Because you're no longer constrained by rabbinic authority. Are we clear? Okay? So, this is the idea of Zabtai Zevi. What happens when he converts is most choose not to follow him. Most choose to go back to the rabbis who are his enemies. But there are 300 families who choose to convert with him. And these families are called the Domai. And guess what happens? The Domai will eventually come to control Turkey. Okay? This is Mustafa Ataturk, who is the founder of the Republic of Turkey. And he's a Domai, guys. Okay? So you can argue that today the Domai control Turkey. Alright, so the Jews believe in reincarnation. And 50 years after Zabtai Zevi's death, okay, a new person named Jacob Frank will emerge and consider himself the reincarnation of Zabtai Zevi. Okay, so he's born into a Sabbatean family. He's born into a family that follows the teachings of Zabtai Zevi, even though Zabtai Zevi is considered heresy, even though he's considered an enemy of the rabbis. He's born into this family, and he will start to extend and systemize the teachings of Zabtai Zevi, and he'll become very successful. Okay, he will have a lot of followers, but much more importantly, he will become friends with European nobility, the royal families of Austria and Russia. His followers will become prominent members of the European nobility. They'll become very important intellectuals, and they will become very important bankers. And what I will show you is they've really gone on to conquer the world. And so the question for us is, how did he do that? How did he inspire his followers to go conquer the world? And he did so by presenting a new philosophy, a new religion, okay, that goes against the Jewish religion. It's not Jewish Judaism. Okay? He doesn't consider himself a Jew. In fact, he hates Jews. So his new religion, called Sabbatean Frankism, goes against the Jewish faith. Okay? And it is a faith based on success. And his argument is this: Jesus came to our world to teach us that the world is a corpse, right? The mature world doesn't matter. What matters is the divine spark in you. Because the divine spark will set you free. The divine spark will allow you to return to the monad. That's what matters. Okay? We're here just to learn spirituality. We're here to learn wisdom through pain and suffering. Then Jacob Frank, okay, then thinks about this and says, well, you know what? If God is forgiving, if God wants us to come here to learn wisdom, why do we have to suffer? Why can't we become kings ourselves? Why can't we break the rules of this world, cheat, hack the system, and become kings ourselves? Because isn't that a much more better way to enjoy our time here? Okay? And so what he will do is he will teach his philosophy, this religion, to his followers, and he will also train and teach his followers on how to master this world, how to conquer this world. Okay? So we will look at his teachings. All right, so we know what he says because a lot of things he said were written down by his followers in Polish. And we are now going to read a translation by Harris Linowitz from the University of Utah. Okay, these are his words. But what's important to keep in mind is that these are words just for the public. Okay, so we don't actually have access to his secret, mystical, magical teachings, the Kabbalah. Okay, and think of what his teachings almost like the Prince. It's a guide on how to conquer the world. And in fact, the Frankists will go on to conquer the world. Okay, so we're going to study his mentality, okay, his teachings. And I'm telling you right now that he's a brilliant teacher. And the reason why is that he's going to teach religion, teach ideas through telling stories. He's a storyteller. And the power of stories is that they're like seeds that embed in your mind and they grow over time. They become like oak trees, these massive trees that shape the way you see reality and the way you see yourself. Okay? So stories are the most powerful mechanisms of education in the world. Okay? So, Alan, can you read the story, please?
Yeah. One Saturday I went outside the city and there brought myself some oranges and having a penknife on me, peeled them. A learned Jewish scholar came, along with his purpose. Why are you doing this? By God, don't you know that today is the Sabbath and you have a knife on you? You are right, I answered. You speak the truth. But why are you, such a learned man, carrying a knife with you? How can that be? Shit, shouted the Jew. It is my habit to bathe on Friday and put on different clothing for the Sabbath. Well, since I said so, reach into your pocket and you will find a knife there for sure. The Jew was stricken by fear when he, having put his hand into the pocket, brought out his own penknife. He cried out in amazement, "You cannot be a man, for if you are a man, then I am an ass." And he began to beg me to come to him, promising all kinds of good things, but I did not want to do it. And in this way, I did similar things wherever I could.
Okay, so certain things that you will notice about the story is, first of all, he has contempt for Jews, okay? A learned Jewish scholar. And what he shows is that it's very easy to trick these people. Why? Because they're learning. Their laws have made them stupid, okay? They're very strict about following the laws, and so they become very ignorant. And what he also shows you is how to control people. You control people by using their own laws against them. Okay? So this man has a very rigid sense of the world. He just said to Jacob Frank, "Hey, you can't use a knife." And then Jacob Frank is like, "Well then, why is there a knife in your pocket?" And so it's just a simple magic trick, right? While he isn't looking, Jacob Frank just puts a knife into his pocket. Okay, it's just sleight of hand, very simple trick. But these sleight of hands, because people are stupid and ignorant, you can use them, you can use these tricks to control and manipulate them, okay? So just because he's able to do this, the learned Jewish scholar is now saying, "Oh, you must be the Messiah. You must be divine. Let me follow you." And Jacob is like, "No, you're too stupid to follow me. Goodbye," okay? All right? So it's a simple story. It's very amusing. It's memorable. So if I would tell you this story, I mean, when you're 6 years old, even when you turn 80 years old, you will still remember it. And the story will grow over time. It will shape the way that you see the world. And what you understand is that people are fundamentally stupid and superstitious, and you must take advantage of that. Okay? Take advantage of that. Because why not? All right. Okay. Amber, can you read, please?
Traveling with Zakubowski from Salonika to Poland, there prevailed at that time a pestilence in Podolia. We came to one township where the plague was filling the people, and we lacked food, wine, bread, cheese, etc. Then remembering that from those contaminated with plague, one does not take money, I told him the opposite. You go there, purchase everything, but don't give them money. He did just that. He came to the baker, bargained for bread, put it in a sack, but when he had to pay, the baker fell down and died. He went to the shopkeeper where he bargained for cheese. He put the cheese away and the shopkeeper died. He went on to the store to buy vodka. The same happened with the owner. In a word, just wherever he went, he bought everything without money, because the plague was sweeping the sailors away. Coming back then to me, where I was waiting for him, a rider on horseback knocked him down with his horse. "What are you doing?" shouted Jakubowski. "Are you going to ride right over me?" He didn't even finish saying it when the rider toppled over and fell to the ground. "This is how it is. I did all this because it was promised to me that no plague, nothing at all, could get at me. Therefore, all my orders were carried out successfully by the hand of the one whom I signed, and so should you be."
Okay, so stories can be interpreted both literally and metaphorically. Literally is when people are afraid, you take advantage of their fear. Okay? When people are afraid to buy things, you go buy things. If people see the plague, you see it as an opportunity to make money for yourself. Okay? That's literal. But then the spiritual is, remember Jesus saying that how the world is a corpse. And if you see it as a corpse, you can stand above people. Okay? And what Jacob Frank is saying, if you see the world as a corpse, you can do whatever you want. You can take advantage of people. Okay? As long as you believe that I'm above you. Okay? You're a dead body. I can take everything from you. You will always triumph. So this is the idea of justification by sin. How do you know you truly believe in God? By breaking the laws of man, by breaking the conventions of man. Because it's these conventions of man, this morality, these laws that keep you back, okay? What matters is your relationship with God. You have true faith, you can do whatever you want. You can conquer the world, and God will let you because you have faith in God. All right? All right, can you read out?
I asked Rabbi Isahar and Rabbi Mandachis that if the second belonged to the divine, why did he die? Rabbi Isahar replied to me, "It stands in our book that he came to this world to experience everything there is, therefore he had to come to experience the bitterness of death as well." "That's fine," I replied. "The answer is good, but if he came to experience everything, why then did he not taste how it would be to be Pasha, Vizier, or Sultan? Why did he not experience rulership? I don't believe it. They cannot give me any answer to this."
And so this is a great point he makes, okay? You have these divine beings like Jesus. They come to experience the world, to learn wisdom. And so why do they suffer? Because suffering is part of wisdom. And then Jacob Frank's like, yeah, but then isn't being a king also an experience? Why didn't he become king? Okay, so what Jacob Frank is telling you is that these laws, this morality, religion in place, it's all a mechanism to control you, to subjugate you, to enslave you. Okay, so his is a religion of liberation from oppression. Okay, keep on reading, Alan.
Yeah. That place to where I go, all have knocked so that the door be opened to them. The patriarchs, the Moses, Aaron, David, Solomon, and all the pillars of the world, none have been able to open it. But I will labor, and with the strength of my God will open it. No one knew, but only Balaam, who knew a little, but he too not well. That which I mentioned to the company must be understood concerning those pillars of the world, as was mentioned above.
Yeah, so he's saying the Jewish religion, you worship Moses and David and Solomon, but you know what? At the same time, they were all slaves because they could not see the truth of this world. They could not see the true structure of this world. They couldn't really conquer it, but I can, and I will show you the way as long as you follow me, okay? The company is his followers, and the people who follow him are called the brothers and the sisters. So it's a very egalitarian, flat hierarchy where there's no, it's not a triangle like most secret societies. It's just they all obey Jacob Frank, and Jacob Frank will lead them to the promised land. Okay? All right, can you read Amber?
Should I wait for this? Maybe not. In a dream, I saw Jesus, having priests around him, sitting at a spring of living and clear water. I noticed that the spring went away from them and came to me.
Okay, so it's very simple, right? You think Jesus is the Messiah. Wrong! I'm the true Messiah, okay? Because the water flows to me. Life flows to me. Keep on going.
I tell you, as Christ, as you know, said that he came to free the world from the hands of Satan. But I came to free it from all laws and status, which have been till now, for all that was the work of the hands of Satan, and by that all fell into his hands. I must destroy all that, and only make that which is black look utterly white. At that time, the good God will reveal himself.
Okay, so why is it important to sin, to break the laws? Because the truth of the matter is, this world that we live in, it's controlled by the false God, by Satan. And therefore, we have responsibility to sin, to show the world that his laws can be defied, to defy Satan himself, to show the world that these laws are idiotic. They don't make any sense. They're stupid. Okay? And by doing that, we accelerate the end of this world. That is the Messianic age. When this world ends, we will have a new world when we will see the truth for ourselves, when we will awaken to the falseness of this world. And then we have defeated evil. Then we will have defeated sin, okay? This is the idea of accelerationism, right? By sinning, you accelerate the end of the world. By sinning, you reveal the truth of the world. By sinning, you empower yourself. Okay? Okay, any questions so far? But you can see how seductive this is, right? Okay, okay, so this story is a bit long, so I'll simplify it, okay? Again, it is a parable. So there's a merchant, he has the world's most valuable pearl, and he wants to puncture a hole through it because he wants to create a necklace. And he goes to all these specialists, artisans, and they all say, no, this pearl is too valuable. I might break it, or I might damage it. You won't be happy, okay? So they all refuse. The merchant really wants a hole, so he offers more money. And everyone's like, no, I can't do it. Then this apprentice, okay, and Jacob Frank's like, I'm an apprentice, I don't know anything. He's like, sure, I'll do it. And he does it. And the merchant is like, oh, wow, thank you. And the apprentice becomes very wealthy. So in this world, what matters is not obeying conventions. What matters is not listening to other people, conforming to other people. What matters is your fearlessness. Okay? Just go do it, man. Seize it. And you'll become wealthy. That's what this world is about. Okay? We are constrained by these taboos, by all this morality, by all this nonsense. Okay? You must break through it and just seize it for yourself, and you'll become powerful. All right. Okay, this is another story which is too long. But the story goes like this. The king has 4 sons, and he dies. They're all born of the same age. So he doesn't know, they don't know who inherits the throne, okay? So a great mystic comes and says, okay, here's a king, this is his body, shoot an arrow at his heart, and whoever hits the heart will become king. All 3 sons try, and they miss. And the 4th son says, I can't do it. Because he is the king, he's my father. He may be dead, but he's still my father. And then the wizard, the mystic says, he is your king. Because he understands what matters is family. Okay? So what Jacob Frank is saying is this. Everyone else we can treat like animals. They are animals because they're stupid. They're governed by these idiotic laws. But we, the company, the brothers and sisters, the family, we have to love each other. We have to respect each other. Even in death, okay? And our love for each other is what will allow us to conquer the world. All right, Alan, can you read, please? Yeah.
There was once a bear. During its absence, its children were taken from the lair. Out of the great pain of not finding the children, when he came back, the bear fell upon the village and wounded animals and people. The elders of the village sent to it the following order: if you will not leave us, then we'll bring 2 districts together and destroy you. The bear laughed and sneered at it. They sent the same message again with a memorandum that will gather 4 or more districts. The bear made fun of it again. Finally, it was sent to the bear with these words, saying, in our village there are 4 brothers. We shall send them against you. When the bear heard this, it collected itself and went off on its way, after having withdrawn from the village right away. So it is with you.
Okay, you understand this? So his followers can say to Jacob Frank, Master, there's only 1,000 of us, but there's 1,000,000 of them. And Jacob Frank is like, look, 4 brothers are more powerful than 10,000 men. That is the power of love, right? Jesus taught us the power of love. Dante taught us about the power of love. If we can use it, we can conquer the world. Okay, we need to harness the power of the divine spark to come together to conquer the world. It is love that will conquer the world. All right, Amber, can you read, please?
Holy smokes.
Okay, you know what? This is too long. Okay, so I'll just tell you the story. The story is very simple. There's an elephant. He's running loose, and he's killing people. So the king says, "Whoever can kill the elephant, can marry my daughter." So a prince decides to do this. He disguises himself as a normal person, and he says to the king, "I will go kill the elephant, but only on the condition that you first let me see your daughter." And the king says, "Sure, why not? Because you're going to die anyway." And when the prince sees the princess recognizes him right away and says, "You must be a prince. Please don't go out there and get yourself killed. Marry me." And the king hears this and says, "If you are truly a prince, you don't have to go kill the elephant." And the prince says, No, I already promised you what I will do. Out of my love for your daughter, I will go and kill the elephant. And he does. That's the power of love, okay? That's what Jacob Frank is telling you. That's the power of love. Do things not for money, do things not for power, but because of your love for each other. Okay? That's a secret to conquering the world. All right, can you read, Amber?
Once, while the Sultan was visiting a slave gallery with his vizier, he asked each slave about his crime. All said they were innocent of the judgment. Only one, having revealed his crime, did not hide anything from the Sultan. "Why should this criminal stay here with all these honest people?" shouted the Sultan. "Away with him off this galley." And so the criminal was released. The vizier asked the Sultan about it. "Why do you set him free when he himself admits to his crimes?" The king then asked the robber, "What do you intend to do now?" The robber fell at the Sultan's feet and said, "O Lord, if you will take me into your service, then surely I will lack nothing, neither clothing nor robes, and you will see how devotedly I serve you. You will surely be content with me."
Okay, so again, he's teaching his followers how to conquer the world. And one thing that you need to understand is, yes, humans are animals, but there's still good animals and bad animals. And you need to differentiate, okay? Animals want to be loyal. So if you treat a good animal well, that animal will be loyal to you forever. Okay. All right, can you read, Alan?
It is a custom during the Jewish wedding that a distinguished person sit by the groom. I wanted to beat everyone up so that this place would be given to me. But they all spoke up. It is not proper to try to attain that by fighting, but by disputation. If you win over them in a dispute, then it will be proper for you to sit next to the groom. I asked them a few questions, and they give me the answers. This is not a great deal that you give me the answers because the school teachers taught you that. But answer me a single question, and that will be the end. And I ask, it stand with you that the father should circumcise his child, and in other place it stand that the mother should circumcise. To that they cannot answer. So I sat down beside the groom.
Okay, so the problem with people is that they're stupid, okay? And there are lots of these laws in the Bible. And if you just look at the Bible, you just read the Bible, there's contradictions. But the Jews believe, oh no, the Bible is the Word of God. But if it's the Word of God, why are there so many contradictions in the Bible? Okay, and all you have to do is reveal these contradictions to the Jews, and they'll just shut up and obey you, right? So what he's telling his followers is, if you want to win the world, you cannot win the world through violence and power because there's too many enemies. If you want to win the world, you do so through argument, through learning, by showing the stupidity of people. And this is very effective, okay? So he's telling his followers, go become lawyers, man. Go become scholars. And at some point in the 19th century in Warsaw, all the top lawyers in Warsaw are Frankists, okay? Because Frank's going to teach you how to think for yourself, how to think critically. All right. Can you read Alan?
Elohim said,
Okay. Elohim is the gods, okay? Keep on going.
Noise Adam, let us make a man. They wanted to make man higher than he is now, but it was from God himself that Adam should sing. And so in all ages they fall until it reached the lowest lowness. And from among the lowest of the low, as we are, our bracement down to the very bottom. It will be so that our rise may go on forever upwards, and assuredly out of deep darkness the light will appear us. As was said above, that is exactly what you have yet from Signor Cento. We shall thank Adam.
Okay, so the Elohim are gods, okay? So what he's saying is that there's a hierarchy of gods. And the true God had an argument with the Elohim, okay? The Elohim is basically saying, let's make man as servants to us. So the man should be imbued with both spirit and a bit of flesh. And God says, no, I want man to be all flesh, to be all pleasure. Okay, why? Because that will allow man to sin. And the more they sin, what they will do is learn wisdom and knowledge. That's a secret to mortals. Because we can sin, we can learn knowledge in a way that the gods cannot. And so the more we sin, the more knowledge we have. That's why it's important to sin. If you do not sin, you just follow the laws of man, you'll just stay stupid. Okay? But if you really want to understand the world, break the rules. The law says, don't go and steal from the store. Why not? Try it. See what happens to you. The worst is that you'll be fined, right? Or you go to jail for a day or 10 days, whatever, okay? But it's knowledge. It's true knowledge that God cannot give you. That's why God created us, to do things that He cannot do, right? All right, can you read, Amber?
If you would have held on to her by that golden thread, as was indicated before, that with her is the power of leading you before that big brother, who is the King of Kings, or to lead him down to you together with his brothers and his whole household, so that the whole company could see him. As I promised to show you God, so that everyone individually would have the power of asking him for three things. Then we would be united with him, and at the time we would go out in freedom from everything. That is from death, subjugation, etc., as we said above.
Okay, so something to understand about the religion is the Messiah is actually Jacob Frank's daughter, Eva. Okay, so the Messiah is a woman. That's the first thing. Second thing is that there's an eschatology in this religion. At the end of days, when all the world ends, we'll have eternal life. Okay. So in most religions, it's when we die, we become spirit. But Jacob Frank's like, why would we want that? Why would we want to be like a floating spirit in space? We can't feel any pleasure. True pleasure is to enjoy life. Have as much sex as you want, man. Eat as much food as you want. Get drunk as much as you want. That's true pleasure. And that's what the end of days will be like. So when we have achieved the end of days, the big brother will come, okay? Big brother is like this interdimensional higher God who will come and give us all the wealth. We'll be free from death, okay? So that's what they believe. We'll talk about this next week as well. But keep this in mind, okay? All right. Okay, so this is too long, but let me tell the story. So a prince marries a goddess, and they have two kids, and the goddess kills both kids. And the prince gets angry and leaves her, but then they meet again. And the prince gets angry and says, why did you kill our kids? And the goddess says, here are your kids, and the kids come back. What's happened is that by killing them, they've gone on to other dimensions to learn wisdom, to become strong and beautiful. And so what Jacob Frank is saying is, don't question me, okay? I know things you cannot possibly know. I can access different dimensions. I can access the truth of the world. So when I do things, it's for the greater good. But never ever question me. All right. This is actually an important story, okay? So Amber, can you read it, please?
When I was little, I was at the place of an old lord, and he had pears of extraordinary flavor and smell in his garden. He gave me some to taste and some for eating. I asked him, "Do you have many trees in your garden like this that give this fruit?" He answered, "I have a lot of big old trees and a few young ones." I said to him, "I will steal fruit from your garden and cut branches so I can plant them myself in my own garden." The Lord said, "If you manage to steal them, then they will be yours. I won't do anything bad to you for it. But if I catch you in the garden, then I will do with you as I please." That garden was surrounded by a strong, high wall. Taking a long pole, I measured the height of the wall, and having gathered some lads in the woods, I had them make a ladder for that height. Having immediately concluded that there must be some kind of trick here, when I got there, I first climbed up the ladder, and I noticed a long cord lying along the wall. I concluded immediately that there was some kind of trap, not threading on the cord at all. I looked for the place where it ended, and I noticed that at the end of the cord there hung a pistol, attached so that whoever moved the cord, immediately the weapon would fire and the report would give a sign. Immediately I caught hold of the hammer, unwounded, and having emptied the pen, cut the pistol off the cord and took it for myself. Then thereafter I ordered my lads to climb the wall, and we stole whatever we wanted. I cut 3 branches off its tree too and carried them off to my garden. In the morning the Lord seized and recognized the theft. Thereafter he posted a lot of guards to stand watch in the garden at night. What did I do? I went with my boys, and we all stood round the wall and fired guns, so that we did not allow the guards to sleep. I did this for 3 nights, night after night, the guards being worn out. I didn't go to the 4th night. The guards settled down to sleep. Thereafter I returned with my peasants and began to steal. That Lord sent for me, but I would go only with one who had been there at the conversation. When I got there with him, the nobleman began to get mad at me. Then that other said, "But you have such an agreement." And so there was peace between us.
Okay, so this is a really important story, okay? So let me explain why. First of all, it's a rewriting of 2 different stories. It's a rewriting of the story of the Garden of Eden, right? When God told Adam and Eve, don't eat the fruit. And what the story is telling you is that it's not their fault, it's God's fault, okay? That's number 1. Number 2 is, it's also a rewriting of the story in Augustine's Confessions. So Augustine is one of the main architects of the Catholic Church. And he writes a story of how, when he was young, he and his friends went to steal pears from a tree. And they stole the pears, and then he recognized that, oh, he did this not because he was hungry or because the pears were tasty. It's because he's an evil person. Okay? And what Jacob Frank is saying is, that's a stupid story. What God wants us to do is to break the rules of man so we can be more wealthy. Okay? And this is a story that's also metaphorical. He's telling his followers that God will not punish us if we break the laws. Okay? Because God cares about our creativity. God cares about our willingness to try new things, to explore, to test the boundaries. That's what God wants. So as long as we do so and we don't break fundamental laws like killing other people or hurting other people that angers God, we'll be fine always. And I will show you how to do so. I will show you how to get power and not break the laws of man. Don't worry about morality. Don't worry about convention, taboos. These are all idiotic things that doesn't matter. We just made them up. Okay? What matters is that we gain more and more power. And I will show you how to do so through trickery and through deception. Yes?
Do we have a specific time that we can really do such things so freely and we are not restrained by laws and such stuff?
Okay, look, Jacob Frank, first of all, he's a Kabbalist, okay? So he's a mystic. And if you go into the mystical Jewish tradition, they teach you that the universe is consciousness, it's vibrations. So in other words, reality is just a hallucination. It's what we imagine it to be. And so these laws, these taboos, these transgressions, they're all things we made up. They have absolutely no relevance to reality. Okay? And so the reality is that if everyone thinks these laws exist, but you know they don't exist, that makes you king, okay? So that if you can see this for yourself, become a king, become a prince. In fact, you'd be stupid and weak and ignorant if you did not do so. If you know for a fact that these laws are stupid, then break them. Take advantage of this. Okay? If there's a gold bar sitting in front of you and you refuse to take it, it doesn't mean you're virtuous, it just means you're stupid. Right? Okay. Okay, can you read, please, Alan?
Yeah. There is no people like the Jews. They are like snakes and crocodiles, for there is no love at all among them, but only jealousy, hatred, and contention one against another. But it is by far the worst in Poland. Therefore, stand, the evil will open from the north. Everything else will be revealed from there as well.
Okay, can you read this as well?
Yeah. There is one thing that neither 1,000 or 2 nor 3,000 men could lift that thing up, and you would be able to lift it very easily with one hand.
Okay, so what is this thing where 1,000, 10,000 men can't lift up? It's convention, it's social convention, right? It's laws that we agree on, it's morality. But you see the truth for yourself because I've taught you the truth, and therefore it's easy for you to lift it up, okay? So it's the laws of man that we have problems defying. But once you see the truth for yourself, once you've trained your mind to see that everything around us is false, then you become God, you become king, okay? Also, what this line tells us, he's complaining about the Jews, right? Frank hates the Jews because he thinks that the Jews have done this upon themselves, right? Why is it that the Jews get persecuted everywhere? Why is it that Jews get massacred everywhere? It's because of their silly little mind, where they think that the law says we can never convert. Who says so? Because of these rabbis? These rabbis are human as well. Think for yourself. Okay? See the truth for yourself. And that's what he's teaching his followers. All right, okay, this is actually a really important story. So can you read it, Amber?
There was a certain rich Jew who loved all men powerfully and received guests graciously, not
Begrudging them.
begrudging them food or drink.
So this guy is rich, the richest Jew in the world, and he's generous. And so we should all worship him, right? We should all be grateful to him. We should all honor him, right? But let's see what happens. Keep on going.
Those he treated said to him that they greatly loved him mutually. What does he do? He takes a fat roast goose and having dressed it in a shirt and having put it in a little coffer, went in the morning to his friends who had eaten with him and asked them for advice, saying, "The peasants have planted a dead child on me and want to make an attack on me. What shall I do?" All of them answered him, "We don't want to know about it, neither about you nor that child." He went away from them as if he were very worried at all.
Okay, so he's very rich, he's very generous to people, and then he's asking himself, are they really my friends? Or are they being nice to me just because I'm nice to them? Because I'm wealthy? So he designs a test, okay? And he's asking for help. And when he asked for help, he realized that these friends are going to help him, even though he was very generous to them. Okay, keep on going.
He went to his neighbor who was also wealthy, but they had never had close relations. He asked him what his advice might be. He replied to him, "Dear neighbor, let's go and dig a hole at the edge of your estate and bury the chest there and put some boards and other stuff on top of it." But those who had eaten with him themselves went and spied out the place where they buried the chest, and they themselves went to the squire of that town, reporting to him that terrible deed. That lord, together with his whole household, took himself off and went to the house of that Jew. Having arrived there, he ordered the householder immediately thrown in irons and ordered the place dug up to find the child. But to the great surprise of everyone, when the chest was opened, the roast goose was seen in the shirt. The Lord asked what that might be. Thereafter, that Jew replied that it was to test those who really loved him that he did it, and that I wanted to see if they were really as kindly disposed to me as they had said, but I have concluded the reverse.
So if you're very wealthy and you're nice to people, they'll think you're stupid and naive, and they'll plot against you. Okay? That's the reality that you live in. If you want to become rich, you have to break the laws of man. If you want to stay rich, you have to be mean to people. You have to recognize that people are inherently evil. Okay? They're animals. Okay, Alan, can you read, please? Yeah.
It is written that silver answers everything. It is not even possible to draw near God without money.
Okay, so how do you know you're successful? How do you know you're happy? Money, right? This story down below, he tells a story of how he has these followers and he's well respected. So now these noble men are trying to bribe him and says, hey, why don't we join forces? I'll give you $1 million. And he says, no. I'll give you $1 billion. No. I'll give you $2 million. No, 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 okay? Because what matters is belief in our mission, okay? Our mission is to create a new world. Our mission is to usher in the Messianic age. That's what matters, okay? Not the money. All right, so can you read, Alan?
Yeah.
Two maidens.
Two maidens from Poland, daughters, were leaving and wanted to lie down on the bed. I wanted to have intercourse with them. At that one nun came, undressed and also lay on the bed. I lay on the bed. The nun says to me, Lord Frantic, what are you doing? Indeed, I am married. I replied, what of it? Exposition, that thing with the nuns was prepared for you, and you do that with them in squares, towns and streets, and that would have been an eternal praise for you. Also that the priest would become you servant, but you did not want it.
Okay, so this is a really important idea. The idea is that the reality is constructed through a hallucination, okay? Through our own imagination. And so everyone is living in someone else's imagination. These laws were created by someone else. But what this means is that what you can do is create your own reality, and then when you create your own reality, then people will obey your laws, okay? So think of the story. This is a nun, and she's sworn to uphold the church rules, right? But all Frank did was undress, lie in bed, and just lay there and imagine her coming. And she does. She comes, she undresses, and she's lying beside him. And now she's like, I'm afraid that if I do this, if I have sex with this man, I will be punished by God. And then he's like, don't worry about it, okay? So the world is what you make of it. The world is what you imagine of it. If you train your mind to see the world in a certain way, then everyone else will see the world your way, okay? That's what controls the world, the imagination. Does that make sense, guys? Okay? But you can see why he's so powerful, right? Yeah, yes?
But like if I create my own world inside my head, but I did not tell others or I did not influence others by my actions, how could I like let others to follow my world?
Okay, so this is something that a normal person cannot do, okay? This is someone who has an imagination can do, right? So think of a writer. The writer is imagining the world and writing it down. Okay? And when you read the book, what happens? You come into this world. Think of a television show, right? A television show is just a reality that someone made up. When you watch a television show, you think it's real. You come into this world. Okay? And this is what you can do as well. If you train your mind in a certain way. But you have to train your mind in a certain way. Okay? And how do you train your mind? Through constant education, through reading, through dialogue, through debate. And that's why the Franks are so powerful. Okay? Because they're not like a bunch of robbers. They're people who are deeply engaged in learning and exercising their imagination. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so this is really important. So what's going to happen is that most of Frank's followers are Jews. And what they're going to do is they're going to convert together to the Catholic religion. Because when they do so, they will be given more opportunities to grow in power, okay? They'll be patronized by Catholic royalty. Okay, so they decide to convert together. But before they do, they have a ceremony to mark their conversion. Okay, can you read, Amber? On the night?
On the night of that day, the following deed took place. The Lord set up a guard in the courtyard made up of our people, so that no one might dare even to look through the window, and he himself went in with the brothers and sisters, undressed nude, and also Her Highness OBM, and ordered all those gathered to do so. And after having taken a little bench, he drove a nail into the center and set 2 burning candles on the bench, and hung his cross from the nail. And so after having knelt before it himself, he took the cross and bowed to the 4 sides and kissed it. Then Her Highness and then everyone he ordered to do so. After that, the sexual relations took place thereafter according to his determination. At that, one of the women laughed. Then at the moment the Lord ordered the candles put out, saying, if they would let the candles burn, they would see what would happen. And at the time he said, with this deed we go to the naked things. Therefore, it is necessary to go naked.
Okay, this deed is conversion, okay? So what they're doing is this. They're converting to a new religion, and they're supposed to swear loyalty to a new faith, a new God. But what they're doing in the ceremony is swearing loyalty to each other, okay, through a ritual. And this ritual, it's not sex, it's a ritual of love, where Jacob Frank is instructing each other on how to behave in a sexual manner, okay? And this is a way to cement their covenant with each other. And what this does is it empowers everyone to go far and wide. But no matter how far and wide you go, remember that we still love each other. And because of our love for each other, we'll find each other, okay? So he tells a lot of stories of how these princes goes around the world in disguise. Because you have no choice. Because this world is run by idiots. This world is governed by idiotic laws. And therefore you must disguise yourself. You must hide yourself. But remember that we will always find each other because we know each other for who we are. Okay? Because we're bounded by this covenant with each other. So the thing about the Frankists that's very annoying, or which makes people hate them, is they're always engaging in this sort of sexual rituals. They have incest with their children. They have incest with their daughters. They do a lot of wife swapping. Okay? And you may think to yourself, this is degrading. But if you think about it, wife swapping, who has the power in the relationship? It's actually the wife, right? Because before, the wife had to stay at home and she had to and she couldn't use her body. But now with wife swapping, she can now meet other powerful men and control them, manipulate them. Okay? So the Frankists are an extremely egalitarian people where there's also women empowerment. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Can you read, Amber?
August 28th, 1762. Her Highness OBM traveled from this place to the Lord.
Okay, so they're in Poland. Her Highness is a daughter, right? Eva. Okay, the Messiah. Keep on going.
She arrived there the 8th of September, stayed, and on the day of judgment had sexual relations with the Lord for the first time. The 18th of October, the Lord said to her, now you have become pregnant by me with a son. When she came to the Lord for the first time, the Lord began with her that ceremony that King Ahasuerus did with Esther, at which she was mightily frightened.
Okay, so this is incest, and the goal of this incest is for Jacob Frank to create another body to reincarnate. Okay, so they believe in reincarnation. So even though Jacob Frank, he's really the last iteration of somebody Zevi, he's the last one we know about. Okay, there must be someone else as well. Okay, so. What Jacob Frank and Sabbatai Zevi represent is a more powerful understanding of faith. Okay, so remember, there have been 3 different understandings of faith. The Catholics believe in the idea of justification by works. If you just do what the church tells you to do, if you avoid sin, you go to heaven. Martin Luther says that's stupid. The church doesn't have authority to decide who goes to heaven, so he used the idea of justification by faith. It's only if you truly believe in God that you can go to heaven. But the question is like, how do you really show you believe in God? And what Stefan Zevi and Jacob Frank says is like, by sinning, by going against the laws of man, by being shunned by your community, by being hated by your community. That is true faith in God. And when you do this, when you sin, not only do you learn knowledge, but your faith grows more powerful. And those who understand this, we are a forever community. We are the true prince of the world. We are the true leaders of the world, and together we will rule the world together. And guess what, guys? They succeeded. All right. Why? Well, because, look, at the end of the day, the Frankists, they are a secret organization. And they figured out how to create the most resilient, the strongest organization in the world, okay? So these are the characteristics of a really strong organization. There's strict hierarchy. So everyone's loyal to Frank, okay? Unity of purpose. They're all loyal to Frank. Selflessness. They all love each other. Relentless pursuit of material victory. They love money, secrecy, discipline, energy, and motivation. Okay? Self-hatred, fear, anger, jealousy. Okay? And self-hatred, fear, anger, and jealousy is created by sinning, right? Because when you have sex with your own daughter, when you do this sort of stuff, you feel tremendous guilt. But this guilt can be channeled to make you more energetic, to make you more focused on success, to make you want to achieve the end of days. Okay? Does that make sense? All right, so again, guys, Frankinism is not Judaism. These are two different things. In fact, Frankinism is a rejection of Judaism, okay? Because in Judaism, they teach you about the spirit. Well, for Frank, the spirit doesn't matter. What matters is the material. Because the spirit doesn't allow you to access wisdom. It's the material that allows you to access wisdom. Sinning allows you to access wisdom. Jews tell you to obey Yahweh. And Frank says, no, what matters is we defeat Satan here on earth, okay? That's the true mission. Defeat Satan. Jew says, trust God. All right, so the idea is, don't worry about the Messiah coming. Eventually he'll come and he'll lead us back to Jerusalem and he'll bring us all back and he'll build a third temple. And Frank says, no, let's not wait. God doesn't want us to wait. God wants us to seize the day. God wants us to make our own world. That's why God created us, because we have the capacity to create our own world, our own paradise. So let's do it. Let's not wait, okay? So he's an accelerationist, okay? And you do that by sinning a lot, by showing the fakeness of this world, that this world is ultimately an illusion, okay? So does this philosophy make sense to you guys? Mm-hmm. All right. So one thing that you guys need to know is that there's rumor that Frank, he's actually the true founder of the Illuminati, which is an alliance of secret societies that control the world today, okay? So the Frankists, what they will do is, when they convert to Catholicism, they will have access to both the Jewish faith, Islamic faith, as well as the Jesuit faith, the Catholic faith, okay? And they will combine all three together, because they have spies everywhere that allow these different secret societies to coordinate, okay? So there's one rumor that Frank founded the Illuminati, but I suspect he did. Why? Because one of the most famous members of the Illuminati is Goethe, okay? And Goethe wrote a very famous play called Faust. And let's think about the plot of Faust. The plot is this. You have Faust, who's a scholar, and he's looking for wisdom. So he makes a deal with Mephistopheles, the devil, and Mephistopheles says, I will give you eternal wisdom in return for your eternal life, your soul. And Faust says, sure, okay? And Faust does a lot of things. He sins, he has sex with a young child, she dies. He does a lot of really bad things, but he learns a lot of wisdom. And when he dies, he's supposed to go to heaven. When he dies, he's supposed to go to hell, okay? But at the very last minute, when Mephistopheles has come to claim his soul, God sends angels to rescue Faust and take him away, okay? That's a very Frankist attitude towards life. Sin as much as you want in order to gain wisdom. If you do so, if you gain a lot of wisdom, then God will reward you with eternal life, okay? All right, again, the Frankists infiltrate the Jesuits, and so a lot of people believe that the Frankists now control the Catholic Church, or have a lot of say over the Catholic Church, okay? Okay, they also infiltrate the Freemasons. I'll show you this next class, okay? They're also a major influence on the development of Mormonism, okay? If you look at the structure of the Mormon church and you look at Frankinism, it's very similar. Scientology, guys, okay? If you just look at Scientology, it's very similar to what the Frankists believe as well. All right, some very famous Frankists in history. Look, there's lots of them, okay? But it's all secret because they work in silence. The big thing is their secrecy their secrecy. Okay, they go in silence. But we know for a fact that Louis Brandeis, who is the first Jewish Supreme Court justice in America, he was a Frankist. And there's a very famous university, Brandeis University, founded after him. Okay? So if you know that this guy is a Frankist, think about how many other very powerful Americans are also Frankists, okay? I'm not allowed to name their names because, well, they would deny it, and I would get in a lot of trouble if I mention their names. But they are very powerful people, and you know who they are, okay? You will know their names, but you may not know they're Frankists. This is William Butler Yeats, who is a very famous Irish poet. He himself also is a member of secret society, okay? And we're going to read a poem together by Yeats to show you the influence of Frankist philosophy on modernity. In fact, what I will show you next class is you can make the argument that Jacob Frank and Sabbatai Zevi together, they created modernity in the West. All right, so we're going to read a poem by this very famous Irish poet, who is also a Nobel Prize winner, also a member of a secret society called the Order of the Golden Dawn, okay? All right, so it's called Crazy Jane Talks with a Bishop, okay? So Emma, can you read, please? It's very simple.
I met the bishop on the road, and much said he and I.
Okay, so this is a woman, and she's talking to a bishop, right? A high religious authority. Keep on going.
Those breasts are flat and fallen now. Fallen now. Those veins must soon be dry. Live in a heavenly mansion, not in some foul sty.
Okay, so you're fallen, right? So you've seen a lot in life. You've lived a terrible life, but don't worry. God is forgiving. If you convert, if you change your life now, God will forgive you. All right? And all will be good. Keep on going, Amber.
Fair and foul are near of kin, and fair needs foul, I cried. My friends are gone, but that's a truth, nor grave nor bed denied. Learned in bodily lowliness and in the heart's pride. You cannot have
you cannot have good without evil. You cannot have ugliness, you cannot have beauty without ugliness, okay? So, and this is something that I've learned because I've sinned, because I've gone low. Okay, keep on going.
A woman can be proud and stiff, one on love intent, but love has pitched his mansion in the place of excrement, for nothing can be soul or whole that has not been rent.
Where is God? Where is love? God is in garbage, okay? So you have to sink low to truly find God. You have to sink low to truly find yourself. You have to destroy yourself in order to truly create yourself. Okay? And that is a very Frankist attitude. So in many ways, Frankist belief has conquered modern Western culture. And I'll show you why next class, okay? Any questions?
Like, I think Frank said that you can have all pleasures that you want of sins, but I think that is a kind of low vibrations, so we need to have that low vibration and sins to learn our mistakes so we can find the success, right?
Okay, look, sin is taboo, okay? It's these barriers. It's these walls in front of you. But if you really want knowledge, you have to break through these walls so that reality can reveal itself more clearly to you. Do you understand? Sin are all these invisible walls that you put in front of you for no particular reason. It's all part of your imagination. Okay? So if you want to see the world as it truly is, if you really want to see yourself for who you truly are, then you must sin. Because sin will also cause a process of guilt and reflection and wisdom, okay? It will cause another process of pain and suffering. And we avoid sinning because we're afraid of social condemnation. We're afraid of being laughed at. We're afraid of being mocked by other people. But if you really want true knowledge, you have to go against social conformity. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. So don't sin just for the sake of sinning. Sin because it allows you to access greater knowledge, a deeper knowledge. Okay, does that make sense, guys? All right. Any more questions? Yeah?
Do you think that the Francis ideology has an impact on the Palestine Israel conflict? Because I think I see a lot of similar narratives coming.
Yeah, so at the very end of the course, I will teach you like the Sabbatean Frankists, they're the founders of Israel.
Oh, phew, okay.
Yeah, so what's happening in Palestine and Israel today, it's driven by the Frankist philosophy, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, great. So I'll see you guys next week. We've discussed transnational capital, the British Empire. We've also discussed the Sabbatean Frankists. Today, we will put the two ideas together and show how the alliance between these two different forces have created modernity, or the ideas that underpin our society today, including Marxism, Darwinism, individualism, liberalism, and Freudian psychology. All right, so we will talk a lot about Jews today, but just as a caveat, it's important for us to remember that it's easy to see a Jewish conspiracy everywhere. But things are actually much more complicated than that. The argument I want to make to you today is that the Jews are a construct and tool of empire. In other words, they're really the middle managers. They're the ones who help manage the empire. And if the Jews weren't around, then it would be the Indians or some other group. An empire needs scapegoats. It needs middle managers. And for the past 200 years, the Jews have served the purpose. Something else I will show you today is that the empire, which is transnational capital, they get all the profit. They hide behind the scenes, they're the shadows, and they make all the money. And it's really the Jews get all the blame. And what we'll discuss next class is that this is the same thing that will happen today. Okay? So that's the argument I will make to you today. All right, so let's discuss the British Empire. The British Empire is unique in human history in that it controls the entire world. And it's just a small island, right? It's a small island with very little resources, and it's able to control the entire world because it controls global trade. It has the world's greatest navy. It also has the Bank of England, which is really transnational capital. And English becomes the lingua franca of the world and has colonies throughout the world as well. So for the British Empire, the way they control the world, it's a very simple concept. As long as the British Empire is able to control the seaways, then it controls the world. The great crisis, the great problem, great threat is that an empire will emerge within the Eurasian continent. It's called the heartland, okay? And this could be Germany, it could be Russia, it could be China. But if it's able to emerge, eventually, like the Mongol Empire, it's able to conquer the entire Eurasian continent, and through railways, it's able to link up Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and Asia all together into one trading bloc. And then you don't need the seaways anymore. If that were to happen, then the British Empire would go bankrupt. Because remember, the British Empire, with the Bank of England, transnational capital, it's really a Ponzi scheme. It needs people to keep on buying into the empire for it to continue to succeed. So the greatest threat is a great power emerging in the heartland. And throughout history, that was either the French, the Ottoman Empire, the Germans, or the Russians. So the grand strategy of the British is to create as much chaos and conflict in Europe as much as possible. You always want your enemies fighting each other, okay? And that's just the core strategy of the British. Not very hard, okay? So again, as we discussed, there are 4 major enemies that the British have faced throughout their history as an empire. The French, they're able to defeat because of the French Revolution, as well as the Napoleonic Wars. Then they had to face the Russians, and the Russians were the greatest threat because the Russians had the largest land empire, and they were the most likely to unify the Eurasian continent. They also faced the Ottomans, and they also faced the Germans. Now, the British could not seem as though they were interfering in European politics, because all that would do is anger the Europeans and unite the Europeans against the British. They had to do it using subterfuge, secretly, using intelligence operatives, right? And so, of course, what happened was that they developed different strategies in order to divide and conquer Europe. What they would do is promote revolutionary movements using transnational capital. And we'll discuss these revolutionary movements later on. They also industrialized Japan because they saw Japan as a natural ally in the world. Okay, so you know that in Japan, they underwent the Meiji Restoration, and in only a few decades, they were able to industrialize, so much so that they defeated Russia in the Russo-Japanese War in 1905. And you may not know this, but transnational capital, the British and the Americans, financed a great deal of Japan's industrialization because the Anglo-American Empire wanted Japan as an ally. Okay? It was a natural ally. What they would also do is establish resource colonies. So Australia, New Zealand, Canada, South Africa, these are all resource colonies. And the idea is that you can now use manpower to fund your armies, okay? And the last strategy is to, wherever you can, steal as much resources as possible as fast as you can. And this was true in India and China and Africa as well. Okay, so this is the grand strategy of the British. And they needed agents to help them in these endeavors, and the 17 Francas made the most sense, right? So the advantages that 17 Francas brought to the British Empire were fourfold. The first is that they already had a diaspora, right? And they were also crypto Jews. They also disguised their identity as Jews as well. So they were able, as a network, to conduct intelligence, do blackmail, and subvert governments, okay? They also had access to a lot of transnational capital. They themselves were extremely wealthy. Now, last major advantage, and the most important, is that they had revolutionary cells and networks. Okay, so remember, the 17 Francas, they believed that they were saving the world. They believed they had to destroy the world in order to save it. And these made perfect revolutionaries. And I'll show you this as we move on. Okay? Now, the last reason that we won't discuss much today, but we'll focus a lot on in our last class, is the idea of eschatology, where the British Empire, they are Christians, and they believe that they must use Jews as a pawn in order to force the return of Jesus. This is something that we'll discuss a great deal next class, but I want to focus on these 3 reasons first, okay? All right. And it made sense for the British to align themselves with the 17 Francas because the way they saw the world was the same. Okay? As an empire, as transnational capital, remember, you're focused on extracting as much energy as possible from your workers. So you're very materialistic. Well, the Francas were also very materialistic as well, right? They believed that the body was more important than the spirit. Second is that both the Francas and the British, they wanted to obtain power through chaos, instability, and regime change. And both were very focused on the pursuit of wealth and power. So these were natural allies. Sorry. All right. So let's use an example of how the Ottoman Empire, let's use an example of how the British Empire worked the 17 Francas. And the most obvious example is the Ottoman Empire. So for the longest time, the Ottoman Empire was the most powerful force in Eurasia. And this was the Ottoman Empire at its height in 1683. Remember, 1666 is when Zevi declared himself the Messiah. And remember that Zevi had to convert to Islam And the people who followed him into Islam are called the Dongmei. Okay, the Dongmei are very important people. But over time, empires will decay. In 1853, Russia attacked the Ottoman Empire, and this led to the Crimean War. The British and the French feared Russian expansionism, and so they support the Ottomans. And the Ottomans were able to defend themselves against the Russians. But this alliance came at a cost to the Ottomans. The British and the French made the Ottomans take out loans in order to finance the war. And over time, because of interest, these loans started to overwhelm the Ottoman financial system. And so what happened was the British and the French bankers came and established their own tax administration. And so from now on, a third of all revenue, tax revenue, that the Ottoman Empire generated would go directly to the French and British bankers. Okay? And so this caused the Ottoman Empire to decline rapidly over time. And the French and the British, they set up a central bank controlled by foreigners. And not only that, but they set their own tax administration. So they had their own tax agents. And that's why these bankers became very wealthy. Guess what? These bankers had a natural ally in the Dongmei, right? The Sabbatean Frankists. And so these Sabbatean Frankists also became very wealthy. Now what happened is that the Ottoman Sultan didn't really like this relationship. He didn't like being bossed around by these bankers. And so he went to the Germans. And so now the Germans were now financing the Ottoman Empire, and they were now allies. And so the British and the French didn't like this. And so what the Dongmei did was start to finance a revolutionary group called the Young Turks. The Young Turks believed in three things. They believed in secularism, no religion. They believed in liberalism, and they believed in individualism. Okay, just basically the basic ideas of modernity. And eventually, the Young Turks were able to overwhelm the Ottoman Empire and establish something called the Republic of Turkey, which is still around today. So guys, the Republic of Turkey, if you go to Turkey, it's a Dongmei that control Turkey. Okay? All right? So remember, the Dongmei come from Zabtai Zevi. They are crypto Jews. They pretend to be Muslim, but they're in fact Jews. And these three Dongmei will help to found the Republic of Turkey, and they still control Turkey together. Okay, so that's an example of an alliance between the Sabbatean Frankists and the British Empire. Another example of an alliance is, of course, the Rothschild banking dynasty. This is Jacob Rothschild with King Charles of England. And this alliance goes back hundreds of years. And the Rothschild family is, of course, one of the most powerful banking families in the world. So there's a story of how they got rich. In 1815, Napoleon and the British fought the Battle of Waterloo, and this would determine who controlled Europe. In the battle, the British and the Germans together were able to defeat the French. When this news happened, an agent of the Rothschild got into a Corvette, which is a fast boat, and they sailed all the way back to London to tell the Rothschild the news. The Rothschild controlled the media at that point. And so the media told everyone, oh my God, we lost the Battle of Waterloo. So as you can imagine, people start to panic. There was a stock market crash, and then the Rothschild bought up all the assets. And that's how they became extremely wealthy. And this is a strategy that they continue to use throughout their history. Okay, so where the 17th Frankists and where the British Empire collapsed the most was in philosophy, in developing a understanding of the world that allowed them to amass more power. Okay, so let's go quickly over some basic British philosophy. So British philosophy at this time was controlled by Freemasons. We'll discuss the Freemasons more next class. Okay, but the main purpose was to really deny God and truth. And there were three major strands of this philosophy. Okay, the first major strand is what we call empiricism, and the most famous proponent of this is John Locke. John Locke argued that we are born with a tabula rasa, a blank mind, okay, a blank slate. And so whatever information comes into us is through experience, only through experience, okay? Not through reasoning, not because of God, not because of imagination or inspiration, not because of the divine spark in us, but through just experience and only experience, okay? David Hume proposed a new idea called skepticism. And he goes even further than John Locke. John Locke says that we experience the world and that's how we know the world. Now, the entire basis of science is the idea called induction. If I see a white swan 1,000 times, I can then infer that all swans are white. Okay, this is the idea of induction. This is what underlies the scientific process. Without the idea of induction, you can never access truth. And what David Hume says is, induction does not work. You cannot prove that just because you've never seen a black swans don't exist. Okay, you could have seen 10 million white swans. That does not prove that all swans are white and can only be white. And he's right, because there are black swans, okay? So what he's saying is the very project of truth-seeking, the very project of epistemology, of philosophy, it's all nonsense. Not only that, but we don't really know things. All we do is remember things. Okay? So when we say that Rome is the capital of Italy, we think we know it, but we don't know it. It's all just convention. It's all just we agree to call a place in Italy Rome. We agree that that's a capital, okay? It's all just agreement. But there's no basis for truth here. Right? So now this raises the problem of, okay, if God doesn't exist, if truth doesn't exist, if there's no way for us to reach truth, if there's no way for us to discover truth, then what can we do? And so Jeremy Bentham proposed the idea of utilitarianism. The way we understand the world is just through utility. If it is good for the majority of people, then it must be good. If it causes pleasure for the majority of people, then that policy must be good. If people want to eat candy all the time and makes them feel happy, then we should allow them to eat candy. And that is inherently good. Okay? And then what his disciple, John Stuart Mill, will do is he'll take the basis of this idea of utility as a basis of good and evil to create liberalism. Okay? So the very idea of liberalism today is based on utilitarianism. So for example, homosexuality. Why is homosexuality good? Because first of all, homosexuals want to be homosexuals, okay? You force them not to be homosexuals, they'll feel bad. But also what's more important is they're not doing any harm to anyone, right? So if you just do the mathematics and you recognize that allowing homosexuality is a positive, and that positive and brings more pleasure to the world, then you should allow it. Okay, and this religious talk of it goes against the will of God, it's against the Bible, it's just nonsense. We should just focus on first principles and just focus on utility. Does it bring benefit to people? And this is the very basis of British philosophy. And as you can appreciate, this aligns very much with the Sabathine Frankist idea of the world, right? All right. So this is John Stuart Mill, and this is Jeremy Bentham. Okay? And not only that, but once this philosophy is in place, they are now going to promote certain scientists that agree with this philosophy, or whose findings support this philosophy. And the most famous, of course, is Charles Darwin. Okay, Charles Darwin, right? When his book, The Origin of Species, came out, it was an instant bestseller. And within 20 years, it became the mainstream understanding of how we originated, even though if you actually read the book, even though if you actually look at the science, it's still very problematic. All right, so this is very strange how science is supposed to be a field of rigorous debate, rigorous science, right? But the evidence supporting evolution is limited. And again, we discuss this all the time, but it doesn't explain to us how we come to think, right? It explains to us how we develop our bodies. Sure, yeah, from apes we get humans, that makes sense, but intellectually, we're a lot more imaginative than apes. How to explain that? And he doesn't explain that, okay? And you're not even allowed to ask this question. All right. So, as this alliance between the Seven Frankists and the British Empire is growing, there's certain individuals that become these meeting points of these two different groups, okay? So let's discuss two of them. The first is Benjamin Disraeli. And he's important because he becomes the first and only Jewish prime minister of the British Empire, okay? The second person is Leonon de Rothschild, who is here to the Rothschild banking family. They're best friends, and you can argue the Rothschild banking family financed Benjamin Disraeli's banking career, okay? And in 1844, Benjamin Disraeli will publish a book called Coningsby. It's a novel, okay? It's not a memoir, but it's a novel. But if you read it, people will say that the characters are very much based on people that Disraeli knows. And Disraeli is very explicit in telling us why he wrote the book. And the idea is to tell the British people more about Jews, because Jews right now in history in Britain, they're an exotic species. And it's also to establish how Jews think. Now, what's amazing about this novel is that you read it, and it's really strange, but it conforms to every single anti-Semitic stereotype that we say today. Today, you say that Jews rule the world. You say that Jews work together, they conspire together. You say that Jews think that they're superior to everyone else. You are labeled as an anti-Semite, okay? But if you read this novel, and we'll read this novel together, this is exactly what Benjamin Disraeli says, okay, about the Jewish people. All right, so let's read it together. Okay, so Amber, can you read, please? This is the introduction to the book Coningsby. Okay.
In asserting the paramount character of the what is it?
Keep going.
Okay. Polity and the majesty of the theocratic principle, it became necessary to ascend to the origin of the Christian Church and to meet in a spirit worthy of a critical and comparatively enlightened age the position of the descendants of that race who were the founders of Christianity. The modern Jews had long labored under the odium and stigma of medieval malevolence.
Okay, so what we're saying is this. Christianity is a great religion, but it's important that we look at the origins of Christianity and who founded Christianity, okay? Which is the Jews. We know it's the Jews who created Christianity, okay? Okay, keep on going.
In the Dark Ages, when history was unknown, the passions of societies, undisturbed by traditionary experience, were strong, and their convictions, unmitigated by criticism, were necessarily fanatical.
So during the Dark Ages, everyone was just stupid, okay? Keep on going.
The Jews were looked upon in the Middle Ages as an accursed race, the enemies of God and man, the especial foes of Christianity. No one in those days paused to reflect that Christianity was founded by the Jews, that its divine author, in his human capacity, was a descendant of King David.
Okay, divine author, of course, is Jesus, okay? Keep on going.
That his doctrines avowedly were the completion, not the change, of Judaism, that the apostles and the evangelists whose names men daily invoked and whose volumes they embraced with reverence were all Jews, that the infallible throne of Rome itself was established by a Jew, and that a Jew was the founder of the Christian churches of Asia.
So this really is not just saying that Jews are important, but he's also saying that Jews are superior because they're the ones who created Christianity. And what he will say later on is Jews created everything because Jews are the most intellectually creative people in the world, okay? And remember, Disraeli is a Jew, and he's one of the Jewish elite, okay? All right, let's keep on going. All right, so in the novel, the major character is Sidonia, who is a wealthy Jewish person based on the Rothschild family, okay? And he's going to explain to us how Jews control the world. All right, can you read, Alan?
Yeah, okay.
Sidonia.
Sidonia was descended from a very ancient and noble family of Aragon.
Okay, Aragon is in Spain. Okay, so we discussed how before, for 100 years, the Jews were part of the Spanish Muslim Empire. But when they were reconquered, they were forced to leave or convert. Keep on going.
That, in the course of ages, had given to the state many distinguished citizens. In the priesthood, its member had been peculiarly eminent. Besides several prelates, they counted among their numbers an archbishop of Toledo and a Sidonia. In a season of great danger and difficulty, had exercised for a series of years the paramount office of Grand Inquisitor.
Okay, so even after the Christians reconquered Spain, and after some Jews converted to Catholicism, okay, first of all, these Jews kept their faith secret. So even though on the outside they were Catholics, in the inside they were still Jews. Okay, they were crypto Jews. But much more importantly, these Jews rose to supreme power within the Catholic Church in Spain. The irony is that the Spanish Inquisition, where Catholics were looking for Jews who were pretending to be Christians, the leadership were Jews. The leadership were crypto Jews, okay? This is what this really is saying. I'm not saying this is true, but this is what this really is saying, okay? Keep on going.
Yet, strange as it may sound, it is nevertheless a fact of which there is no lack of evidence that these illustrious family during all this period, in common with 2/3 of the Aragonese nobility, secretly adhered to the ancient faith and ceremonies of their fathers, a belief in the unity of the God of Sinai, and the rites and observances of the laws of Moses.
Okay, so guys, 2/3 of nobility in Spain were crypto Jews. Catholics disguised, Jews disguised as Catholics, okay? All right. So again, I'm not saying this is true, but it's striking and really strange that a Jewish man who is very powerful, who will become Prime Minister of England, he's writing this stuff, okay? He's putting in the mouth of basically a Rothschild. Okay, can you read, Amber?
The Sidonians of Aragon were
New Christians.
Were Nouveau Cristianos. Some of them, no doubt, were burned alive at the end of the 15th century under the system of Torquemada. Many of them, doubtless, were the San Benito, but they kept their titles and estates, and in time reached those great offices to which we have referred. During the long disorders of the Peninsular War, when so many openings were offered to talent and so many opportunities seized by the adventurous, a cadet of younger branch of this family made a large fortune by military contracts and supplying the commissariat of the different armies. At the peace prescient of the great financial future of Europe, confident in the fertility of his own genius, in his original views of fiscal subjects, and his knowledge of national resources, this Sidonia, feeling that Madrid or even Cadiz could never be a base on which the monetary transactions of the world could be regulated, resolved to emigrate to England, with which he had, in the course of years, formed considerable commercial connections. He arrived here after the Peace of Paris with his large capital. He staked all he was worth on the Waterloo loan, and the event made him one of the greatest capitalists in Europe.
Okay, so these crypto Jews, they had a lot of money, but not only that, but they have an information network, okay, because they have relatives, friends all throughout Europe. And they are intellectually superior, and so they know how history will develop. And they see a great money-making opportunity in war. So when these wars come out, what these Jews do is they support both sides, so they can't possibly lose. And then they make a lot of money, and then they figure out where it is in the most advantage to be. So they have absolutely no national loyalty. They don't see themselves as belonging to a certain group of people, a certain nation. They see themselves as first and foremost Jews. Okay, so when the time presented itself properly, the Sidonians, they will migrate, some of them, not all of them, will migrate from Spain into continental Europe and up to England because they saw England as a future. And of course, from England, they will also migrate to the United States of America. Okay. Alan, can you read, please?
The only human quality.
So the father goes to England and now he establishes the banking dynasty, and his son will now inherit everything. Okay, and so this is about the son. Keep on going.
Yeah. The only human quality that interested Sidonia was intellect. He cared not whence it came, where it was to be found. Creed, country, class, character, in this respect were alike indifferent to him.
Okay, so again, this is a very anti-Semitic trope where Jews don't like the idea of nation or culture or religion. They like the idea of ideas. Okay, and one anti-Semitic trope is that Jews have a conspiracy to degrade religion, culture, society, nation state in order to advance their own interests. Okay, keep on going.
The author, the artist, the man of science never appealed to him in vain. Often he anticipated their wants and wishes. He encouraged their society, was as frank in his conversation as he was generous in his contributions. But the instant they ceased to be authors, artists, or philosophers, and their communications arose from anything but the intellectual quality which had originally interested him. The moment they were rash enough to approach intimacy and appeal to the sympathizing man instead of the congenial intelligence, he saw them no more.
Okay, so this is a really important idea where, again, this is propaganda for Jews, right? So this really is saying how great Jews are. Jews are intellectual. But you know what Friedrich Hegel will say is that, well, culture, there can be no great ideas. Okay? Ideas emerge from community, from culture, from belonging. Okay, so think of Homer, or Dante, or even the Yahwehs, okay? If you think that you are intellectual above culture, above nation, above people, you will not produce great ideas. Okay, keep on going.
It was not, however, intellect merely in these unquestionable shapes that commanded his notice. There was not an adventurer in Europe with whom he was not familiar. No minister of state has such communication with secret agents and political spies as Sidonia. He held relations with all the clever outcasts of the world. The catalogue of his acquaintance in the shape of Greeks, Armenians, Moors, secret Jews, Tartans, Geese.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, look, the idea is that Jews are international, first and foremost international. They're cosmopolitan, right? And as a result, what will happen is that over time, because he is in contact with so many different groups, he's so intellectual, he's always reading his history, he comes convinced that the superior race, the greatest race of humanity are the Jews. Why? Because unlike other races, the Jews refuse to intermarry. They refuse to breed with other cultures. And so as a result, the Jews are first and foremost pure. They are Aryan. Okay, this is really ironic again because the Nazis will use this idea 100 years later to justify the Holocaust. But at this time in history, the Jews think that they are the superior race because they are the most pure, okay? So this is all that is saying. All right, can you read, Amber?
In this country, says Sidonia.
So this country, of course, is England, right?
Since the peace, there has been an attempt to advocate a reconstruction of society on a purely rational basis. The principle of utility has been powerfully developed. I speak not with lightness of the labors of the disciples of that school. I bow to intellect in every form, and we should be grateful to any school of philosophers, even if we disagree with them. Doubtly grateful in this country, where for so long a period of our statesmen were in so pitiable an area of public intelligence. There has been an attempt to reconstruct society on a basis of material motives and calculations.
Okay, so again, this is the idea of utilitarianism, right? This is Jeremy Bentham, John Stuart Mill. Keep on going.
It has failed. It must ultimately have failed under any circumstances. Its failure in an ancient and densely peopled kingdom was inevitable. How limited is human reason, the profoundest inquirers are most conscious. We are not indebted to the reason of man for any of the great achievements, which are the landmarks of human action and human progress. It was not reason to be besieged Troy. It was not reason that sent forth the Saracen from the desert to conquer the world.
Okay, so the Saracens are the Muslims, okay? Keep on going.
That inspired the Crusades, that instituted the monastic orders. It was not reason that produced the Jesuits. Above all, it was not reason that created the French Revolution. Man is only truly great when he acts from the passion. Never irresistible, but when he appeals to the imagination. Even Mormons count more votaries than Bentham. And you think then that an imagination once subdued the state, imagination may now save it. Man is made to adore and to obey. But if you will not command him, if you give him nothing to worship, he will fashion his own divinities and find a chieftain in his own passions.
So, Solon is emphasizing the limitations of British philosophy, right? Locke, Hume, Bentham, Mill, they're all limited. And so what the British need is for the Jews, with their imagination, with their religion, to save the British, to lead the British, to guide the British. Okay, does that make sense? So again, this is trying to establish Jewish supremacy. Okay, all right, this is much too long, okay? But what he's really saying is, like, listen, we Jews, we want to be part of society. We are naturally conservative, but we also want to practice our religion. So if you, at any point, if you, the British, at any point, try to restrain us, if you try to take away our religious rights, we will rebel against you. We are cohesive. We will stand up for liberalism. We will stand up for secularism. We will stand up for individualism, because these three philosophies are what most protect us from religious overreach. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, so that's what he's saying. So Alan, can you start here? You never observe.
You never observe a great intellectual movement in Europe in which the Jews do not greatly participate. The first Jesuits were Jews.
This is true, okay, guys. The secret intelligence agency of the Catholic Church were first Jews. This is true. Keep on going.
That mysterious Russian diplomacy which so alarmed Western Europe is organized and principally carried on by Jews.
So the Jews are the agents of the Russian Empire. Keep on going.
That mighty revolution which is at this moment preparing in Germany, and which will be, in fact, a second and greater reformation, and of which so little is as yet known in England, is entirely developing under the auspices of Jews, who almost monopolize the professorial chairs of Germany.
Okay, so this hasn't happened yet. Okay, he's saying this is the year 1844. He's saying, like, the revolution that you will see later on in Germany, we organized it, man. We Jews organized it. Why? Because we control the academies, we control the professorships of Germany. Keep on reading.
Neither the founder of spiritual Christianity, who is Regius Professor of Divinity in the University of Berlin, is a Jew.
Okay, so it keeps on going. Okay, we won't read it. About how many professors are Jews? Okay, do you understand? Now, what's amazing is, again, this came out in 1844 and 1848. There were revolutions throughout Europe, throughout Germany. So how did the Israeli know about this? Well, possibly because the British were helping to finance all of this, right? Remember the alliance between the British and Septine Frankists. All right, can you read, Amber?
Okay,
from here, okay?
A few years back, we were applied to by Russia. Now, there has been no friendship between the court of St. Petersburg and my family. It has Dutch connections, which have generally supplied it, and are representations in favor of the Polish Hebrews, a numerous race, but the most suffering and degraded of all the tribes, have not been very agreeable to the Caesar.
The Tsar. Okay, so what he's saying is, we're very rich and nation states come and look for us for money, okay? So Russia wants a loan from us. We said, no, you mistreat the Jews. So we're not gonna give you any money, okay? The Russians are notorious for being anti-Semitic at this stage. Okay, keep on going.
However, circumstances drew to an approximation between the Romanovs,
The Romanovs are the controlling family of Russia.
and the Sidonians. I resolved to go myself to St. Petersburg. I had, on my arrival, an interview with the Russian Minister of Finance,
Count. Cancun.
Cancun. I beheld the son of a Lithuanian Jew. The loan was connected with the affairs of Spain. I resolved on repairing to Spain from Russia. I traveled without intermission. I had an audience immediately on my arrival with the Spain minister, Senor Mendizabal. I beheld one like myself, the son of a Nuevo Cristiano, a Jew of Aragon. In consequence of what transpired at Madrid, I went straight to Paris to consult the president of the French Council. I beheld the son of a French Jew, a hero, an imperial marshal, and very appropriately so, for who should be military heroes if not those who worship the Lord of hosts? And is Solute a Hebrew? Yes, and others of the French marshals, and the most famous, Massena, for example. His real name was Manasseh. But to my anecdote, the consequence of our consultations was that some northern powers should be applied to in a friendly and mediative capacity. We fixed on Prussia, and the president of council made an application to the Prussian minister, who attended a few days after our conference. Count Arnim entered the cabinet, and I beheld a Prussian Jew. So you see, my dear Conisby, that the world is governed by a very different personage from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes.
So it's Jews who control the world, because only Jews get along together, okay? So if Jews didn't exist, the world couldn't get along, right? And Jews hide everywhere. And that's how the world works, guys. You think the person in charge is in charge, but actually it's a secret society of Jews. Now, again, I'm not saying this is true. I just found it really weird that Benjamin Disraeli is writing about this, okay? And again, he's getting a lot of this information from the Rothschild banking family. So the Rothschild, for whatever reason, think they control the world, okay? So I don't go much into this in detail, but I will point out that there is evidence that this is true. All right, so we're going to look at the Communist Revolution in Russia together. I also want to keep you in mind that I don't think this is true, actually. There's evidence this is true, but I do not think this is true. Why Disraeli is writing about this, we will discuss next class, okay? But it's all part of a secret plan. All right, but first, let's look at the evidence that this may be true. Again, I'm not saying this is true, but there is evidence that this is true, okay? And the major piece of evidence is the Communist Revolution. The Bolshevik Revolution in 1917 that overthrew the government of Russia to create a communist government. All right, first let's talk about revolution. There are 4 elements you need in order for a revolution to be successful, okay? The first is you need a really charismatic leader. Second is you need a broad mass appeal, usually land for the peasants, freeing debt, okay, end of war, peace. Then you need organizational discipline. Everyone has to get along, okay? It has to be a cohesive group. And the last element, of course, is you need incompetent opposition. Your enemy is a moron, okay? And of course, the classic example of this is Mao Zedong versus Chiang Kai-shek, okay? Mao Zedong was a charismatic leader who had a very strong organization, and Chiang Kai-shek, even though he had a huge army, even though he had the American army, even though he had all sorts of benefits, he was a moron, okay? And that's why he lost. All right, so the same is true for the Russian Revolution. This is Vladimir Lenin. He's not charismatic, but he is extremely focused. He's fanatical. And this is Leon Trotsky, who is very charismatic. He's a great speaker. and he's a Jew, okay? So I will point out that in 1917, he helped lead the revolution. But before that, he was actually in the United States. He had an apartment in New York City paid for by wealthy Jewish bankers. His uncle is a very wealthy Jewish industrialist in Ukraine. Okay, so he's part of this transnational capital network. And even though he himself is a revolutionary, he hates capitalism. If someone gives you money, you cannot help but be influenced by that person, okay? That's just a reality. All right, so October 1917 is when the Bolsheviks launched a revolution and they seized power. And then a month later, they organized an election. And as you can see, they are not the most popular party in Russia. They only have about 23% of the vote. The socialist revolutionaries actually have much more popularity than they do. They're at 37%. And then you have all these different groups. The Ukrainians, the cadets who are liberals, the Mensheviks, the Cossacks. So at this point in history, Russia is divided into so many different groups. You have different ethnicities, you have different political programs, you have different orientations, okay? And this is what will launch the Great Civil War, okay? And at this time in history, remember, the Bolsheviks only control a certain part of Russia. They are the official government, but they only control a small part. And the White Army, which is a combination of the liberals and the monarchists, they have a much more stronger military. And also at the same time, you have all these different ethnic groups, the Ukrainians rebelling against the Bolsheviks, including the Polish. But over the next 5 years, slowly the Bolsheviks will obtain absolute power. And so the question is, how do they do that? Well, the first tool is terror. Okay, this is called the Red Terror, where they went around and killed anyone who opposed them. Now, what you don't understand is there's actually a strategy behind the Red Terror. The very idea is to steal as much money as possible from wealthy people, okay? So you're an aristocrat, you have a lot of wealth hidden. I need your money. So you either give me your money or I will kill your daughter, and I will kill your son, and then I will kill your wife, okay? So it's your choice. Give me all your money or I will kill everyone in your family. So the Bolsheviks were fanatical about this, and that's why they won the war. Leon Trotsky organized the Red Army in the war against the White Army. Okay, there were also the Greens, which were these peasants. So there was a lot. So the Bolsheviks were far behind. So how did the Bolsheviks, the Red Army, win the war? Well, guys, they had a lot of help. Okay, they had a lot of mercenaries coming to the country, tens of thousands of mercenaries to help them, especially the Chinese mercenaries, the Latvians, the Hungarians. Okay, why? How did they get all this money? Transnational capital. Wall Street and City of London were bankrolling the Soviets. Why were they doing that? Also, we have to remember that at this time in history, during the Revolution, Britain and France, the United States, Japan sent armies into Russia. Now, what you learn in class is, oh, it's because they are capitalists and they fear the communists. And that's why they sent armies to try to reduce the Bolshevik threat. That's not true, guys. Why they sent the armies is because the Bolsheviks reneged on debt, okay? Russia owed a lot of money to Britain, Japan, United States, and France. And so these armies were sent in order to threaten the Bolsheviks. So what the Bolsheviks did was they stole as much money as they could from the peasants, from the nobility, from the treasury, and pay off these armies. And then these armies helped them in the war against the whites. Okay, does that make sense? Okay? All right, so let's summarize what we've just learned. Now, what you're taught in history class is America and Britain needs Russia in war against Germany, and that's why, and the Germans control the Bolsheviks, and that's why Britain and America would not support the Bolsheviks. And the counter argument is, no, it's transnational capital that has influence over Anglo-American foreign policy. Okay, do you understand? Anglo-American foreign policy, it's not to serve national interests, it's to serve private capital. Okay, that's the first point. Second point is the Bolsheviks are communists, and so they're a threat to capitalism. And the counter-argument is actually transnational capital cares about profit. They don't care about ideology. All right? What drives them is money, not ideas. The third argument is the Bolsheviks hated imperialism and capitalism, so they would refuse to work with Wall Street and the City of London. And the counter-argument is that they believe that the ends justify the means. We just have to do what we need in order to obtain power. Then we can create our socialist paradise, okay? All right? All right, so this is a book called Wall Street and the Russian Revolution. A historian by the name of Richard Spence. He spent a lot of time collecting documents that show that in fact transnational capital were helping the Bolsheviks win power in Russia. Why? Because they believed in the Bolsheviks? No, because transnational capital, first and foremost, steals. You understand? They like revolution because revolution is an opportunity to steal as much as you can. Okay, you can buy things really cheaply during a revolution, and this is his argument. All right, so let's read a couple of passages from his book. So, Amber, can you read, please?
The pro-Bolshevik faction on Wall Street had a most outspoken pitchman in the aforementioned William Boyce Thompson. Departing Petrograd, he arrived back in the States on Christmas Day in 1917. On 18th January, he sat for an interview with a representative of Dow Jones and published in the Wall Street Journal.
Wall Street Journal, of course, is the newspaper of Wall Street. Keep on going.
Despite the fact that Bolsheviks had proclaimed an armistice on the Eastern Front and opened peace negotiations with Berlin, Thompson insisted that the Russians would never conclude a separate peace.
Okay, so he's just lying to people, okay? The Bolsheviks want peace with Germany, they promise peace to the people, that's why they're popular. And these Wall Street bankers are just lying to American people. Okay, keep on going.
He pooh-poohed reports that there was anarchy in Russia and said that the Russian people were trying to adopt socialism as the basis of their government. If they were allowed to succeed, an extremely democratic, well-managed country will emerge. In other words, an excellent business environment.
Okay, so what the Bolsheviks basically did was they took all the gold they had to bribe Wall Street so that Wall Street would go and brainwash American people, okay? That's the strategy here. All right, can you read, Alan?
Yeah. For those on Wall Street and elsewhere who dream of putting the brakes on Russia's economic development and seeing its riches and resources up for grabs under a regime willing to sell anything, their dreams have basically come true.
Okay, so it's really important to understand. The British Empire was fighting a war against Germany. Russia was an important ally, right? They didn't care because for Britain, they wanted to destroy everyone, okay? So that's why they support the Russian Revolution, because they knew the Bolsheviks would destroy the Russian economy. So, keep on going.
Yeah. From 1918 through early 1921, Bolshevik war communism reduced Russia to an economic based on barter and robbery. Besides the abolition of private trade and the destruction of the monetary system, the Red regime embarked on a massive looting campaign, ransacking palaces, bank vaults, churches, and museums. They expropriate every valuable they could get their hands on and stash it all in a new state treasury. By the close of 1921, an estimated $450 million in valuable had been sequestered there. With more to come, much of it destined to be fenced abroad for a fraction of its value in capitalist hard currency.
So this is how empire works, guys, okay? They destroy nations in order to steal as much as they can. What happens afterwards, they don't care. All right? It's that simple. All right. Okay, so after the Bolsheviks consolidated power, after the Civil War, everyone assumes that Trotsky would be the new leader. But it's Stalin that becomes the new leader, okay? Why? Because after the war ends, there's expectation among the Bolsheviks that, we helped the transnational capital so much, they're going to help us rebuild our nation. Okay, they're going to give us loans. They will give us technology to help us rebuild Russia. And guess what happened? Transnational capital says, no, you guys are good. We're good. We made our money, okay? And so now what's happening is that Leon Trotsky, who is a Jew, he gets blamed, right? Because Leon Trotsky is the one who brought in transnational capital. He's the one who facilitated this exchange. And now the Bolsheviks thinking, oh, this is a Jewish conspiracy. You Jews were planning on us all along to steal everything from us and then screw us over in the end, okay? And that's why Stalin won. All right, so let's go over the difference between Leon Trotsky and Joseph Stalin. Leon Trotsky did not work for transnational capital, okay? He was first and foremost a revolutionary who was interested in global revolution. He had a messianic calling to transform and save the world. But he was accused of being transnational capital, and because he was a Jew, everyone just assumed that he was a spy, okay? And he also had a personality which was arrogant and aloof. Stalin had his own issues, okay? But he benefited from the fact that Trotsky was a Jew, and he was able to slowly amass power for himself. He also has a background as a police informant, but being a spy for the capitalists was a much worse crime. All right? And that's why Joseph Stalin won in the end. And this is terrible for the Jews, the Bolshevik Jews who believed in the revolution, because they all got killed by Joseph Stalin. Okay? Leon Trotsky was killed along with all his children. All right. So it's not just that transnational capital supported the Bolsheviks. They also supported Karl Marx, okay? All right, so Karl Marx has an interesting background. He actually comes from many generations of rabbis. So he's basically a Jewish aristocrat. And he was German, but then he moved to England. And he wrote many letters, wrote many books to promote communism. These books aren't gonna sell well. So he was poor all his life. But what's interesting is, he lived a very nice life, okay? He lived in England, and he lived a basic middle-class life. So where did he get all his money from? Well, he got all his money from Frederick Engels, who was a friend of his, and whose father was an industrialist, okay, a Jewish industrialist. So why would a Jewish capitalist support Karl Marx? And the answer is because communism benefits transnational capital, okay? So why? Why would it benefit transnational capital? All right, can you read, Amber? So this is a letter written by Karl Marx, okay?
For as soon as the distribution of labor comes into being, each man has a particular exclusive sphere of activity which is forced upon him and from which he cannot escape. He is a hunter, a fisherman, a herdsman, or a critical critic, and must remain so if he does not want to lose his means of livelihood. While in communist society, where nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity, but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes, society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, and as I have a mind, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, herdsman, or critic.
Okay, so the problem with capitalism is that it degrades our individuality. We as individuals want freedom to enjoy ourselves, right? This is a very Frankist idea, right? We want to enjoy ourselves, we want to be free to enjoy the pleasures of life. The problem with capitalism is the idea of specialization, right? Where you're forced to do one thing only, according to the needs of the capitalists, okay? Can you keep on reading, Amber? Okay.
Supposing that we had produced in a human manner, in his production each of us would have doubly affirmed himself and his fellow men. I would have objectified in my production my individuality and its peculiarity, and would thus have enjoyed in my activity an individual expression of my life, and would have also had, in looking at the object, the individual pleasure of realizing that my personality was subjective, visible to the senses, and therefore a power raised beyond all doubt.
Okay, so what he's saying here is that before, each of us were craftspeople. So I might make a vase, okay? And when I make a vase, then this vase is an expression of my individuality, an expression of my creativity. And by looking at this vase, it becomes an objective symbol of my existence. I can look at this vase and my own individuality will be reflected back at me, okay? Keep on going.
In your enjoyment or use of my product, I would have had the direct enjoyment of realizing that by my work I had both satisfied a human need and also objectified the human essence, and therefore fashioned for another human being the object that met his need.
Then I give you this vase to a friend, and I see this vase at the friend's home, right? And he puts flowers, and he's very happy with this vase. And then I can see my impact in the world. All right, keep on reading, Amber.
I would have been for you the mediator between you and the species, and thus been felt by you and acknowledged as a completion of your own essence and a necessary part of yourself. And I would thereby have realized that I was confirmed both in your thought and in your love.
Okay, so this vase now shapes your reality. And I know that this vase has given you meaning and it has shaped your reality, and therefore I find meaning in that, okay? And again, this is a very Frankish attitude, right? Where you can project your imagination onto people and it can shape the way he or she sees reality. Okay, this is a very similar concept. Keep on going.
In my expression of my life, I would have fashioned your expression of your life, and thus in my own activity have realized my own essence, my human communal essence.
Okay, right. So again, this is something that sounds perfectly correct, right? And the reason why it sounds correct to us is because it becomes a basis for our society. Okay, the idea of individualism, the idea of materialism. Okay, keep on going.
In such a situation, our products would be like so many mirrors, each one reflecting our essence. Thus, in this relationship, what occurred on my side would also occur on yours.
Okay, so this is a really important metaphor, okay? He's saying that objects become mirrors where we can see our own individuality reflected, okay? And this goes against the religious concept where our humanity is all reflected in each of us. Okay? So what he's doing is creating a material outlook. Does that make sense? He's denying the existence of God, he's denying the existence of spirituality, but he's taking the concept of religion and applying it to a material world. Right? He recognizes that we have these spiritual, religious needs. And what he's saying is that we don't need God to achieve these needs. We can have materialism achieve these needs, okay? Which again is a very Frankish concept. Keep on going.
My work would be a free expression of my life, and therefore a free enjoyment of my life. In work, the peculiarity of my individuality would have been affirmed, since it is my individual life. Work would thus be genuine, active property. Presupposing private property, and my individuality is so far externalized that I hate my activity. It is a torment to me, and only the appearance of an activity, and thus also merely a forced activity, that is laid upon me through an external, arbitrary need, not an inner and necessary one.
Okay, so why would transnational capital support this idea? The reason why is that before the debate was mind versus matter, right? What matters more, the spirit or the flesh? And what Marx is saying is, no, what matters, well, the debate, the dialectic is between private property versus public property. In private property, I have to work for someone else. In public property, I work for myself. That's the question, that's the debate, that's the dialectic, okay? And so by doing this, it's a very clever trick that transnational capital uses by making us think that the only thing that matters is private versus public, as opposed to mind versus matter, okay? That's the goal of communism. That's why transnational capital is supporting this idea, because it advances the goal of empire, which is turning us all into slaves. Okay, does that make sense? All right. All right, so Marx is correct in analyzing the problems of capitalism, okay? But his problem is that he believes the solution is to make capital public. And as a result, this will create a workers' paradise. But there are problems with this, okay? So let's go over some of the problems. Okay, Marx believes that history is linear progress. So capitalism will lead to socialism, which will lead to communism. It's just a linear progress, okay? Second is a problem that history is teleological, meaning things go the way they should. Marx also believes that what matters is class struggle between the rich and the poor, as opposed to between spirit and flesh, okay? Now the last thing that's the most problematic is Marx believes you need a vanguard in order to lead the proletariat into a socialist paradise. You need an elite in order to lead us into paradise. And this eschatology is all Frankist, right? This is something that we learned last class. This is something that Frank proposed, where his group is a new people which will lead people into a material paradise. Right? So all Marx is doing is taking Jacob Frank's ideas and systemizing it. Now I'm not saying that Marx was a Frankist. He's probably not a Frankist. But what I'm saying is that there were people around him, like Friedrich Engels, who could have been a Frankist, and as such, and they used their money to influence Marx in a way. Okay? And we can suspect this because there's certain ideas that don't make sense. If you are a socialist, you believe in democracy. But Marx believed in a dictatorship. Okay, that makes no sense. All right? So, this is Mikhail Buchanan, and he was a socialist. He was an anarchist. And he believes, he agrees with most of Marx's analysis, but where they disagree is this. Marx believed you needed a vanguard, okay, like Jacob Frank believed. But Buchanan says, no. If you have a vanguard, they'll just become a new capitalist class. Okay? What's the difference, man? If you are a socialist, you have to believe in democracy. You have to believe that everyone has capacity to make his or her decisions. And that must be the basis of your new society. Otherwise, we're just going to go back to the way things are before. Okay? It'll just be another empire. Before it's the British Empire, now it's the Russian Empire. Who cares? What's the difference? All right, so let's read some Buchanan, okay? All right, can you read, Amber?
As for us, we want neither phantoms nor nothingness, but living human reality, and we recognize that man can feel free, be free, and therefore can achieve freedom. In order to be free, I need to see myself surrounded by free men and be recognized as such by them. I am free only when my individuality, reflected in the mirror of the equally free consciousness of every individual around me, comes back to me strengthened by everyone's recognition.
Okay, so this is really important, okay? This may seem the same as Marx, but well, they're saying different things. Marx says, no, the object is the reflection. And what Buchanan is saying, no. The other person is the reflection, okay? And this goes back to Dante, Zarathustra, Jesus. There's a divine spark in us. And we love someone else. When we care about someone else, our divine spark is reflected in that person's divine spark as well, okay? And the object gets in the way. That is a crucial distinction, do you understand? Okay? It sounds the same, but these are two radically opposing ideas. Where Marx says, no, it's the object that matters. As long as the object is created by yourself freely, then that is good. And what Buchanan says, no, what matters is our relationship with each other. Okay, we don't need the object. Okay, keep on going.
The freedom of every other individual does not limit my own, as the individualists claim. On the contrary, it is the confirmation, realization, and human dignity of all persons to see and feel my freedom confirmed, sanctioned, and boundlessly expanded by universal agreement is happiness. It is human paradise on earth.
How you create paradise is through love. Okay, do you understand? Not through objects, not through public property, not through socialism, but through love. Okay? The problem with Marx is he focuses on the individual. What makes the individual happy? And what Buchanan says is, that's stupid. You have to focus on what makes a community happy. Because it's only through the happiness of others can we ourselves be happy. Okay? And this is something that Jesus said, Zarathustra, Dante. Okay? This is what makes logical sense. And Marx is not a dumb guy. Okay? He's a really smart person. But he says something opposite, which suggests to us that he is being influenced by an outside force. Okay? He himself will not come to the conclusion that he himself would not come to the conclusion that you need a vanguard to lead the workers. All right, keep on reading, Amber.
Available to everyone will be a general scientific education, especially the learning of the scientific method, the habit of correct thinking, the ability to generalize from facts and make more or less correct deductions. But of encyclopedic minds and advanced sociologists, there will be very few. It would be sad for mankind if at any time theoretical speculation became the only source of guidance for society, if science alone were in charge of all social administration. Life would wither, and human society would turn into a voiceless and servile herd. The domination of life by science can have no other result than the brutalization of mankind.
Okay, so what he's saying is this: the ultimate project of Marxism, where you have something elite, a vanguard in charge. Well, this is no different, by the way, from transnational capital or the British Empire, okay? It would lead to slavery. All right? And quite honestly, he was right. All right, let's look at Sigmund Freud, okay? Sigmund Freud, like Karl Marx, is also extremely influential. He practiced medicine in Vienna. He was a psychologist. And so there were a lot of young women who came to him as patients. And Freud would ask them, what's wrong with you? And the woman would say, I'm hysterical, okay? And at that time, hysterical just meant that depressed or anxious. I can't control my emotions. If a man talks to me, I stutter and I run away, okay? And I can't have personal relationships, I can't sleep, I'm sweating, I'm anxious. And then Freud, of course, would ask them, why is this happening to you, okay? And then the woman would say, because when I was younger, when I was a little girl, my father raped me, okay? Incest, that's why this happened to me. And then Freud's like, wow, this sounds really strange. But then he looked at the literature, he talked to many patients, and he recognized that everyone was telling him the same thing. And it's true. I mean, it's just pure logic, right? If you were abused as a young girl by your father, you're gonna have a lot of social problems when you get older, okay? Especially with men. And so he collects all this research and he published a paper, which is very good, called The Etiology of Hysteria. And so, Emma, can you read, please?
Above all, my previously communicated assumption that trauma, specifically sexual trauma, cannot be stressed enough as a pathogenic agent was confirmed anew. Even children of respected, high-minded, puritanical families fall victim to real rape much more frequently than others had dared to suspect.
Okay, so this is what he's saying is this: rape is a really common phenomenon, especially among higher society. Okay, keep on going.
Either the parents themselves seek substitution for their lack of sexual satisfaction in this pathological manner, or else trusted persons such as relatives, uncles, aunts, grandparents, tutors, servants abuse the ignorance and innocence of children. The obvious objection that we are dealing with sexual fantasies of the child himself, that is, with hysterical lies, unfortunately is weakened by the multitude of confessions of this kind on the part of patients in analysis to assaults on children.
Okay, so what he's saying is, first of all, rape is very common, and these children are saying the same thing, okay? Keep on going.
If we try in an approximately similar way to induce the symptoms of hysteria to make themselves heard as witnesses to the history of the origin of the illness, we must take our start from Joseph Breuer's momentous discovery. The symptoms of hysteria, apart from the stigmata, are determined by certain experiences of the patients which have operated in a traumatic fashion and which are being reproduced in his psychical life in the form of mimic symbols.
Okay, so the idea is very simple, okay? These women, when they're being hysterical, when they're being anxious, depressed, it's because they suffered real trauma when they were younger. They're not making this up, okay? They're not imagining this, because a lot of people are accusing them of like, you're just fantasizing this, okay? And he's saying, no, no, no. The science tells us, the research tells us that you can only have these symptoms if you yourself experience it, okay? You cannot imagine a leg injury. You have to be hit by a car to have a leg injury. And this is what he's saying. You have to be raped by your father or a trusted friend or a relative in order to have these symptoms. Otherwise, they can't exist. Okay? All right, keep on going. All right, so this is a book by Jeffrey Mason, okay? And he was, for the longest time, an follower of Freud, okay? Freud was dead, but he himself looked at Freud's personal letters. And what he discovered was there's a sharp break, okay? And early Freud was very scientific. He believed the woman who were his patients, but then later on, for whatever reason, he changes everything, okay? So can you keep on reading, Amber?
I therefore put forward the thesis that at the bottom of every case of hysteria, there are one or more occurrences of premature sexual experience, occurrences which belong to the earliest years of childhood, but which can be reproduced through the work of psychoanalysis in spite of the intervening decades.
Okay, so again, he's writing these letters to his friends, and he's saying very clearly, I am certain, 100% certain that if these women are suffering from depression or anxiety, it must be because of sexual abuse at an earlier age. And when I talk to them, I can reconstruct the experience, okay? Because even though they're traumatized, the memory is still there. So through talk therapy, I can slowly reconstruct the experience, and this will help them heal, okay? And this is true. If the women are able to reconstruct this experience and they feel as though someone believes them, advocates for them, they will feel much more safe about the world, okay? So this is true. This is very simple. Okay, keep on going.
There are, however, a whole number of other things that vouch for the reality of infantile sexual scenes. In the first place, there is the uniformity which they exhibit in certain details, which is a necessary consequence if the preconditions of these experiences are always of the same kind, but which would otherwise lead us to believe that there were secret understandings between the various patients.
Okay, so what he's saying is it possible there's conspiracy among these patients? Possibly, but they're telling me, they're giving me like these details. And these details make a lot of sense. Okay, so he doesn't believe it's a conspiracy, but he does not discount the possibility of a conspiracy because he's a scientist. He wants to be rigorous. He wants to be absolutely certain. Okay, keep on going.
In the second place, patients sometimes describe as harmless events whose significance they obviously do not understand, since they would be bound otherwise to be horrified by them. Or again, they mention details without laying any stress on them, which only someone of experience in life can understand and appreciate as subtle traits of reality.
Okay, so he says that one thing about this trauma is disassociation, okay? So these patients will reveal details that would shock anyone else. But she says it indifferently, which means that she was disassociated from the experience when it happened. So just by talking to that person, you're able to reconstruct the experience itself. All right? Does that make sense? All right. Okay, keep on going.
It is less easy to refute the idea that the doctor forces a reminiscence of this sort on the patient, that he influences him by suggestion to imagine and reproduce them. Nevertheless, it appears to me equally untenable. I have never yet succeeded in forcing on a patient a scene I was expecting to find in such a way that he seemed to be living through it with all the appropriate feelings. Perhaps others may be more successful in this.
So one major objection is it possible you are implanting false memories in your patient? And what he's saying is, okay, well, I tried this and it doesn't work. And maybe others, and he doesn't deny that it's possible, okay? But he's saying, like, I myself have tried this and it has not worked. So he's being a very rigorous scientist, right? He's looking at all different possibilities, and he's discovering that, no, there's only one possibility, which is like they are telling the truth. So he's advocating for his patients, okay? The problem, though, of course, is that the fathers who are doing this are extremely powerful men. These are Frankists, okay? Remember, Frankists practice father-daughter incest, if you understand, okay? The 17th Franks are very powerful people, especially in Vienna. and this is part of their religion. If you do it over generations, it just becomes multi-generational trauma. You just do it because you're addicted to it, okay? And this is screwing up a lot of these young women. It's making them miserable. Yeah?
So you mentioned that this kind of rape is frequently occurred in upper class. Why does it not so frequently in the lower class?
You know what? That's a good question, okay? And the answer is, if you are an upper class woman, you're much more likely to report this than if you are from the lower class. So we're not saying that this occurs only among the rich. It could also occur among the poor. But it's the rich who have money to send their daughters to psychiatrists. Okay? The rich are educated and therefore they will report this. They will understand this is a bad thing. Okay? So we don't have evidence to suggest that this is more common among rich. Okay? But what this is telling us is that among Frankists, this is very common. Alright? Alright, so after this happens, after Freud is reporting this and the Frankists are getting angry at him, what happens now is an alliance between Freud and the Frankists. In fact, you could argue that Freud now joins the Frankists. And so now what we'll see is a radical change in how Freud perceives these patients. Okay, so Amber, can you read, please?
Since childhood masturbation is such a general occurrence and is at the same time so poorly remembered, it must have an equivalent in psychic life. And in fact, it is found in the fantasy encountered in most female patients.
Okay, namely that.
Namely, that the father seduced her in childhood. This is the later reworking, which is designed to cover up the recollection of infantile sexual activity and represents an excuse and an extenuation thereof. The grain of truth contained in this fantasy lies in the fact that the father, by way of his innocent caress in earliest childhood, has actually awakened the little girl's sexuality. The same thing applies to the little boy and his mother. It is these same affectionate fathers that are the ones who then endeavored to break the child of the habit of masturbation, of which they themselves had by that time become the unwitting cause. And thus the motives mingle in the most successful fashion to form this fantasy, which often dominates a woman's entire life, seduction fantasy. One part truth, one part gratification of love, and one part revenge.
Okay, so now this is like really weird. Okay, what he's saying is these young girls, these young boys, they want to have sex. They're like sexually obsessed. And whenever a father kisses them, which the father wants to do, they think this is going to lead to sex. But the father recoils at that possibility, and now the young girl feels rejected. But she has all these sexual desires, so she masturbates. But while she's masturbating, she feels anger and guilt at her father, and therefore she makes up these sexual fantasies that the father is raping him. And that's why, and she's determined that the world know of this. That's how angry she is at him, okay? This is complete nonsense. But guess what, guys? This becomes standard mainstream academic knowledge taught in schools and universities for many decades. Okay, this is called the Oedipal complex. That's lecture complex. Have you guys studied this?
Yeah.
It's complete utter nonsense.
Agreed.
All right? Okay, can you keep on reading, Amber? The motives.
The motives for illness often begin to stir in childhood. The love-hungry little girl, unhappy at having to share her parents' affection with her brothers and sisters, realizes that all that tenderness comes flowing back when her parents are made anxious by her illness. The girl now knows a way of calling forth her parents' love and will use this as soon as she has at her disposal the psychical material necessary to produce a morbid state. Once the child has become a woman and, in contradiction of the demands of the childhood, has married an inattentive man who suppresses her will, unstintingly exploits her work, and expends neither affection nor money upon her, illness becomes the only weapon with which she can assert herself in life. It gives her the rest she craves. It forces the man to make sacrifices of money and care that he would not have made to the healthy woman, and it requires him to treat her with care if she recovers, because otherwise a relapse would be waiting in the wings. Her illness is apparently objective and involuntary, as even her doctor will be obliged to testify, and it enables her to employ, without conscious self-reproach, this useful application of a means that she found effective during childhood.
So why is women being hysterical later in life? Because it allows them to control people. Okay, it draws attention to them. They want attention, but it also makes people obey her whims. Okay, this is gaslighting. All right, this is peer and utter gaslighting. And the guys, this is what psychology is: just peer and utter gaslighting. Okay. All right. The problem, of course, is how do you convince your patient that this is true? And so he develops a mind control technique called dream analysis. Okay, this is his book from the book Interpretation of Dreams. Okay, and it's all just mind control crap where the patient is trying to recall dreams and you're brainwashing that patient. Okay, because if you discuss memory, the person's like, I know what I saw, but with his dreams, then you can implant false memories. Then you can make suggestions. You can hypnotize that person. Okay, and so psychology becomes now mind control. Okay, so can you read, Amber?
I think everyone who occupies himself with dreams will recognize as a very common phenomenon the fact that a dream will give proof of the knowledge and recollection of matters of which the dreamer, in his waking state, did not imagine himself to be cognizant. In my analytic investigations of the nervous patients, of which I shall speak later, I find that it happens many times every week that I am able to convince them from their dreams that they are perfectly well acquainted with quotations, obscene expressions, etc.
Okay, so do you understand? So when the person is talking about his dream, you can now make suggestions. And that person will believe whatever crap you tell him, okay? And that's a secret of mind control. And guess what, guys? We still use this crap today. All right? All right. So Freud is, of course, gaslighting everyone because he has to protect his patrons, the Frankists, and the Frankists will allow him to will become very famous. He'll get a lot of awards. When the Nazis come to power, he'll go to England where he's well treated. He joins the Royal Academy. The British protect him, and the British will then spread his views. Okay, he has a disciple called Jiang who will take Freud's ideas and turn it into a systematic understanding of how the mind works. And from this, we'll develop neuroscience. Okay? The problem with all this is Pablo Picasso. The problem with all this is, as Buchanan tells us, it's all self-directed inwards, which gets us nowhere. Okay? It's just you looking into yourself. It's navel gazing. And from that, you learn no truth at all. But that's the entire basis of our society. And so this understanding of the mind becomes reflected in popular culture. Okay. Back to Michael Buchanan, he tells us that to be truly free, we all have to be free. We have to be free together. Okay. In each other, we find meaning, purpose, and love. Okay, not in ourselves, but in each other. That's a difference. And so this leads us to a question, okay? And this is a question I don't know. Today it's all some speculation. The question I want to leave with you today is Marxism, liberalism, individualism, Darwinism, psychology, just psyops meant to turn us into slaves? Okay, that's a question that you have to carry with you. I don't know the answer to that, okay? I'm just providing you with a theory. And these connections, we don't know how close they are, okay? It may just be random coincidence. It could be cause and effect, we don't know, okay? But this is something that you have to ask yourself as you continue your study, okay? So this shows us the alliance between the Sabbatean Frankists and the British Empire. And so next class will be our last class, and in our last class we'll talk about the Pax Judaica, okay? Which is a culmination of all these trends. All right, any questions, guys? Okay. Great, so I will see everyone next class. So we come to the end of the course, and all roads lead to Jerusalem. So we're gonna take everything we've learned so far and combine it into a narrative about today and the future. So the grand thesis of this class is that secret societies control the world. And this is something you can never prove, okay? But let me propose a theory of how we can approach the truth, okay? Theory of truth. If you have a theory or an idea or a narrative, and it does these three things, then it approaches the truth. The first is that it connects the past. Okay? So does it help us put the past, things that we know that happened in the past, into a coherent story that we can understand? Okay, that's test number one. Test number two is it explains the present. Does it help us better understand the world we live in? Okay? And the last and the most important is predicts the future. From this narrative, we should be able to make certain predictions about how events should develop. And if these events turn out to happen the way we predict, then we can be more sure that our theory of truth is correct. Now, let's be extremely precise. Just because things turn out the way that we predict doesn't necessarily mean that our theory is 100% correct, okay? Because it's really important to understand that correlation does not necessarily mean causation. Okay? So that's a caveat. No matter how well we predict the future, it doesn't necessarily mean that our theory is 100% correct. But our theory gives us a model to understand the past, the present, and the future. Okay? So, with very little evidence, I'm going to present to you a theory about how the world works. A story about how we got to where we are. And again, this is speculation. Some will call this conspiracy theory. And this is just meant to be a fun class. So take what I say with a grain of salt, okay? Ask good questions, doubt what I say. But what I'll show you is that this theory, even though it doesn't really make much sense and you may not believe it, it does help us connect the past, explain the present, and predict the future, okay? All right, so without further ado, let's go into this theory. So you remember Jacob Frank, who founded the 17 Frankist movement, okay? And he will convert to the Catholic religion, and he will encourage his followers to also follow him into the Catholic religion and also to infiltrate secret societies. One of his friends, one of his patrons, is Mayer Rothschild, who is founder, of course, of the Rothschild banking dynasty, which we discussed last class. He will introduce Jacob Frank to another person named Adam Weishaupt in Bavaria, okay, in present-day Germany. All right, now Adam Weishaupt, he is actually a former Jesuit, okay? So he's a member of the Catholic Church. He's also a Jew, okay? And again, we don't have any evidence that these three actually know each other. But this is a theory, all right? So let's assume they knew each other. What they will do together is create a new organization called the Illuminati. And this organization is what controls the world, the Illuminati. Now, there is a legend that Adam Weishaupt, after he created the Illuminati, he encouraged his followers to infiltrate another organization called the Freemasons. And these were extremely prominent members of European society. Okay, these were intellectuals like Goethe, these were nobility, these were bankers. And so this is the framework that controls the world, okay? The Illuminati was able to penetrate the Freemasons, so now you have an alliance of the Jesuits the Jews, the Septuagint Frankists, the Catholics, and the Freemasons, okay? And so this is the alliance of secret societies. Now, there is a legend that what happened is that Adam Weishaupt, he was eventually arrested for conspiracy by the authorities. And so the organization, the Illuminati, has been disbanded. It no longer exists. But there are others who argue that's not what happened. In fact, it was Adam Weishaupt himself who spread the legend that there was a secret organization called the Illuminati. Okay, so the entire thing was to generate publicity. But in reality, the Illuminati was not disbanded, and it still exists today. So why would they do this? And the reason why is that secret societies, like every organization, depends on publicity for recruitment. Okay? So it's free publicity if you read a newspaper that there's a secret organization that's trying to conquer the world and which the authorities don't like. Then a lot of people will be like, how do I join this organization? Right? And that's what happened. All right? So the irony about secret societies is they have a structure, which is like a triangle, okay? At the very top is the leadership. This leadership is secret. You don't know who they are. You don't know what they do, okay? But they usually come from very noble families. We call these the 13 families, okay? Then at the very bottom are just the public members. And they think that what they do is just good stuff, okay? So the Freemasons, they actually don't know what the leadership does. The key is the middle management. These people, okay? These people are the ones who do all the work. And these people are selected for ambition. In other words, for power, they're willing to sell their souls. All right? Okay. So when you have different secret societies together, a major problem that you have is coordination. And the idea here is you have different leaders, and how do you get them to work together? Also, after these leaders die, how do you ensure that the new leaders will coordinate together? And the answer to this problem is the idea of eschatology. Okay, we'll discuss eschatology. But eschatology comes from the Greek word eschaton, which means the end. So eschatology means your understanding of how the world ends, of how to create paradise on earth. And what I will show you is that even though these different groups have different eschatologies, there are convergence points which allows them to work together. Okay? So let's go over the major eschatologies. And remember, what's really important to understand is that these eschatologies are often secret, they sometimes change, and the details will be different. So I'm going to present to you more or less a general understanding of different eschatologies, okay? So let's start with the easiest, which is a Jewish eschatology. What do the Jews believe? Well, the Jews believe that because they disobeyed God, because they worshiped false idols, because they sinned, they were expelled by God from their homeland, Jerusalem, to wander the earth, which creates the Jewish diaspora. But eventually what will happen is that a Jewish Messiah will emerge to take the Jews back to Jerusalem, okay? And he will reconstitute the nation of Israel. He will recreate Israel, and then he will rebuild Solomon's temple. Why? Because Solomon's temple is where God lives. And it is where the people of Israel make sacrifices to Yahweh in order to show their devotion to Yahweh. So Solomon's temple is really important. There will be something called the War of Gog and Magog, where basically the entire world unites against Israel. Okay? And the War of Gog and Magog will be led by the Antichrist, the anti-Messiah, the false prophet. We don't know what Gog and Magog represent, okay? What the Bible says is these are people from the north, but that could be anyone. And certain Jewish scholars have interpreted Gog and Magog to represent Russia and Iran. Okay? This is important because of what's happening today. Okay? But of course, when it seems as though the enemies of Israel, Gog and Magog, when it seems that they are about to win, God will intervene and ensure that Israel wins. And this will usher in something called the Messianic Age, when Israel becomes the most dominant nation on earth, when it becomes the light of nations, when it becomes the light of the world. Okay? Does that make sense? So that is the Jewish eschatology. And most Jews believe this. Then you have the Frankists. Okay? And the Frankists, Sabbatine Frankists, they make important changes to this eschatology. Okay? The first important change is the Jews believe that the Messiah will come when the time is right. So most rabbis believe that the Messiah will come in the year 6000 in the Jewish calendar, which is about the year 2040 in our calendar, which is about 200 years later. Okay, so still a long time away. But the Frankists believe that the Messiah has already come, right? Sabbatai Zevi. And then you have Jacob Frank. So they believe that, first of all, the Messiah is already here, okay, which means that the war can start. Second thing that they believe is that you don't wait for God to intervene. You can accelerate the Messianic age by sinning, right? Because by sinning, what you're doing is you are defying Satan. It's Satan who created this world. And by sinning, you're defying his laws, you're defying his authority, and this will create more chaos, and you will reveal how evil this world is. You will accelerate the collapse, okay, which will force God to intervene. And then during the Messianic age, what will happen is material pleasure. Okay, so rather than everyone being spiritually pure, we'll have a lot of sex. We will have feast. We will live forever. Okay? That's a Frankist interpretation of this eschatology. Okay? Does that make sense? Then you have the Christian Zionists. Okay? The Christian Zionists. I'll explain who the Christian Zionists are later on, okay? But what the Christian Zionists will do is they will take this Jewish eschatology but interpret it in a Christian context, okay? So for the Christians, they believe that yes, all this will happen, okay? The Jews will establish their Messianic age. But this is really the Antichrist system. Okay? The Antichrist, who is the Jewish Messiah, will establish a world government that will dominate the world. And he will establish something called the Mark of the Beast. Mark of the Beast is basically digital ID. Okay? So just think of a microchip in your forehead or wherever that, and so you can be tracked, you can be monitored. Okay? So basically an AI surveillance system. Okay? So this is what the Messianic age of the Jews will look like, but it's the Antichrist system. And eventually what will happen is that the people will rebel against Israel, and this will lead to something called the War of Gog and Magog. Okay? And when it seems as though Israel is about to be defeated in the battle of Armageddon, okay, what will happen is that Jesus will return. Jesus will return, second coming, and he will take all the Christians to heaven. It's called the rapture. And then he will kill a third of the Jews, a third will convert, and this will usher the Messianic age, okay? So this is the Christian interpretation. It's called Christian Zionism. But as you can see, what's really important is the Jews first achieve their eschatology before the Christians can achieve theirs. The Christians need to use the Jews as a tool to achieve the second coming. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. And what's really important is it's Solomon's temple. Solomon's temple is where the Al-Aqsa Mosque is right now. So in other words, for this eschatology to happen, you will need to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is the third holiest site in the Islamic world. And you can imagine how angry Muslims will be. And this might initiate the war of Gog and Magog. Okay? Another important thing about this eschatology that's really important is you need the Jews to return to Israel. And how do you get the Jews to return to Israel? Anti-Semitism. Okay? So not only do you have to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is, not very nice, but you also have to promote anti-Semitism around the world to force the Jews to return. That's another part of this plan. Okay? As you can see, this is not a nice plan. It causes a lot of death, it causes a lot of suffering, causes a lot of persecution, but both Jews and Christians believe that for the Messianic age to come, there has to be an age of tribulation, there has to be the Antichrist, there has to be the war of Gog and Magog. Okay, there has to be Armageddon, basically. All right, so is this making sense? Okay, this is again the eschatology, which is a script, which is a plan that these secret societies must implement in order to achieve heaven on earth. The last people I want to talk about are the Freemasons. Okay? The Freemasons believe that they are, the Freemasons believe that they are of the Enlightenment. Okay? Freemasons. They practice a new philosophy called deism. What makes deism different is that it's an Enlightenment philosophy. So the idea is that God did create the world, the universe. That's why we are here. But then God left. And now, because of free will, free choice, we can do whatever we want. Okay? And our mission is basically to achieve godhood through science, through open debate, through rational thinking. And what are the signs of godhood? How do we know that we've become God? When we're able to do three things, okay? The first thing is to warp reality. Okay? To basically manipulate the essence of matter. And we've been able to do that because of something called the nuclear bomb. Right? So we've achieved that. So in other words, the nuclear bomb was a Freemason project to achieve godhood. But not only that, after they achieved the nuclear bomb, they had to use it to show that they are God, right? Because as we discussed before, at the end of World War II, the Americans were firebombing Japan. The war was over. They didn't have to drop the bomb, but they dropped the bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Okay? That's number one. Number two is they need to kill a king to show that they are God. Because the king is divinity, right? God gives birth to kings, only gods can kill a king. And who did they kill? JFK. Okay, again, this is conspiracy theory, okay? And the third thing, which a God does, is create life. Okay? And this is something that they haven't done yet. But we can imagine what this is. This is AI. Okay? So these are the three missions of the Freemasons. And they've achieved the first two. They've warped reality by creating a nuclear bomb. They've killed the king, JFK. And the third thing they want to do is create life, which is AI. Okay? In fact, we can also guess where this AI will take place. Why? Because let's look at a map. Okay? Let's look at a map. This is the equator. 33 degrees north of the equator are 4 places. Okay? Now 33 degrees is very important in Freemasonry. There are 33 degrees in Scottish Rite Freemasonry. It's a very sacred number. All right? So 33 degrees north of the equator, you have 4 places. The first place is Trinity Site, New Mexico in America, which is where they tested the atomic bomb. Okay? You go over across the Pacific to Japan. 33 degrees north is Hiroshima and Nagasaki. All right? 33 degrees north in America is Dallas, Texas, where they killed JFK. So the last mission of Freemasons to achieve their vision for the world is creating AI, right? Now the question is, where would they do it? And the answer is 33 degrees north of the equator, right? And where is that? Jerusalem. So this is the end game, guys. The Freemasons will create artificial intelligence in Jerusalem, and this will become the world government. Again, this is just conspiracy theory. Don't believe this. This is just for fun, okay? But if it happens like this, then that's interesting, okay? But that is the grand plan, to create a world government in Jerusalem. And where's the center of this world government? Solomon's Temple. Because the Freemasons believe that their founder was the one who created Solomon's Temple. So by recreating Solomon's Temple, you close the circle, okay? So again, this is very complicated, and I don't want to get too many things wrong, but this is the general gist of it. And so what we can see is that all roads lead to Jerusalem. Now that is the case, okay? Then this helps us understand certain things about the world that otherwise don't make any sense. All right, so let's go over them. The first thing that doesn't make any sense is America's war on terror. Yes, I understand that America was attacked on 9/11. I understand that. But why did they have to go attack Libya and Iraq and all these other places that have nothing to do with Al-Qaeda? Okay? And the answer is they're trying to create something called the Greater Israel Project. They're trying to have Israel become Pax Judaica, the grand power in the Middle East, because that's important in all secret societies. Israel must become the dominant power in the Middle East, okay? So this helps us understand why the War of Terror happened the way it did. That's number one. Number two is, right now, America is threatening to attack Iran. Why would they do that? Because in order for Pax Judaica to come into being, Iran must be taken out of the equation. Iran must be destroyed. Then, if that were to happen, there would be no challenger to the power of Pax Judaica, okay? Does that make sense? All right. The third thing is Silicon Valley and AI. So right now, you have AI, ChatGPT, which doesn't really do anything, okay? It makes cool images on your computer and helps you cheat in school, okay? That's about it. Doesn't really do anything else. And if you don't go to school, then you're like, why am I using ChatGPT? Okay? And you're not going to pay a lot of money for it. So AI, it's a dead end. But at the same time, all around the world, everyone's spending billions, trillions of dollars on data centers, right? So everyone's putting money into AI. But then you're like, well, how can you make money off that? If you think the answer is for you to use AI, well, it's hard to make money off that. But if the answer is to create an AI surveillance state, that makes a lot more sense, right? So what is a surveillance state? Very easy, guys. We have it in China, okay? It's digital ID and digital currency. And the idea is that everything you buy, everything you do will be tracked. And so they can create a profile on you. This profile will tell the government who you are, how you behave, what you think. Not only that, the government can also manipulate how you think, how you behave, okay? And this is, of course, called the mark of the beast, right? And so that's what Pax Judaica is. Pax Judaica is a global AI surveillance system. Okay? It also helps us explain immigration in Europe, okay? Because the war on terror, you've sent these millions of refugees from Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq into Europe. which is causing a lot of conflict in Europe. Why would that happen? Well, for Pax Judaica to come into being, you need to destroy the world. Okay? So, I'm not saying this is true, but I'm saying like, if the goal is Pax Judaica, it does help us connect the dots. It helps us explain why things are happening the way they are. Okay? Also, the last thing is anti-Semitism, okay? So you may have noticed, if you're online, people don't like the Jews. And this is like out of nowhere. After October 7th, you have anti-Semitism over the internet. Now, I have criticized Israel before, okay? But anti-Semitism is not the same thing as anti-Zionism, right? Zionism is the belief that Israel is a chosen people and the promised land and all that, okay? But Judaism as religion, it's perfectly fine. So why would people not care about the difference between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, okay? And you can argue it's all purposeful because remember, the part of the plan is to force the Jews to return to Israel. That's very important for this plan to work out. Okay? It's key. That's why you are seeing so much anti-Semitism around the world today. Okay? And the last thing, of course, and this is something we'll discuss, is something called the red heifers. So red heifers are red cows that are perfectly genetically modified. And you need the red heifers in order to, you have to sacrifice the red heifers to purify the ground in order to reconstruct the Solomon's temple, okay? And guess what? They've already sacrificed the red heifers. So it seems as though everything is in place. All right? They're moving towards Pax Judaica. All right. So let's discuss what will happen in the short term and in the long term if Pax Judaica really is the end goal, okay? So when you have Israel fighting wars everywhere, okay? The main enemy right now is Iran. In Europe, you have the Europeans about to go to war with Russia in Ukraine. America right now is threatening to attack Venezuela, okay? South America. You have 10% of the US Navy in the Caribbean, and they're about to attack Venezuela. You have China and Japan at conflict. You have India here. And you have Africa. Okay? So what's going to happen in the short term? Okay, well, what we know is that Europe is planning to go to war with Russia. Okay. Europe is about to go to war with Russia, okay? At the same time, you have a lot of immigrants in Europe. And this is going to create civil wars in Europe. Okay, civil war. So you have both war with Russia as well as civil war. So Europe is kind of screwed, okay? America has the same situation where the left-right divide is so polarized that eventually they'll go to war. If you read the news, you may have heard about the shootings at Brown University, as well as this MIT physicist who was shot, okay? So random violence will be more and more common in the United States. And you can argue that it's all deliberate because the idea is this. Let's just say you have a jar. You put red ants in a jar and black ants in a jar. They get along fine. But you take the jar and you just shake it up, and now they're at war with each other, okay? That's what's happening where the left and right, they really don't like each other. They don't talk to each other, and they refuse to engage in debate with each other. But they're not going to fight each other unless there's violence. In which case, their tribal mentality takes over and they start killing each other, okay? So we're going to expect civil war in the United States. Then you're going to have the Americans start to attack Venezuela and possibly other countries in South America. So America is in for a bad time, okay? China, yeah, I mean, Japan and China and India, they're all going to have conflicts with each other. But also what we should expect is that America starts to embargo China, meaning America uses its sea power to block China from accessing resources from overseas. And China imports most of its oil and a lot of its food. So if there's a blockade of China, you can expect the Chinese economy to really suffer, okay? All right, and then what we can expect to happen is America at some point will go to war with Iran, and this will destroy both countries, okay? Iran will not lose this war, but it won't win this war either because America is just gonna bomb the crap out of Iran. It's just gonna send Iran back decades. But America will lose this war, but this is important because if America loses war, it's forced out of the Middle East. And once it's forced out of the Middle East, all its military assets goes to Israel, which creates the Pax Judaica. Does that make sense, guys? That's the plan. Okay, now you have Pax Judaica. And what Pax Judaica will do is start to control the world. Because through chaos and conflict, Pax Judaica can make a lot of money, right? Because Pax Judaica, what's going to happen is that you have these technology companies like Google, they're going to move over to Pax Judaica and build a global surveillance state. You have civil wars, you need AI to control people. If you're going to war with Russia, you need weapons, okay? But you also need financing as well. So you can expect a lot of banks to move to Israel, and it's possible Israel becomes now the global reserve currency because everyone is trading with Israel. If you're Russia, you need to trade with, you need to trade your resources, right? Oil, energy, and grain, okay? So Russia controls a third of the world's carbohydrates. Guess what, guys? Israel controls Africa. So what will happen is that Russia and other countries will sign a trade agreement with Israel, and Israel becomes the center of global trade. Okay? Does that make sense? So this is how Pax Judaica will profit. And remember that Israel has the world's best intelligence agency, the Mossad. And what they can do is go around the world and create as much chaos as possible. Okay? So while the world is burning, Israel, Pax Judaica, is profiting. And that's what the future looks like for the next 10, 20 years. And this will, of course, lead to the rise of the Antichrist, who will take control of Pax Judaica and force the world to eventually attack Israel in something called the War of Gog and Magog. And this will, of course, lead to the second coming of Jesus. So that's a grand plan, okay? All right? Any questions? Does it make sense to you guys? I know it's evil, and you know what? I could be a complete idiot, okay? I could just making all this up. But you have to ask yourself 3 questions. Does it connect the past? Does it explain what's happened in the past? Does it explain what's happening today? And will these things happen in the future, okay? So we haven't lived through the future yet, but you can see the trends. Yeah, Vincent? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Like you said that AI, they will, God, create lives and create AI at Jerusalem. But I think, ChatGPT, they already create AI in Silicon Valley.
Okay, ChatGPT is not AI. It's an LLM, okay? Artificial intelligence is a thinking, conscious, sentient force. That's like God. So they're trying to create God in Jerusalem, okay? Out of Solomon's temple. Does that make sense? Okay? Any more questions before we go to the PPT? But you guys understand what's happening, right? Okay, let's go to the PPT. And again, guys, it's all just speculation on my part. I have no idea what will happen, okay? Like everyone else. Okay? All right, guys, the Promised Land. This is the Greater Israel Project. Okay? This is what Yahweh promised to Abraham in the Bible. As you can see, it's pretty huge. It's the entire Middle East. It extends from the Nile to the Euphrates in Iraq. Okay, it's a huge area. And if you say the Israelis want to achieve the Greater Israel Project, they call you a conspiracy theorist. So like, we don't want that, okay? But explain two things to me. First of all, why is the Greater Israel map on a chevron of an IDF soldier, okay? These are soldiers, Israeli soldiers, and they wear the insignia of the Greater Israel Project, okay? This is the map. Also, if you look at the flag of Israel, there are two blue lines, right? These represent rivers, the Nile and the Euphrates. All right? So if it's a conspiracy theory, then how do you explain these two things? All right, but I want to argue to, you know what? Pax Judaica, it's not about Israel or the Greater Israel Project. What it is ultimately is an alliance of transnational capital, multinationals like Google and Meta, and intelligence agencies that will be based in Jerusalem, okay? So secret societies will be based in Jerusalem, and they will use it as a headquarters for their global conspiracy. But, and they will profit from chaos and conflict around the world because they think that this is the culmination of their prophecy. But it doesn't necessarily mean that Jews will be in charge. Okay, does that make sense, guys? Okay, so it's a much more complicated idea than people think it is. All right, so where do we get this stupid idea from? Okay, it actually starts with Isaac Newton. So Isaac Newton, you learn about him in physics class, you learn that he's the founder of calculus, you learn about Newtonian mechanics, okay? But actually, these are just side projects of his. That was not his focus. He spent most of his life focusing on reading the Bible to understand the grand plan of God. And he wrote a book called Observations upon the Prophecy of Daniel and the Apocalypse of St. John, okay? That's where his focus was. And he believed he found the Bible code. And he was a member of secret societies. He was a member of the British elite. And if someone like Isaac Newton is telling you, like, this is what the Bible says, and this guy who found a calculus and who developed the 3 laws of motion, you'll probably believe him, okay? But the guy was insane. All right, so what he did was he's looked at certain sections of the Bible and put them together into a story about, okay? And so this is Ezekiel 37. And so Ezekiel 37 says that the Lord God tells the prophet Ezekiel that, yes, I've scattered the people of Israel, but now I bring them back together. And then I will make your nation great. I will make flowers bloom. I will make your city prosperous, okay? And this is all in the Bible. Ezekiel 38 says that eventually there'll be a war of Gog and Magog, when Gog and Magog will come invade Israel, but God will come and defend Israel, and he will destroy Gog and Magog. And if you read the Bible, we don't have time to read the Bible, but it's really violent language. So the Israelis believe that for heaven to come, there first must be hell on earth. All right. So Newton's plan to force second coming, okay? And this becomes the basis of Freemasonry, right? Freemasons were really invented in order to promote the second coming plan. The Freemasons were first in England, but then where did they go? They went to America. Many of the founding fathers of America, including Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, were Freemasons. So America was founded in many ways to achieve this plan, okay? So what's the plan? Well, you have to first reconstitute the nation of Israel and make it prosper, okay? It's really important that it becomes very wealthy. And in fact, Israel is one of the wealthiest countries in the world. You have to have the Jewish diaspora return to Israel, and that means you promote prosperity, but you also have to promote a Jewish conspiracy. So while you're letting the Jews get rich in the West, you're also promoting the idea that the Jews control the world. Okay, it's all part of this plan. You have to rebuild Solomon's temple. You have to have the war of Gog and Magog. You have to have the Antichrist. You have to have Armageddon, okay? And this will force Jesus to return and usher in the millennium age. Okay? Does that make sense? That's a grand plan. And unfortunately, most of these things have been achieved, okay? These are the Freemasons, and the top leadership is focused on achieving this plan developed by Newton. Eventually what will happen is that Adam Weishaupt will found the Illuminati with Jacob Frank, and they will infiltrate Freemasons. And why do the Freemasons allow Adam Weishaupt and the Illuminati to infiltrate the Freemasons? Because Jews are an important part of this plan. They need Jews in place. They need Jews to go back to Jerusalem and build the nation of Israel and conquer the world in order for this plan to work out, okay? So it is an alliance between the Freemasons and the Illuminati. This is Rothschild, and Rothschild will establish many branches throughout Europe, okay? Jacob Frank, we've discussed in the past. But this is a major alliance, okay? All right. Once we understand that it's these secret societies and their grand plan in motion, now it helps us understand why things turn out the way they did. For example, now we understand where British philosophy comes from. We discussed last class about John Locke, David Hume, Bentham, Mill, Marx, Darwin, okay? These were all thinkers sponsored by Britain to promote a certain understanding of the world that is materialistic and which will build foundation for the second coming, okay? So John Locke said private property is what's important. David Hume, philosophy is pointless. Don't think about God, just focus on material wealth. Jeremy Bentham, utility is everything, okay? How do we know what's good, what's right? If it benefits someone, okay? John Stuart Mill, liberty of the individual is everything. So making sure that people are individually happy as opposed to being spiritual. Karl Marx, freedom of the individual from material want. Charles Darwin, man is a monkey, okay? So this is promoting a certain worldview that will help promote the second coming. All right. So look, if you just look at science, there are certain things they study and certain things they don't study. For example, they spend a lot of time studying particle physics. Who cares? Can I ask you this question? Who cares about particle physics? They spend billions, trillions of dollars on this stupid thing. They built something called the CERN particle collider to figure out what the underlying atom is, okay? Is it really important? Isn't solving world poverty more important? I don't know. You can take all that money you spend on a stupid collider and make sure everyone in the world has enough to eat. They don't want to do that though. All right? You also have focus on outer space, AI, okay? So the very direction of science, it's very, very specific, okay? They're trying to achieve a materialist understanding of the world. And also, if you try to, this is the collider, okay? I don't understand why they're spending trillions of dollars on this stupid thing. This is the current collider, LHC, in Switzerland, and now they're going to build a bigger one. And you see how big it is, right? What are they trying to do here? Are they really trying to figure out particle physics? Maybe, maybe not. All right? All right, guys, Jacob Frank. What Jacob Frank tells us is there are different dimensions, okay? And another dimension is Big Brother, who's a friend of his, but he's stuck in his dimension. He's trying to come into our dimension, but he needs our help. So what's certain particle accelerator trying to do, right? Is it really trying to discover particle physics, or is it really trying to break the dimensions, like they did with the nuclear bomb? Okay, do you understand? People believe the nuclear bomb, it was really about creating an interdimensional portal for Big Brother to come into. And now people are saying, is it possible the CERN particle accelerator is trying to bring in these interdimensional demons to our world to conquer us, to enslave us? That would make a lot more sense than particle physics, okay, guys? All right. What does science not study, okay? It doesn't study consciousness, which is the number one problem in the world, right? Wouldn't it be nice to know how we think, okay? Wouldn't it be nice to know how I come up with the ideas I do in class and teach it to you, and how you respond to my ideas? Which is that a much more basic problem in particle physics? We don't do that, guys, okay? There's absolutely no money or very limited funding in the study of consciousness. Imagination, intuition, anything in material spirit, okay? Like ghosts or spirits, we don't study at all. Religious truth. We also don't study kindness, happiness, and love. Okay? We don't study what is the basis of these things. We don't care. We don't study telepathy, connection. We don't study intelligence of animals and plants. We also don't study ancient architecture and civilizations. So if you go to these ancient sites like Göbekli Tepe, we discussed Göbekli Tepe before, we only have uncovered 5% of it, okay? We don't care what is underneath Göbekli Tepe, because it's possible that if we were to discover everything, then it would refute traditional paradigms of the world, including evolution. All right? So science is focused on spreading one particular paradigm about the world and discounting everything else. All right? So why is that? Okay. Another thing that's really interesting about science is it hasn't really improved in the past 50, 70 years. We're spending billions, trillions of dollars on science, but we haven't really improved science that much. There have been no great discoveries. And there are three reasons why, okay? The first is specialization. You're only allowed to focus on one very specific problem. And without generalists, without being able to think of science very broadly, it's hard to come up with new discoveries. All right? The other thing is you have a very strict bureaucracy. So as a scientist, you spend most of your time actually applying for funding. You actually don't spend most of your time trying to solve the problems of the universe. And the third thing is credentialism, where if you don't have a certain PhD, and you don't belong to a major research university, you're not allowed to talk about science. Okay? So because of these three reasons, it's hard to do science. It's hard to discover truth. And that's the intention. The intention is to prevent people from discovering the truth of the world. Okay? Now, science is not very good at creating new things, but it's very good at faking things. Okay? It's very good at faking things. Also, guys, it's possible they might fake something else, called an alien invasion. Science is very good at that. It's not good at creating spaceships, but it's good at faking spaceships, okay? There's a difference. All right, so this is Thomas Kuhn, and he wrote something called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. And he just says it's natural for paradigms, new ideas, it takes a very long time for paradigms to take shape. But then if that's the case, how do we explain Einstein? The moment he proposed relativity, boom, he's famous, world famous, okay? How do you explain Darwin? The moment he proposed evolution, boom, he's world famous. It's really strange like this way, okay? And so one explanation is secret societies control the world, they have a certain eschatology, and they are promoting things that push their eschatology forward. And that's how the world works, okay? So you think, okay, all right. We also discussed last class the idea of Konspeak. We didn't buy this Jew in Britain who becomes the first Jewish prime minister, Benjamin Disraeli. And it's about how Jews control the world. And we were like, why is this happening? And I said, because it's part of the plan. Because not only are Jews supposed to prosper in the West, but people are supposed to think that they are part of a grand conspiracy, okay? Because the end goal is anti-Semitism and force them to return to Israel. Okay? All right. So, with this plan in motion, obviously these secret societies cannot themselves come out and propose this plan. They're secret societies. Okay? So they have different individuals do this for them. This is Theodor Herzl, who is considered the founder of Zionism. The idea of Zionism is that Jews deserve their own homeland, preferably in Palestine, okay? Current day Israel. And he wrote a book called The State for the Jews, okay? And it was heavily promoted in 1896. You also have something called the Schofield Bible, okay? Which is to take Newton's plan and turn it and then explain how the Bible and the plan work together, okay? And this is called premillennial dispensationalism. Okay, don't worry about the idea, okay? Okay. All right. So 1917, you have Lord Rothschild. Okay. Balfour, the British government is sending a letter to Lord Rothschild saying, I have the pleasure of allowing you to create a homeland for the Jews. Okay? So again, this is part of the plan where the British want to create Israel, but they're blaming the Jews for it, okay? They're saying, it's the Jews who want to create Israel. Okay, so in 1948, they create the nation of Israel. Okay, this is Theodore Herzl. And remember, okay, the nation of Israel, it is not part of this grand plan. It's what the Jews aspire to. It's what the Jews want. It's all initiated by the Jews, okay? This is really important. Okay. Now, one thing that they say, one thing that the Israelis say is that we deserve Palestine because this is what God promised to us in the Bible. We are descendants of the Israelites. We are Hebrew. We're all one blood. Now, the great thing about Jews, okay, and this is why I have tremendous respect for Jews, is these Jewish intellectuals, they are first and foremost committed to the truth. So this is Arthur Koestler, okay, who is a Jewish intellectual. And he wrote something called the 13th Tribe. In this book, what he tells us is this is nonsense, okay? The Jews, most of them don't come from Israel. They don't come from the Middle East. They come from Ukraine, okay? And this is called the 13th Tribe. And he explains what happened, okay? So, Amber, could you read, please? All right, could you read this passage, okay?
At the beginning of the 8th century, the world was polarized between the two superpowers representing Christianity and Islam.
So these two powers are the Byzantine Empire as well as the Abbasid Caliphate, okay?
Their ideological doctrines were welded to power politics pursued by the classical methods of propaganda, subversion, and military conquest. The Khazar Empire represented a third force, which had proved equal to either of them, both as an adversary and an ally. But it could only maintain its independence by accepting neither Christianity nor Islam, for either choice would have automatically subordinated it to the authority of the Roman emperor of the Caliph of Baghdad.
Okay, so do you understand this idea? It's very simple. You have these three powers in Eurasia. You have the Byzantines, and you have the Abbasids, okay? Byzantines are Christian. The Abbasids are Muslim. And these are the two dominant religions. And the Khazars think they're a power, and if they convert to, right now they're pagan, if they convert to Christianity, they now have to obey Byzantine. If they convert to Islam, they now have to obey the Abbasids. So they don't do either, okay? So they pick another religion, which is Judaism, right? And it makes sense because Judaism is the first religion. It is from Judaism in which you have Islam as well as Christianity. And therefore, Judaism is superior. And therefore, we Khazars are superior, okay? So this makes perfect sense, right? Keep on going.
There had been no lack of efforts by either court to convert Khazars to Christianity or Islam, but all they resulted in was the exchange of diplomatic courtesies, dynamic intermarriages, and shifting military alliances based on mutual self-interest. Relying on its military strength, the Khazar kingdom, with its hinterland of vassal tribes, was determined to preserve its position as the third force, leader of the uncommitted nations of the steppes.
Okay. So the Khazar Empire is very ambitious as well. Okay, it sees itself as a great power. Eventually, wants to unite the different tribes of steppe nations and conquer the world. But to do that, it needs its own distinct identity. So it's not going to convert to Christianity or Islam. All right, keep on going.
At the same time, their intimate contacts with the Byzantium and the Caliphate had taught the Khazars that their primitive shamanism was not only barbaric and outdated compared to the great monotheistic creeds, but also unable to confer on the leaderships the spiritual and legal authority which the rulers of the two theocratic world powers, the Caliph and the Emperor, enjoyed. Yet the conversion to either creed would have meant submission, the end of independence, and thus would have defeated its purpose. What could have been more logical than to embrace a third creed, which was uncommitted towards either of the two, yet represented of the venerable foundation of both?
Yeah, okay, this is a very simple idea. Monotheism is very important because the idea of one God gives ultimate authority to one person, which allows for the creation of empire, right? Otherwise, every God is equal and you have like a lot of gods. So it's important to have one God. You have three religions that celebrate one God. You have Islam, which is doing very well. You have Christianity, which is doing really well. You have Judaism. And no one's practicing Judaism, so let's just take it for ourselves. Really simple, okay? So this was a mass conversion of an entire people to Judaism, okay? Does that make sense? All right, and so this is what the map looks like. As you can see, it's a huge area. This is Ukraine, okay? Modern day Ukraine, the Khazar Empire, then you have the Byzantines, and you have the Abbasids. And the Khazars saw themselves as equal to both. They want to maintain a separate identity. Okay, they don't want to be consumed by either empire. Okay, and this is another map that shows Khazaria, okay? And then, yeah. All right, can you keep on reading? The only mercy.
The only mercy shown by history to those who took to flight or were driven to it was the existence of Khazaria, both before and after the conversion.
Okay, so it doesn't make sense. So Jews are being persecuted in Europe all the time. They have no place to go except Khazaria, which is now the Jewish homeland. And the Jews know about Khazaria because they're traders, they're merchants, they're part of the diaspora. So information is spreading about Khazaria, and they all go there. And these Jews are heavily intellectual, and so they bring their cultural practices to Khazaria. Also, we discussed this before. What is a Jewish person? A Jewish person is not someone who is born Jewish. A Jewish person is someone who reads the Bible and accepts the cultural practice of the Jews. And therefore, it's really easy to become a Jew. Keep on going.
Before, it was a refugee haven. After, it became a kind of national home. The refugees were products of a superior culture and were no doubt an important factor in creating that cosmopolitan, tolerant outlook which so impressed the Arab chroniclers quoted before. Their influence and no doubt their proselytizing zeal. This was an age when converting unbelievers by force or persuasion was a foremost concern. That the Jews too indulged in it is shown by the fact that since the rule of Justinian, Byzantine law threatened severe punishments for the attempt to convert Christians to Judaism, while for Jews molesting converts to Christianity, the penalty was death by fire. Scharf, p. 25, would have made itself felt first and foremost at the court and among leading notables. They may have combined in their missionary efforts theological arguments and messianic prophecies with a shrewd assignment of the political advantages that the Khazars would derive from adopting a neutral religion. The exiles also brought with them Byzantine arts and crafts, superior methods in agriculture and trade, and the square Hebrew alphabet.
Okay, so not only did the Khazars wanted their own religion that was distinct from Byzantines and the Abbasids, but they also wanted the skills, the knowledge, the culture, the science, the medicine that the Jews would bring with them. Okay, so this marriage made perfect sense. Okay, so from a logical perspective, this makes complete sense. Unfortunately, you're not allowed to discuss this, okay, because it's embarrassing for the nation of Israel. They're not saying this is not what happened because there's all evidence to suggest this is what happened. They're saying you're not allowed to discuss this. Okay. All right, can you keep on reading? That's ethnically the Semitic tribes.
Ethically, the Semitic tribes on the waters.
Okay, sorry. So Khazaria is around for a long time, a few centuries, but then eventually they become conquered by the Mongols. And the Mongols are ferocious. They're killing a lot of people. So these Khazarians have no choice but to immigrate over to East Asia. Sorry, to Eastern Europe, okay? And they become the European Jews. All right? And so what Kessler is going to do is he's going to show evidence to suggest that they all came from one place. All these different European Jews, they have similar cultural practices, which means they originate from a similar place, okay? Keep on going. Ethnically,
the Semitic tribes on the waters of the Jordan and the Turco-Khazar tribes on the Volga were, of course, miles apart. But they had at least two important formative factors in common. Each lived at a focal junction where the great trade routes connecting east and west, north and south intersect, a circumstance which predisposed them to become nations of traders, of enterprising travelers, or rootless cosmopolitans, as hostile propaganda has unaffectionately labeled them. But at the same time, their exclusive religion fostered a tendency to keep themselves and stick together. to establish their own communities with their own places of worship, schools, residential quarters, and ghettos, originally self-imposed, in whatever town or country they settled. This rare combination of wanderlust and ghetto mentality, reinforced by messianic hopes and chosen race pride, both ancient Israelites and medieval Khazars shared, even though the latter traced their descent not to Shem, but to Japheth.
So genetically speaking, the Khazarians and the Israelites have nothing in common, okay? But they share similar culture. And that's who we ultimately are. We're products of culture as opposed to genes, okay? These are Karaites in the Crimean, in basically Ukraine, okay? And as you can see, they're Jews, and they practice the Khazarian version of Judaism, okay? The first impression, okay?
The first impression one gains is a striking similarity between certain privileged positions held by Khazar Jews in Hungary and in Poland in those early days. Both the Hungarian and Polish sources refer to Jews employed as mint-masters, administrators of the royal revenue, controllers of the salt monopoly, tax collectors, and moneylenders, i.e. bankers. This parallel suggests a common origin of those two immigrant communities, and as we can trace the origins of the bulk of Hungarian Jewry to the Magyar-Khazar nexus, the conclusion seems self-evident.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so does this make sense? Okay, there's a lot of evidence to suggest like the Khazars were Jews. And this is really important to understand because guess what? The Khazar Jews, they will take over Europe, okay? And you have three different types of Jews. You have the Sephardic Jews, which basically are the Jews who were expelled from Spain, okay? These are real Jews. You have the Mizrahi Jews who were in the Islamic world. Again, these are real Jews. The blue, these Ashkenazi Jews, they're not real Jews. They're converted, okay? This is something you're not to discuss at all, even though the evidence is so stark. The other issue with the Ashkenazi is that they make up 80% of all Jews in the world today, okay? And so you go to the issue and it says, like, we're here because this is what God promised to us. That's nonsense. But again, you're not allowed to discuss this, even though, again, the evidence is stark. All right? All right. So this conspiracy also helps us, again, explain the JFK assassination. Okay? As well as, so this is the book King Kill. You can read it online for yourself. It's by Downer and Hoffman. And it goes into why the Freemasons would want to kill JFK, the sort of ritual sacrifice ideas behind it, okay? 9/11, all right? Why did 9/11 happen? Because it's all part of this grand plan. 9/11 happened because America needed to go to the Middle East and destroy the Middle East to create Pax Judaica. And that's exactly what they did. Again, Al-Qaeda is, yes, I understand Al-Qaeda did 9/11, but then why did you have to go destroy Libya? Why did you have to go destroy Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria, okay? So, and the last place that they need to destroy is Iran in order to achieve the Pax Judaica project, okay? ISIS, guys, ISIS is, you know, these fanatical Muslims, and they hate Israel, but they never attacked Israel, okay? They've never ever in their history attacked Israel. That's why they're probably controlled by the Mossad, okay? And these guys go around and destroy the entire Middle East, but they never attacked Israel, okay? Really strange how this happens, okay? And all this war on the terror, what it does is it creates all these millions of migrants to Europe, which is destabilizing European society. And these societies, look, Libya was once a middle-class, prosperous society, and now you have these slave markets. You got these millions of Africans who are sold as slaves in Libya. It is an anarchy now. Okay, so 2015, you have all these immigrants going to Europe, and the Europeans are like, we don't want these immigrants because what are we going to do with these immigrants? They're poor, we don't have the money, we don't have the system in order to accommodate these immigrants. And Angela Merkel, who is the leader of Europe at this time, the German chancellor, she says, we can do this, guys. We can do this. And it has become a dumpster fire, okay? And like, guys, in 2015, everyone knew this was going to happen. Everyone knew that if you brought in millions of immigrants who did not speak English, who did not share European cultural values, and who didn't have much education, this would happen, okay? Europeans are not as open as the Americans are. Okay? And even these immigrants are causing problems in America, right? And at no point did the Europeans say, screw you, America. You did this to us. At no point. Okay? And you could argue like, okay, maybe it's bureaucratic incompetence, but at the same time, it could also be part of the grand plan to create Pax Judaica. This is October 7th, when Hamas went and killed a lot of Israelis. And this, of course, led to what's happening in Gaza today. Okay? And what's happening in Gaza today led to all these protests for Palestine around the world and a surge in anti-Semitism. And this surge in anti-Semitism will ultimately lead to killings around the world. So this is Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia, where if you read the news, 2 Islamic State supporters killed 15 Jews celebrating a Jewish festival in Bondi Beach. And quite honestly, we can expect more of this to happen in the future. And you can say this is all just an accident, or you can say, well, you know, it's part of the plan, guys. Okay? These are the red heifers. And these red heifers people spent millions of dollars to genetically create perfect red heifers because nature doesn't produce perfect red heifers. And what people say, the rumor is that these red heifers have been sacrificed already. So now they're getting ready to rebuild Solomon's temple, which will be the site of the world government, okay? Pax Judaica. Let's go to Silicon Valley, okay? Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, how did they become billionaires? Guys, I don't think they're smarter than us. In fact, I don't think they're that smart, okay? Steve Jobs is a smart guy. I will say Steve Jobs is a really smart guy, but these other guys are pretty normal guys. How do they become billionaires? All right, so Silicon Valley. People say that Silicon Valley is a hotbed of innovation. That is complete and utter nonsense. The hotbed of innovation is the American military because they spent billions of dollars on innovation, okay? So these are computers that they developed for war purposes, okay? For the nuclear bomb, to fight World War II, to fight the Cold War. They spent billions of dollars to develop this technology. And then what happened was this technology became smaller and smaller, and so much smaller that Steve Wozniak was able to take this technology and create an own personal computer. Now this is kind of strange because this R&D was funded by the American government. How did this one guy, Steve Wozniak, how was he able to take all this knowledge and then go and make his own computer? What did the American military let him? In fact, what's really strange is that while Steve Wozniak was building his own computer, which will become the Apple computer, he was working for Hewlett-Packard. In other words, everything he did should have been the IP of Hewlett-Packard. And in fact, Steve Wozniak said to his boss, listen, you guys pay me, you guys train me. If you want this PC that I'm going to create, I'm happy to give it to you. And Hewlett-Packard said to him, no, keep it for yourself. That's really strange, guys. What corporation is so generous? Why would they do that? Well, there are 3 good reasons, okay? The first reason is that if the American military were to promote personal computers, every American in the world would say, screw you, okay? You guys are the military. You guys are responsible for the Vietnam War. You guys are responsible for millions of deaths around the world. Why would I take a computer from you knowing that it's from the military? You're going to use a computer to spy on me, man. You're going to use this computer to turn me into a robot. There's no way I'm going to touch this computer. But it's coming from Steve Jobs. That's different, right? Oh, Steve Jobs, he's a visionary. He's messianic. Of course I'll buy this personal computer from Steve Jobs, okay? Second is, at this time in history, America is at war with Soviet Union, okay? Which system is better? Communism or capitalism? And so if you said that, okay, we're the government and we spend billions of dollars to build this technology, that proves communism is better, right? But if it's like, no, it's these guys working by themselves in Silicon Valley in the garage, they get all these ideas for themselves, that proves capitalism is better, okay? That proves entrepreneurship is better. And the last reason, and this is the most important, is if the US government built this knowledge, all right, it belongs to American people. So how do you monetize public knowledge? Well, you create private companies controlled by secret societies. That makes perfect sense, right? And we can now understand all these guys, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, they're front people. They're just poster boys. They're not really in command. It's just secret societies that's really in control, okay? Sorry. All right. Another example is Google. So the American military spent billions of dollars, trillions of dollars of taxpayer money to build this fiber optic network, which is the base of the internet, okay? With this fiber optic network, you couldn't have the internet. And then these two guys in their 20s took over this network and created Google. It's the same thing as, the government spends billions of dollars building a highway, okay? And then you come along and say, I'm gonna build a toll booth. Same thing. Why were they allowed to do that? But not only that, but now they're slowly building their own underwater fiber optic network. So they're basically privatizing this network created by the American military. Yes, I understand they're spending their own money to build this network, but it's the American military that spent taxpayer money to do the R&D for all this, okay? That's where the real value is. Mark Zuckerberg, guys. Look, he's not that smart, okay? And look, the other thing is, he was 19 years old, he stole this idea from his Harvard classmates, and then he got billions of dollars from venture capitalists to start Facebook. Where did he get this money? Facebook is not a great idea, right? Social media, great, but I mean, like, I could also start a social media company. You could start a social media company. The other thing is, like, Yahoo at one point offered this guy $1 billion to buy Facebook. We'll give you $1 billion. That's a lot of money, right? You would have taken it, I would have taken it. But Mark Zuckerberg's like, nah, I wouldn't know what to do with the money. That's retarded. Why did you start Facebook in the first place but to make money? Okay? So you have these three questions. First of all, why are these people giving him money? He's just a 19-year-old guy. He's a Harvard dropout. That's all he is. No experience, nothing. Second question is, if you're someone who's that young and you succeed so much, you would suffer from hubris, from ego. You make a lot of mistakes, right? The guy's never failed in his life. The third thing, of course, is I understand why Amazon, Google, and Apple are successful, okay? Apple has Steve Jobs. Google controls the world search. Amazon controls buying things, right? What does Facebook do? It doesn't do anything, right? So how can we explain why Mark Zuckerberg is so successful? Well, there's actually an explanation. This, guys, okay? It's all part of it's possible, okay? I'm not saying it is true, but it's all part of the grand conspiracy to create an AI surveillance state, which is what Pax Judaica is. This guy, okay? They look exactly the same. They are the same. They look like clones of each other. No personality, no ideas of their own. They're just robots. How did they become so successful? Right? And OpenAI, guess what, guys? Makes no money, but at the same time, they get trillions of dollars from investors to build data centers. Okay? And these data centers allow you to make really nice pictures and videos online that do nothing, okay? Why is all this money being spent except one day to create a surveillance state, okay? That's what makes sense. The idea that these things exist so that you can play on the computer makes no sense. But these things exist in order to one day have complete control over what you do, what you think, and how you behave. That makes sense now, okay? Pax Judaica. All right, Elon Musk, okay? I understand millions of people worship this guy. I don't know how this guy makes money, okay? If you look at Tesla and Facebook, and you came in and says, listen, there are these two companies, Facebook and Tesla, would you invest in them? I'd be like, no! Facebook, there's no business model here. I don't understand why people need social media. I don't understand how Mark Zuckerberg, how he's gonna make money in the future. Elon Musk, he gets all his money from government subsidies. Tesla doesn't make any money, man. And the guy's a moron. Okay? But Neuralink, okay? Why is he proposing Neuralink? It's part of transhumanism, right? All right. So Jacob Frank, guys, all right? Everything goes back to Jacob Frank. What does Jacob Frank believe? He believes that what matters is, at the end of the world, is the spirit becomes flesh. You understand? The spirit becomes flesh. What matters is not the mind. What matters is matter. Second thing he says is, listen, your laws tell me to fast, to suffer. I don't want that crap. I want to enjoy my life. Okay? And the third thing is, this world cannot have been created by God. It was created by Satan. Because why would God allow us to die? Therefore, we must defy Satan by living forever, okay? Now, if we understand Frank, we understand the idea of transhumanism. Okay? This is a guy with his own bionic eye that records things. This is a guy with his own arm. This is a new trend in the future. What is transhumanism? The capacity to live forever, okay? All right? So this is the future that we're looking at. If you're a rich person, if you're a powerful person, this is what you will experience. You will experience longevity, health, and beauty, okay? You will have organ transplants that keep you young. You will have stem cell therapy to repair any cancer, any diseases. You have gene therapy. You have blood transfusion. You have replacement bodies, okay? You will be 20 years old forever. You have great sex. You'll live forever, okay? This is if you are a billionaire. Everyone else? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, first of all, you become a cyborg, where you are now specialized for a certain function, okay? They're gonna put microchips in your body so you can become a better accountant, okay? They'll turn your arms into cyborg, bionic arms, so you can be better construction worker. Who knows, okay? Microchips inside of you, the mark of the beast. What do these microchips do? They are digital ID and digital currency. And guess what, guys? If you're not happy, they'll know about it, and they'll give you drugs to make you happy. If you think this won't happen? They've already have everything in place, okay? Addictive drugs to control mood. Oh, and like if you're lonely, don't worry, man. That's what AI is for. You have an AI girlfriend and boyfriend, and you know what? Most people would prefer an AI boyfriend and girlfriend, okay? Okay? And then it'll be an individual matrix where you live in your own world. So think of World of Warcraft, but in the real world, okay? Where everyone who's your friend, your entire family, it's all just AI generated. Okay? You live in a perfect world. Okay, guys. Now let's look at how Pax Judaica profits. How they control the world. Well, AI surveillance systems and AI data centers, Israel will become a leader in that, okay? Because for AI data centers to be effective, they need to be safe. Everywhere else, there's going to be wars, right? Not Israel, because Israel has nuclear weapons. So all the major technology companies will be based in Israel in the future. Weaponry, security, private militias to protect you if you're at war. Bioweapons and biowarfare, psychological and information warfare. Israel is really good at that. Intelligence, espionage, and sabotage. Mossad is the world's best intelligence agency. Financing, okay? So if you want to go to war, you'll be financed by the Israelis. Trade access, transhumanism for the global elite, okay? This is how, in the future, they will control the world. Does that make sense? All right. But we don't know how much of the world will last because of something called the magnetic pole excursion, and this will usher in something called the mini ice age. Okay? So maybe God is not happy with Pax Judaica. Maybe we know no one can defeat Pax Judaica except God himself. And maybe God will intervene, but not in the way that it says in the Bible. Okay? We don't know. This is all speculation. Believe whatever you want. Okay? So, any questions? Does this make sense to you guys? Pax Judaica, welcome to the future. Okay, all right. let me go over some Substack. So I want to thank the founding members of my Substack because they're extremely generous and they've left some questions and comments, and so I will answer them now, okay? So could you help me, Amber, by reading the questions?
Okay.
So I can rest a bit.
Okay. Dear Professor Jiang, I'm an avid viewer of all your lectures on YouTube and your content on Substack, and I want to say a huge thank you for the incredibly important content you are sharing with humanity. I'm a 27-year-old Jew living in Israel. I oppose any Zionist idea and any nation state whatsoever, including Israel and including Palestine. I would like to know whether you think it is advisable for the younger generation of Jews, both those living in Israel and those who do not, to live in Israel. On the one hand, anti-Semitism is likely to increase the diaspora, which will lead many Jews to think that Israel is the safest place for us. And the chain of events that are likely to unfold will cause Jews to believe that the Messiah is just around the corner. On the other hand, we are heading towards living here in a technocratic ghetto of surveillance, digital ID systems, and so on. I'm sure that many sane Jews who simply want to live in peace regardless of religion or race follow your wonderful work and would like to know what you think is the right course of action for us. I don't know whether this question is priority for you to address in a video, and it's completely understandable if you choose not to share it. But even a written response from you would be more than enough. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you, Daniel, for your comment. Listen, I think Patriarcha is not about the Jews. It's about these evil people who want to control the world, and they want to use Jews and Israel as a tool to do so. And a lot of Jews recognize this fact. A lot of Jews recognize that traditionally they've been used by empires in the past. And this is a great question. And I'll say certain things. The first thing is that I believe that the people who will be most resistant to Patriarcha, the people who stand up and fight Patriarcha, will actually be Jews themselves. Jews have a great tradition of being on the front lines of resistance for justice, for humanity, for all that is good in the world. So I believe that Jews will play a very important part in the resistance against Pax Judaica. Second thing that I will say is that things look dark, but what we've learned this semester are three things, okay? The first is that evil must triumph so that good may rise. There must be total darkness for the light to shine. And all hope must end so that we can become hope ourselves, okay? So please remember that there's a divine spark in us. And when all hope seems lost, that spark will remind you of who you are, and it will lead you into the light, okay? So I don't have specific instructions or ideas on how to counter Pax Judaica, but I think that being aware of Pax Judaica and being aware that we individually have the capacity to resist is fundamental to what is to come. Okay? So thanks to Daniel for the question. Okay, all right. This is from Kevin Joel. Can you read, Amber?
Okay. I first want to thank whatever gave you the courage to continue past tribulations, maybe Mrs. Jiang, and continuing to teach. Your will and dedication to learning and teaching is monumental compared to the attention spans of newer generations. I think I speak for most of us who watch, but you have definitely made a historical impact on us. It seems transnational capitalism, Frankism, has weaved its web for hundreds of years, turning into the monster it is today. What are humanity's possible counters? Do you think it is religion? Will we ever make a cyclic turn away from capitalism? How long would it take to undo this movement? Thank you, never spot.
Okay,
never
so
spot.
you're absolutely right, okay? So thank you for this question, okay? The Frankists have spent centuries preparing for today, and that's why they win, because they're willing to think long term, they're willing to work together, they're willing to make necessary sacrifices to achieve heaven on earth in their eyes, okay? And so we need to, if you want to defeat them, you need to become like that, okay? You need to think long term. You need to like understand, you need to make sacrifices, okay? It's something that you cannot defeat in 1 day or 10 years or 100 years. You have to believe in yourself, you have to believe in humanity, and you have to respond by working hard, by making sacrifices, okay? By learning, all right? So that's the only way forward. Also, what we also know is that when empires come into being, that's when they end, okay? So the moment Pax Judaica comes into being, it has to end because Pax Judaica becomes arrogant, it becomes obvious, it becomes narrow-minded, it becomes insular, okay? And so Pax Judaica will fall. We don't know how long Pax Judaica will last. It may not even last that long, okay? Maybe 10 years, 20 years, who knows, okay? But it's a very unstable system. So what we need to do is look ahead and think about what humanity looks like after Pax Judaica. Also, I hate to say this, but it looks like the world is about to end. Wars everywhere, destruction everywhere. Maybe 9% of humanity gets wiped out. Okay, so we need to face this fact and prepare for what the future looks like after the great flood that is coming. Okay, and we have to use our imagination. And later on, as I continue my teaching, I will propose different scenarios, different solutions. Okay, but this is a long-term project. The Frank spent a lot of time conceptualizing how to conquer the world. We have to imagine how we can rebuild the world together. All right, this is from Wow Enkidu.
You speak a lot about the monad and Gnostic teachings. Do you see this as a possible emerging major religion? Can it be? It seems like these massive expansion, like the Bronze Age, Muslim conquest, and implosions, like the Bronze Age collapse, and the French Revolution that repeat throughout history are almost the way civilization matures for those who participate. The same way a person grows from facing the overcoming trauma. Are societies who participate in a collapse and come out the other side better off for it? Lastly, who are your favorite English language poets apart from Milton?
Okay, I'll answer the last question first. I was an English major at Yale, okay, so I know about English poetry. Milton is definitely my favorite poet. Then you have John Keats. William Shakespeare is also really good, okay? Societies rise and fall so that there can be creativity in the world, okay? It sucks if a society lasts for a long, long time. We know because we're in China, okay? Societies are meant to rise and fall so that new societies may rise and fall as well. Parents must die so that children can be independent, okay? So I understand death, destruction, war, these are terrible concepts, but they're all part and parcel of the human experience. We should stop seeing them as negative things and just as things that happen to us, and we should respond accordingly. Okay? So if you think about the Bronze Age collapse, yes, it was a terrible event, but it led to the founding of Israel. It led to the Greeks. It led to the rise of Persia. And these three different civilizations were periods of tremendous creativity in the human experience. And it seems as though we've come to the end of a cycle, okay? So even though there's destruction will mean rebirth. Even though there is stagnation will lead to creativity. It's all part of a cycle, okay? The human experience is one that is extremely dynamic, extremely resilient. So even though there's death always leads to life, okay? All right, this is from Demi.
Professor, you have a remarkable way of synthesizing the best parts of spiritual practice while mitigating the worst parts, dogma like a critical thought. Was there a moment in life where you had your spiritual epiphany? I imagine Dante's Inferno helped.
Okay, so I think that my superpower has always been my capacity for self-reflection. Ever since I was young, I've been able to stare in the mirror and look at who I am and said, this is who I am, this is what I like about myself, this is what I don't like about myself. So I'm constantly in a process of self-reflection and self-rejuvenation and self-invention, okay? I've done it all my life, okay? So I was a poor immigrant in Toronto. I was bullied a lot when I was young. I didn't like that, so I worked hard, got into Yale, and then after I got from Yale, I thought that I would succeed in this world. I didn't succeed, so I looked at myself in the mirror and I recognized that there were limitations to my Yale education. I changed that, okay? I started to reinvent myself. I did a lot of things that were experimental, but which I am forever thankful for. For example, I did stand-up comedy for a time. I did skydiving. I did parkour. So I'm constantly in the process of self-exploration, self-reflection, and self-reinvention, which is what leads to creativity. Okay, so I wouldn't say there's a particular moment when my life changed. I would say that, oh, I've always been like that. Okay, 5 years from now, I'll probably be a different person from I am today. I'm not content with just being who I am. I'm constantly looking to improve myself. And that means constantly engaging in a process of self-reflection, but that means also engaging in a process of self-doubt and sometimes even self-hatred. Okay? So even though, like online, I'm famous and people appreciate my teaching, I don't really care about these things, okay? For me, what's important is, am I improving? Am I being creative? Am I contributing to the progress of humanity? These are the questions that animate me, okay? And I love Dante, by the way. Everyone should read Dante. And next semester, I'm teaching the great books, and we'll spend a lot of time on Dante, okay? All right, keep on reading.
Hi, Professor. I've always loved history, and it's been a blessing finding your teachings. I wish I had a class like this in school. Growing up with a Zionist mother, from that perspective, I thought what you spoke of would never really happen. I try to help combat Zionism and those oppressed, but it feels hopeless. Do you think there is any possibility to change or stop what is currently happening? Or has Zionism embedded into many aspects of society?
Okay, Zionism has won out because the people who believe in Zionism are the ones who are willing to make most sacrifices, the ones who are the most energetic, who are willing to work together to achieve this vision. So an example is, if you look at all these wealthy societies in the world, there's only one wealthy society that has a fertility rate above replacement level, and that's Israel. Okay? It's above 2, possibly 3. Every other nation is like 1 or 1.5, okay? So it shows us that regardless of how we feel about Israel and Zionism, people in Israel love being Israeli, and they want a better future for the nation, and they believe in a better future for the nation. Young people making the sacrifice necessary to have a family shows you the health, vitality, and energy of a nation, okay? But at the same time, and I keep on saying this, when Zionism has become an empire, when it becomes Pax Judaica, that's when it will fall very quickly. And I also believe that a lot of Jews, a lot of Israelis don't want an empire. They just want to live normal lives. And the fact that they become the center of the world, the fact that they're causing all this war, chaos, and conflict around the world to benefit from, a lot of them are going to rebel, okay? So I can imagine that once Pax Judaica it comes into being, you're going to have a massive civil war throughout Israel. All right? Okay, Dan?
What is your favorite food, and what can we expect or not between semesters and over the break time? Thank you for all the great lectures this semester.
Okay, my favorite food is Japanese. I love sashimi. But I also just love food in general. I'm Cantonese, so I just love eating in general. They say that Cantonese people live to eat. Okay, and that's certainly true for me. Okay, so after this class, I go on a 2-week break. And then I come back to teach 2 classes, game theory and geopolitics. So what we'll be doing is looking at current events and using game theory to understand how and why they're happening, okay? So we'll be looking at things like Venezuela, Iran, Israel, okay? So that'll be a fun class. I'll also be teaching the great books. So we'll be looking at Dante, Homer, Plato, Shakespeare, Milton. Okay, so 2 weeks, there'll be a 2-week break, but in January, we start 2 new classes, and they'll be fun, they'll be interesting. I hope that you enjoy them, okay? All right, this is from Oz.
It's been a pleasure to read and listen to your work. The education and contextual framing is super interesting. I am especially inspired by the original works you quote, which illustrates how well read you are. I'm sure you have already heard this, so I'm hoping that writing a book is already on your radar. Half of the works is done, and you have a proven audience. Start with putting all your transcripts and essays into AI with some guidance and ask it to create a book. Then you can iterate. All you will need beyond that is perfecting citations and ensuring there are no errors. But that won't change the messages you have brought to light.
Okay, so thanks, Oz, for the encouragement. I am planning to write a book. Okay, now I've written many books in the past before. I published 2 books, so I know book writing process. I have an agent, so it won't be hard for me to publish a book. And as Oz says, I do have an audience. I do have a global audience, tens of thousands who would love to read the book. But I want to create the best book possible. So that requires meditation, that requires discussion, that requires experimentation. So I understand the book writing process. And the way I write books is different from how others write books. Okay, I have lots of writer friends, they're extremely successful. I can't do what they do. I mean, they spend like 10 hours a day writing books. I am much more imaginative, I'm much more intuitive. I like to take long walks in the park and just play around ideas. Okay, so I will write a book. I am very efficient. When I set a goal, I go and do it, but I want to write the best book possible for everyone. I see myself first and foremost as a writer. Most people see me as a teacher, but I'm first and foremost a writer. And so I want to take tremendous pride in whatever I produce. I want this book, no matter what I write, to stand the test of time. I want people to read it 100 years from now, okay? I love reading books. I love books. Books to me are just as alive as people. When I read books, what makes me what makes me distinct as a reader is when I read books, I'm able to perceive or go into the soul of the person, okay? That's why I know Jacob Frank so much. When I read Jacob Frank, I'm like, I understand how he thinks, okay? I'm not judging him, okay? He's an evil guy, but I'm not judging him, okay? But I know how he thinks, I know how he feels, I know why he's doing what he's doing. And that's what allows me tremendous insight into history. And that's why I'm able to create really interesting content for everyone. So I love reading, I love writing. If I'm gonna produce a book, if I'm gonna write a book, I want it to stand the test of time. I want people to read it and be forever changed by it, okay? All right, so that is it. Thank you so much, guys. Next semester, we start game theory and geopolitics. Okay.